Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Cold Circuits, New Flesh. Data chip detected. Initiating upload. Upload complete. Where is that sound coming from? Consciousness didn't return to Nathan, it flickered on like a faulty monitor. He tried to open his eyes, but the command terminated in a silent error. His eyelids felt non-existent. It was the sensation of a lucid dream, the mind churning sluggishly while the senses remained drowned in a heavy, suffocating ink. Wasn't I watching a movie? Did I pass out? His final memory was a chaotic, low-res blur, a desk cluttered with the remnants of fried chicken and warm cola, the glowing monitor playing Transformers, and then, static. The image had dissolved into a sudden, sickening vertigo. Classic. Worked overtime for a month straight only to crash 5 minutes into my day off. Nathan dismissed the darkness as pure exhaustion. He mentally sighed, attempting to jolt his limbs awake, waiting for the familiar pins and needles sensation of a sleeping arm. Nothing happened. Panic, cold and sharp, began to seep into his thoughts. No matter how hard he pushed his will against the void, he could not feel his hands. He couldn't feel his chest rise or fall. The heavy, biological tether of the body he knew was simply gone. No way. I'm too young to end up as a Karoshi statistic on the evening news. Lord Starscream, you have arrived. A sudden voice sliced through the darkness, arresting Nathan's spiraling thoughts. He suppressed his terror, focusing his audio receptors, ears, on the source. The voice was uncomfortably close, chattering with a bizarre, clicking cadence. The syntax was twisted and alien, yet the meaning decoded instantly in his mind. He didn't just understand the words, he felt the sickening layer of sycophancy and terror dripping from them. Starscream. Nathan's mental processes stalled. That's the character from the movie. Is this a hallucination? A vivid dream because I fell asleep mid-scene? Before he could process the absurdity, a second voice cut in, shrill, arrogant, and dripping with habitual disdain. Enough, you wretched tentacle bot. Get out of my way. Where is Scalpel? Lord Starscream, the master is inside. Scalpel. The Decepticon chief medical officer. The doctor from the sequels. Nathan knew the lore. He had watched the franchise until the lines were burned into his memory. Autobots, Decepticons, he knew the players, the betrayals, and the endless, grinding war. Clank. 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 Heavy, rhythmic impacts vibrated through the floor, metallic footsteps drawing closer. The audio resolution sharpened. Scalpel. You know why I am here. The shrill voice dropped an octave, turning menacingly low. I have waited long enough. Tell me my requirements have been met. Zeze rest assured, Starscream. The response was a manic, high-pitched rasp. The information chips you requested. I have formatted them into the cerebral modules of this entire batch. Every single drone. Wait until they possess a spark, or an energy unit. The moment they activate, they will be the most loyal soldiers you have ever commanded. Excellent, Scalpel. You haven't disappointed me. Look at this. I modified it using Cybertronian storage tech. A concentrated energy core. It should serve as a sufficient substitute for a natural spark. Understood, Starscream. Leave the rest to me. The conversation ceased. Seconds later, the air filled with the deafening clamor of metal striking metal, drills whirring, saws grinding. The noise grew louder, vibrating through Nathan's very essence. He felt a looming presence. A heavy pressure against what felt like his hull. Cerebral modules. Energy cores. What is this insanity? Warning. Critical surge detected. A piercing alarm shrieked inside his skull. Gah. Nathan's consciousness convulsed. It felt like a white-hot spike being driven directly into his brainstem. The pain vanished as quickly as it arrived, replaced instantly by a sterile, emotionless mechanical synthesis. Energy core installed. System initializing. Energy core online. Nathan's irritation spiked through the bewilderment. If this is a dream, let me wake up. One thing after another, is there no off switch? As if mocking his internal plea, a cascade of system prompts accelerated, scrolling across his internal vision in neon glyphs. Constructing energon conduits. Complete. Opening neural pathways. Complete. Energon flow, stable. System activation imminent. Cerebral module, online. Weapons systems, online. TCOG, online. Servomotor linkage, synchronized. With the final chime, the world slammed into focus. It was not the groggy awakening of a human. It was a sudden, violent clarity. Sensory data flooded in, not the warmth of skin or the smell of air, but the cold hum of hydraulics, the heavy tensile strength of alloy, and the thrum of a reactor spinning up in his chest. The dreamlike haze evaporated. This was real. This metallic weight, this cold power, my body. Nathan, fully lucid, realized he was no longer flesh and blood. Before he could inspect his new form, the HUD flashed again. Unit ID, T-22 activated. Executing loyalty protocol. Reading data chip. Something forced its way into his mind, a hardline download of alien data jamming directly into his memory banks. It was a stream of jagged, complex Cybertronian algorithms. The file size was small, barely a blip compared to the 20-odd years of human memories Nathan retained. It failed to overwrite his personality, but the metadata told him everything he needed to know. He had transmigrated. He was a Decepticon grunt. I stayed up late to watch a movie and wound up inside it. In his past life, Nathan was a cog in a corporate machine. He worked, he slept, he consumed. He had no family, no anchors. I just wanted to rewatch a classic, he thought, the irony bitter in his processors. Instead, I get to live the reboot. Fine. He was here. Being a wage slave was a slow death. Being a Decepticon. At least the sky was the limit. He adjusted his mental parameters with frightening speed. Denial was inefficient. How I got here is irrelevant. Survival is the only metric that matters now. And honestly, this world is far more interesting. He had no desire to be human here. In a war between Titan machines, humans were insects. Ants beneath the feet of elephants. To be human here was to pray you didn't get stepped on. Being a Decepticon had its perks. He was durable. He was armed. But a warning subroutine flagged in his logic center. Decepticons are the villains. And in the movies, villains die. He didn't know if this reality followed the movie script exactly, if the Autobots had plot armor or if destiny was fluid. He wouldn't bet his life on it. I need to be careful. I am currently a mid-tier warrior. Better than a drone, but mass-produced. And artificial. He recalled the conversation. His creation wasn't natural. He was a tool forged for a coup. Starscream provided the energy core, Scalpel performed the surgery. A voice boomed through the chamber, confirming his deduction. Look at these little ones. Are they not magnificent? Awake, Decepticons. I am your master. I am Starscream. Nathan processed the audio input. The tone was distinct, arrogance mixed with a desperate need for validation. He seized control of his new motor functions, rerouting power to his optical sensors. With a sharp mechanical hiss, Nathan's optics flared to life, glowing a menacing, deep red. Chapter 2, Hierarchy of Violence. The secret base was entombed deep within the silent heart of an unnamed desert. Inside, a vast chamber of polished silver alloy housed rows of towering, motionless figures. They were forged from dark steel and jagged composites, their armor designed to swallow light rather than reflect it. Faint, pulsing circuitry traced glowing red paths across their chassis, hinting at the volatile power dormant within their frames. Though each design varied, they all bore a singular mark on their right shoulders, a harsh, angular face with cold, raked lines. The Decepticon insignia. Suddenly, one of the machines flared to life. 2 crimson pinpricks of light ignited deep within its optical sockets. It was the first ripple in a dark pond. Following its lead, the other units began to sequence online. The heavy silence of the hangar shattered under the rising hum of charging capacitors, the whine of high-torque servos, and the tectonic thud of metal shifting against metal. It was the sound of a heavy industrial assembly line spinning up to a lethal maximum. Is that Starscream? The moment Nathan's optics achieved focus, they locked onto a figure standing apart from the ranks. The design was unmistakable, the sleek, predatory lines of an F-22 Raptor integrated into a spindly, avian robot mode. The helm-like head, the distinct inverted triangle torso, it was the Air Commander. The traitor. The second in command. Starscream stood perfectly still, his posture radiating a restless, coiled tension as if he were basking in the cold perfection of his own reflection. Nathan didn't move. He analyzed the Seeker with a volatile mix of awe and rising dread. It's really him. The design is even more vicious in person. But, following the guy famous for backstabbing Megatron. Is this a career opportunity or a death sentence? Nathan's processors whirred. Between the overheard conversation and the data burning into his cerebral chip, the conclusion was inescapable: he was Starscream's personal project. A direct subordinate in a coup waiting to happen. Starscream was a commander-class powerhouse, lord of the Seeker Armada, but his true reputation was built on a foundation of treacherous ambition. Every Decepticon knew Starscream wanted the throne. And Nathan, possessing the script of this universe, knew exactly how that play ended. It was a cycle of ego and agonizing failure. "Little one, what are you looking at?" The voice sliced through Nathan's internal monologue like a vibroblade. Starscream had been inspecting his new silent army with smug satisfaction until he felt it, a gaze that lingered too long. A gaze that felt calculating. Judgmental. He turned his head slowly. His optics narrowed on a freshly activated drone that was staring back at him. It wasn't the blank, glassy obedience of a fresh machine, it was a look that bordered on a challenge. No reaction. Are your cognitive circuits lagging? When the drone didn't immediately avert its gaze, Starscream's suspicion spiked into irritation. He took a heavy step forward. Shit. Nathan's spark pulsed in a sudden, frantic rhythm. He saw Starscream stalking toward him and realized his mistake too late. Idiot. I was staring at him like a movie screen. He had forgotten he was no longer a spectator. In the Decepticon ranks, prolonged eye contact wasn't curiosity, it was an act of insubordination. Tell me, little one. Why were you staring at me? Starscream loomed over him, massive and suffocating. To a seeker who had lived for eons, calling a minutes-old drone little one was a literal statement of fact. His voice dripped with the casual malice of a predator. Nathan's internal cooling fan spun to a desperate maximum. Lord Starscream. Nathan dipped his head, forcing his vocalizer to remain steady. He knew silence was often the best shield, but not when a seeker demanded a blood sacrifice of words. Please don't notice. Please just be paranoid. Bam. Gah. The prayer died in his vocalizer. A clawed hand shot out, seizing Nathan by the throat cables with bone-crushing force. The world tilted violently as he was hoisted off the floor. With a casual, contemptuous flick of his wrist, Starscream slammed him backward. Crash. Nathan's chassis collided with the reinforced bulkhead. Scree. Metal shrieked against metal as he slid down the wall, sparks showering the floor like a dying firework display. Warning, critical impact detected. Integrity compromised, torso plating. His HUD flashed a violent crimson. A combat interface, eerily similar to a high-end tactical shooter, snapped into place, highlighting his damage vectors in flickering wireframes. Clack. Pure instinct took over. Nathan's right arm shifted, armor panel sliding back with a hydraulic hiss to deploy a heavy-caliber blaster. He raised it, his targeting computer locking onto the threat. But then, he met Starscream's eyes. They were cold. Dead. Utterly devoid of mercy. Nathan froze. He forced the targeting computer to disengage, overriding his survival subroutines. He retracted the weapon, his panel snapping shut with a hollow sound. Don't shoot. Decepticons don't do mercy. If I fight back, he shreds me into scrap. Starscream watched the hesitation. A cruel smirk twisted his faceplates. He thrived on the absolute submission of those beneath him. A drone that knew its place was a tool, a drone that fought back was target practice. You know, little one. Starscream leaned in, his hot exhaust venting against Nathan's face. The way you looked at me. I found it very unpleasant. Nathan remained pinned against the wall, projecting an aura of total, hollow submission. He had just arrived in this universe, he wasn't planning on checking out 5 minutes later. Well. Starscream tightened his grip. Hydraulic pressure groaned against Nathan's neck struts. You still haven't answered. Why? Were you staring? Ugh. The light in Nathan's optics flickered. He finally understood why the robots in the movies groaned when they were hit. It wasn't for the audience. It was genuine agony. His sensors were screaming, translating the crushing pressure into a digital hell. He had to answer. One wrong word meant the smelter. A desperate, low-logic idea sparked in his processor. Forgive me. Lord Starscream. I do not understand what you are saying. You don't understand. Starscream's smirk widened, revealing rows of jagged, metallic teeth. Heh. You better not be lying to me, little one. Lord Starscream. I truly do not understand. Starscream scrutinized him. His red optics scanned Nathan's frame, lingering on the chest casing where the energy core hummed with a synthetic vibration. Finally, he seemed to lose interest, as one might lose interest in a malfunctioning toaster. Good. Keep it that way. You know the consequences of deception. He released his grip. Nathan dropped to the floor, his metal limbs scraping harshly against the silver alloy. Safe. He vented a sharp burst of hot air. It hadn't been a blind gamble. He knew that artificially created Decepticons were viewed as simple, blank slate tools. As long as he played the idiot, he could hide the intellect. But before his systems could stabilize, Starscream's voice returned. But tell me, little one, how should I discipline you for the annoyance? What? Nathan looked up sharply. Wham! Aya! The world spun again. He was airborne. I didn't even transform into a jet. How am I flying? He wasn't flying. He had been kicked. He tumbled through the air, crashing into the far corner of the hangar with a thunderous, bone-rattling thud. Minor damage detected. Auto repair initiated. Motherf, Starscream, you son of a... Nathan lay in a heap, his internal monologue unleashed a stream of profanity that would have short-circuited a human. He groaned, servos whining as he pushed himself upright. He retracted his weapons fully, shaking the dizziness from his gyroscope. The floor was pristine. His armor, however, was dented and scorched. This was the Decepticon life. He had looked at a superior incorrectly, and he had been thrown into a wall. The reality of his situation crashed down on him harder than the impact. He had been naive. He had looked at Starscream with the eyes of a fan, a man who knew the plot. Subconsciously, he had felt superior because he knew the future. Starscream had sensed that arrogance. It was like staring at a tiger in a zoo, forgetting that the glass was gone. I have to change. Nathan's optics dimmed as he recalibrated his personality subroutines. No more God's eye view. No more fanboying. If he didn't treat this world with the terror it deserved, the next time he hit a wall, he wouldn't get up. Chapter 3, The 7 Tiers of Power. Scalpel, are you certain there are no glitches in these logic chips? The sudden question snapped Nathan's focus back to the present. He tensed, his servos whining as he braced for another potential assault. Not again, he thought, recalling the violent impact against the hangar wall. He hadn't fully synced with his new chassis yet. One more calibration from Starscream and his cerebral module might actually rattle loose. Fortunately, the paranoia was internal. Gege relax, Starscream. There are no errors. The voice belonged to a miniature Decepticon with eyes like glowing bulbs, resembling a metallic arachnid. This was Scalpel, the Decepticon chief medic. Barely the size of a basketball, he was currently scuttling across the prone chassis of a deactivated unit, his many limbs clicking rhythmically against the metal. I designed and coded every chip in this batch myself, Scalpel rasped, his voice a manic buzz. You don't trust my craftsmanship? Humph. I suppose, Starscream conceded, his red optics flickering as he paced the chamber. He seemed to dismiss his earlier suspicion as a ghost in the machine. The frames for T-18 through T-25 were forged from local ores, but the T-cogs are old-stock Cybertronian. They should hold. The Seeker began to vent his frustration, his voice rising to a shrill, arrogant pitch. Curse this planet. Ever since I followed the High Protector's signal to this filth-ridden rock, I've been a commander without an army. I've had to do everything myself. But that ends today. With this batch, I won't have to waste my time on. In his corner of the room, Nathan felt a surge of relief. Starscream was exactly as the films portrayed him, paranoid, narcissistic, and prone to moody soliloquies. As long as the Seeker was focused on his own ego, he was predictable. With the immediate threat of execution lowered, Nathan performed a system check. The damage from being kicked across the room was minor, his internal auto-repair subroutines had already sealed the microfractures in his plating. The mechanics of it were fascinating. As a human, healing took weeks. As a machine, it was a matter of energy consumption. The energy core. Nathan mentally touched the device thrumming behind his chest plates. He didn't have a spark, the natural soul of a Cybertronian, but this synthetic substitute. He noticed his energy levels had dipped from 100% to 98%. 1% for the repairs, 1% for the initial activation. It was clear that the movie lore he knew was only the tip of the iceberg. In this reality, the Decepticons weren't just hiding, they were building. They were manufacturing a new generation of soldiers in secret desert bunkers. Nathan tilted his head, watching Starscream's back. Patience, he told himself. I can't settle the score today. He was a mid-tier warrior, a grunt with a bit of extra polish. Between him and Starscream's commander class status lay 3 distinct levels of power. Thanks to the data chip Scalpel had installed, Nathan now understood the hierarchy of the giants. The power gap in Cybertronian society was a pyramid, and the tiers were absolute. Basic class, drones, clones, and disposable grunts. Mid-tier class, standard soldiers with specialized roles. Nathan's current rank, high-tier class, seasoned veterans and frontline specialists, elite class, the pinnacle of common soldiers, commander class, the strategic generals, Starscream, Soundwave, Shockwave, leader class, the absolute monarchs, Megatron, Optimus Prime, primal class, the ancient legends, the 13 primes. A commander wouldn't necessarily one-shot an elite, but the fight would be a total massacre. For a mid-tier like Nathan, challenging Starscream was less of a fight and more of a suicide note. He would be lucky to last 3 moves. Nathan realized his god's eye view of the plot was a double-edged sword. He knew about the Fallen, the Prime hiding in a starship near the sun, and he knew that the Fallen was the strongest being in this sector, having survived an ambush by 6 of his brothers eons ago. Should I seek him out? Nathan wondered. The ultimate mentor for a Decepticon. He immediately dismissed the thought. Seeking out a primal class being while sitting at mid-tier was like an ant trying to partner with a hurricane. The Fallen would likely crush him just for the noise his servos made. For now, Nathan decided to play the part he was built for. He would be the loyal soldier, the silent shadow. He would observe, he would learn, and he would wait for the moment the monsters at the top of the pyramid started to bleed. Live for today, Nathan thought, retracting his forearm blaster. Rule for tomorrow. Chapter 4, The Mirror of the Abyss. Nathan forced thoughts of ancient primes to the back of his processors and began to scan his immediate surroundings. He was in a sprawling industrial vault, easily 1,000 square meters of reinforced alloy and shadow. Every surface hummed with the low-frequency vibration of heavy machinery. Not far away stood Starscream and a rigid line of Decepticons that mirrored Nathan's own stature. Further still, a mangled chassis lay prone on a diagnostic slab, Unit T-18, Nathan surmised. Scalpel was currently burrowing into the fallen unit's chest cavity, his metallic limbs clicking as he performed a post-mortem or a frantic repair. The room was cluttered with equipment that blurred the line between a laboratory and a slaughterhouse. There were massive glass cylinders suspended by hydraulic arms, containing biological samples and mechanical components harvested from Earth's local flora and fauna. Nathan recognized the silhouette of Cybertronian limbs interspersed with terrestrial animal parts, a grim testament to Scalpel's research. A medic and a scientist, Nathan realized. Scalpel doesn't just fix us, he experiments on everything. As he paced the perimeter, Nathan finally caught a clear view of his new self. The silver-white walls were polished to a mirror finish, reflecting his image with startling clarity. He stared at a towering, monstrous silhouette. His chassis was a deep, light-absorbing obsidian, jagged and sharp-edged. His facial plates were a mask of predatory aggression, a permanent snarl etched into cold alloy. But it was the optics that haunted him, 2 burning pits of crimson light that flared and dimmed with every thought, radiating a primal, demonic energy. Every inch of his frame felt built for violence, stripped of any aerodynamic grace or vehicle mode softness. No wonder the Decepticons are the villains, Nathan thought, a dry irony pulsing through his circuits. He hadn't expected to look like a hero, but he realized that his current appearance was a death sentence for any peaceful interaction. There was no heroic blue or red here. This was a form that would make any human scream monster the moment they saw it. To the inhabitants of this planet, he was the nightmare under the bed, a 10-ton engine of destruction. I look like the kind of thing Optimus Prime would execute on sight, he noted. Still, there were advantages. He stood nearly 9 meters tall, only a head shorter than Starscream himself. In the Transformers universe, size didn't always equate to strength. He knew about the ancient minicons like Micronus, who possessed godlike power in a tiny frame, or the legendary Headmaster Cogman, who could snap an elite's fingers despite being human-sized. But size provided a different kind of power, psychological weight. A 9-meter-tall machine was an apex predator to the humans. Nathan didn't underestimate the inhabitants of this planet. He knew their history, their capacity for adaptation, and the weakening effect this world seemed to have on Cybertronians. On this rock, even kings like Megatron and Optimus seemed to find themselves in the scrap heap far too often. T-22. Why are you still standing there like a deactivated drone? The barked command shattered Nathan's reflection. He suppressed his surprise and looked toward the source. Starscream was staring directly at him, his optics narrow and impatient. T-22. Nathan recalled the system chime upon his activation. I don't even get a name. Just a serial number in a mass-produced batch of cannon fodder. He moved instantly, his heavy footsteps echoing through the vault as he fell into line. To his left were units T-19 through T-21, to his right, T-23 through T-25. The 6 of them were nearly identical, rough, brutal, and silent. Nathan stole a glance at his brothers. They were perfectly still, their optics blank and obedient. Scalpel's logic chips had done their job. These units were the perfect soldiers, loyal, mindless, and ready to die on command. This is how the Decepticons won the war for so long, Nathan realized. While the Autobots mourn every loss, the Decepticons just print more soldiers. Numbers over sparks. He knew that to a commander like Starscream, a mid-tier unit wasn't a person, it was a statistic. An expendable asset to be traded for ground. If he wanted to survive, he had to keep playing the part. He had to be the perfect, silent T-22. Let them think I'm just a number, Nathan thought, lowering his head in a practice display of submission. The moment they look away, that number is going to change. Chapter 5, Dismantle the Body. Inside the lab, Starscream strode toward Scalpel, his gaze fixing on the motionless form of T-18 sprawled across the deck. He didn't waste time with pleasantries. Scalpel. T-18's activation failed. Was the synthetic core rejected, or did the internal modules fail to sync? Starscream wasn't just a pilot, he was an officer who understood the anatomy of a war machine. He knew the variables that could turn a new soldier into a pile of static. Don't be so impatient, Starscream. I'm running the diagnostics, Scalpel buzzed, his many eyes swiveling as he poked at the chassis with his metallic probes. The tentacle bot is already inside the internal bus. We'll have the data shortly. Scalpel's tone was dismissive, almost bored, as if he weren't speaking to the second highest ranking officer in the Empire. From his place in the line, Nathan watched the exchange with calculated interest. Starscream hadn't issued a new command, so Nathan remained a statue, but his processors were whirring. He noticed that Scalpel's status was far higher than his diminutive size suggested. He addressed Starscream by name, showing a blatant lack of deference that the Air Commander simply tolerated. Is Scalpel more than just a medic? Nathan wondered. Does he have some leverage I don't see yet? In this universe, size was a deceptive metric. Scalpel was barely larger than a human hand, yet he commanded the room. Nathan brainstormed the possibilities, wondering if Scalpel was a headmaster or an ancient scientist whose knowledge was too valuable to lose. Without data, all he could do was speculate. Starscream began to pace the lab, his restless energy causing his wing flaps to twitch. He inspected the various instruments and display screens, his red optics flickering with a frantic frequency. As Starscream turned, Nathan caught a brief glimpse of a small crimson light on the upper left of the commander's chest plate, flashing with an erratic, high-speed pulse. Before he could analyze the signal, Scalpel barked out the results. Starscream. It settled. A small, scorpion-like drone, the tentacle bot, crawled out from a seam in T-18's neck plating, scuttling back to its master. The unit is no longer worth the effort of surgery. Scalpel declared, tilting his head. The diagnostic shows a massive surge during the initial data upload. The logic chip's protocols conflicted with the localized hardware. The cerebral module is fried, along with most of the primary sensory arrays. Nathan felt a cold jolt through his circuits. He wasn't a technician, but fried cerebral module was easy enough to translate, brain dead. If the mind is broken, then strip the frame, Starscream replied, his voice a cold, jagged rasp. A cruel smirk played across his faceplates. I spent too much effort scavenging these alloys from this planet. We don't waste resources. Scalpel let out a manic, buzzing laugh. Agreed. I specialize in brain surgery, but I am equally proficient at a butcher's work. Dismantle him. Nathan felt a sickening wave of revulsion. He was looking at a creature that, conceptually, at least, was his brother. He had been activated only minutes after T-18. If his own energy core had spiked just a few kilowatts higher during his birth, he would be the one on the slab. The energy core technology seemed like a brilliant workaround for the lack of the allspark, but now Nathan saw the hidden cost. It wasn't 100% stable. He realized that in this world, even existence was a gamble. T-19, T-20. Get over here. Break him down. Understood, Lord Starscream. Two drones from the line stepped forward, their heavy steps echoing. Careful, you idiots. Scalpel shrieked. Don't damage the structural components. Cut here, keep the T-cog and the weapon modules intact. We might need them for the next batch. Scalpel hovered over the drones, shouting instructions as they began the violent work of deconstruction. Under his guidance, the two mindless soldiers set to work with industrial cutters and saws. Sparks showered the floor as they carved into their fallen counterpart with zero hesitation. Starscream watched in silence. He didn't need to get his hands dirty for such a minor task. As he watched T-18 being systematically reduced to a pile of scrap and wire, Nathan felt his resolve harden. The Decepticons weren't just the bad guys, they were a hierarchy of absolute, cold-blooded utility. In the span of an hour, he had witnessed the true face of the faction: chaos, violence, and a complete disregard for life. If I want to avoid ending up as a pile of parts on a lab floor, I have to change my strategy, Nathan thought. He took a moment to mentally mourn T-18, not out of grief, but as a warning. He needed to be more than a drone. He needed power. The Allspark, it's hidden at the Hoover Dam. The thought took root in his processors. According to the movie timeline, the Allspark was currently locked away in Section 7's underground vault, right next to the frozen body of Megatron. Nathan had been listening to Starscream's complaints. He had filtered two critical pieces of intel from the Seeker's rambling. Megatron had not been found yet. Starscream was currently operating with almost no subordinates. This meant the story hadn't truly begun. Barricade, Blackout, and Bonecrusher hadn't arrived on Earth yet, or if they had, they weren't in contact with Starscream. This was the calm before the storm. If I can get to Hoover Dam and touch the Allspark, I could force an evolution, Nathan calculated. But how do I get in without triggering every sensor in North America? If he made too much noise, the humans would hunt him, and Starscream would likely execute him for knowing things a T-Series drone shouldn't know. But if the Allspark can upgrade my frame, if it can push me past mid-tier. Nathan watched T-19 and T-20. They were pulling the T-cog from the ruined chest of T-18, their movements almost rhythmic. They seemed to enjoy the destruction, a corrupted feedback loop in their programming that rewarded violence. Nathan looked away, his red optics focusing on the desert heat shimmering outside the lab's entrance. When I have that power, he promised himself, I won't be following anyone's orders. Chapter 6, The Watchman's Burden. Zeze excellent. Not a single scrap wasted. Scalpel trilled with a static-filled delight as he inspected the remains of T-18. It was unclear whether the medic was excited by the act of deconstruction itself or the sheer efficiency of the salvage. He gestured toward a sphere of pulsating blue crystal resting on the deck. Starscream, your synthetic core. Nathan's optics tracked the movement, his gaze sweeping over the object with hidden curiosity. The core was small enough to fit in a single clawed hand, its surface polished to a mirror finish. Deep within the translucent blue crystal, jagged streaks of indigo energy flickered like trapped lightning. So that's the engine keeping me alive, Nathan thought. A terrestrial battery for a mechanical god. My property, Starscream rumbled, seizing the core. He held it up to the laboratory lights, watching the energy swirl within. Unblemished. I'll forge a new chassis in a few cycles and recycle the unit. Waste is for the weak. To a commander like Starscream, any soldier below high tier was a disposable asset, a battery-powered tool to be used until it burnt out. T-18's existence was less valuable than the core that had powered it. Take the core, Starscream said, gesturing to the mangled pile of parts on the floor. As for the scrap, aside from the T-cog, consider it a research grant, Scalpel. Use it for your little experiments. Zeze generous, Starscream. Scalpel's many limbs twitched in anticipation. I've been wanting to run a comparative analysis on terrestrial alloys versus Cybertronian smelting. This is the perfect sample. Starscream's optics flared. Don't forget, Doctor, you still owe me a data chip. Scalpel didn't flinch. 72 hours, Starscream. Give me 3 solar cycles and I'll have the code reconstructed. Your previous payment covered the processing time. So it's a transaction, Nathan noted. Even the medics in this army don't move a limb without a price. Fine. I'll return in 3 days. I expect the chip to be ready for the next batch. Starscream turned to leave, his restless energy finally pushing him toward the exit. Nathan felt a flicker of hope, with the commander gone, he might finally find a way to scout the base. But Scalpel's raspy voice shattered the hope instantly. A moment, Starscream. I have a minor requirement. The air commander paused at the threshold, his wings twitching with annoyance. What now, Scalpel? I need an assistant, the medic buzzed, his bulbous eyes swiveling toward the line of drones. I forgot to back up the logic gate architecture for the original chip. It was destroyed along with T-18's cerebral module. I need one of the drones to remain behind so I can map its neural pathways to reconstruct the data. Otherwise, the deadline is impossible. Scalpel's predatory gaze drifted over the units, eventually settling on Nathan with a sinister flicker of yellow light. Assistant. Nathan's processors spiked with dread. He had spent enough time in labs in his past life. He wanted to get out into the world, to find the Allspark, not be a pincushion for an insectoid medic. Choose one and be quick about it, Starscream barked. He lacked the technical knowledge to challenge Scalpel's claim. Don't pick me. Pick anyone else, Nathan prayed, his internal systems cycling with stress. But as the saying goes, the outlier probability always hits when you least want it. Scalpel raised a metallic limb, pointing a sharp claw directly at Nathan. T-22. I require T-22. Take the others and be gone. Nathan stood frozen. He looked at Starscream, his optics dimming in a silent plea for a different assignment. As you wish, Starscream replied. T-22, you will remain and assist the medic. I'll assign your field mission once the data is reconstructed. Understood, Lord Starscream, Nathan replied, his vocalizer flat and obedient despite the internal chaos. The heavy hangar doors groaned open, and Starscream led the remaining 5 drones out into the long, metallic corridors of the bunker. As they vanished, Nathan caught a glimpse of the base's architecture, brutal, industrial, and lit by a harsh sodium glow. But as the doors hissed shut, a high-priority data packet slammed into Nathan's consciousness. It was a direct neural injection, bypassing his sensory arrays to display text across his mind. T-22. This is Starscream. Watch the doctor. If he displays any anomalous behavior or attempts to alter your core data, report to me immediately. Nathan's optics flickered violently. The sheer violation of the link was jarring. Starscream had treated the command as a casual footnote, but it left Nathan's logic processors reeling. Why? Does Starscream expect a betrayal? Or is something else happening? He couldn't analyze the command without more data, but he knew one thing: being a double agent for a paranoid seeker while serving as a test subject for a mad scientist was a recipe for a short lifespan. Zeze come here, T-22, Scalpel buzzed, his many legs clicking as he approached. Nathan recalibrated his persona. If he was stuck here for 72 hours, he would use the time to master his new body. He moved toward the medic, his heavy footsteps echoing in the now empty lab. Dr. Scalpel, Nathan said, his voice a smooth, deferential baritone. How may I assist your research? Better to play the willing pupil. If Scalpel was an outlier powerhouse, Nathan wanted him as an ally, or at least, as someone who wouldn't dismantle him for spare parts. Chapter 7, The Diagnostics Lab. Assist. At Nathan's offer, Scalpel paused his sorting of the salvaged components. His bulbous optics swiveled toward Nathan, flickering with a mechanical suspicion. Zeze, since you are so eager to contribute, follow me. As you command, Dr. Scalpel. Nathan trailed behind the diminutive medic, his heavy footsteps echoing through the vault. They approached a massive, rectangular metal plinth in the center of the lab. Like most Cybertronian technology, it was a brutalist design, all hard angles and cold, unpainted alloy. Scalpel scrambled onto a control console and barked a command, Tentaclebot. Present, Master. Deploy the diagnostic cradle. Immediately, Master. With a heavy, grinding sound of metal on metal, the rectangular plinth split down the middle. It expanded into a wide, elongated metal slab, while various mechanical manipulators and data probes extended from the undercarriage like the legs of a centipede. This looks less like a desk and more like a butcher's block, Nathan thought, a flicker of dread pulsing through his sensors. Lie down, little one, Scalpel ordered, adjusting the calibration of the neural probes. My laboratory hasn't hosted a fresh subject since its completion. Consider yourself fortunate, you are the first Decepticon to experience the cradle. Nathan's optical shutters twitched. He wanted to tell the doctor that he wasn't particularly interested in being a pioneer, but he kept his vocalizer silent. I thought I was supposed to be a research assistant. I didn't realize I was the research material. Staring at the ceiling while Scalpel scuttled across his chest plates, Nathan felt a profound sense of resignation. He imagined a future conversation with the other drones, T-19 and T-20, about their respective duties. They would brag about field missions while he had to explain that his contribution involved being a glorified battery tester. But he knew the reality. Scalpel hadn't asked for an assistant to write code, he needed a live specimen to test the stability of Starscream's synthetic fusion cores. Nathan had initially tried to refuse. The risks were obvious: if Scalpel dug too deep, he might find the human consciousness buried beneath the Decepticon protocols. But his reluctance had evaporated the moment Scalpel offered a bribe, a full reinforcement of his external armor plating with specialized high-density alloys. Combined with Scalpel's promise to focus only on the core and not his neural architecture, Nathan had accepted the deal. In this world, better armor meant a higher chance of surviving the inevitable battle at Hoover Dam. Meanwhile, Starscream was leading the remaining 6 drones through the primary data artery of the base. This subterranean corridor connected the various functional sectors like a winding metal spine, lit by the flickering glow of industrial lamps. The base was a masterpiece of hidden engineering, carved out by automated worker drones under Starscream's secret direction. He reached the end of the corridor, stopping before a massive, blast-shielded door. After entering a complex sequence of codes, the door hissed open. Starscream led the T-Series units inside. Through the closing gap of the door, rows upon rows of storage arrays were visible, resembling a library for mechanical giants. A moment later, the door opened again. Starscream stepped back into the corridor alone. His 6 new soldiers were nowhere to be seen. Back in the lab, Nathan lay motionless on the diagnostics lab. 2 thick data cables were fused to his chest plates, trailing back to a bizarre, oscillating machine nearby. The testing had begun 2 hours ago. Scalpel had inserted the probes directly into his power bus, claiming he needed a stress test of the synthetic core's output. Nathan suspected the slab was only necessary because Scalpel didn't want to chase a standing drone around the room. Not far away, the medic was hunched over a display monitor, his optics focused on a 3D holographic projection of the blue core spinning within Nathan's chest. So Starscream actually pulled it off, Scalpel muttered to himself, his limbs tapping a rapid rhythm against the console. The output is lower than a natural spark, but the energy density is equivalent to a mid-tier unit. No wonder the activation held. Scalpel's eyes glowed with a calculating yellow light. He had a problem. He had promised Soundwave to keep an eye on Starscream's movements. But as a commander, Starscream was impossible to track directly, and now he had his own private squad to run errands. I need someone to find the Black Widow's ship for me while I'm stuck here, Scalpel thought. His optics drifted toward Nathan. A pawn in the right place. What's happening? A cold sensation, like a sudden drop in voltage, washed over Nathan's frame. He lifted his head, scanning the lab, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Warning. Energy drain detected, unknown uplink. Terminate external data flow immediately. Nathan sighed, mentally dismissing the warning. These prompts had been popping up for 2 hours. However, he was starting to feel hollow. Dr. Scalpel, Nathan said, his voice straining. I'm experiencing a significant power drop. I think the core is reaching its floor threshold. Already. Scalpel checked the monitor. Only 30% remains. GGE Starscream's little batteries don't have much of a capacity, do they? Nathan felt a spike of panic. Doctor, I need a recharge. Don't whine, little one. Scalpel waved a manipulator dismissively. I can't test a dead core. I'll provide a top-off. Scalpel paused the diagnostic and hopped onto Nathan's chest, ripping the data cables free. Nathan felt an immediate surge of relief as the external drain was severed. Wait here. I'll get the fuel cells. Scalpel barked toward the shadows, Tentaclebot. Ready, Master. Bring the high-grade Energon cubes from the secure locker. The Tentaclebot appeared within seconds, seemingly materializing from the vents. Nathan watched it, genuinely impressed by the drone's efficiency. I need to ask Scalpel how he programmed that thing, he thought. A loyal assistant like that would make the Hoover Dam job a lot easier. Chapter 8, The Allure of Energon. Master, the supply has arrived. The Tentaclebot scuttled back into the laboratory, dragging a reinforced transport sled behind it. Resting on the sled were 2 glowing, translucent cubes, perfectly symmetrical and humming with a low-frequency vibration. The assistant was barely the size of a desert scorpion, unable to lift objects dozens of times its own mass. But as an intelligent life form, its mastery of tools made the physical disparity irrelevant. Is that Energon? As the sled drew closer, Nathan felt a violent, primal surge of hunger ignite within his chassis. It was the biological equivalent of a starving man being presented with a feast. The glowing blue cubes, barely larger than his palm, smelled, or rather, radiated, a scent that his sensors translated as exquisite. His machine instinct screamed at him to seize the cubes and drain them instantly. Unable to resist the pull, Nathan sat up on the diagnostic slab and reached down, plucking one of the cubes from the sled. He held it before his optics, his scanners automatically analyzing the contents. Just as a human required organic matter for sustenance, a Cybertronian required energon. But eating was a poor descriptor. The process was closer to a high-pressure transfusion. While the cubes appeared solid, the crystalline exterior was merely a high-tensile container designed to hold the volatile, high-density fluid within. Cybertronian technology allowed them to extract energy from almost any high-energy terrestrial matter, coal, oil, geothermal heat, or raw minerals. The extracted essence was compressed into a liquid slurry or plasma and sealed in these cubes. Nathan shook the cube slightly, watching the thick, glowing indigo plasma swirl behind the translucent walls. He finally understood a detail from the films, the fluids that sprayed from a Cybertronian when a limb was severed. That wasn't just hydraulic fluid. It was energon plasma, the lifeblood of their race. It provided both the pressure for their movements and the fuel for their sparks. When a Cybertronian's internal fluid turned clear and colorless, it meant their reserves were empty. The cube in his hand, however, glowed with a vibrant, healthy azure. I synthesized those using geothermal taps I managed to hide from the local power grid, Scalpel rasped, a note of systemic anxiety in his voice. I only have those 2. Be frugal. Bring your synthetic core up to 50% and stop. It was clear that the loss of the Allspark had turned the Decepticon chief medic into a scavenger. Fuel was no longer a right, it was a luxury. I appreciate the resource, Dr. Scalpel. Nathan didn't wait for a second invitation. Following a reflex he didn't know he possessed, he snapped the seal on the cube's corner. He tilted his head back and brought the container to his intake manifold. Gulp. 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 He ignored the 50% restriction entirely. Starscream might be a high-tier earner, but Nathan was a grunt in a war zone. If he didn't fill his tank now, there was no guarantee he'd see another cube for a month. If the core is empty, the test stops for you, Doctor. But I'm the one who goes offline permanently. Even a natural-born Cybertronian required regular refueling. For an artificial unit like Nathan, powered by a prototype core, the drain was even more aggressive. A low-power state wouldn't just make him sluggish, it would lock his joints and leave him a hollow statue. He drained the cube with a predatory intensity. Only when Scalpel's screeching reached a certain decibel did Nathan finally lower the empty container. Stop. Cease vestigial intake immediately. Put my energon down. Scalpel was practically vibrating with rage. By the pit. Look at what you've done. A full standard cube, drained in a single cycle. You gluttonous heap of scrap. Nathan looked down. The once vibrant indigo cube was now a hollow, transparent shell, with only a thin, iridescent film of plasma clinging to the bottom. It was bone dry. You idiot. I told you to stop at 50%. Do you have any idea how long it took to refine that? Scalpel looked as if he wanted to dismantle Nathan on the spot. He wasn't a big spender like Starscream. These cubes were a private reserve he'd been brewing in secret since the commander left the base. Nathan offered a smooth, apologetic tilt of his head. My apologies, Doctor. It was my first intake. The system overcompensated for the deficit. I couldn't override the suction reflex. The apology was easy. Admitting fault was another matter. You can't exactly make me vomit it back up, Nathan thought, feeling a wave of cooling comfort wash through his struts. His internal HUD now displayed a vibrant 100% on his power reserves. He didn't feel guilty. In this world, the only thing you truly owned was what you had already consumed. The energon tasted better than any beverage he remembered from his human life. It was a sensation of pure, chilled clarity, like drinking liquid electricity on a scorching day. Every servo felt lubricated, every sensor sharpened. He looked down at the second cube remaining on the sled. Scalpel's optics flared a dangerous yellow. Don't even think about it. You think you're getting the second one? Not at all, Doctor, Nathan lied. As I said, I am at full capacity. Humph. Tentaclebot. Take that cube and hide it. Secure locker 4B. Tell no one. The assistant hissed at Nathan, a clear signal of shared annoyance, and dragged the remaining sled into the shadows of the lab. Nathan watched them go. It's just a bit of fuel, he thought. Why the theatrics? He didn't realize that on a resource-starved Earth, that single cube represented weeks of Scalpel's labor. Once the fuel was gone, Scalpel seemed to force his agitation into a subroutine. He hopped onto a piece of equipment that sat level with Nathan's shoulder, his eyes flickering with a calculating yellow light. He scrutinized Nathan, his gaze lingering on the red optics of the drone. You're a clever one, little one. And quite the actor. Actor. Nathan's processors stalled. Did Scalpel realize he'd faked the suction reflex? He lowered his head, maintaining his persona. I don't follow, Doctor. I was merely. No, no, no. Scalpel waved a metallic limb, then leaped from the equipment to land directly on Nathan's shoulder. He leaned in, his voice dropping to an intimate, static-laced whisper. You can fool Starscream with that blank-eyed stare, but you can't fool me. I've lived too long, seen too many batches come off the line. I know the difference, T-22. You aren't like T-19 or the others. Not at all. Nathan's optics flared, a sharp spike of adrenaline, or its Cybertronian equivalent, surging through his neural net. Does he know? Did he skin my human memories on the slab? Or was it the way I drank the energon? He forced himself to stay still, even as the spider perched on his shoulder made his metal skin crawl. Dr. Scalpel, I'm afraid I don't understand. I am a loyal soldier of the Air Commander. How could I be different? Ha! Scalpel's laugh was a jagged burst of audio feedback. He stayed perched on Nathan's shoulder, his many legs clicking against the armor. T-19 wouldn't have dared to stare at the Air Commander the way you did when you first opened your optics. A newborn drone doesn't look at its master like he's a specimen in a jar. Nathan's cooling fans whined. He'd forgotten. In his fascination with seeing a movie star in the flesh, he'd forgotten that Scalpel had been watching The Watcher. Chapter 9, The Doctor's Delusion. Dr. Scalpel, I believe there is a misunderstanding. I have no recollection of. Enough, little one. I called you a master of disguise, but don't overplay your hand. Nathan tried to clarify, but Scalpel cut him off with a sharp, dismissive wave of a metallic limb. The medic scuttled across Nathan's collarbone, migrating from one shoulder to the other. Nathan felt the sharp tips of the doctor's legs clicking against his armor plating. Fine. I'll play along until I see where this is going. Doctor, Nathan said, his vocalizer projecting a tone of mild confusion. I truly don't follow. What are you implying? Scalpel had expected the drone to drop the act and gloat. Hearing another denial made his optics flare with irritation. He paused, tapping a claw against his own head casing. Curse it, I forgot. I haven't given you the context yet. It's only logical that your processors haven't made the connection. Nathan maintained a posture of attentive silence. Go on. Tell me how you've managed to outsmart yourself. Zaze little one, you are aware that the logic chips for you and the others were written by me, yes? Yes, Doctor, Nathan replied. He'd known that since before his optics first flickered to life. What neither you nor Starscream realize is that one of those chips was unique. Scalpel's faceplates twisted into a self-satisfied smirk. The commander requested 8 identical loyalty chips. But I sabotaged one. I wiped the subroutines that force obedience to Starscream's specific frequency. I ensured that one unit in this batch would possess its own independent will, unburdened by the commander's ego. Scalpel leaned in closer to Nathan's audio receptor. Now, do you understand? Nathan's processor's word. So that's why I'm not feeling the crushing weight of Starscream's will. He had assumed his human soul was the only factor protecting his autonomy. It turned out he had a technological shield he didn't even know existed. Wait. If he wiped the commands, why did I still receive the loyalty to Starscream prompt during my boot sequence? Nathan felt a strange glitch in the logic. He decided to probe further. Doctor, you believe that sabotage chip is the one currently installed in my cerebral module? Obviously. Scalpel snapped. Why else would you have challenged Starscream with that insolent stare? A standard drone would have been incapable of the defiance you displayed. You took a beating for it, but that display confirmed it for me. You are the outlier. Nathan didn't care about Scalpel's mocking tone. He was focused on a much more dangerous discrepancy. Doctor, may I ask a technical question? Speak. You say the modified chip cannot read Starscream's primary commands. Exactly. Is your vocalizer malfunctioning, or did I not stutter? Scalpel looked at him with disdain. Look at your batchmates, T-19 and the others. They grovel. They offer perfect, hollow deference. You stared at him like he was a specimen under a lens. Nathan remained silent, but his internal diagnostic was running at redline. If Scalpel is right, then there's another awakened drone out there in the base. Because I definitely received those loyalty commands. He realized then why Scalpel had insisted on keeping him behind. This wasn't just about energy cores. Scalpel had realized his secret agent was the one he picked, and he wanted to make sure his asset was under his thumb. Doctor, Nathan began, choosing his words with extreme care. If you wrote the chips, shouldn't you have known which unit you were installing the modified one into? Do you think Starscream is a fool? Scalpel jumped back onto the diagnostic console. He hovered over the entire process. He scanned those chips 1,000 times. To avoid detection, I had to make them physically and digitally identical on the surface. I couldn't mark them. I had to scramble the batch before installation. I didn't know which one was the free unit until I saw you challenge him. Besides, Scalpel added, looking at Nathan as if he were a particularly dense piece of scrap metal. If it were that simple, I would have just written my own loyalty commands into the chip. Deleting his was the only way to hide the interference. Nathan processed this. So Starscream is arrogant, but not blind. He checked his work. But doctor, if we are discussing treason, isn't it dangerous to speak so openly? Starscream might be. Ha. Relax. Scalpel dismissed the concern. If my laboratory isn't secure, then nothing in this bunker is. I have the entire room on a localized frequency dampening field. He hears nothing but the hum of the machines. I see. Nathan felt a slight relaxation in his servos. He and Scalpel were now in a state of mutually assured destruction. If Nathan was caught, he was scrap. If Scalpel was caught, he'd be dismantled. But there was still the matter of the message Starscream had sent him. Doctor, I should inform you of something. When the commander left, he sent a direct text transmission to my cerebral module. He ordered me to monitor you for anomalous behavior. Scalpel didn't look worried. In fact, he looked triumphant. Zaze he used a Neuralink pulse, didn't he? I don't know what it was. It just appeared in my consciousness. It's a short-range cerebral pulse, Scalpel explained, surprisingly helpful now that he thought Nathan was his co-conspirator. It's a high-priority interrupt signal. It bypasses the standard comm array and hits the neural net directly. It's fast and leaves no electromagnetic trail, but it's limited to line of sight. He used it because he didn't want me to intercept the transmission. Nathan felt the weight of the situation. Starscream was using that independent drone to spy on the traitorous doctor. It was a circle of paranoia. Don't worry about his little text messages, Scalpel said. As long as you're in here, you report to me. We have 3 days before he returns. 3 days to ensure you're ready for the real mission. Nathan dipped his head. I understand, Doctor. What is the mission? Not yet, little one. First, we finish the armor refit. You're going to need to be much thicker-skinned if you're going to survive what's coming. Nathan settled back onto the slab. He had 72 hours. He would use the doctor to get stronger, use Starscream to get out of the base, and use his own knowledge to find the Allspark. Everyone thinks they're playing me, Nathan thought, his optics dimming to a low, predatory glow. Let them keep thinking that until it's too late to stop me. Chapter 10, Starscream's Shadow. Little one, I ran a full diagnostic on your chassis before Starscream even stepped foot in this lab. Scalpel leaned in, his optics glowing with a self-assured yellow light. I found no hidden trackers, no remote detonation packets, and 0 subroutines planted by the Air Commander. You can cease your internal frequency jittering. No sabotage. Nathan's optical shutters flared in genuine surprise. He felt a sudden, heavy wave of relief wash through his struts. The idea of being a puppet on a string, especially a string held by a narcissist like Starscream, had been a constant drain on his logic processors. The chief medical officer's word is absolute, Scalpel rasped, his metallic limbs clicking. I may not match Starscream in raw kilotons of firepower, but when it comes to the intricacies of Cybertronian anatomy, he is an amateur poking at a spark chamber with a soldering iron. I see. Thank you, Dr. Scalpel. Nathan lowered his head. Since he had decided to play the awakened unit, he leaned into the role. Scalpel's eyes narrowed, flickering with a strange curiosity. You are an odd one, T-22. Most Decepticons don't possess the protocol for gratitude. You say thank you like you actually mean it. Nathan's internal cooling fan spiked for a fraction of a second. Too human, he chided himself. Gratitude is a sign of weakness in this faction. Emulation error. He quickly shifted his tone to something colder. A strategic acknowledgement of your assistance, Doctor. Nothing more. But, if I am safe from Starscream, I still don't understand your motives. Why sabotage the logic chips in the first place? Scalpel looked Nathan over, his expression unreadable. Do you know why Starscream is truly on this planet? To find Lord Megatron. Nathan ventured, sticking to the official version. Yes, and no. Nathan tilted his helm, his processors simulating a frown. Both the movie lore and Starscream's own ramblings pointed to the search for Megatron's signal as the primary objective. The truth goes back over a century, Scalpel began, turning his chassis away and scuttling toward a console. After the Allspark was lost in the Great War ground to a stalemate, Megatron departed Cybertron to track its signature. 100 years ago, his signal went dark. That was when Shockwave and the others realized the High Protector had encountered a catastrophic error. Nathan listened, cross-referencing Scalpel's words with his own future knowledge. He knew exactly why Megatron was dark. He was a frozen relic beneath the Hoover Dam, neutralized by the Earth's magnetic poles and a primitive human expedition. He also knew the secret Scalpel didn't mention, the betrayal of Sentinel Prime. He recalled how Sentinel, the former Autobot leader and Optimus's mentor, had tried to flee Cybertron with the Allspark on the Ark, only to be shot down and crash-landed on the Moon. The Allspark had drifted toward Earth's gravity, followed by Megatron, and eventually, the rest of the war. Little one, pay attention. Scalpel snapped, noticing Nathan's brief neural lag. My apologies, Doctor. I was processing the scale of the timeline. Scalpel huffed. In the years of Megatron's silence, Starscream didn't just play the part of a grieving lieutenant. He convinced himself he was the leader. Back on Cybertron, he attempted to formalize his ascension. He tried to claim the throne while the High Protector's seat was still warm. Scalpel's laugh was a harsh, digital rattle. But Starscream's treachery is as transparent as a cracked lens. He's a commander-class warrior who dreams of being a king, yet he forgets he isn't the only general in the army. Shockwave and Soundwave didn't agree. Nathan asked. Hardly. After decades of internal friction, the spymaster and the scientist forced his hand. They bullied him into coming to this sector. They told him that if he wanted to be leader, he had to bring back the old one first, or prove he was dead. Starscream came here because he had no choice. He was exiled under the guise of a mission. Scalpel turned back to Nathan, a malicious grin forming on his faceplates. As for why I am here, and why I gave you your freedom, look at this. The medic tapped a sequence into his chest plate. A brilliant blue beam erupted, projecting a detailed 3D hologram in the center of the lab. It was a rotating sphere of azure and green, marbled with white clouds. Earth. This planet, Scalpel whispered, the yellow light of the hologram reflecting in his eyes. It holds more than just a frozen tyrant. It holds the key to the future of our race. And I intend to have it. Chapter 11, The Decepticon Stinger. As the holographic globe rotated, Scalpel's voice dropped into a low, buzzing rasp. Little one, I require a specific service from you. Here it comes, Nathan thought. He knew there was no such thing as unallocated resources in this faction. Scalpel's sudden history lesson hadn't been an act of mentorship, it was a briefing. Dr. Scalpel, Nathan began, his vocalizer projecting a tone of calculated hesitation. I am a mid-tier unit. If the task you have in mind is critical to the Empire, the risk of an operational failure on my part is significant. ZZEZE, do not trouble your processors with failure, little one. Scalpel heard the evasion in Nathan's tone but wasn't about to let his most useful asset slip away. This is not a high-risk combat deployment. I simply need you to locate a specific Decepticon on this planet, or more accurately, their ship. A Decepticon ship? Nathan's sensors spiked. He immediately began running probabilities. A stasis-locked unit. Earth was a graveyard of Cybertronian history. The first visitors had arrived 2 million years ago, during the primordial era. According to the records of the Seeker Jetfire, high-level scouts had been landing on this rock for 1 million years. It was a statistical certainty that some of them had never left. Scalpel manipulated the console, and the 3D globe shifted. It dissolved into a new image, a small, jagged craft marked with a peculiar purple insignia, an arachnid with 8 symmetrical limbs and a narrow head. This is the mark of the pilot, Scalpel explained. The craft is a Stinger-class scout. In addition to the Decepticon brand, it bears this spider emblem. I have no record of this, Nathan noted, searching his future memories. The live-action films hadn't mentioned a purple spider-marked ship, but after seeing the synthetic cores, he was already prepared for deviations in the timeline. Doctor, if I find the ship, will the pilot be functional? The vessel's signature is cold. It is likely in deep stasis. You will have to locate the crash site yourself. Nathan's optical shutters twitched. And if the local organics have found it? This was the real danger. If a human government had the ship, it was locked behind layers of anti-aircraft batteries and reinforced concrete. Nathan was durable, but he wasn't invincible. He could shrug off small arms fire, and even a shoulder-mounted rocket might only dent his plating, but high-velocity armor-piercing rounds or Hellfire missiles were a different story. If the humans have hidden it, then use your data thief subroutines, Scalpel countered. Infiltrate their networks. A ship in a laboratory is easier to find than a ship at the bottom of the ocean. Nathan remained silent, his processors weighing the request. It was a massive drain on time and energy, resources he needed to find the Allspark. But he also saw an opportunity for leverage. Doctor, operating on this planet is a high-risk endeavor. If I am to act as your long-range operative, I need more than just standard plating. My current weapon modules are insufficient. He knew Scalpel's armory fit was payment for the core testing. This was a new negotiation. Scalpel's eyes glowed with a predatory yellow light. You are quite the bargainer, T-22. My materials are limited, but I can provide a high-frequency upgrade to your forearm blasters. Agreed, Dr. Scalpel. Nathan didn't give him a chance to reconsider. I will locate the ship. Scalpel turned back to the console, his movements becoming more rigid. There is one more thing. And this is why I sabotaged the logic chips. Nathan's internal cooling fans slowed. This was the core of the mystery. I modified the chips because I needed eyes that Starscream couldn't close, Scalpel whispered. He projected a new holographic overlay, a heat map of suborbital reconnaissance data. It showed a web of red lines concentrated in a single geographic sector. These are the Air Commander's flight paths over the last few cycles. Look where they converge. Nathan focused his optics on the continent of Africa. Specifically, the northeastern corner. Egypt. The red lines formed a dense cluster southwest of the capital. It was clear Starscream was circling a specific area, searching for something hidden beneath the sand. If I remember my pre-transmigration data correctly, Nathan mused internally, that area is the site of the Great Pyramids. He felt a chill run through his neural net. While Earth was littered with ancient Cybertronian ruins, there was only one thing in Egypt that would interest a Decepticon commander. The pyramids, Scalpel rasped, his eyes fixed on the map. My data analysis suggests those structures were not built by the local organics. They were built by us. And Starscream is looking for the machine they were designed to hide. Nathan stared at the coordinates. He knew exactly what was there. The Star Harvester. The sun-killing engine of the Fallen. Chapter 12, Two Paths of Evolution. The Star Harvester. A machine of planetary desolation designed to strip a star of its fusion energy, converting it into raw energon to replenish the Allspark. According to the records, the one in Egypt had been constructed eons ago by the Fallen. The Allspark was never an infinite well, it was a cosmic battery. To keep it charged, the 13 Primes had engineered the harvesters. They had established a sacred protocol, the Prime Directive, stating that no star sustaining a planet with life would be harvested. But Megatronus, the Prime who would become the Fallen, had betrayed that vow. 1 million years ago, he attempted to activate the engine on Earth, despite the presence of prehistoric humanity. The ensuing war between the Fallen and his 6 brothers left the planet scarred and the Primes broken. The harvester was neutralized, and its only key, the matrix of leadership, was sealed away behind a tomb of their own remains. If Starscream is circling the Giza Plateau, he's not just looking for a machine, Nathan calculated, his processors running at peak efficiency. He's looking for the matrix. But it raised a tactical question: was the Air Commander acting alone, or was he already a puppet for the Ancient Master? In the cinematic timeline, Starscream fled to the fallen ship only after Megatron's death. But in this reality, the variables were shifting. Nathan didn't have hard data, but his survival instinct suggested the two had already made contact. Perhaps a long-range transmission had been intercepted, or Starscream had stumbled upon the derelict ship during a suborbital sweep. It doesn't matter, Nathan decided, dismissing the thought. The Fallen won't reveal himself until Megatron returns. And Megatron is currently an ice cube at the bottom of a dam. He had no intention of interfering with the Egypt search. The Prime Seal was a masterwork of ancient Cybertronian engineering. If a commander class like Starscream hadn't cracked it after weeks of searching, a mid-tier drone like Nathan had no chance. Besides, the Allspark was a much more attainable prize. Maintaining his persona of a blank slate soldier, Nathan listened as Scalpel continued his analysis. Even without knowing his specific target, I can deduce his intent, Scalpel rasped, his eyes flickering with a cold yellow light. Starscream is acting in shadows. He avoids human radar. He is searching for something precious, something left behind by the ancients. He wouldn't waste this many fuel cycles if the reward wasn't god tier. Nathan felt a flicker of respect for the medic. Scalpel was a cynic, but his logic was sound. He didn't know about the Matrix, but he had correctly identified the archaeological nature of the mission. Of course, Scalpel added with a mocking trill, there is another possibility. Perhaps the High Protector or the Allspark is buried beneath those stone monuments. What do you think, little one? I think your analysis is logical, Doctor, Nathan replied neutrally. Logical, but wrong. Nathan suspected Starscream already had a lead on Megatron's location but was deliberately ignoring it. With his high-tier sensors, the Air Commander could likely triangulate the abnormal energy readings coming from Hoover Dam in a matter of hours if he truly wanted to. But why find a master when you can serve a ghost? If Megatron stayed frozen, Starscream remained the de facto king of the Decepticons on Earth. I will assist you, Dr. Scalpel, Nathan said, finalizing the deal. I will monitor the commander's movements and look for the spider-marked ship. It was a lie, of course. Nathan intended to do the absolute minimum required to keep the doctor satisfied. He was playing both sides, a double agent in a war of three. He settled back onto the diagnostic slab, the cool metal a stark contrast to the heat of his thrumming synthetic core. He needed to get stronger. Dr. Scalpel, Nathan began, his head tilting toward the medic. Speak. How can I evolve? How do I turn this synthetic core into a true spark? The question was a calculated move. A newborn drone's natural instinct was to seek power, the question wouldn't flag him as an anomaly. It would just make him look ambitious, a very Decepticon trait. ZZEZE, you want to climb the ladder of the hierarchy, T-22. Scalpel's eyes glowed. Most drones never think beyond their next fuel cube. You're focused. I merely wish to be more useful to the cause, Nathan lied. Well, keep your designation. I'll call you T-22 for now. Scalpel tapped a command into the console. As for the spark, our understanding of it is incomplete. But there are two known methods for an artificial unit to achieve a true spark evolution. Nathan's internal sensors sharpened. Two methods. I thought it was all spark or nothing. Tell me, Doctor. I am listening. Chapter 13, The Anatomy of Consciousness. The first method, Scalpel began, his voice rasping through the sterile air of the lab, is the most obvious. Direct exposure to the Allspark. The artifact's raw cosmic radiation can catalyze a synthetic fusion core, forcing it to undergo a metamorphic jump into a true spark. Nathan nodded slowly. That confirms it. Hoover Dam remains the primary objective. And the second method? ZZEZE, Scalpel's yellow optics flickered with a disturbing glee. The second involves surgery. You find a functional, intact spark and you transplant it. You carve out the old core and fuse a donor spark into your internal bus. Transplant. Nathan felt a cold shudder in his gears. He quickly ran the math. Finding a donor spark meant killing a natural-born Cybertronian, either an Autobot or a veteran Decepticon. As a mid-tier unit, Nathan was nowhere near strong enough to hunt the veterans of the 7,000-year war. Even the sleeping titans like Jetfire, hidden in an aerospace museum, were far beyond his current pay grade. Stasis didn't mean death, it just meant the monster was resting. The Allspark is the only logical path, Nathan decided. The transplant method was a desperate man's game, though he filed the information away for a future contingency. Over the next 72 hours, Nathan transitioned from a test subject to a student of Cybertronian biology. He realized that Scalpel, despite his erratic personality, was a walking encyclopedia of mechanical evolution. Nathan spent his downtime between diagnostics asking pointed questions, playing the role of a curious newborn to drain the medic of every scrap of technical data. Through these sessions, Nathan pieced together a definitive map of his own existence. A Cybertronian lifeform consisted of two non-negotiable pillars. The energy unit, the spark or, in his case, the synthetic fusion core. This was the engine and the soul, the source of life, the cerebral module, this was the seat of identity. It housed the logic chips, memory crystals, the quantum neural net, and the sensory arrays. If he were to compare himself to the primitive computers of Earth, the cerebral module was the CPU and the hard drive combined. It handled logic, stored memories, and facilitated decision-making. In human terms, it was the brain, the origin of consciousness. This explained why leaders like Megatron could survive death. As long as the cerebral module remained intact, the personality could be uploaded into a new chassis. To kill a Cybertronian permanently, you had to extinguish the spark or pulverize the head. This is why Megatron keeps coming back, Nathan realized. The body is just a suit of armor, the mind is the pilot. Cybertronians identified each other not by sight, but through frequency signatures. Every spark emitted a unique, uncopyable energy wavelength, a digital DNA. Additionally, their comm arrays broadcasted subaudible carrier signals for identification. Without these, the Decepticons would have descended into a civil war of mistaken identity every time someone got a fresh coat of paint. Nathan also learned the grim limitations of his fake heart. Unlike a natural spark, which could sustain a Cybertronian's basic life functions for millions of years in stasis, the synthetic fusion core was finite. It was leaky, requiring frequent recharges. More importantly, it was static. It could not evolve on its own. Unless Nathan reached the Allspark, he would be a mid-tier soldier until the day he was scrapped. Born a grunt, die a grunt, Nathan thought. Not a chance. At the end of the third day, Scalpel performed the promised surgery. Using the alloys he'd scavenged from T-18 and local terrestrial ores, he reinforced Nathan's frame. There you go, T-22. Your kinetic resistance is now at the ceiling for a mid-tier unit. Adapt to the weight, I'm going to find a weapon module that won't embarrass me. Scalpel hopped off the slab and signaled the tentacle bot. Once the medic vanished into the storage vaults, Nathan sat up and blinked. A customized tactical overlay, a HUD he had spent hours calibrating, flickered into his vision. Designation, T-22. Chassis integrity, reinforced titanium alloy plating. Weaponry, shoulder-mounted grenade dispatcher, right, 12.6mm TRI barrel heavy repeater, chest. Power source, synthetic fusion core, 86%. Unit classification, mid-tier warrior. He felt the increased density in his chest and limbs. His previous armor had been a simple manganese alloy, tough, but terrestrial. The new titanium composite was a significant upgrade. His power levels remained high, thanks to the second Energon cube he'd shared with Scalpel, though he'd been much more polite with the intake this time. Tentaclebot, bring the modules. Scalpel returned, his assistant dragging a small pallet holding 3 distinct metallic components. Each was no larger than the medic himself, but Nathan knew better than to judge by size. T-22, I have 3 compatible weapon modules for your frame. Choose one. Nathan looked down. 2 were shaped like compact artillery pieces, the third resembled a heavy, oversized rifle. Despite their small footprint, he knew they utilized Cybertronian space compression. It was one of the 3 god-tier technologies of their race. Space compression, making the massive compact space bridge technology, instantaneous interstellar travel mass shifting, the core of transformation. His T-Cog would take one of these modules and integrate it into his hardware, expanding it to full size only when deployed. One choice, Nathan thought, his scanners lingering over the weapons. One chance to define my combat style. Chapter 14, Tactical Selection. Nathan understood that the T-Cog, the transformation organ, wasn't limited to vehicle scans. In the ancient eras, Cybertronians took many forms, the modern obsession with vehicles was purely a matter of tactical mobility. For wheels or a jet engine simply outpaced 2 legs in a theater of war. However, a T-Cog was a specialized piece of hardware. Most Cybertronians only possessed one, and it typically stored only one primary configuration. Scanning a new form, especially switching from a ground vehicle to an aircraft, was a dangerous gamble. The internal geometry required for flight was fundamentally different from that of a car. Such a radical shift often caused a hardware conflict with the unit's weapon modules, leading to catastrophic system failure. This is why Optimus stays a truck and Starscream stays a jet, Nathan analyzed. Consistency isn't just a choice, it's a hardware requirement. Even the fabled triple changers, a specialized project spearheaded by Shockwave, weren't just lucky. They were heavily modified Decepticons with specialized T-Cogs that allowed for rapid, multiform shifts. Their true power wasn't just having 3 forms, it was their transformation velocity, which was twice as fast as a standard soldier. Dr. Scalpel, what are the specifications of these 3 modules? Nathan looked down at the pallet. Without a data link, they were just nondescript lumps of metal. Specifications. ZZEZE, I don't have the patience for a lecture. I'll just dump the raw data into your comm bus. Scalpel seemed almost twitchy, as if 3 days of Nathan's constant questioning had triggered a chronic stress response in his processors. The moment Nathan's HUD pinged with the incoming file, the medic scurried back to his primary console, desperate to avoid further conversation. Nathan opened the file, scanning the tactical readouts. Arm-mounted kinetic rifle, fires high-velocity armor-piercing rounds. High lethality against reinforced plating, drawback, low rate of fire, 0 area of effect damage, integrated heavy cannon, fires high explosive demolition shells. Ideal for structural destruction and area denial, drawback, significant recoil, poor accuracy at range, shoulder-mounted multi-launcher, fires smart tracking micromissiles. Capable of simultaneous multi-target locks. High range, drawback, moderate explosive yield, low individual projectile impact. Choices, Nathan mused. He currently had a rudimentary forearm blaster and a grenade launcher. The launcher's accuracy was laughable, it was more of a point-and-pray weapon. If he was going to survive an encounter with the Autobots, he needed something reliable. He immediately discarded the heavy cannon. In a duel between giants, missing a shot was a death sentence. He then considered the kinetic rifle, it was perfect for fighting Autobots, but then he looked at the timeline. The Autobots hadn't arrived in force yet. His primary obstacles for now were human military assets and high-speed recon. The multi-launcher it is. Nathan picked up the small module. Through the miracle of space compression, this palm-sized device would expand into a massive weapon rack once integrated. He also decided to reconfigure his existing loadout. He didn't want to discard his 12.6mm heavy machine gun, it was low-cost and reliable for anti-infantry work. Engineers versus soldiers, Nathan thought. He remembered that Autobots were originally civilian-grade hardware, laborers and scientists. Their weapons were often handheld because their chassis weren't built with integrated hardpoints. Decepticons, however, were military-grade from birth. Their weapons were part of their anatomy. A Decepticon's ammunition wasn't just a physical shell, it was a manifestation of energy. Their internal systems converted raw power from the core into projectiles. As long as Nathan had fuel, he effectively had infinite ammunition. The surgery was a clinical affair. Nathan disabled his sensory array, plunging his consciousness into a silent void while Scalpel worked. There was no need for anesthesia when you could simply toggle your pain settings to off. 30 minutes later, the connection was established. Nathan opened his optics and ran a fresh diagnostic. Designation, T-22. Chassis, titanium composite reinforcement. Loadout, 12.6mm heavy repeater, right arm, multi-launcher, left shoulder. Core status, 86%. Classification, elite mid-tier. Perfect. He felt the weight of the new hardware. He was now at the absolute ceiling of the mid-tier power bracket. While his synthetic core prevented him from evolving into a high-tier veteran, his hardware was now superior to any other T-Series drone in the base. Good luck, T-22, Scalpel rasped, not looking up from his screens. The commander returns in 1 hour. If you're going to test those systems, do it in the sub-range. Don't scuff my floors. Nathan stood up, the new hydraulics in his legs hissing with power. He felt faster, heavier, and far more dangerous. 1 hour until Starscream returns, Nathan thought, his red optics glowing. 1 hour until the mission truly begins. Chapter 15, Beyond the Vault. A Cybertronian chassis is a holistic system. It is defined by more than just the tensile strength of its armor or the output of its core, it is a synthesis of weapon modules, raw materials, and processing logic. To truly evolve beyond one's factory settings, barring experimental reformatting, a unit requires a catalyst of cosmic scale. A relic of the primes. An artifact like the Allspark. Despite the surge of satisfaction at his new titanium plating and multi-launchers, Nathan suppressed the impulse to celebrate. He needed to calibrate. With a flicker of intent, his cerebral module broadcast a deployment command. From his right forearm, 3 high-tensile barrels extended with a sharp mechanical hiss, their muzzles gleaming with cold potential. Simultaneously, the plating on his left shoulder split open, revealing the 4 dark apertures of the tracking missile rack. By the pit. T-22, cease weapons deployment immediately. Scalpel scuttled toward him, clutching a large data tablet. The medic was practically vibrating with systemic stress. I spent decacycles perfecting the shielding in this lab. If you trigger a live-fire glitch and scorch my consoles, I will dismantle you while your processors are still active. My apologies, Doctor. I was merely running a synchronization check, Nathan replied, though he mentally noted Scalpel's frantic reaction. With a series of rhythmic clicks, the weapons retracted, and Nathan's chassis smoothed back into its passive state. His attention shifted to the object in Scalpel's grip. It was a massive logic chip, larger than a terrestrial laptop. Is that the reconstructed data, Doctor? Obviously. I don't carry scrap metal for the exercise. Scalpel had clearly been prepared. Nathan hadn't seen the medic code a single line during the last 3 days, yet the chip was complete. It was a premeditated move. You'll take this with you when you leave, Scalpel buzzed. Deliver it to the air commander. Understood, Doc. Hiss. The heavy lab doors, sealed for 72 hours, began to slide apart. A familiar, towering silhouette was framed in the harsh sodium light of the corridor. Lord Starscream, the tentaclebot chirped, appearing from the shadows. Nathan lowered his head, falling into the blank slate persona of a loyal T-Series drone. Starscream entered with a restless, predatory stride, his optics scanning the room for signs of inefficiency. Time is up, Scalpel. The data chip. Right here, Scalpel replied, pointing to the massive component. The logic gates are verified. Check it yourself. Starscream seized the chip, a scanning beam erupting from his optics to verify the code. After a moment, he grunted in satisfaction. Adequate work, Doctor. You haven't lost your touch. He then turned his gaze to Nathan. Move out, T-22. We have a schedule to keep. As you command, Lord Starscream. Nathan offered a final, subtle optical pulse toward Scalpel, a silent acknowledgement of their secret pact. Scalpel tapped his head casing in return. The search for the spider ship. The surveillance of the commander. Nathan stepped into the corridor, feeling a strange sense of progression. He was leaving the safe zone of the lab and entering the true theater of war. T-22. With me. To Nathan's surprise, another Decepticon was waiting in the hallway. It was T-19, one of his batchmates from the activation sequence. Follow T-19, Starscream barked over his shoulder, already walking away with the data chip. He will brief you on your operational duties. I have other matters to attend to. Nathan stood in the silence of the corridor, his processors running a diagnostic on the interaction. No interrogation. No questions about what I saw in the lab. He had prepared a dozen different lies to explain his 3 days with Scalpel, but Starscream hadn't even bothered to look at him. Perhaps the commander truly viewed him as a mindless tool, or perhaps the Egypt mission was consuming every cycle of his attention. T-22. Follow. T-19's voice was flat, lacking the human nuance Nathan had developed. Nathan nodded. Lead the way. As they walked, Nathan finally got a true sense of the base's scale. Starscream had been busy. The fortress was carved into the raw rock of the Great Basin Desert in Nevada, a subterranean labyrinth of reinforced alloy. The main corridors were wide enough for heavy transport convoys, easily dwarfing a 6-lane terrestrial highway. They passed a massive sector labeled resource extraction. Automated logistics drones, non-sentient machines on treads or wheels, moved in a synchronized dance. They carried crates of raw ore into the refining vats and returned with empty bins. Refined from local crust, T-19 explained, his pace steady. The yield is inefficient. We process tons of terrestrial rock just to synthesize a single energon cube. But it is necessary for the build-up. Nathan nodded. He knew why Starscream chose this location. This wasn't just a hiding spot, it was a mining operation. Nevada was rich in minerals, specifically silver and rare earths, and the isolation of the desert provided the perfect cover from human satellite sweeps. We're 400 kilometers from Hoover Dam, Nathan calculated, his internal map overlaying the coordinates of the Allspark. Starscream is hiding right in the Americans' backyard, and they have no idea. He watched the drones work. To the humans, Starscream was a myth. To the drones, Nathan was an officer. But to the cosmos, they were all just ghosts of a dead planet, trying to rebuild a kingdom in the dirt of a primitive world. Chapter 16, The Hatchery of Shadows. We've arrived, T-22. T-19 came to a halt at the end of the extraction sector, standing before a reinforced heavy blast door. He entered a complex alphanumeric sequence into the terminal with mechanical precision. Hiss. The doors parted, and Nathan stepped inside. He was immediately met by a jarring sight. The room was filled with hundreds of translucent, pulsating sacs, protoform hatcheries, suspended from tiered industrial racks. Through the thin, oily membranes, Nathan could see dark, jagged shapes shifting within. They were tiny, underdeveloped Decepticons, barely larger than a standard seeker's head, their limbs twitching in a soup of nutrient-dense energon. The other 5 units from the T-Series batch, T-20 through T-25, were already there. They moved between the racks with clinical detachment, injecting fluids into the membranes. They spared Nathan only a brief, flickering glance. To them, T-22 was simply the lucky unit who had been detained for technical calibration in the lab. This is the incubation vault, T-19 explained, gesturing to the rows of swaying sacks. The most critical sector in the fortress. Lord Starscream has designated us as the primary handlers. These units require consistent feeding cycles before they can undergo full structural hardening. Protoforms. Hatcheries. Nathan stared at the developing monsters. He recognized this process. It was exactly how the Fallen had mass-produced his army on the derelict starship in the movies. The sight of these viscous, twitching sacks was a grim reminder that the Decepticons didn't just build machines, they grew them. These units were created by injecting our genetic templates into salvaged protoforms, T-19 added, his vocalizer buzzing with a trace of pride. Nathan noticed T-19 used the word our. Since Nathan had been stuck in the lab, he had effectively dodged the donation process. He felt a wave of relief. The thought of dozens of miniature Nathans crawling out of those sacks was a psychological horror he wasn't ready to face. He preferred the idea that every leaf on a tree was unique, he didn't need a forest of clones. Use this for the feeding cycle. If the intake drops below threshold, the protoforms suffer catastrophic structural decay, T-19 said, handing Nathan a blue-tinted energy injector. Great, Nathan thought, taking the tool. I went from being a lab rat to a glorified nursery attendant. He knew the cinematic reality was a lie, war wasn't all explosions and heroic duels. For a mid-tier grunt, the daily routine was a grind of logistics, maintenance, and running errands for the high-ranking officers. If you were called to the front lines, it usually meant you were being used as a distraction. Beyond the metal walls of the bunker, deep within the jagged ravines of the Great Basin Desert, a section of the canyon floor trembled. A disguised rock face slid back, revealing the glowing mouth of the fortress. Starscream stepped out into the scorching Nevada sun, his optics narrowing against the glare. The T-Series units will handle the hatchery, he rumbled to himself, his thrusters preheating with a high-pitched whine. Once the clones have hardened, I will have the numbers to secure the dam. Until then, I have a matrix to find. With a thunderous boom that echoed off the canyon walls, the Air Commander transformed and streaked toward the horizon, leaving a trail of ionized air behind. 2 days later, inside the vault. Splat. Nathan watched as one of the sacks on his assigned rack ruptured. The oily membrane tore open, and an underdeveloped, twitching mess of alloy and wires spilled onto the floor. It struggled for a moment, its optics flickering a dim, dying pink, before going silent. Another failure, Nathan noted, his sensors recording the expiration. He had spent 48 hours observing the structural failures of the batch. He wondered why their own designations started at T-18. It was becoming clear, T-1 through T-17 had likely ended up as puddles on this very floor. Their successful activation was a matter of statistical anomaly, not a guarantee. He stole a glance at the other 6 drones. He was still looking for the sabotaged unit Scalpel had mentioned, the one with the independent will. But they were all perfect statues of obedience, feeding the sacks with rhythmic, mindless efficiency. If there's another awake unit in here, they're better at hiding it than I am, Nathan mused. He turned his attention back to a failing protoform. The sack was leaking, the internal pressure dropping. The creature inside was thrashing, but its movements were erratic, causing further damage to its own developing struts. According to T-19, Starscream had explained that the failures were due to genetic conflict. The protoforms were second-hand, salvaged from an Autobot transport eons ago. Forcing Decepticon templates into Autobot-coded hardware created a systematic rejection. Nathan picked up the dead protoform, his movements practiced and cold. He was starting to learn the Decepticon way. Life was cheap, resources were everything, and the only thing that mattered was reaching the point where he no longer had to take orders from a seeker or a doctor. Keep growing, Nathan thought, looking at the surviving hatcheries. Grow fast. I need the chaos of a full army if I'm going to make my move on Hoover Dam. Chapter 17, The Clone Vanguard. The salvaged protoforms were a compromised foundation. It was highly probable they had already been imprinted with Autobot genetic markers eons ago, only for the incubation to be abandoned. Forcing a Decepticon template into a pre-existing Autobot-coded sequence created a volatile internal conflict. The theory is sound, but the hardware is unreliable, Nathan concluded. He was increasingly impressed by the analytical power of his own cerebral module. His optic sensors had scanned the hatchery structure, allowing his processing core to reverse-engineer the biological-mechanical synthesis behind the incubation sacs. However, knowing the physics was one thing, replicating it was another. Without raw protoforms, he was a technician without tools. I wonder if the derelicts hidden across this planet have stasis pods to spare, he mused, tossing the remains of a failed unit into the salvage bin. Even in failure, the alloys were too precious to discard. Hiss. The vault doors parted. Nathan's curious expression instantly smoothed into a mask of hollow deference. Lord Starscream. The Air Commander strode in, his wings twitching with an impatient energy. He offered the T-Series units a dismissive grunt before conducting a sweep of the tiered racks. "Report on the viable units," Starscream barked. T-19 stepped forward, his servos whining with tension. "Reporting, Lord Starscream. In my sector, 6 hatcheries remain structurally stable." One by one, the others reported their numbers. Nathan followed suit. By the end of the tally, only 28 sacks remained out of the original batch. A mortality rate of over 50%. 28 surviving units. Starscream's faceplates remained an unreadable mask of cold alloy. "Adequate. You have performed within expected parameters." Nathan calculated the numbers. 28 drones plus the 7 of them. 4 drones per sergeant. It was a lean, brutal hierarchy. "The hardening process will conclude in 1 solar cycle," Starscream commanded, his optics flaring a dangerous red. "I expect maximum vigilance. I will not tolerate further structural failure. Ensure the survival of the remaining batch." "As you command," the units replied in unison. Nathan didn't ask how they were supposed to guarantee survival without fresh injectors or stabilized nutrient baths. In the Decepticon ranks, a lack of success was simply framed as a lack of effort. 24 hours later. The Transit Deployment Hub. This was a cavernous, empty hall designed for staging operations. Its polished silver walls reflected the harsh, cold light of the ceiling arrays. Unlike the rest of the base, this sector was devoid of research equipment or logistics drones. It served a singular purpose: it was the airlock between the fortress and the floor of the Kerner's Great Canyon. Nathan leaned against the far wall, adopting a posture of casual standby. Beside him stood the other 6 T-Series sergeants, and before them stood their new command, 28 freshly hatched basic-class Decepticons. The hatching had been a violent, industrial affair. Unlike organic birth, where the infant is small, a Cybertronian clone undergoes a final, rapid expansion the moment the sac is ruptured. The 4-foot-tall protoforms had expanded into 4-meter-tall monsters in a matter of seconds, their armor plates snapping into place with the sound of a closing trap. Bam. "Who did that? Reveal yourself." "Gah. Was that a discarded shell casing you just threw at my cranial sensors?" "It wasn't me, Ack." A sudden clamor erupted at the center of the hall. 2 of the new clones had engaged in a chaotic scuffle, their heavy limbs swinging with uncoordinated violence. "Look at this," one of the nearby drones jeered. "A spectacle. We have 2 idiots fighting for dominance before their lubricants have even settled." "Rip his head casing off," another shouted, the surrounding drones forming a circle and broadcasting signals of aggressive encouragement. "Go for the optics. Tear the arm strut." Nathan watched with a detached, clinical interest. These clones hadn't been programmed with the refined logic chip Scalpel had given the T-Series, their personalities were raw, birthed from the aggressive genetic templates of their creators. They were a concentrated dose of Decepticon spite. Their mini-versions of T-19 and the others, Nathan noted. Since he lacked the face blindness of a human, the subtle differences in their chassis designs were obvious to him, but to anyone else, they were a wall of identical, snarling steel. He didn't move to stop them. Internal friction was a Decepticon tradition. As long as they didn't deploy weapons or scorch the hangar walls, Starscream wouldn't care. T-22. Nathan shifted his gaze as a tall silhouette approached. It was T-24. "Something on your mind, T-24?" Nathan asked, his voice a smooth, low-frequency hum. "Just observing," T-24 replied, standing beside Nathan as they watched the 2 drones tumble across the floor. "Do you have any data on the commander's next directive? Why has he gathered us at the primary exit?" Nathan offered a brief, sideways glance. "Trying to fish for data while everyone is distracted. The commander's intent is his own," Nathan replied neutrally. "I am a soldier, not a strategist. Are you suggesting you haven't been briefed on the next phase?" T-24's optics flickered with a trace of surprise. "I thought you might have received a priority packet, given your extended time in the lab." Nathan turned his head back to the fight. "Careful. This one is looking for an anomaly. If a packet exists, it hasn't reached my bus yet," Nathan said, his optics dimming. "We wait for the commander. That is the only plan that matters." Chapter 18, The Seeker Vanguard. Since the final hardening of the clones in the incubation vault, Starscream had ordered the 7 T-Series sergeants to stage the new units within the Transit Deployment Hub. They had been standing by for hours. Cybertronians possessed immense patience when hunting or calculating trajectories, but standing idle in a sterile metal hallway was a different matter. Even the T-Series units were beginning to experience logic lag from the inactivity. It was the primary reason the 2 clones had started their earlier scuffle. The Decepticon spark, or in this case, the synthetic core, was a volatile thing that demanded input. T-22, what do you calculate our first deployment will be? T-24 had been trying to initiate a data link with Nathan for some time. Seeing Nathan's optics dimmed in a state of passive standby, T-24 began to run through his own projections. Will we begin the deep-range sweep for Lord Megatron? Or will we be tasked with securing the Allspark? Nathan offered a brief, low-frequency pulse. Data insufficient. We wait. As long as it's away from this bunker, Nathan thought. He was done with the silver-white walls. He needed to be on the surface, where he could map the route to Hoover Dam without being shadowed by base security. It feels strange, T-24 continued, his vocalizer buzzing with a trace of melancholic static. We were forged here, activated in the dark. We've never felt the atmosphere of this planet, nor have we seen Cybertron. I wonder if our core code will ever recognize our original home. Nathan looked at the sergeant. He felt a rare flicker of empathy. To T-24, Cybertron was a mythic paradise, a lost Zion. To Nathan, it was a ruined graveyard from a movie he'd seen once. He didn't share the homeland sentiment, but he understood the existential dread of being a newborn soldier in a dying war. We aren't even infants by Cybertronian standards, Nathan realized. We're just hardware with a week of uptime. He also realized that for the last 168 hours, he hadn't slept. He had functioned at peak efficiency without a single cycle of stasis. It was the ultimate industrial dream, a worker that never tired, a mind that never wandered. I want to find the Autobots, T-22. If you detect their localized signal, you must transmit the coordinates to my bus first. T-24's optics flared with a sudden, aggressive crimson. I want to be the one to dismantle them. To prove our batch is superior to their ancient veterans. Nathan stared at him, his processors processing the sheer absurdity of the request. You want to take point against the Autobots? The guys who have been fighting for millions of years. He pictured T-24 trying to trade blows with Bumblebee, the legendary scout known for punching far above his weight class. T-24 wouldn't last 2 cycles. Very well, T-24, Nathan replied, his voice a smooth, neutral baritone. If I cross a signature belonging to a scout like Bumblebee, I will ensure you are the first to be notified. My gratitude, T-22. T-24 began to cycle his weapon systems in anticipation. Don't mention it, Nathan thought, turning his optics away. I'd rather not be in the splash zone when they turn you into scrap. The massive interior blast doors groaned open. A high-pressure atmosphere of authority flooded the room as Starscream entered. He looked agitated. He didn't say a word as he strode toward the 2 clones who were still wrestling on the floor. With a casual, brutal efficiency, he seized them by their neck cables and hoisted them up like broken toys. Crash. He delivered a twin set of kinetic kicks that sent the clones skidding across the hall. Cease this mindless friction. Starscream shrieked. My deck plating is worth more than your entire manufacturing run. If you scorch these walls, I will recycle your cerebral modules for target practice. The clones scrambled to their feet, their optics dimming in terror. Starscream ignored them, turning his focus to the 7 sergeants. Nathan noted the dark cloud over the commander's faceplates. Starscream had just concluded an interstellar quantum transmission with Soundwave. The spymaster had been demanding results, accusing the air commander of stagnation and threatening to relocate the search party to Earth personally. Starscream needed a distraction. He needed to generate activity to keep the high command off his back while he continued his secret work in Egypt. Vanguard. Assemble. Nathan and the others moved instantly, organizing the 28 clones into a rigid tactical formation. Seekers. Starscream's voice took on a theatrical, commanding tone. He stood before them, wings flared, relishing the sight of his own private army. The time for incubation is over. Today, you prove your utility. You will deploy across this continent with a singular mandate, locate the High Protector. Find Megatron. Finally, Nathan thought. T-19. Starscream pointed to the first sergeant. Units E1 through E4 are now under your command. You are designated as Seeker Squadron 1. You will handle the northern sectors. T-19's frame seemed to swell with prestige. By your will, Lord Starscream. We shall not fail. Starscream moved down the line, distributing the remaining clones. Nathan was assigned units E17 through E20. T-22, Starscream said, his optics lingering on Nathan for a fraction of a second longer than the others. You lead Squadron 7. Your sector is the southern desert corridors. Do not return without data. Understood, Lord Starscream, Nathan replied. He was now a commander of his own small unit. 4 clones, E17, E18, E19, and E20, stood behind him, their red optics awaiting his first directive. Squadron 7, Nathan mused. The southern corridors. That puts me directly between this base and the Hoover Dam. The board was set. The pieces were moving. And for the first time since he woke up in a metal body, Nathan was the one holding the map. Chapter 19, Command Protocol. Nathan surveyed the 4 basic class Decepticons standing before him. In the brutal economy of the Empire, Starscream's generosity was a double-edged sword. He had provided housing, fuel, and now a squad of subordinates. In a human corporation, a manager getting a private team and expenses covered might feel a flicker of loyalty. In the Decepticon ranks, it was simply an allocation of expendable assets. Commander, are we scheduled for immediate departure? One of the clones, an E-Series unit with a twitchy sensor array, broke the silence. He was clearly impatient. The other 3 shifted their weight, their optics flickering with the same restless energy. They were the only squad remaining in the transit hub. The other 6 squadrons had already deployed, and Starscream had long since streaked toward the horizon. Nathan narrowed his optics. He hadn't been daydreaming. He was deliberately stalling, leaving his units in a state of operational limbo. He was establishing his command protocol. Commander, the drone prompted again. Nathan took several heavy steps forward, his titanium-reinforced frame looming over the smaller unit. His voice dropped into a low-frequency rumble that vibrated the drone's chest plates. Do you believe your processing speed exceeds mine, E-13? The 4 clones exchanged quick, nervous glances. They were low-spec, but they weren't stupid. Negative, Commander. We were merely referencing Lord Starscream's directive regarding the sweep for the High Protector. Slam. Nathan's hand shot out, seizing E-13 by the neck cables and hoisting him off the deck. I don't recall asking for a summary of the Air Commander's orders, Nathan hissed, his optics flaring a jagged, predatory red. With his right arm, he deployed the tri-barrel heavy repeater, the muzzles rotating with a soft, menacing whine as they leveled at the other 3 drones. In Seeker Squadron 4, there is only one source of logic. Mine. He stared into E-13's flickering optics. I don't care how the other sergeants run their squads. In this unit, my directive is the only one that carries weight. Do I have synchronization? The 3 drones on the floor stared at the heavy repeater aimed at their spark chambers. They went rigid. Synchronization confirmed, Commander, they droned in unison. Nathan turned back to the unit in his grip. And you? Synchronized, Commander, E-13 rasped, his servos groaning under the pressure. Nathan released him, letting the drone hit the floor with a heavy metallic clang. Ensure that is the first and final time I have to recalibrate your obedience subroutines. The 4 clones lowered their heads, their previous arrogance replaced by a sterile, terrified compliance. They had already tagged Nathan as volatile/unpredictable in their internal databanks. Nathan didn't care. He wasn't their friend, he was their pilot. He needed them reliable, not creative. Deploy, Nathan commanded. Nevada. The Great Basin Desert. Dusk. A light, acidic rain began to fall over the jagged peaks of the Diller Range. The water hissed against the sun-baked rocks of the Kernis Great Canyon, creating a thin veil of mist. At the base of a towering rock face, a desert iguana perched on a scrub bush, its eyes rotating 180 degrees to scan for predators. Suddenly, the rock wall behind it groaned. The ground vibrated with a rhythmic, mechanical pulse. The lizard bolted, vanishing into a crevice as a disguised blast door slid open. Nathan stepped out into the open air for the first time. The atmospheric sensors in his armor immediately began a data dump: temperature, humidity, wind shear, and local radio frequencies. Behind him, E-13 through E-16 emerged, their smaller frames silhouetted against the glowing metal of the tunnel. The scale is significant, Nathan noted, looking up at the towering canyon walls. Starscream had chosen well. This sector was a geological maze, deep enough to swallow the thermal signatures of an entire battalion. Commander, what are the primary coordinates? E-15 asked, his voice hushed. He had learned his lesson in the hub. Nathan checked the map Starscream had burned into his module. The Air Commander had divided the continent into 7 grids. Nathan's sector was the southern corridor, the arid stretch of desert that sat directly between the fortress and the Hoover Dam. Starscream thinks Megatron is here, Nathan mused. Or he's using us as a screen to keep the humans occupied while he digs in Egypt. We proceed to the southern sector, Nathan ordered. He moved to the center of the canyon floor, his hydraulics hissing as he prepared for his first true transformation. With a rapid-fire sequence of grinding gears and shifting plates, Nathan's 9-meter frame collapsed and reconfigured. In a blur of mass shifting, he became a sleek, Black Ops interceptor. His engines roared to life, venting twin streams of ionized blue flame. Behind him, the 4 clones transformed into a series of smaller, unbranded scout jets. They banked hard, following Nathan's lead as he shot upward through the narrow canyon crack and into the darkening Nevada sky. Seeker Squadron 4 was officially on the hunt. Chapter 20, the Miami Infiltration. The United States. Florida. Miami. A low-frequency thunder tore through the heavy clouds over Miami, leaving a twin trail of shimmering ionized vapor in its wake. Arrived already, Nathan thought, his sensors tracking the sprawling grid of city lights below. He began to bleed off velocity, angling his flaps for a shallow descent. Using his internal navigation array, the flight from the Nevada fortress to the coast of Florida had taken less than 3 hours. Florida, that sunshine state. Known to the world for its beaches and tourism, but known to the criminal underworld and military intelligence as a place that had no room for the weak. Nathan activated a wideband terrain scan, searching for a landing zone that met his low-profile requirements. His first experience as a flight-capable unit had been functional. While the thrill of soaring through the atmosphere without a cockpit was a biological dream, the reality for a Cybertronian was often a dull exercise in fuel management and vector correction. If it weren't for the occasional beauty of the neon-lit cities below, he would have already sought a higher-spec alt mode, something with a faster engine. His current form was limited to roughly Mach 1. Crossing half of the United States in 3 hours should have been impossible at that speed, were it not for his primary tactical advantage, active optical cloaking. Nathan hadn't scanned a terrestrial jet before leaving the base. His TCOG was a veteran component, salvaged by Starscream from a fallen seeker during the Cybertronian Civil War. It held the data for a specialized Cybertronian interceptor, a craft that didn't just absorb radar, but bent light itself around its hull. Miami outskirts. Abandoned industrial sector. The corrugated metal roof of a derelict warehouse shattered into 1,000 rusted fragments as a massive, unseen pressure slammed into the floor. Dust erupted in a choking cloud. A 9-meter silhouette bled into reality, as if the air itself were thickening into metal. Nathan stood in the center of the warehouse, his hydraulics hissing as his optical cloak disengaged. The cloak integrates with the armor even in bipedal mode, Nathan noted, impressed. He had feared the invisibility was restricted to his jet form. He checked his customized data overlay. Designation, T-22. Energy core, 84%. Status, stealth module active/depletion detected. Thud. Crash. Slam. His 4 squad members arrived seconds later. The clones lacked his finesse, they disengaged their flight modes at low altitude and dropped like boulders. The already fragile warehouse didn't stand a chance. The remaining walls buckled, and the roof collapsed entirely. Outside. Now, Nathan commanded, waving away the dust cloud with a heavy metallic hand. As you command, Sergeant, the 4 replied. They stepped out into the yard of Ethelgard Industrial. The site was a graveyard of 20th-century chemistry, rusted vats, crumbling brickwork, and overgrown weeds choking the intake pipes. It was a relic of a bankrupt era, left to rot when the cleaning costs exceeded the land value. This is our forward operating base, Nathan stated, scanning the perimeter. He hadn't chosen this place at random. It was close enough to the Miami metropolitan area to allow for signal interception but isolated enough that a 9-meter robot wouldn't be spotted by a casual passerby. You are confined to these coordinates, Nathan continued, his voice dropping into a menacing rumble. No missions, no scouting, and no visual exposure without my explicit authorization. If I find a single human news report about a giant robot in this sector, I will personally rip the fusion core out of the offender's chest. Starscream won't even have time to file the paperwork. The 4 clones stiffened, their optics dimming in fear. Understood, Sergeant. We will maintain zero visibility. In any other faction, such a threat would be seen as toxic leadership. In the Decepticons, it was the only language that commanded respect. Nathan didn't want the butterfly effect ruining his advantage. If the world learned about the Transformers too early, his knowledge of the Hoover Dam and the Allspark would become useless. Squadron 7 was now positioned in the southern sector. To the west lay the Gulf, to the north, the heart of the American military-industrial complex. Listen well, Nathan said, walking toward the largest remaining hangar. If any organics approach the perimeter, you hide. You do not engage. You do not scare them. You become the shadows. Understood. Understood, Sergeant. Nathan looked toward the Miami skyline. Somewhere in this country, a boy was about to buy a yellow Camaro. Somewhere else, a frozen king was waiting for a spark. And I'm the one who's going to find it first, Nathan promised his reflection in a shard of glass. Chapter 21, The Shadow of the Dam. Nathan paused at the edge of the hangar, his optics lingering on the 4 units under his command. One final directive, he rumbled. If an organic enters this facility and detects your presence, you neutralize them instantly. They are to be detained without any outbound signal transmission. Am I clear? Crystal clear, Commander, the 4 chimed in unison. The warehouse was cluttered with rusted vats and heavy machinery, perfect cover for an E-Series drone in vehicle mode. As long as they didn't initiate any unauthorized thermal spikes, no local scavenger would ever suspect they were anything more than scrap metal. Nathan had no further instructions. He didn't care about their confusion, he only cared about his own tactical autonomy. Execute your protocols. Do not deviate from this sector. Before E-13 could ask for a specific sweep pattern from Megatron, Nathan ignited his thrusters and vaulted into the air. Mid-flight, his chassis shifted with a series of heavy metallic snaps, reconfiguring into the sleek black Interceptor. He banked hard, breaking the sound barrier as he streaked back toward the west. Behind him, the drone stared at the fading ionized trail. They exchanged a brief series of binary clicks before dispersing into the Florida night, retreating into the shadows of the factory to begin their own automated search routines. Nathan wasn't returning to the Nevada base. He angled his flight path south of the Kernis Canyon, pushing his engines to their thermal limit. 2 hours later, a massive silver ribbon appeared on the horizon, shimmering under the moonlight. Hoover Dam. From 30,000 feet, the dam looked like a concrete scar across the Colorado River. Nathan circled the area, his long-range optics focusing on the structure. The dam was a marvel of terrestrial engineering, but its true significance was buried beneath its foundations. He descended toward a nearby mountain peak, his landing struts crushing a massive boulder into gravel. He didn't care about the noise, the wind through the canyon was loud enough to mask a thunderclap. Nathan activated his thermal and night vision overlays. From the outside, the dam was a tourist trap, an innocuous civil project. Thousands of humans walked its crest every day, never suspecting that a government shadow agency, Section 7, was operating a high-security research facility directly beneath their feet. The greatest secrets are hidden in plain sight, Nathan mused. He focused his scanners on a nearby power substation. He knew Section 7 used massive amounts of energy to keep Megatron in a state of perpetual cryostasis. The substation's output was diverted into the dam's internal grid, fueling the liquid nitrogen pumps that prevented the high protector from awakening. He could smell the ozone and hear the hum of high-voltage transformers. For a moment, he considered a sabotage run. One well-placed missile into the substation would kill the cooling cycles and wake the king of the Decepticons. But Nathan dismissed the thought. Rescuing Megatron doesn't benefit me. It just gives me another master to grovel to. He needed the Allspark. But the artifact's signature was missing. Section 7 had shielded the vault with specialized radiation dampeners, effectively erasing the Allspark from the electromagnetic spectrum. I need a way in, Nathan whispered, his optics dimming as he analyzed the singular access road leading to the dam's restricted zones. He noted the security patrols and the black SUVs of the Section 7 agents. His plan was forming, he needed to scan a local government vehicle and spoof the biometric clearance. If he could slip in as a ghost in the logistics chain, he could reach the vault without firing a single shot. Las Vegas, Nevada. The city of sin was a neon wound in the desert. Nathan stood on the rooftop of a corporate skyscraper, his silhouette cloaked in active optical camouflage. Below him, the streets were a river of luxury cars and desperate tourists, a cacophony of greed and desire. A beautiful, chaotic mess, Nathan thought, looking down at the city that never sleeps. In his past life, he would have found the sight exhausting. Now, as a machine, he found it fascinating. The humans were so fragile, yet they built such vibrant monuments to their own indulgence. Time to get to work, he grunted. He walked toward the skyscraper's primary telecommunications array. With a casual strike, he disabled the physical security and tore open the primary data bus. He didn't bother with a wireless hack, he wanted the raw bandwidth of the fiber optics. He retracted a small panel on his chest, deploying a high-speed data interface. He seized a handful of fiber optic cables and jammed them into his port. Warning, external data feed detected. Authorizing. Downloading. A tidal wave of information slammed into his cerebral module. Images, news reports, government archives, and military logs flickered through his vision at speeds no human mind could perceive. He was mapping the current state of the world, searching for the names of Section 7 directors and the fleet schedules for Hoover Dam. If the answer was in the net, T-22 would have it before the sun rose. Chapter 22, The Architect of Shadows. Las Vegas, Nevada. Nathan ripped the fiber optic cables from his chest port, letting them spark against the rooftop gravel. As expected. No mention of Section 7 on the public grid. He wasn't disappointed. Expecting a shadow government agency to leave a digital footprint on a civilian network was a failure in logic. He had achieved his primary goals, synchronizing his internal clock with the current Earth timeline, 2007, and gauging the planet's technological ceiling. While the details differed slightly from his previous world, the broad strokes remained identical. Time to secure a secondary resource, Nathan mused. He seized another set of cables and jammed them back into his interface. Images of local financial institutions flickered through his HUD. Las Vegas was a city built on the flow of capital, it was the perfect environment for a digital siphon. His sensors locked onto a specific target, Fortis Bank and Trust. You're the lucky winner, Nathan hummed. He initiated a Cybertronian data stream, a surge of sophisticated code that made the bank's state-of-the-art firewalls look like a child's toy. In less than 60 seconds, he bypassed 15 layers of encryption. He didn't just want a few $1,000s, he wanted a strategic reserve. The shinier the surface, the filthier the depths, Nathan thought as he scrolled through the bank's offshore accounts and laundered funds. He decided on a figure that was significant but below the threshold of a federal audit, exactly $100 million. When prompted for account holder information, a flicker of dark humor crossed his processors. He entered the name, Archibald Witwicky. The name belonged to the great-grandfather of the story's protagonist, Sam Witwicky, the man whose madness had begun with the discovery of a frozen giant in the Arctic. To the human authorities, it would appear as an ancient, dormant trust coming back to life. Nathan severed the connection and closed his chest plating. $100 million. In his past life, he couldn't have dreamed of such a sum. Now, it was just a series of bits and bytes he had reconfigured with a flick of his intent. 1 in the morning, Nathan noted, checking the timestamp. Time to move. He vaulted from the skyscraper, his optical cloak engaging midair. He left behind a scorched server room and a broken transmission tower, a ghost vanishing into the neon lights of the strip. Ansnuff Air Force Base, Nevada. Nathan hovered near the high-voltage perimeter fence, his active camouflage rendering him invisible to the naked eye. It was nearly 1:30, yet the base was a hive of activity. Searchlights swept the tarmac, and heavily armed patrols moved in synchronized patterns. His plan for a silent infiltration of the military grid was failing. While his cloak worked against optics, he was a massive source of thermal and electromagnetic noise. To hack the hardened military servers, he would need to deploy his physical interface cables, which would instantly break his invisibility. No wonder Blackout chose to just flatten the base in Qatar, Nathan calculated. Subtlety isn't a seeker's strong suit. He realized that his current frame, a combat-class Decepticon, wasn't designed for stealth infiltration of high-security human networks. That was the domain of Soundwave's Ravage or Laserbeak. He was a hammer trying to be a lockpick. Change of plans, he decided, withdrawing from the fence. If I can't find the data, I'll wait for the players to reveal themselves. Los Angeles, California. 5 o'clock, a sleek, pitch-black muscle car drifted through the silent streets of a residential suburb. Its paint was a deep, unbranded obsidian that seemed to swallow the light of the street lamps. To any observer, it looked like a high-end customized street racer, except for one detail. The car was empty. No driver, no passenger. It moved with a predatory grace, rolling to a silent halt in front of 217 Crescent Drive. Archibald's legacy, Nathan thought, his sensors scanning the quintessential suburban home. The car was his new alt mode. After leaving the airbase, he had realized his jet form was too conspicuous for urban operations. He had scanned a customized high-performance muscle car, a Blackout Celine, allowing him to move through the streets of LA without triggering military radar. He wasn't here for Sam Witwicky. He was here for the glasses. The glasses worn by Archibald Witwicky during his ill-fated Arctic expedition. The glasses that had accidentally laser-etched the coordinates of the Allspark onto their lenses when Archibald touched Megatron's frozen finger. I need those coordinates, Nathan plotted. I won't wander blindly through the dam like a lost drone. He hadn't found the address in the public records. He'd had to perform a high-speed reconnaissance of Marshall High School to obtain the Witwicky family's residence details. It had cost him 3 hours of searching, but it was a small price for certainty. The black car sat idling in the shadows, its sensors focused on the darkened bedroom window of a teenage boy who had no idea his life was about to become a war zone. Chapter 23, The Witness. It was early summer, and the days were stretching out. Though dawn was still an hour away, the horizon was already stained with the first red threads of a rising sun. Nathan had chosen his parking spot carefully, killing his engine and darkening his windows to mimic a high-end terrestrial muscle car. A Cybertronian in vehicle form is not dormant, the shift is morphological, not functional. Nathan's consciousness remained fully integrated with his new shell, his external sensors providing him with a 360-degree, multispectral feed of his surroundings. He had scanned the customized black muscle car purely as a tactical compromise. Low profile is a relative term when you're 9 meters tall, Nathan calculated. He found the human obsession with conspicuous consumption to be a severe operational disadvantage. The black paint job helped, but he was still a magnet for local attention. However, a sleek ground vehicle, no matter how cool, was infinitely more acceptable in a human suburb than a fully armed, subsonic Cybertronian fighter jet. The choice of a high-performance vehicle wasn't an aesthetic decision, it was about kinetic capability. Cybertronian mass shifting replicated the mechanical geometry of the target vehicle. If he scanned a rusted economy sedan, his top ground speed would be restricted to that vehicle's factory limitations, regardless of how much energon he pumped through the pistons. A high-performance engine was the only acceptable bottleneck. As the sun crested the mountains, the Crescent Drive neighborhood began to stir. Joggers and early morning commuters appeared on the sidewalks. Every single human who walked past the black muscle car instinctively slowed their pace. Their primary visual response was a mix of awe and resource envy. Some even stopped to run a hand along his fender before continuing their mundane commute. Organics, Nathan observed, recording the genetic material left on his chassis. So easily distracted by shiny paint. He was beginning to regret not choosing the alternative, a derelict dump truck with the visual profile of industrial waste. He catalogued the various human sensory inputs. He couldn't understand why they needed to physically touch everything. He found it highly inefficient. The next organic to wipe grease from their synthetic breakfast onto my chassis is getting a localized thermal burst, he promised, his processors still agitated by a young boy who had earlier smeared a portion of a sandwich onto his hood. However, his operational focus shifted as the door to 217 Crescent Drive finally opened. A lanky human teenager, adjusting a backpack, stepped out. "Yeah, Mom, I got it. I'll be back on time after class." The boy waved toward the doorway, where a middle-aged human couple was offering synchronized gestures of domestic farewell. Unit identified, Samuel James Witwicky. The boy looked exactly like the file Nathan had reconstructed from high school security servers. Nathan ran a quick diagnostic on his internal protocols. He noted the complete absence of human nostalgia or cinematic affinity. He wasn't looking at a hero, he was looking at an information asset holding a critical variable. His perspective was now entirely clinical. Perspective depends on one's position. Sam, currently a tangle of teenage hormones and academic stress, straddled his bicycle and began to push off, only to slam on his brakes and stare at the black muscle car parked down the street. Whoa! Heavenly stars! Look at that! Sam abandoned his bicycle, letting it clatter to the concrete, and fast-walked toward the customized car. His father had promised him $2,000 and a car fund if he maintained a straight-A average. With the end of the semester approaching, Sam was obsessively mapping the local automotive landscape. Look at those lines, that paint is like a black hole. It's perfect. Sam was radiating low-level dopamine signals that Nathan's sensors translated as intense arousal. If I could just possess that engine. Sam reached out, preparing to run a hand along the hood, when his eyes locked onto the smear of sandwich grease from earlier. Gah. Sacrilege. Who puts grease on a work of art like this? He instantly unslung his backpack, fishing for a packet of tissues and beginning to wipe the spot with a frenetic, almost religious intensity. Don't worry, baby. I'll make you clean again. Nathan felt a flicker of systemic disgust. The boy was babying him with the same lack of self-awareness he had shown with the sandwich. If you think this paint is art, organic, wait until I show you my true form, Nathan thought, watching the human fret over the blemish. Sam. What are you doing out here? Are you talking to cars now? A harsh human voice barked from the doorway, attracting Nathan's focus. A slightly overweight human male, holding a briefcase, stepped out. Unit identified, Ronald Witwicky. If you don't depart for the academy immediately, you will encounter a high probability of tardiness, Ronald stated, checking his watch with biometric precision. Yeah, going. Sam replied, finishing his unauthorized cleaning and sprinting back to his bicycle. He looked back at the car several times as he pedaled down the street. He decided he would return after class to properly document this statistical rarity of a vehicle. Ronald watched his son disappear around the corner, then stepped into the street himself. He eyed the black car with a calculating suspicion. Nice machine. Must belong to one of those new money developers, didn't know this neighborhood attracted the bracket. He huffed, then unlocked his own conservative family sedan and began his commute. By 10 a.m., Sam's mother had departed with a small domestic canine asset, leaving the Witwicky residence entirely unoccupied. Target coordinates stabilized, Nathan calculated. He activated his internal electromagnetic dampener. The localized signal interference immediately cut all local Wi-Fi, cell service, and closed-circuit security feeds, including the camera under the Witwicky's eaves. Humans were often unaware that Cybertronian physics rendered their smart technology completely useless within a fixed radius. Nathan rolled over the manicured lawn, coming to a halt at the back of the house. He verified the signal blackout, then initiated a full morph. The process was faster than usual. His chassis reconfigured with an intuitive speed, the veteran Decepticon hardware within his T-Cog executing the sequence flawlessly. He was no longer a car. He was a 9-meter-tall war machine, his bipedal form reflecting his new alt mode, sleek, aerodynamic, and terrifying. His optics, now set into a streamlined, high-flicker pattern, scanned the house. He locked onto Sam's bedroom window. It was small, but he only needed a hand-width of clearance. Nathan reached out, his hand reconfiguring into a series of delicate micromanipulators. Before leaving Las Vegas, he had hacked an online auction database, confirming that the Witwicky glasses were not yet listed. They were still on the property. Engaging active deep tissue scan. He activated his optical sensor's full multispectral capabilities, sending a tight beam of X-ray and magnetic resonance through the house's structure. Found them. The glasses worn by Archibald Witwicky, with their distinctive Cybertronian etched coordinates, glowed on his tactical display. They were in a shoebox under Sam's bed. Archibald's map to the stars, Nathan thought, closing his fist. And I'm the one holding the key. Chapter 24, The Legacy in the Lens. The good news, the glasses were exactly where Nathan predicted, hidden within the cluttered confines of Sam Witwicky's bedroom. The bad news, they were buried at the bottom of a heavy storage chest, necessitating a less-than-surgical retrieval. Nathan extended his arm through the second-story window, his titanium-plated fingers navigating the cramped human space. He ignored the rhythmic clatter of falling trophies and textbooks as he seized the chest and gave it a controlled, high-frequency shake. Rattle. Clatter. A pair of antique, round-framed spectacles spilled out from the debris. Nathan caught them between two micromanipulators with a delicacy that defied his 9-meter stature. He withdrew his arm, the cool morning air of Los Angeles greeting the prize. This is the artifact that cost 1,000,000 years of war. To the naked human eye, they were unremarkable, cheap frames, dated glass. But Nathan's multispectral sensors locked onto the left lens. A specific fracture pattern, etched by a localized energy burst nearly a century ago, held the secret. He activated his high-resolution scanning beam, a narrow crimson light tracing the cracks. Analyzing quantum-etched data. Coordinates extracted, 36.0155 degrees north, 114.7377 degrees west. Critical anomaly, secondary data layer detected. Nathan's cooling fan spiked. As the scan deepened, a second set of information began to populate his HUD, a complex array of artifact command strings. A source code for the Allspark. He felt a surge of systemic excitement. The glasses didn't just contain a map, they contained the operational protocols for the artifact itself. Specifically, a sequence designed for chassis evolution and energy catalysis. Most Cybertronians, including the leaders of the great factions, viewed the Allspark as a blunt instrument, a source of raw power to be tapped through physical contact. It was a primitive approach. The Allspark was a rule-based cubic matrix, its surface etched with the language of the primes. To unlock its higher functions, one needed the correct command strings to trigger the internal folding mechanisms. By inputting this specific sequence, a user could force the Allspark to refine and transmute their internal spark structure. For Nathan, this was the key to turning his synthetic core into a true, high-tier spark without the risk of an unguided energy surge. Archibald Witwicky didn't just record a location, Nathan realized, burning the code into his permanent memory bank. He recorded the manual. And Megatron was too frozen to know he'd given it away. Nathan looked at the glasses. Part of him wanted to crush them to ensure his monopoly on the data. But his strategic logic overrode the impulse. He needed the timeline to remain stable. If the glasses disappeared, the Autobots and Decepticons might change their search patterns, rendering his future knowledge useless. He carefully reached back into the room and dropped the glasses onto the floor, mimicking a spill from the overturned chest. The glasses were just a vessel, he had already drained the wine. 2 days later. Kerna's Great Canyon, Nevada. The thunder of an afterburner echoed through the jagged ravines as a black interceptor plummeted toward the canyon floor. Just before impact, the thrusters flared, and the craft reconfigured into a towering bipedal form. Thud. Kerr's sound wave and his constant interference. I was within cycles of a definitive Matrix lead. Starscream strode toward the fortress entrance, his wings twitching with an agitated, violent frequency. He entered the base with a predatory speed, ignoring the logistics drones that scurried out of his path. Any drone that didn't move fast enough was met with a kinetic strike that sent it dented against the walls. He reached the comm vault, the secondary heart of the fortress. Interstellar transmissions, especially those spanning the light years back to Cybertron, required massive energy draws and specialized transceiver arrays that no individual chassis could host. Starscream entered his clearance codes and stepped into the vault. The room was dominated by a massive obsidian screen and a console bristling with multicolored control nodes. He deployed his clawed fingers, tapping a rapid sequence into the interface. The screen flickered, a static-filled image coalescing into a terrifying, featureless faceplate. Soundwave. Starscream, the monotone, digital voice rumbled across the vacuum of space. Soundwave. I trust there is a critical justification for this interruption. Starscream replied, his voice dripping with practiced, oily charm. Status update, High Protector Megatron. Location, pending. Starscream's optics flickered. Patience, Soundwave. This planet is a chaotic mess of organic signals. I have deployed my vanguard squadrons. The search is wide spectrum. Do not forget the humans here possess primitive, but annoying, detection capabilities. The screen remained silent for a long beat. Soundwave's silence was more menacing than Megatron's roar. 3 days, Soundwave finally projected. Shockwave and I have reached a consensus. If the High Protector is not located within 72 Earth hours, I will initiate a suborbital deployment to your coordinates personally. What? Soundwave, that is impossible. 3 days is not enough time to... Click. The screen went dark. The link was severed before Starscream could finish his protest. Gah. Arrogant, multi-legged piece of scrap. Starscream shrieked, kicking the console with enough force to crack the outer housing. He was trapped. If Soundwave arrived, his secret operations in Egypt would be exposed, and his dream of leadership would be crushed under the weight of the High Protector's return. He had 72 hours to find a miracle or a scapegoat. Chapter 25, Uninvited Guests. Back on Cybertron, you plotted against me. Now, even on this wretched rock, you refuse to grant me autonomy. Starscream's optics burned with a manic, flickering light. His faceplates were twisted into a mask of pure hatred. Back on the homeworld, it was Soundwave and Shockwave who had dismantled his bid for the throne. Now, after barely a week of freedom on Earth, Soundwave was back to barking orders across the interstellar void. The 72-hour ultimatum was a death sentence for his plans. 3 days. It's a statistical impossibility, Starscream calculated. He knew the limitations of his T-Series units. They were grunts, scavengers forged in a hurry. Finding Megatron in 72 hours was a gambler's dream. He had deployed them primarily to create a smokescreen, drawing the eyes of the High Command away from his illegal excavations in Egypt. But Soundwave's move had collapsed the board. The Spymaster held too much leverage. Soundwave's archives contained every discrepancy and unauthorized excursion Starscream had ever committed. If Megatron returned and Soundwave shared those logs, Starscream would be recycled for scrap. I have to contact the Fallen, Starscream realized. The Ancient Master will understand the strategic necessity of my failure. But a deeper paranoia gnawed at his processors. How did Soundwave know so quickly about the new batch of T-Series drones? Starscream turned his gaze toward the lower levels of the base, specifically toward the medical sector. Scalpel, he hissed. If you've been leaking my logistics to the Spymaster, I will enjoy your disassembly. Nevada. Hoover Dam. Noon. The desert sun hung high in a bleached sky, radiating waves of heat that blurred the horizon. A red-tailed hawk, its wings heavy with the stifling air, circled the canyon searching for a reprieve from the glare. It spotted a sleek, black muscle car parked in the shade of a massive rock overhang near the dam's restricted access road. The hawk banked, aiming for the car's roof, but as it drew near, a high-frequency rhythmic pulse erupted from the chassis. Bzzzt. Chirp. The bird screeched in alarm, its internal equilibrium shattered by the electromagnetic interference. It flapped frantically, banking away toward the cliffs. Inside the car's processors, Nathan watched the bird flee with a clinical amusement. He refocused his sensors on the dam. 2 days. And still, the board hasn't moved. He had been in passive surveillance mode since acquiring the Allspark coordinates in LA. His plan to intercept a player was proving to be a test of his endurance. He hadn't seen a single Section 7 convoy leave the facility. The Americans are staying dark, Nathan mused. It was a strange discrepancy. With 6 other Decepticon squadrons causing havoc across the continent, Section 7 should have been on high alert. They should have been deploying teams to investigate the meteor strikes and industrial accidents the T-Series units were likely causing. Maybe I should have let E-13 out of his cage, Nathan thought. A little chaos in Florida might have drawn the rats out of this hole. He pushed back into the shadows of the rock face, avoiding the direct solar glare to keep his cooling fans at a minimum noise level. He occupied his cycles by surfing the human web, a habit from his past life that had translated into high-speed data mining. To a Cybertronian, the human internet was an open book. He drifted through satellite feeds, news cycles, and social media, looking for any ripple that might signal an Autobot landing. While Nathan waited in the desert, his forward operating base, in Miami, the abandoned Ethelgard industrial plant, was no longer empty. 2 weathered vehicles rolled down the overgrown access road, a white light utility vehicle and a faded sedan. The low rumble of their engines broke a silence that had lasted for decades. The cars stopped before the rusted primary gates of the chemical plant. 6 teenagers, 3 male, 3 female, stepped out. They radiated the restless, unearned confidence of youth. Yo, Sean. This is the place, a boy named Carl asked, slamming his car door and looking at the crumbling brickwork. The one and only, Sean replied, adjusting his floral shirt with a grin. The rumors say this place is haunted by the ghosts of the chemical spill. I bet half an hour in there and you'll be begging to go back to the beach. Ghost stories are for kids, Sean, Carl shot back, clearly unwilling to lose status in front of the 4 girls. Let's see if your haunted house actually has a pulse. Guys, stop it, a girl named Alicia interrupted. It's Carl's 17th birthday. Let's just see if there's anything actually cool inside before we start the posturing. They were looking for a thrill. Specifically, they were following a local urban legend that had started only days ago. Despite Nathan's strict orders for silence, the E-Series drones were not built for patience. Left alone in a dark warehouse for 48 hours, they had begun to tinker. A passing truck driver had heard the sounds of grinding metal and high-voltage electrical arcs echoing from the plant. By the time he reached the next rest stop, the story of the haunted factory was already spreading. Sean's father was a long-haul trucker. He'd told his son the story over breakfast. Now, fueled by curiosity and the invincible arrogance of 17-year-olds, the 6 teenagers were pushing through the rusted gate, unaware that the ghosts they were looking for were 9-meter-tall engines of war with very short tempers. Chapter 26, The Spymaster's Shadow. Carl led the way into the factory, his posture rigid with a bravado he didn't quite feel. Behind him, Sean followed closely, unwilling to let the birthday boy take all the credit for bravery. The 4 girls, Alicia, Ellie, Maya, and Sarah, shared a look of weary amusement. They were used to the posturing between the 2 boys. It's just a derelict plant, Alicia noted, brushing past a rusted support beam. What's the worst that happens? We get a splinter. But as they crossed the threshold into the main courtyard, the laughter died. The interior of Ethelgard Industrial didn't look like a factory that had been abandoned for decades. It looked like a combat zone. The concrete ground was pulverized into craters, as if struck by high-velocity kinetic shells. Heavy machinery had been torn apart like wet cardboard, and the remains of a warehouse lay in a heap of twisted girders and shattered brick. Most unsettling of all, the damage was fresh. There was no rust on the exposed metal, no weeds growing in the craters. I have a feeling. Sean whispered, his bravado replaced by a genuine systemic chill. I think we're going to find exactly what we're looking for. Quiet, Carl snapped, though his hand was trembling as he reached for the handle of the primary assembly bay. Let's check the main floor. He put his shoulder into the rusted door. Creak. As the door groaned open, deep within the shadows of the vaulted ceiling, 2 crimson optics flared to life. E-15 had been tracking their thermal signature since they crossed the perimeter. Incoming data link, Squadron 4/Unit E-15. Message, 6 organics detained. Operational status, compromised. Nathan, currently parked in the shadow of a canyon wall near Hoover Dam, felt a surge of irritation. He had been deep mining the human global news cycle when the alert hit his bus. How did civilians find that hole? Nathan mused. He didn't have time to return to Miami. He sent a high-speed encrypted burst back to E-15, interrogate for intent. Identify as official or civilian. If civilian, maintain stasis lock. If official, prepare to evacuate coordinates. He assumed they were just local scavengers. If they had been Section 7 agents, E-15 wouldn't be sending status reports, he'd be engaging in a firefight. Before he could close the channel, another priority request slammed into his processors. This one was different. It carried the unique encryption key of the Decepticon chief medical officer. Connection request, Scalpel. Nathan authorized the link. Unlike the email-style status reports from his squad, this was a synchronous neural data stream. T-22. Report. Are you within the Nevada stronghold? Straight to the point, Nathan noted. Negative, Doctor. I am deployed on long-range reconnaissance. Return immediately. The situation has escalated. Nathan's cooling fan spiked. Status. Starscream has placed me under total surveillance. I am restricted to the lab sector. I have the coordinates for a space bridge injection. Soundwave is preparing for deployment, but the base's signal array is being choked by the air commander. You must return, extract the data, and establish a ground link at a specific coordinate. Without your intervention, the Spymaster cannot breach the atmosphere in time. Nathan's optics dimmed as he processed the data. Soundwave is coming. The game was changing. If the Spymaster landed, Starscream's autonomy would end, and the search for Megatron would become a global hunt. But more importantly, if Nathan helped Scalpel, he was officially choosing a side in the internal Decepticon schism. Understood, Doctor. I am inbound. Nathan didn't hesitate. He ignited his engines, the tires of his muscle car formed shrieking against the asphalt as he performed a high-speed U-turn. He abandoned his surveillance of Hoover Dam. The rabbit would have to wait. The wolves were arriving. He sent a final command to E-15, hold the organics. Do not terminate until my arrival. I have a new priority. Nathan streaked across the Nevada desert, his speedometer climbing as he pushed his synthetic core to its thermal limit. He had a space bridge to build, and a Spymaster to welcome to Earth. Chapter 27, The Space Bridge Anchor. Nathan understood the mechanics of the space bridge. It was an advanced spatial conduit technology, a rapid deployment system that transcended the standard laws of distance and time. Based on one of the three primary paradox technologies, Cybertronian spacefolding, the bridge allowed for instantaneous transit between star systems, provided one had the energy reserves and the precise target coordinates. In contrast, the ground bridge was a short-range tactical equivalent, limited to planetary or intrasystem transit. While a ground bridge was simpler to activate, often requiring only a singular operator and a set of localized energy pillars, the space bridge was a strategic endeavor, requiring immense calibration and a high-bandwidth link to ensure the traveler didn't end up scattered across a dimensional void. So Scalpel has been Soundwave's asset from the start, Nathan calculated. The pieces finally clicked into place. Scalpel hadn't just been monitoring Starscream's eccentricities for fun, he was a deep-cover mole for the Spymaster. His presence on Earth was a premeditated tactical insertion. Now that Starscream had moved to isolate the medic within the lab, Scalpel was forced to burn a secondary asset, Nathan. Despite his innate caution, Nathan didn't immediately confirm the mission. He moved through the base's primary arteries toward the medical sector, keeping his sensors tuned to the local guard rotations. He's not alone, Nathan noted, rounding the final corridor leading to the lab. Standing guard at the entrance was a Decepticon Nathan didn't recognize, a mid-tier warrior with a fresh, unscarred chassis. Designation, T-26, the guard stated, his voice a flat, synthesized monotone. I am assigned to the medical sector under the direct authority of Lord Starscream. State your directive, Seeker. Squadron 7 Commander, returning for technical recalibration, Nathan replied, his vocalizer projecting a tone of bored military professionalism. The guard scanned Nathan's ID signature and stepped aside. Nathan didn't enter the lab. Instead, he maintained a brief, professional exchange before continuing down the hallway. He realized T-26 was likely a product of the sabotaged logic chip and the recycled energy core from T-18. Starscream was fast-tracking his own security detail to counter Scalpel's influence. Secure channel, Scalpel. Inside the lab, Scalpel was pacing his limited floor space, his many limbs clicking frantically against the alloy. He was unaware that Nathan was already within the base's internal grid. T-22. Why have you not responded? Are you negotiating for more allocation? Nathan, standing in the shadows of a refining sector, sent back a smooth, calculated pulse. Doctor. I am currently evaluating the risk-reward ratio of breaching the commander's isolation protocols. Curse your ambition. Scalpel projected. Fine. If you establish the anchor, I will use my leverage with Soundwave to ensure your chassis is reformatted into a high-tier veteran class. Nathan's optics flared. Reformatting confirmed. State the deployment coordinates. The data packet hit Nathan's bus, north 33.5 degrees. A specific, high-altitude peak in the Appalachian Range. 20 minutes. Energon Storage Vault 4. The assistant will meet you. 40 minutes later, Nathan stepped out into the scorching air of the Kernes Great Canyon. In his hand, he held a small, metallic sphere, the space bridge anchor. It looked remarkably simple for a device capable of tearing a hole in the universe. According to the data dump from the tentacle bot, he simply needed to transport the anchor to the coordinates and initiate a localized energy pulse. Soundwave would handle the heavy lifting from the orbital side. Too simple, Nathan thought, opening a small panel in his chest. He deposited the sphere into his subspace storage chamber, an independent dimension fold within his frame that compressed stored items to a fraction of their mass. First, I scan a new flight alt, Nathan rumbled to himself. Then, I deal with the intruders in Miami. He was aware of the situation at Ethelgard Industrial. E-15 had reported the detention of 6 human adolescents who had stumbled into the hangar looking for ghosts. Nathan had no intention of letting them go, not because he wanted to harm them, but because he couldn't afford a security leak. He reached the edge of a cliff, his hydraulics hissing. Since his current alt mode was a ground vehicle, he had to resort to a primitive ascent. He ignited his palm thrusters, the high-pressure blue flame lifting his massive frame slowly into the sky. It was a fuel-inefficient way to climb a canyon, but it beat climbing the rock face. As he crested the ridge and transformed back into the black muscle car, he streaked toward the Florida border. He didn't notice the sleek, unbranded Cybertronian interceptor that banked out of the fortress hangar minutes later, its optics locked onto his thermal signature. The hunt within the hunt had begun. Chapter 28, The Silver Fox Interceptor. 1 hour later. Dayton, Ohio. A sleek black muscle car streaked across the broad, clean asphalt of Iverson Avenue, its engine a low-frequency predatory hum that caused pedestrians to stop and stare. Nathan was searching for a specific node of high-density aeronautical data. If one wanted to find the greatest concentration of flight frames outside of a classified airbase, the second-best option was always a national aerospace museum. Dayton was home to the National Museum of the United States Air Force, the world's largest collection of military aircraft. Nathan had arrived in Ohio from Nevada in exactly 60 minutes. For a high-performance ground vehicle, the distance was impossible, but for a Cybertronian interceptor burning cold plasma in the high atmosphere, it was a trivial transit. The museum sat adjacent to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. While the neighboring base was a fortress of radar and kinetic batteries, the museum's perimeter was designed for tourists, not planetary incursions. Nathan activated his active optical cloak and rolled onto the secondary tarmac behind the primary exhibition hangars. A mechanical graveyard, Nathan thought, surveying the rows of retired frames. The humans called this place a museum; to a Cybertronian, it was a data vault of primitive evolution. He bypassed the more famous displays, the B-52s and F-15s, and moved into the experimental prototype hangar. He passed a State Route 71 Blackbird, pausing for a fraction of a second. He remembered the Decepticon veteran Jetfire. In the cinematic records, Jetfire had chosen the Blackbird as his final alt mode, falling into a deep, energy-starved stasis within a similar museum in Washington. He's better left sleeping, Nathan calculated. Jetfire was a seeker from a forgotten age, a titan whose power far exceeded a mid-tier drone. But more importantly, Jetfire was an ideological traitor, a Decepticon who favored the light. Nathan had no intention of awakening a being who would likely disassemble him on principle. Nathan eventually found the frame he was looking for, a sleek, sharp-angled prototype designated the YH-22. Nicknamed the Silver Fox, the name shared a numeric symmetry with his own designation. The craft was a high-altitude, high-speed interceptor designed for Mach 3.5 sprints. It was faster than almost any standard terrestrial jet and even outpaced Starscream's F-22 frame in a straight line. Speed over durability, Nathan decided. I don't need to trade blows with the humans if they can't catch me. He initiated the scan. His T-cog vibrated with the familiar strain of reconfiguring his mass. He felt his energy reserves drop by 5%, a significant cost. Changing alt modes was not a casual act. Each shift required the T-cog to map a new mechanical geometry and force the chassis to align with a foreign blueprint. For a unit with integrated weapon modules like Nathan, the risk of hardware conflict was high. He felt the internal friction as his shoulder launchers shifted to accommodate the Silver Fox's narrow fuselage. Much better, Nathan rumbled. His bipedal form had returned to its original, jagged seeker silhouette, stripped of the soft curves of the muscle car. He circled the Dayton facility once, recording the coordinates of other high-value frames for future use, before banking hard toward Florida. At Mach 3.5, the flight to the Miami outskirts took less than an hour. He descended over the Ethelgard industrial plant, his thrusters venting blue fire as he performed a vertical landing in the center of the ruins. Thud. Commander. You've returned. E-15 scurried forward from the shadows of a collapsed vat. Nathan didn't acknowledge him. Instead, he scanned the facility. The plant was a wreck. Craters marred the concrete, and several secondary warehouses had been reduced to piles of twisted alloy. I leave them alone for 2 days and they treat the base like a demolition derby, Nathan thought, though his vocalizer remained silent. He wasn't surprised, Decepticon boredom was always destructive. Where are the organics? Nathan asked. In the primary assembly bay, Sergeant. E-13 and the others are maintaining the stasis lock. Lead. Inside the bay, huddled against a massive chemical reactor, were the 6 teenagers. They were a pathetic sight, covered in dust, their clothes torn from the rough handling of the drones, their faces masks of soot and terror. Sean, Carl, Alicia, and the others were surrounded by 3 towering, jagged metal monsters. They had been quiet for some time, likely paralyzed by the realization that these weren't military prototypes. The glowing red optics and the low, guttural binary clicks of the Decepticons had made the truth of an alien incursion undeniable. Sergeant, E-13 reported as Nathan entered. Vacate the bay, Nathan commanded. Wait at the perimeter. The 3 drones hesitated for a split second before bowing their heads. As you command, Sergeant. As the smaller robots exited, the 6 humans looked up. Their pupils dilated as they saw Nathan. He was taller, sleeker, and far more imposing than the drones they had been staring at for 2 days. He stood over them like a god of cold steel, his red optics burning with a terrifying intelligence. Sean swallowed hard, his voice barely a whisper. Are you the leader? Nathan didn't answer. He simply stared, his processors weighing their lives against the necessity of his mission. Chapter 29, The Seeds of Subversion. Following the departure of E-13 and his squad, Nathan turned his full optical focus on the 6 teenagers huddled on the floor. He didn't speak immediately, instead, he simply observed, his processors recording every rapid heartbeat and erratic thermal signature. To the humans, his silence was a terrifying weight. Do you think he's preparing to terminate us? One of the girls whispered, her voice a ragged frequency of terror. Is this the end? The warehouse instantly filled with a chorus of frantic, biological panic. We shouldn't have come here. Sean, this was your idea. I don't want to die in a chemical plant. I want to go home. Quiet. Sean barked, his voice cracking but firm as he tried to override the group's distress. Panicking won't optimize our survival. Listen to me. If these things wanted us dead, they would have terminated us during the pursuit this afternoon. They spent hours tracking us and bringing us back. They aren't looking for a body count, they're looking for something else. That's great theory, Sean, but we're still locked in a cage with a giant robot, Carl muttered, his eyes darting toward the open bay doors. We should run for it while he's alone. He can't catch all of us at once. Negative, Alicia interrupted. Her voice was steady, her pupils dilated with fear but her logic remained functional. She shot Carl a warning look. The other 4 are just outside. They're likely running a perimeter sweep, waiting for us to make a tactical error. Sean is right, they have an objective. At least, the big one does. The big one? Carl asked, confused. Look at him, Alicia whispered, nodding toward Nathan. The others bowed their heads when he entered. They broadcasted a specific subvocal frequency before they left. He isn't just a soldier, he's the commander. If we have any chance of leaving this sector, it's through him. From his towering height, Nathan recorded every word of their secret discussion. His audio receptors were far beyond human hearing, making their whispers sound like a broadcast. He felt a flicker of data-driven respect for Alicia. In a state of total structural disadvantage, she was still capable of rational observation and hierarchy mapping. She was far more efficient than her companions. Maybe the local organics aren't as cognitively limited as the records suggest, Nathan thought. He had no intention of terminating them. He wasn't a biological sentimentalist, but he wasn't a mindless butcher either. More importantly, he was looking at the long game. The Great War was about to arrive on this planet in full force. The Autobots would seek human cooperation, the Decepticons would seek human subjugation. Nathan wondered, why can't I seek a third path? Other Decepticons viewed humans as insects, primitive carbon-based life forms to be ignored or crushed. Nathan, possessing a pre-integration understanding of human psychology and global politics, knew better. Humanity was a resource of a different kind. If he wanted to avoid being hunted like a street rat after the inevitable fall of Megatron, he needed to plant seeds. He needed long-term strategic assets who didn't see the Decepticons as a purely malevolent force. If he could foster a cooperative relationship now, it might yield high-value dividends when the military-industrial complex eventually realized they were outgunned. Cooperation is a matter of mutual leverage, Nathan mused internally. But leverage requires a neutral first impression. He watched them for a moment longer. They were discussing the origins of his race, debating whether he was a Russian secret weapon or a Martian invader. It was time to correct the data deficit. Alicia, Nathan rumbled, his voice a deep, resonant baritone that vibrated the very air in the warehouse. The girl froze. She looked up, her blue eyes wide, staring directly into his glowing red optics. Despite her fear, she maintained eye contact. You know my name, she stammered, her vocalizer failing to synchronize under the stress. I know many things, Nathan replied, leaning down until his massive faceplates were only a few meters from her. I have observed your analytical capabilities. You are more efficient than your peers. Alicia's heart rate spiked to 140 BPM. She looked as if she might go into systemic shock, but she didn't look away. Nathan felt a slight amusement. Why was he trying to engage a 17-year-old organic? He was a Decepticon, he didn't need to explain himself or seek approval. His pre-integration social protocols were still occasionally overriding his tactical logic. Understand your situation, Nathan stated, his tone becoming cold and clinical. I can authorize your release. I can return you to your social grid. We won't tell anyone. Sean shouted from the group, desperate to capitalize on the offer. We'll say we never came here. We saw nothing. We'll tell the police we just fell down, another girl added, her voice high and erratic. Alicia quickly covered the girl's mouth. Quiet. If we don't report it, the authorities have no reason to investigate. We were just exploring a derelict site. We encountered nothing but structural decay. Nathan watched her, a dark smile playing across his internal circuitry. She was already thinking about operational security. Correct, Nathan said. You saw nothing. You encountered a structural decay. Because if you speak of what you saw, my squad will not be the one to find you. The humans in the black SUVs will. And they are far less patient than I am. He stood up to his full height, his shadow swallowing the group. Go. Now. Before I recalibrate my decision. Chapter 30, The Desolate Anchor. Excellent, Nathan rumbled, his optics dimming to a satisfied glow as he watched the 6 teenagers scramble to process their situation. Your survival instinct is functioning within acceptable parameters. As Alicia and the others shared looks of haunted relief, Nathan allowed a subtle, rhythmic click to emanate from his vocalizer, a Cybertronian approximation of a smile. Since this is our initial encounter, consider this a specialized allocation for your silence. With a flick of his wrist, 6 slips of high polymer paper fluttered down from his massive palm, drifting through the air like autumn leaves. What is this? Carl asked, snatching one of the slips from the air. Before he could scan the text, Nathan's voice vibrated through the warehouse again. Bank drafts. $10,000 each. Valid at Fortis Bank or any affiliate branch. Use them to stabilize your local socioeconomic status. Nathan leaned down, his faceplates only meters from the huddle. A final diagnostic warning: these funds were acquired through unauthorized digital extraction. If my presence is disclosed to the authorities, you will not only lose the allocation, but you will be flagged as co-conspirators in a planetary-scale felony. The teenagers stared at the checks, then at each other. Nathan's tone was no longer that of a monster, it was the silk-smooth resonance of a devil offering a pact. He didn't believe in human promises. He believed in mutually assured destruction. By accepting the currency, they weren't just victims anymore, they were assets with a vested interest in his anonymity. A minor expenditure for long-term security, Nathan thought, watching the 2 SUVs retreat down the industrial road through his long-range optics. The 6 had taken the money. $10,000 was a massive sum for a high school student, enough to ensure that if one of them considered talking to the police, the others would act as a natural deterrent. Greed was the ultimate encryption. Sergeant E-13 and the rest of the squad approached, their optics flickering with curiosity. They didn't understand why their commander had released the organic witnesses, but they knew better than to challenge the protocol. This facility is compromised, Nathan commanded, turning to face his unit. Identify a secondary forward operating base and relocate immediately. I expect 0 visibility during the transit. A new base. E-16 looked at the chemical plant with a trace of mechanical nostalgia. Are you not coming with us, Sergeant? Negative. I have high-priority clandestine objectives authorized by the Air Commander. You will operate under autonomous sweep protocols until further notice. Nathan had no intention of babysitting 4 drones while the spymaster was in transit. He needed to be mobile and unburdened. Transmitting secure comm link, Nathan added. Once you have stabilized at the new coordinates, send the ping. If I require your kinetic support, I will signal. Understood, Sergeant, the 4 responded in unison. Nathan watched them begin their reconfiguration. He had established his command, he had planted his seeds in the human social grid. Now, it was time to move the needle on the Great War. The Atlantic Ocean. An unnamed atoll. Nathan arrived at the coordinates 40 minutes later. He had pushed his YH-22 Silver Fox frame to Mach 3.2, carving a path through the high atmosphere that left no radar trace. The destination was a desolate speck of sand and rock deep within the Atlantic. It was so small and isolated that it didn't exist on any civilian or military navigation chart. If Scalpel hadn't provided the exact quantum signature, Nathan would have overshot it by 100 miles. The sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, painting the ocean in a violent, shimmering crimson. Nathan ignored the view. He landed on a flat stretch of beach, his landing strut sinking into the sand, and transformed into his bipedal form. He reached into his chest plates and retrieved the metallic sphere, the space bridge anchor. Secure channel, Scalpel. Doctor. I am at the primary coordinates. Initiate anchor deployment. You are ahead of schedule, T-22. Stand by. Scalpel's response was frantic. Nathan could hear the background whine of laboratory equipment and the heavy, rhythmic thrum of the base's security scanners. Speed is the only variable that matters, Nathan thought. His choice of the Silver Fox interceptor had paid off. At his current velocity, he could circumnavigate the planet in less than 10 hours. He was no longer just a drone, he was a high-speed strategic delivery system. While he waited for Scalpel to clear the signal path, Nathan surveyed the island. It was a simple geographic feature, volcanic rock at the center, surrounded by dense tropical brush and white sand. It was the perfect dead zone. No humans, no sensors, nothing but the roar of the surf and the cold vacuum of space waiting to be tapped. He held the sphere up to the dying light, his optics scanning the intricate circuitry on its surface. Somewhere above him, in the cold dark beyond the atmosphere, a spymaster was waiting for a door to open. And Nathan was the only one with the key. Chapter 31, Cognitive Hubris. Secure channel, Scalpel. T-22. The uplink channel is secured. Initiate anchor deployment immediately. Nathan received the confirmation just as he finished his survey of the beach. Scalpel had likely spent the last few minutes bypassing the base's outbound internal sensors to give Soundwave a clear window. Understood, Doctor. Deploying now. He looked at the expansive stretch of white sand. It provided a clear line of sight to the upper atmosphere, optimal for a high-bandwidth spatial injection. He reached into his chest and retrieved the metallic sphere. With a series of precise taps based on the instructions from the tentacle bot, the smooth surface of the device fractured. Gears whined and plates shifted as the sphere expanded, reconfiguring into a multi-stage signal transceiver nearly half his own height. Nathan placed the tower in the sand and stepped back, watching as its internal power cell began to pulse with a low, rhythmic blue light. Now, we wait for the breach, Nathan thought. Suddenly, his long-range auditory sensors picked up a frequency that didn't belong to the ocean. He snapped his head toward the horizon. A black speck was growing rapidly, carving a path through the atmospheric haze. Aerial signature detected, Cybertronian interceptor. Designation, T-24. Nathan's cooling fan spiked. A surge of irritation and wariness flooded his processors. T-24. Why is he outside his designated search grid? The interceptor banked over the island, its engine screaming before it performed a vertical transition. With a heavy thud that cratered the sand, T-24 landed only meters away. T-22. What is your status in this sector? T-24 asked, his optics scanning the beach before locking onto the pulsing transceiver tower. Is this a tactical asset? I don't recall this being part of the standard deployment kit. Nathan subtly shifted his weight, keeping his right arm, and the integrated heavy machine gun, angled behind his torso. A signal repeater for Lord Starscream's clandestine search, Nathan lied, his voice a smooth, calculated baritone. I am operating under a restricted directive. Why have you abandoned your sector, T-24? T-24's optics flickered with suspicion. He had followed Nathan from the Nevada fortress, tracking his thermal signature across half the continent. He was convinced Nathan had a lead on Megatron that he wasn't sharing. The northern grid was unproductive, T-24 replied, stepping closer to the transceiver. I calculated a high probability that your calibration time in the lab yielded a specific set of coordinates. Is this the beacon for the High Protector? Search parameters are confidential, Nathan said, moving to flank him. Did Lord Starscream authorize your assistance in this mission? Negative. I took the initiative to ensure our batch's success. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The conversation ended in a burst of high-velocity kinetic fire. Nathan's tri-barrel repeater roared, spitting a stream of 12.6 mm armor-piercing rounds into T-24's back at point-blank range. Gah. T-24 shrieked as the rounds shredded his rear plating, the impact force driving him face-first into the sand. He hadn't expected a brother to fire without a formal challenge. T-22. Traitor. You dare fire on a squad leader. T-24 roared, rolling onto his side. His cooling system was leaking fluid, and sparks showered from his mangled spinal struts. Nathan's expression remained a mask of cold alloy. He didn't feel guilt, he felt a clinical necessity. T-24 had seen the space bridge anchor. If he reported this to Starscream, Nathan would be recycled for scrap within the hour. In a zero-sum game, there was no room for witnesses. Don't blame me, T-24, Nathan rumbled, stepping over the fallen drone. Blame your own curiosity. You should have stayed in your cage. T-24, fueled by a surge of desperate energy, deployed his arm-mounted fusion cannon and fired a blind shot. Boom. The shell slammed into Nathan's chest plates, the explosion throwing him backward. Nathan grunted as his sensors shrieked warnings about structural integrity, but Scalpel's titanium reinforcement held. The armor was scorched, but the core was intact. Stubborn piece of junk, Nathan hissed. He deployed his shoulder-mounted multi-launchers. For micromissiles ignited, their tracking sensors locking onto T-24's heat signature. Whoosh. Boom. The beach erupted in fire. 2 missiles slammed into T-24's torso, the other 2 detonated against his cranial housing. The secondary explosion tore through T-24's vocalizer, reducing his screams to a pathetic gargle of static. Nathan approached the wreckage. T-24 was still online, his optics flickering a dim, dying pink. His left arm was gone, and his chest plates were a jagged ruin of exposed circuitry. You, betrayer. T-24's voice was a stuttering mess of binary. Starscream will hunt you. Nathan didn't hesitate. He reached down, seizing T-24's head casing in both hands. With a brutal application of hydraulic pressure, he twisted. Crunch. The light in T-24's optics vanished. Nathan tossed the severed head aside and reached into the neck socket, retrieving a small, crystalline shard, the memory core. He slotted the crystal into a diagnostic port on his forearm. A blue light scatter projected into the air, playing back T-24's final minutes. Nathan watched at 100x speed, searching for a specific outbound signal. There. No transmission. T-24 had been so focused on stealing the glory of the find that he hadn't reported his departure or his discovery to the base. He had wanted to present Megatron as a personal trophy. Cognitive hubris, Nathan noted, crushing the memory crystal into dust. You thought you were the protagonist, T-24. You forgot that in this world, protagonists are the first to die. He looked at the headless chassis on the sand, then back at the pulsing space bridge anchor. The beach was stained with energon, but the sky was clear. The bridge was almost open. Chapter 32, The Heart of Kaon. The Milky Way. Alpha Centauri. In the cosmic neighborhood of the Sol system, Alpha Centauri stood as a silent, misunderstood titan. The humans of Earth mapped its stars, unaware that within its gravity well sat a massive metallic sphere, a planet that had hosted a sentient mechanical civilization for eons. Cybertron. From the vacuum of space, the planet looked like a dying ember. The Great War had extinguished 99% of its natural luminescence, leaving a world of jagged obsidian and cold, scarred metal. But today, a flicker of activity within one of its last surviving strongholds was about to shift the planetary equilibrium. Kaon City. As the primary rival to Iacon and the birthplace of the Decepticon movement, Kaon was a sprawling industrial nightmare. It was a fortress city designed for one purpose, the mass production of war. Even though Iacon, the symbolic seat of power, had long since fallen to the Decepticon legions, Kaon remained the true seat of authority, commanded by the high-ranking veteran, Soundwave. The ancient order of Cybertronian city-states had collapsed long before the first shot of the Civil War. The transition from an administrative meritocracy to a Darwinian systemic collapse had been swift. Now, Kaon functioned as a hive of military logistics. In the shadows of the central spire, lower-tier drones scurried across the assembly plaza, hauling crates of refined energon and munitions. A few veteran warriors performed diagnostic checks on their weapon systems, their optics occasionally flickering toward a silver-gray silhouette standing near the balcony. Soundwave. The spymaster hasn't left the Citadel in decacycles, one drone whispered via localized burst to his batchmate. Why is he standing in the open today? Perhaps a new offensive against the Autobot remnants. Doubtful. He looks like he's running a landing vector calculation. He's waiting for someone. Must be a high commander. Someone from the inner circle. Quiet and move. Barricade is expecting these shells, and he has a short fuse since his reformatting. Soundwave recorded every packet of their data exchange, filtering it through his central processor. He didn't care about their gossip. As the chief information officer, he monitored trillions of such signals daily. Unless the data suggested treason or a breach of Megatron's standing orders, he allowed the background noise to persist. He had more pressing variables to calculate. He looked up as a strange, angular Cybertronian craft tore through the smog-filled sky, banking hard toward the plaza. With a rhythmic sequence of shifting plates and clashing metal, the ship reconfigured into a towering, mono-eyed figure. Shockwave. Soundwave, the mono-eyed scientist rumbled, his voice a cold, logical monotone. Your request for a physical rendezvous was unusual. Why could this data not be transmitted via the secure quantum link? Information, sensitive, Soundwave replied, gesturing toward the interior of the Citadel. Starscream's transparency, 0. A physical presence is required for the next phase. The Citadel of Kaon. The fortress was a monument of industrial terror. It was constructed from the recycled remains of the prisoners processed in the smelting pools, a brutal legacy of Megatron's early reign. It was a place of iron discipline and zero sentiment. Inside the command tier, the two remaining masters of Cybertron stood before a massive panoramic window. Shockwave and Soundwave were mirrors of each other in their efficiency, though Shockwave's logic was driven by cold science, while Soundwave's was driven by the flow of information. You are departing Cybertron, Shockwave stated. It wasn't a question, it was a deduction based on Soundwave's localized energy preparations. Affirmative, Soundwave droned. Starscream, deceptive. Scalpel reports unauthorized resource allocation and the creation of unbranded T-Series units. His objective on Earth is no longer aligned with the High Protector's recovery. Starscream's ambition is a constant variable, Shockwave noted, his mono-eye pulsing with a dim light. If he weren't plotting, he would be non-functional. Soundwave offered a rare, dark modulation in his vocalizer. The ultimatum I broadcast was a deception. He expects me in 72 hours. I will breach the atmosphere much sooner. The space bridge anchor is being established as we speak. Shockwave turned back to the window, looking out over the sprawling ruins of Kaon. And my role. Kaon, exposed. I am transferring all local garrison authority to your command, Soundwave stated. Without a commander-class unit, this sector will fall to Autobot guerrilla insurgents. I leave the planet in your hands, Shockwave. Maintain the infrastructure. I will return with the High Protector. Shockwave watched the drones below, his logic already calculating the troop redistribution. Logic dictates that your success is mandatory, Soundwave. Go. I will ensure the hearth of the Decepticons remains burning. Chapter 33, The Cold Logic of Kaon. The remnants of the Autobot resistance had become a cancer upon the Decepticon occupation. Since the fall of the High Council, they had fractured into decentralized insurgent cells, launching hit-and-run strikes against Energon convoys with a persistence that defied standard military suppression. Unlike the old wars fought over territory, this was a war of attrition. Shockwave stood by the viewport of the Citadel, his mono-eye pulsing a rhythmic, clinical violet. The insurgent variable is high. We lack the resource allocation to perform a global purge. We are forced into a reactive defensive posture. Soundwave, standing behind him, offered a digital chime of agreement. Resolution, consolidation. I am relocating the Kaon garrison to Iacon. Under your direct oversight, the administrative capital will remain secure. Shockwave turned, his heavy footfalls echoing against the alloy floor. You are granting me authority over the Minicon Legion. That is, uncharacteristic. Information, Priority 1, Soundwave responded. Starscream is a compromised variable. My deployment to Earth is mandatory. I have instructed the Legion to synchronize with your tactical bus. Use them to maintain the perimeter. Shockwave's logic circuits hummed. To the Decepticon High Command, Soundwave's tapes were his most guarded assets. Entrusting them to another was a sign of absolute necessity. You are certain the High Protector survives? Data points suggest a subterranean stasis lock, Soundwave confirmed. Furthermore, the planet, Earth, appears in the archives of Iacon. It is referenced in the pre-expansion logs. There is a fundamental, non-linear connection between our worlds. I require you to access the deep data vaults while I am in transit. Scan 4, Project, Sun Harvester. Shockwave nodded. The archives. I will map the historical anomalies. Iacon will hold, Soundwave. Even in the absence of the Prime, Ultra Magnus is a predictable tactician. I can manage him. 3 days, Soundwave added, his voice dropping into a distorted bass. Do not announce my departure to the Kaon ranks. I require the 72-hour buffer to catch the Air Commander in a state of operational transparency. Logic dictates secrecy, Shockwave replied. Go. Reclaim our king. Kaon Assembly Plaza. In a secluded corner of the massive staging ground, 4 high-tier warriors stood in a circle of mutual distrust. The surrounding drones gave them a wide berth. These were the elite, the monsters who did the work the Seekers couldn't handle. Among them were Barricade, a former enforcer-turned-hunter, and Blackout, a heavy assault specialist from the Aerial Defense Command. Standing with them were Brawl, a walking arsenal of heavy artillery, and Bone Crusher, a jagged, hate-fueled scavenger. Barricade, Blackout rumbled, his rotor blades twitching on his back like a nervous habit. What is that primitive kinetic tool you are calibrating? Barricade swung a pair of massive, spiked flails, Morningstar muzzles designed for close-quarters crushing. A solution for those who think they can outrun my scanners, he rasped, the chains rattling with a menacing hiss. Inefficient, Blackout scoffed, his shoulder cannons shifting. My high-explosive payloads can vaporize an insurgent squad before they enter your melee range. Why settle for scrap when you can have ash? Barricade's optics flared. Since his reformatting, he had become obsessed with the visceral kill. I'll remember that, Blackout. Perhaps when your missiles fail, I'll show you how to properly crack a spark chamber with my bare hands. Is that a challenge, Enforcer? Blackout's faceplates shifted into a combat snarl. Brawl and Bone Crusher shifted away, their sensors tracking the rising thermal signatures. They had no desire to be caught in the crossfire between 2 commander-class egos. The tension was snapped by a high-pitched mechanical shriek. Laserbeak circled overhead, diving toward the group. The Master summons you, the bird drone broadcast. Interstellar deployment is imminent. Prepare for transit. The Atlantic Atoll. 2330, Nathan stood over the freshly packed sand, his optics set to a low-power red glow. The headless wreckage of T-24 was buried deep beneath the volcanic rock, his core and memory chips pulverized beyond repair. Burial in the sand. A classic human trope, Nathan thought, wiping a smear of energon from his forearm. He checked his chest plating. T-24's final, desperate fusion cannon shot had left a significant dent in his titanium composite armor. It was a reminder that even a mid-tier drone could be lethal if they caught you off guard. My first kill, he noted, his internal logs recording the event with 0 emotional weight. It was faster than the movies suggest. No speeches. Just kinetic impact and data corruption. He looked at the space bridge anchor. The blue pillar of light was now vibrating with such intensity that the surrounding air was beginning to ionize. The portal was nearly at full strength. He didn't regret the execution. If T-24 had returned to base, Nathan's secret alliance with Scalpel, and his theft of the Allspark coordinates would have been exposed. T-24 hadn't even reported his departure. He had been blinded by a protagonist complex, thinking he could find Megatron alone and leapfrog the hierarchy. Cognitive hubris, Nathan whispered. He stepped back as the sky above the atoll fractured. The space bridge was no longer a beacon, it was a doorway. And through that door, the true weight of the Decepticon Empire was about to descend upon the Earth. Chapter 34, The Arrival of the Elite. Nathan stood at the edge of the dunes, his optics shielded against the sudden, violent surge of luminosity from the transceiver tower. Boom. The pillar of azure light, which had been a steady beacon, suddenly expanded into a blinding vertical corridor that lanced through the clouds and into the ionosphere. The air around the tower began to crackle with static discharge, the sand beneath it vitrifying into glass from the sheer thermal output. It's starting, Nathan calculated, his internal sensors adjusting to the massive gravitational flux. I dealt with T-24 just in time. Had the other sergeant been present for this event, Nathan's secret involvement in the space bridge injection would have been broadcast to the entire Decepticon network. Instead, the only witness to the breach was a silent beach and a pile of buried scrap metal. The light reached a critical threshold, warping the air into a shimmering veil of violet energy. Then, with a thunderous atmospheric snap, four massive silhouettes materialized within the light. Decepticons. Establish a perimeter. Let this primitive world tremble. Gah, the humidity is clogging my intake filters. Where are we? Bone Crusher, you simpleton, we are on an island. Did you purge the mission data before the transit? The sand, it's irritating my joint servos. I'm going to slag this entire beach. Nathan watched from behind a jagged rock formation, his processors recording the newcomers. Even without their terrestrial alt modes, their protoform chassis designs were unmistakable. These weren't mass-produced T-Series drones, these were the veterans of the Kaon pits. At the center of the group stood the silver-gray Titan himself. Soundwave. Nathan didn't hesitate. He stepped out from the shadows, lowering his head casing in a gesture of absolute fealty. Lord Soundwave. Welcome to Earth. The anchor was stabilized according to the doctor's precise coordinates. Soundwave's crimson optics locked onto Nathan. The spymaster didn't speak, he initiated a high-speed data sweep, scanning Nathan's chassis and ID signature. T-22, Soundwave's voice was a textured montage of digital clips. Efficiency, noted. Loyalty, verified. Withdraw to the secondary perimeter. I will summon you when the tactical map is finalized. Understood, Lord Soundwave. Nathan didn't need to be told twice. He transformed into the Silver Fox Interceptor and performed a low-altitude vertical lift, relocating to the island's central peak. He needed distance. Standing among these high-tier warriors was like being a lamb in a den of wolves. One erratic spark from Bone Crusher could end his mission before he even reached the mainland. From his vantage point on the ridge, Nathan watched Soundwave brief the squad. The objective remains unchanged, Soundwave broadcasted on a secure frequency that Nathan's sensors barely intercepted. Locate the High Protector. Maintain total stealth. Starscream is a compromised variable, avoid his search grids at all costs. By your command, Soundwave, Barricade replied, his spiked flails clicking against his hip plating. The squad was a perfect tactical unit. Barricade for reconnaissance, Blackout for heavy air support, Brawl for armored demolition, and Bone Crusher for frontline chaos. Soundwave paused, his mono eye pulsing as he looked at Bone Crusher, who was currently trying to kick a palm tree over. Brawl. A change in protocol. Stated, Lord Soundwave. You and Bone Crusher will deviate from the primary search. Establish a deep cover stasis site on the mainland. You are the reserve kinetic force. Do not engage unless signaled. He turned to the other two. Barricade. Blackout. You will handle the primary search for NBE-1. Your experience is required for the infiltration of the human military-industrial complex. Understood, Barricade rasped, his combat mask sliding into place. Nathan watched as the four veterans launched from the island, streaking toward the horizon in their protoform flight modes. He noted a small, spindly shape detaching from Soundwave's chest and latching onto Barricade's back. Frenzy, Nathan identified. The master of data subversion. If anyone can find Megatron in the Section 7 archives, it's him. He felt a pang of envy. Having a member of the Minicon Legion as a personal asset was the ultimate force multiplier. Information was the only true currency in this war, and Soundwave held the bank. Once the island was silent again, Nathan descended from the peak, landing softly on the vitrified sand. Lord Soundwave. Scalpel has provided a favorable diagnostic of your performance, T-22, Soundwave stated, turning his massive frame toward the seeker. I live to serve the cause, Lord Soundwave, Nathan replied, his vocalizer projecting a tone of humble military ambition. With your arrival, the return of the High Protector is a statistical certainty. He was laying the groundwork. Soundwave valued loyalty above all else, loyalty to the mission and to Megatron. The doctor informs me you seek a systemic upgrade, Soundwave noted, his optics narrowing. A reformatting into a high-tier combatant. Nathan's internal temperature spiked. This was the moment. The payment for the space bridge, the execution of T-24, and the betrayal of Starscream. I seek to better serve the Empire, Nathan said, his voice steady. A mid-tier frame has limitations. If I am to act as your operative within the Seeker Vanguard, I require the structural integrity and processing speed to match the veterans. He wasn't just asking for a new coat of paint. He was asking for a total systemic overhaul. The resource cost is significant, Soundwave buzzed. But the necessity for a reliable agent within Starscream's inner circle is higher. I will authorize the reformatting. Nathan bowed his head, his optics glowing with a fierce, red light. Finally. The drone is dead. Long live the elite. Chapter 35, The Liquid Fire of Icon. Soundwave did not immediately confirm Nathan's request for reformatting. Instead, he tilted his head casing, his crimson visor reflecting Nathan's scorched titanium chest plates. Query, internal power source. Nathan went rigid. Energy core, Lord Soundwave. Standard synthetic grade. Conclusion, a mid-tier core is calibrated for a mid-tier spark frequency, Soundwave droned, his voice vibrating through the sand. It lacks the thermal overhead to sustain a high-tier combat chassis. Structural collapse, inevitable. Nathan lowered his head. He understood the physics. In the Cybertronian hierarchy, the body followed the soul. You couldn't force a high-output military frame to function on a civilian-grade battery without the servos seizing under the power draw. Evolution requires a dual-track synchronization, Soundwave continued. The spark must expand before the frame can be cast. The core within your chest is a Starscream design, a mass-produced shortcut. It cannot be upgraded through standard field calibration. Nathan felt a surge of calculated disappointment. Was his mission for the space bridge all for nothing? Had he killed T-24 only to remain a drone? Do not miscalculate the variable, Seeker, Soundwave added, noting the dip in Nathan's optical brightness. There is an alternative to the Allspark. Nathan looked up, his sensors recalibrating. An alternative? But the Allspark is the only source of primal induction. The Allspark is lost to the void, Soundwave confirmed. But the well of Allsparks on Cybertron still contains trace amounts of raw energon, the primordial liquid fire that birthed our race before the Great War. He gestured to the history of their people. In the ancient eras, Cybertronians were primal-induced, birthed naturally from the well by the artifacts of the primes, such as Solus Prime's forge or the Ember's tone. But after the Fallen's betrayal and the well's depletion, the race turned to synthetic frame casting, artificial manufacturing where a memory core was simply slotted into a pre-built body. Synthetic casting was efficient, but it lacked the soul of a true spark. It created grunts, not leaders. I cannot grant you a spark from the Allspark itself, Soundwave said, reaching into his chest compartment. But I can provide the catalyst. He withdrew a translucent cubic container. Inside, a viscous, fiery red liquid swirled with a life of its own, radiating a thermal signature so intense that the sand around Soundwave's feet began to glassify. Data analysis, raw energon concentrate. Source, the well of all sparks. Nathan's intake vents cycled rapidly. He felt the pull of the energy, a primal, magnetic attraction that every Cybertronian felt for the source of their life. This wasn't a standard energon cube, this was the raw, unrefined essence of their planet. Is this my allocation? Nathan asked, his voice barely a whisper. Consider it a down payment on your continued discretion, Soundwave replied, tossing the cube toward Nathan. Nathan caught it with both hands, his micromanipulators trembling as he secured the relic. This was more than a promotion, it was a path to becoming a true Cybertronian, a being of spark rather than just a being of code. This concentrate is sufficient to trigger a systemic evolution to a high-tier veteran state, Soundwave commanded. Consume it only once I have departed this sector. Your frame will undergo a violent reconfiguration. You must be isolated. Thank you, Lord Soundwave, Nathan said, bowing low. I will not fail the cause. Soundwave's optics narrowed. The Air Commander. What are his current local coordinates? What data have you gathered on his unauthorized excavations? Nathan's processors whirred. He knew about the search for the Matrix in Egypt, but he also knew Soundwave likely already had the data from Scalpel. He had to provide something valuable but safe. Lord Starscream has been absent from the Nevada stronghold for 48 hours, Nathan reported. He has delegated the search for NBE-1 to the Seeker Vanguard, but he has provided us with zero tactical support. He is hoarding energon reserves for a private project. I calculate a 94% probability that he is searching for a primal artifact outside of the North American theater. Soundwave processed the information. Starscream's transparency remains 0. As expected. He looked at Nathan one last time. You will maintain your position within the Vanguard. Remain as Starscream's shadow. Do not return to the Nevada base for 3 solar cycles. By then, my presence will be established, and the Air Commander will be re-evaluated. Understood, Lord Soundwave. Nathan watched as the Spymaster transformed into a sleek, unbranded satellite scout and lanced into the upper atmosphere. The beach was silent again, save for the headless body of T-24 buried in the dunes. Nathan looked down at the glowing red cube in his hands. The drone is dead, he thought, his optics flaring with a new, dangerous light. Now, it's time to see what I can become. Chapter 36, The Transmutation. Infiltrator. Nathan processed the word with a flicker of irony. Somehow, despite being a direct creation of Starscream, he had been successfully re-indexed as a deep cover asset for Soundwave. He was no longer sure whose side he was on, or if sides even mattered in a world of shifting mechanical allegiances. Lord Soundwave, Nathan pulsed, maintaining a respectful vocalizer frequency. You require me to remain outside the Nevada stronghold for 3 solar cycles. Affirmative, Soundwave droned. Your sudden evolution to a high-tier state would trigger a high-probability security audit by the Air Commander. In 3 days, I will broadcast a formal notification. I will frame your upgrade as a battlefield merit, a reward for providing critical data on the location of NBE-1. A perfect cover, Nathan calculated. He wouldn't have to fabricate a lie, the Spymaster was providing the narrative for him. I am honored by your tactical foresight, Lord Soundwave, Nathan replied, his optics dimming in a gesture of fealty. Soundwave's visor pulsed. He wasn't just being generous, he was being practical. With Brawl and Bone Crusher diverted to a deep cover reserve site, his active field strength was limited to Barricade and Blackout. Having a high-tier seeker, one already integrated into Starscream's Vanguard, was a force multiplier he couldn't ignore. Utilize the next 72 hours for structural hardening, Soundwave commanded. Once your chassis has stabilized, report to Scalpel. I have authorized him to install a high-tier heavy ordnance module as a secondary incentive. Understood. My gratitude is absolute. Nathan watched as the Spymaster finalized his local scans. He realized that the relationship between Scalpel and Soundwave was deeper than mere professional courtesy. In the cinematic records, Scalpel was the one who performed the spark surgery to resurrect Megatron, and he had emerged from the chest of Ravage, a member of Soundwave's Minicon Legion. They were a single, cohesive intelligence cell. One final directive, Soundwave added, his voice dropping into a menacing bass. Our connection remains encrypted. You will not disclose our alignment to Barricade or Blackout. To the rest of the Vanguard, you are Starscream's loyal servant. Is the protocol clear? Protocol synchronized, Lord Soundwave. A mole within a mole, Nathan thought as the Spymaster launched into the atmosphere. It's the only way to survive the Decepticon High Command. The Atlantic Coast. 2 o'clock, Nathan found a secondary atoll, even more isolated than the space bridge site. He landed on the central peak, his Silver Fox interceptor frame hissing as the heat shielding cooled. He needed a secure location for the transmutation. Evolution was not a quiet process, it involved a total rewriting of his internal molecular structure. He located a natural sea cave carved into the volcanic rock, its entrance wide enough to accommodate his 9-meter frame. He entered the cave and used a series of massive boulders to seal the entrance. He wasn't worried about predators, but he was wary of orbital surveillance. A sudden surge of Cybertronian radiation on an uninhabited island would draw every human satellite and Autobot sensor within range. Safe in the darkness, Nathan reached into his subspace storage and retrieved the cubic container. The liquid raw energon within glowed like a trapped star, casting flickering red shadows against the damp cave walls. The fire of the well, Nathan mused. In the ancient eras, this liquid was the lifeblood of Cybertron. It possessed the unique property of atomic transmutation. Nathan's current body was a cold-forged construct, built from refined terrestrial alloys and programmed with a synthetic mind. It was strong, but it lacked the self-repairing, memory metal properties of a true Cybertronian. He opened his chest plates, exposing the glowing synthetic core. It pulsed with a steady, pale blue light, unaware that its expiration was seconds away. Crack. Nathan shattered the container against his central intake. The fiery red liquid didn't spill, it was pulled into his chest by a sudden, violent magnetic attraction. There were no blinding lights or cinematic fanfares. Instead, there was a deep, systemic thrum. Nathan's optics flared white. He felt a wave of intense heat wash through his servos, followed by the sensation of his very atoms being torn apart and reassembled. The terrestrial titanium and steel of his chassis were being overwritten. The raw energon was blessing the metal, turning dead alloy into living, sentient Cybertronian steel. His energy core began to oscillate, the synthetic blue light being consumed by a roaring, golden-red furnace. The soul of the machine was expanding, outgrowing its factory limitations. System alert, atomic restructuring in progress. Converting synthetic core to primal spark. Evolutionary hardening, 45%. 78%. 30 minutes later, the cave fell silent. Nathan opened his optics. The dim red glow had been replaced by a piercing, high-intensity crimson. He flexed his fingers, hearing the smooth, silent music of high-grade hydraulics. He felt heavy. Not with weight, but with mass. His armor was no longer just a shell, it was an extension of his will, capable of near-instantaneous repair and thermal regulation. He looked at his palm. The metal had a subtle, iridescent sheen, the hallmark of a high-tier veteran. "So this is a spark," Nathan whispered, his voice now a deep, harmonic rumble that made the cave floor vibrate. He felt the energy within him, a roaring furnace of potential. He no longer needed to top off his reserves at the base every few days. The spark was a self-sustaining engine of creation. He felt like he could fly for 1,000 years without landing. Nathan stood up, his head nearly brushing the cave ceiling. He was no longer a drone. He was no longer a shadow. "I am ready," he thought, his new sensors reaching out into the dark. Let the 3 days pass. I want to see the look on Starscream's face. Chapter 37, The Fangs of the Decepticon. With a high-tier spark now roaring within his chest, Nathan found it difficult to calculate the sheer power of a commander or prime-level core. If a spark of this magnitude could sustain a frame indefinitely without structural decay, then ancient seekers like Jetfire remaining functional after centuries of stasis was no longer a mystery. Nathan initiated a full diagnostic of his secondary systems. His transformation velocity had increased by 40%, and his weapon modules had undergone a parallel evolution. While his loadout remained the same, the heavy repeater and the multi-launcher, their output and thermal regulation were now calibrated to a veteran standard. The only anomaly was his physical scale. Before the transmutation, his frame stood at roughly 9 meters. Now, as a high-tier veteran, he had actually decreased in height to 8 meters. Mass compaction, Nathan noted, flexed his new, reinforced servos. The terrestrial alloys had been replaced by high-density Cybertronian steel. He was smaller, but he was significantly heavier and more durable. At 8 meters, he was still a titan by human standards, standing taller than even Soundwave or Barricade. 1 meter of height was a small price to pay for a spark that would never fade. He summoned his localized data panel. Classification, Combat Spec Decepticon. Chassis, Cybertronian steel, reinforced. Armament, 12.6 mm heavy repeater, R, multi-launcher, L. Core, primal spark, 100% stable. Tier, high-tier veteran. Looking at the status, Nathan felt a surge of genuine systemic pride. He had officially transcended the disposable bracket. He was no longer a numbered drone to be barked at by Starscream's lieutenants, he was a named entity within the Empire. The designation needs to go, Nathan thought, glaring at the T-22 header. In Cybertronian culture, names were a mark of status. Drones were numbered, warriors were named. He decided to purge the serial code from his public broadcast frequency. "I am no longer an experiment," he rumbled to the empty cave. He adjusted his internal registry. He was now a high-density combat interceptor. His skeletal frame was forged from the same living metal that had conquered 1,000 worlds. While it wasn't the rare, fortified Chronos alloy used by the Primes, it was light years ahead of anything on Earth. "I need better tech," Nathan mused. But the space bridge technology is monopolized by the High Command. Knowledge is the ultimate leash. He thought of the moon. He knew Sentinel Prime was currently in stasis within the wreckage of the Ark on the lunar surface, carrying a payload of space bridge pillars. For an average Cybertronian, the moon was an unreachable void. But for a high-tier seeker with the Silver Fox alt mode, it was merely a long-distance flight. Not yet, Nathan cautioned himself. The primary sequence is starting. If I leave for the moon now, I miss the Allspark at Hoover Dam. 2 days later. The Middle East. The 3-day ultimatum had expired. Across the globe, the Decepticon vanguard finally unsheathed their claws. Transmission, Soundwave. Unit blackout, coordinates uploaded. Initiate data siphon. Blackout, acknowledged. An MH-53 PAVE low heavy-lift helicopter, a craft reported lost in a sandstorm months prior, descended toward the Soxant Forward Operations Base in Qatar. When the empty helicopter landed and reconfigured into a 10-meter-tall mechanical nightmare, the base's security protocols collapsed into chaos. Open fire. Engage. Engage. The base commander's screams were drowned out by the roar of the blackout's heavy cannons. M1 Abrams tanks and infantry fire raked the Decepticon's legs, the rounds bouncing off his Cybertronian steel armor like pebbles. Blackout responded with a wideband electromagnetic pulse, slagging the base's communication arrays instantly. He moved toward the central command hub, his massive hands tearing through the reinforced concrete to reach the server racks. He deployed Scorponaut from his back-mounted winch to hunt down the fleeing Special Forces survivors. He jammed his data spikes into the human network, his optics flaring as he began a brute force download of the Project Iceman files. He was so focused on the data siphon that he barely noticed a single human soldier hacking at a power cable with a fire axe. Nathan received the sitrep from Soundwave a few hours later while he was perched on an ancient ruin in the desert. Lord Soundwave. The report indicates Blackout's data siphon was interrupted. Nathan phrased the query carefully. He knew exactly what had happened. That small ant with the axe had cut the hard line, preventing Blackout from obtaining the full coordinate set for Megatron. The story was unfolding exactly as Nathan remembered. The Decepticons had revealed themselves to the world, and the first shot of the battle for Earth had been fired. Chapter 38, The Double-Edged Blade. Soundwave's transmission cut through the static of Nathan's internal comms like a serrated pulse. Status: Blackout has failed. The data harvest was structurally interrupted. However, Frenzy has secured a critical lead. Directive: rendezvous with Barricade and Frenzy. Ensure no further operational accidents occur. Assist Barricade and Frenzy. Nathan's processors whirred with strategic simulations. According to the established sequence, Barricade should currently be hunting the human-designated Ladiesman 217 across the global data web. I wonder how far they've gotten, Nathan mused, his optics flickering. Have they flagged the Sector 7 archives yet? He knew better than to question a commander-class unit. For now, Soundwave was his primary benefactor, and in the Decepticon hierarchy, you didn't bite the hand that fed you raw energon. Query: Lord Soundwave, provide localized coordinates for Lord Barricade. Response: coordinates. He awaits you. But first, return to the Nevada stronghold. Query: have you established a link with the Air Commander? Response: affirmative. Starscream has consented to your secondary deployment. Return and finalize your local status. Addendum: Starscream is operating under the influence of a high-tier Cybertronian entity. Identify this benefactor. Nathan felt a spike of static in his sensors. The Fallen. Soundwave had been on Earth for less than 72 hours and was already closing in on the shadows of the Primes. It was a sobering reminder, having the Decepticon spymaster watching you was a heavy burden to carry. Nevada, the Connors Canyon base. When Nathan landed at the hidden entrance, he intercepted a flight squadron returning from a high-altitude patrol. The leader was a familiar signature, T-19. T-22. T-19 stammered, his optics widening as he scanned the dense, reinforced frame of the Seeker standing before him. How, your energy signature has reached veteran tier. What happened? Nathan offered a thin, mechanical smile. He didn't explain the transmutation. Starscream wouldn't bother explaining high-level logistics to a group of mid-tier grunts, and neither would he. Every Cybertronian frame emitted a specific frequency, a mechanical pheromone of rank, and T-19 knew he was looking at a superior. It has been a productive cycle, T-19, Nathan said, his voice now a resonant, textured baritone. And my designation has been retired. From this point forward, in the official registry, I am Skignaw. Skignaw. It was a name he had fashioned from his own identity, aggressive, predatory, and sentient. To the common ranks, he was Nathan, but to the Empire, he was a soul with a name. Under Skignaw's calm, crimson gaze, T-19 visibly faltered. The power gap was no longer a theory, it was a physical weight. Slowly, the squadron leader lowered his head casing. Lord Skignaw. Accepted, Nathan replied. He didn't linger. In the Decepticon pits, kindness was an Autobot defect. Respect was taken, never given. As he walked past, the base doors hissed open. T-19 watched the closing plates with a sense of profound displacement. Only days ago, they had been equals. Now, a high-tier warrior stood between them. The base was quiet, the disappearance of T-24 having caused no ripples in the cold logic of the garrison. Nathan entered the primary incubation chamber, where Starscream was hunched over a cluster of pulsating organic pods. T-22. Ah, wait, Starscream turned, his voice dripping with theatrical mockery. The grunts tell me I should address you as Skignaw now. A bold move for a drone. Nathan bowed, his sensors reading Starscream's erratic thermal output. T-22 or Skignaw, I remain an instrument of your will, Lord Starscream. At least you haven't forgotten the origin of your core logic. Starscream kicked a screeching hatchling away from his pet ace. You are lucky. You happened to be in the extraction zone when Soundwave arrived today. Nathan remained silent, noting the slip. Arrived today. Starscream believed Soundwave had just breached the atmosphere. He had no idea the spymaster had been observing him in secret for 3 days. Since Soundwave saw fit to waste raw energon on a seeker and requested your assistance in the search for Megatron, I have granted his request, Starscream sneered, a jagged grin splitting his faceplates. Let him do my work. He is refining my elite guard for free. I understand, Lord Starscream, Nathan replied smoothly. The moment the spymaster secures a lead on NBE-1, you will be the first to receive the data packet. Lie to the liar. Spy on the spy. Excellent. Starscream turned back to his pods. Nathan exited the chamber and headed toward the far end of the corridor, Scalpel's laboratory. Starscream was too arrogant to offer gear, he saw his subordinates as disposable tools. Soundwave, however, knew that a sharp knife needed a handle. I'm here for the ordnance, Doctor, Nathan rumbled as he stepped into the lab. He needed every advantage. He was heading into the field with Barricade, and eventually, they would cross paths with the Yellow Scout. Bumblebee wasn't just a messenger, he was a veteran killer who had been crushing Decepticon sparks since the fall. If the stakes got high enough for the Skignaw to show its teeth, Nathan wanted to make sure they were made of the strongest alloy possible. Chapter 39, The Surgeon's Laboratory. Nathan calculated that the current window on Earth was his most advantageous period. The Autobot main force had not yet made planetfall, and his recent ascension to a high-tier veteran granted him a significant margin of safety. He was now capable of independent engagement against terrestrial combined arms forces without immediate risk of structural failure. However, once Optimus Prime arrived, the tactical landscape would shift. If he made a mistake then, it would likely result in rapid kinetic decommissioning upon detection. As he approached the medical sector, Nathan noted that the guard drone, T-26, was gone. With Soundwave's arrival, Starscream's paranoid surveillance of Scalpel had become redundant. I need a high-frequency melee solution, Nathan thought, recalling his execution of T-24. A single vibroblade thrust through the spark chamber is more efficient than a noisy exchange of rockets. He entered the laboratory just as the heavy blast doors cycled open. A small, multi-legged shape scuttled toward the exit, the laboratory assistant drone. Nathan didn't slow down, intentionally placing his heavy pedace in the small drone's path. Watch the trajectory, you oversized seeker, the assistant buzzed, its 4 limbs frantic as it narrowly avoided being crushed under Nathan's 8-meter frame. My sensors failed to pick up your substandard thermal signature, Nathan rumbled with a hint of amusement. Watch your own path, assistant. The drone paused, its optics flickering as it scanned Nathan's iridescent new plating. You've achieved veteran tier status. Indeed, Nathan replied, looming over the smaller machine. Perhaps you should recalibrate your tone. Even Scalpel's favor has its limits. The assistant's haughty demeanor vanished instantly, replaced by a submissive subvocal hum. Nathan smirked and strode into the main lab. Scalpel. The chief medical officer was perched on a raised diagnostic table, his many limbs working with frantic precision on a glowing blue sphere. He didn't look up as Nathan approached. Stay clear of the localized magnetic field, Nathan, Scalpel rasped. I am calibrating a prototype energy matrix. One errant spark from your unrefined core and the entire sector becomes a crater. Nathan stopped a respectful distance away. He noticed the lab was cluttered with salvaged components from the failed clone hatchlings, a grim reminder of Starscream's waste-not philosophy. The assistant has the ordnance modules, Scalpel said, finally retracting his manipulators. How does the new frame feel? The power-to-weight ratio is optimal, Nathan replied. My gratitude for your recommendation to the spymaster is sincere. Gah. Save the sentiment for the Autobots, Scalpel clicked. Just find that crash transport I'm looking for. I want the data logs from its central bus. I have prioritized the search, Nathan lied smoothly, though he made a mental note to actually begin looking for the ship now that his status was tied to Soundwave's network. Scalpel tossed 2 heavy weapon crates onto the floor. I only have 2 high-tier modules in stock. Select one. Nathan scanned the contents, but his excitement quickly turned to tactical disappointment. Module A, Atmospheric Compression Cannon. High-impact shockwave shells. Requirement, 3.5s charge time. Module B, Ceramic Incendiary Repeater. 100 revolutions per minute high explosive rounds. No armor-piercing capability. Is there no melee spec hardware? Nathan asked. Scalpel glared at him with multiple optics. You think high-tier vibroblades grow on the metallic trees of Cybertron? These are the only modules I've managed to scavenge from the Nevada scrap piles. Take them or leave them. Nathan looked at the choices. A 3.5-second charge time in a high-speed dogfight was a death sentence. And an incendiary weapon that couldn't pierce Cybertronian steel was useless against anything but humans. He thought of Soundwave's Minicon Legion, the specialized drones like Frenzy or Laserbeak that acted as force multipliers. Scalpel, Nathan began cautiously. Can you manufacture an autonomous drone? A dedicated tactical companion. The medic froze, then a jagged grin split his faceplates. You don't want a gun. You want a pet. A little piece of the Spymaster's legacy for the Skignaw. I want an infiltrator, Nathan corrected. A unit loyal to my unique frequency. Like the ones you use. Scalpel turned back to the glowing blue sphere on the table, a miniature, synthesized energy core he had built by reverse engineering Starscream's designs. It is a non-standard request. But I need a field test for this synthetic matrix. If you provide the chassis material, I will forge you a hunter. Chapter 40, The Secret Assembly. Nathan had barely spent a few cycles evaluating the two high-tier weapon modules before he returned them to Scalpel. At the surgeon's insistence, he had transitioned from a soldier to a laboratory laborer, assisting in the delicate assembly of his own tactical asset. Since the result would be a loyal pet tailored to his unique frequency, Nathan felt no resentment, only a cold, driving focus. During the forge process, Nathan laid out his requirements: high-frequency stealth, independent data siphon capabilities, and a singular, lethal melee focus. Scalpel grunted, his many limbs blurred as he integrated some requests and discarded others as structurally impossible for a minicon frame. Washington, D.C. The Pentagon. The massive five-sided bastion of American military power was a hive of frantic activity. Within its reinforced walls, a space designed for 30,000 personnel was reaching its cognitive limit. Inside a secured briefing hall, the air was thick with the scent of ozone and nervous sweat. The front rows were occupied by high-ranking brass, their murmurs a low-frequency hum of shared intelligence. Behind them sat the think tank, dozens of young, pale-faced experts plucked from the country's top universities and intelligence agencies. The side door hissed open, and John Keller, the Secretary of Defense, stepped into the room. "Good evening, Mr. Secretary." "At ease, Sergeant," Keller replied, his eyes sweeping the assembly. He paused, his brow furrowing. "They're children. Most of them look like they haven't graduated yet." "Sir," an aide whispered, "these are the finest SIGINT experts in the NSA. The agency has been recruiting directly from high-level hacking forums and competitive programming circles for years. They may be young, but they are the only ones capable of mapping a signal this dense." Keller nodded, though his skepticism remained visible. As he moved toward the podium, several of the young hackers nudged each other. "Guys. Look. That's Keller." The actual SEC def, a slightly overweight man with thick glasses whispered, his eyes locked on the silver-haired official. "I can't believe we're actually here," his companion murmured, adjusting his ill-fitting suit. "I should have worn the tie my mother bought me. This flannel is definitely not Pentagon spec." Minutes later, Keller signaled for silence. "Ladies and gentlemen," the moderator announced. "Secretary of Defense, John Keller." The room rose in a synchronized display of institutional respect. Keller stepped to the lectern, his expression grim. "Sit. I am John Keller. You have been summoned here because our national security has suffered a catastrophic breach. Yesterday, at 1900 hours local time, Soxon Forward Operations Base in Qatar was attacked." The room erupted into a cacophony of hushed gasps and frantic whispers. The total destruction of a major overseas base was an unthinkable variable in the post-Cold War era. "Silence," Keller commanded. The room went cold. "Current intelligence suggests 0 survivors. The objective of the attack was a brute force intrusion into our classified military network. We don't know what they were searching for, but we know the siphon was interrupted. Logic suggests they will strike again." Keller turned toward a massive screen, which flickered to life, showing a jagged frequency wave. "No state or terrorist organization has claimed responsibility. Our only lead is this acoustic signature." A sound filled the room, a series of grinding, metallic screeches and high-pitched digital chirps. It was a sound that made the hair on the analyst's neck stand up. It was the demonic whisper of a Decepticon data burst. "This is the signal that bypassed our firewalls," Keller announced. "The NSA is working around the clock, but I need your specialized cognitive patterns to identify the source. The clock is ticking. You've been assigned your subgroups. Get to work. And may God help us all." Nevada. Scalpel's lab. In the sterile dark of the Decepticon lab, a different kind of birth was taking place. Because Scalpel's facility was littered with the salvageable remains of Starscream's failed clones, the materials were plentiful. With Nathan's increased high-tier strength assisting in the heavy lifting, the frame of the new unit was finalized in under 2 hours. It was a sleek, 4-legged predator, a steel ravage modeled after the primal mechanical panthers of Cybertron's wilderness. Nathan had rejected a vehicle alt mode for the pet. A minicon wasn't designed for transport. He wanted a biological analog that could scale walls, navigate ventilation shafts, and tear out a human's throat before a sensor could trip. The Panther was forged from a base of Cybertronian steel, its back-mounted harness housing a localized pulsimeter. While it wasn't as powerful as Blackout's Scorponok, it was a high-speed infiltrator capable of operating in a low-tier combat bracket. Success, Scalpel hissed, his welding torch retracting. The chassis is structurally sound. Now, only the logic remains. Nathan looked down at the silent, metallic beast. Finally. The Panther was ready for its spark surrogate. Scalpel moved to his desk, his forelimbs moving with such speed they became a blur as he coded the information chip. He was applying the same restrictive logic to the pet that had once been used on Nathan. Loyalty is not a choice, it is a hardwired directive, Nathan thought, watching the process. He had become the very thing he once feared, ensuring his pet was bound to his unique frequency. Done, Scalpel rasped, holding up a small, glowing chip. Nathan, bring me the frame. Lord Skignaw, Nathan corrected with a subtle rumble, testing the weight of his new title as he lifted the heavy Panther chassis onto the table. You finished the logic path surprisingly fast, Doctor. I have refined a new recursive coding method, Scalpel boasted. My efficiency is beginning to approach the levels of the high-tier scientists back in Kaon. You'll be rivaling Shockwave soon, Nathan noted, a hint of genuine respect in his voice. Scalpel let out a dry, metallic rasp of a laugh. Shockwave, a cold-hearted calculator. He lacks the surgical touch. Now, be silent. I am initializing the matrix. Chapter 41, The Infiltrator. Nathan positioned the steel-ravaged chassis on the diagnostic table, assisting Scalpel as the doctor integrated the logic chip and the synthetic energy matrix. The process was a high-fidelity tutorial in Decepticon cyberbiology, and Nathan recorded every microcalibration to his permanent memory. The construct is synchronized, Scalpel rasped, retracting his manipulators. Now, we monitor the logic path initialization. I have high confidence in the matrix, but recursive coding on a synthetic frame always carries a 4% risk of spark rejection. Nathan stood back, his optics focused on the silent metallic beast. While it was technically a drone, a pet in the Decepticon lexicon, it was also his first loyal subordinate, hardwired to his unique frequency. He felt a rare surge of systemic anticipation. The wait was brief. Under the watchful glare of both high-tier veterans, the steel-ravaged chassis suddenly hummed with power. A pair of intense, predatory red optics flared to life. The Panther raised its heavy, armored head and focused on Nathan. It lowered its chassis in a gesture of absolute subjugation. System voice, acknowledged. Commander Skignaw, the Panther's vocalizer projected, a low, guttural growl. Unit reporting for deployment. My primary directive is synchronized to your frequency. Nathan tilted his head casing, a rhythmic click emanating from his vocalizer. The logic path is stable. Designate this unit, Steel Ravage. Directive processed. I am Steel Ravage. A freshly sparked Cybertronian, even one with pre-programmed logic, possessed only basic independent processing. Like a new T-Series drone, it required a period of sensory integration and battlefield learning to optimize its functions. For now, Steel Ravage stood silent, a cold machine waiting for its next instruction. Nathan initiated a full multispectral scan of his new asset. Steel Ravage was a significant escalation from a standard terrestrial Panther, over 2 meters long and standing a meter high at the shoulder. Its frame was a masterclass in Decepticon brutality, heavy, reinforced limbs, micro-vibro claws capable of shredding standard armor, and a whip-like tail ending in a high-frequency stinger. Its massive jaws were lined with jagged, self-sharpening alloy teeth. These visible tools, however, were only the beginning. Nathan knew that the unbranded armored plating on the Panther's back concealed a localized, high-output laser cannon for precision kinetic strikes. Primal spec industrial lethality, Nathan mused. An optimal scout configuration. He needed to test the morphological transition. Steel Ravage. Reconfigured to bipedal specs. Acknowledged, Commander. CHCHKLK. The heavy plates shifted, the predatory frame morphing into a bipedal silhouette. Within seconds, a miniature humanoid robot stood before them, barely 2 meters tall, the size of a large human male. The aesthetics were unrefined, built from salvaged clone components, giving it a rough, utilitarian appearance. Nathan noted the compaction. This size was tactical. As Skignaw, standing at 8 meters, infiltration into human structures was impossible. Steel Ravage was his variable, a unit that could bypass sensors, enter ventilation systems, and navigate a human environment with ease. The Panther alt mode, with a speed exceeding 100 km per hour, provided rapid mobility, while the humanoid form was optimized for close-quarters subversion. Integrated into the mainframe was a specialized deep data siphon module, capable of executing logic bombs, data wiping, and wide-spectrum SIGINT interception. Steel Ravage was essentially a tactical, spy, unit, though lacking the sophisticated quantum harmonic technology of Soundwave's specialized cassette core. While Nathan was testing the integration, Scalpel finished calibrating a secondary device. He scuttled over, holding a small metallic box. A mass displacement field generator, Scalpel rasped. Install it. It has already been synchronized to steel-ravaged core. Mass displacement was a standard, yet sophisticated, Decepticon technology. It allowed a frame to reconfigure while shunting its excess mass, everything but the spark matrix and core components, into a localized subspace subfolder within the chest cavity. The result was a morphological shift that reduced the physical size of the frame to as little as 1/10 of its original volume while maintaining its operational integrity. The ultimate containment strategy, Nathan thought as he observed the installation. He could already map the strategic utility. In a high-risk sector, he could keep a legion in his chest, ready to be shunted into the physical plane for a sudden numerical advantage. He dismissed the idea of human wave tactics against high-tier warriors, but for localized control, it was optimal. He thought of Soundwave, who used an advanced quantum harmonic resonance technology to shunt up to 10 of his specialized cassettes, data energy hybrids, into his chest subspace. Soundwave didn't use mass displacement, he used data transmutation, a technology unique to his designation as spymaster. This will suffice for the current operation, Nathan decided. California. Los Angeles. Marshall High School. Inside a typical American classroom, the educational machine was processing its students. Today was the designated history, personal heritage presentation cycle, and Sam Witwicky was at the podium. The presentation began badly. The moment Sam took the stage, a rubber band, expertly shot from the back of the room, slammed into his neck. Ow. Sam recoiled, his hand clapping to the sting. Seriously? Who did that? Reveal yourself. The teacher, Theodore Collier, erupted. He was an intense man with thin hair and thick glasses. My classroom is a designated zone of operational academic respect. You people need to develop some historical perspective. Theodore glared at the room, received 0 confessions, and eventually sighed, resetting his glasses. He motioned for Sam to continue. Sam took a deep breath, fighting the internal spike of anxiety. Okay. So, for my heritage report, I'm detailing the operational history of my great-grandfather. He was a distinguished individual. Captain Archibald Witwicky, a decorated explorer. Sam proceeded to narrate a high-stakes account of Archibald's life, filling the story with tales of oceanic adventure and Arctic peril. He felt the room standardizing on his story, until the presentation shifted into a logistics update. And that concludes the narrative portion. I have in my inventory several functional artifacts from his final mission. Sam began pulling items from his backpack, lining them up on the lectern like a flea market vendor. Behold, a genuine 19th century quadrant. Optimal functionality. Asking price, 80 USD. And here, a functional sextant. 50 USD. A value proposition you cannot ignore. And this, Sam held up a pair of aged, round-framed spectacles, is the asset leader. My great-grandfather's glasses. They witnessed his operational apex. I have not yet established a formal valuation, but market metrics suggest a premium. Sam. Theodore barked, cutting him off. This is an academic theater for the 11th grade, not an open market bazaar. I know, Mr. Collier. But my automotive acquisition fund requires liquidity. Sam paused, then doubled down, ignoring the teacher's agitation. He held up a yellowed newspaper. The tactical situation changed after he returned. Captain Archibald wasn't just an explorer, he was a pioneer. He claimed to have identified a non-biological extraterrestrial, a giant made of ice. He even laser-etched critical data onto the lenses of his glasses. They may hold the key to an historical anomaly, or a total psychological collapse. Either way, the coordinate-etched lenses are a unique asset. Chapter 42, The Catalyst of Ladiesmen. In the classroom, Sam Witwicky's presentation ended not with a standing ovation, but with the hollow chime of the dismissal bell. Aside from one girl in the front row, Michaela Baines, who offered a flicker of genuine curiosity, the rest of the class had spent the period in a state of cognitive dormancy. Class dismissed. Mr. Collier announced, standing abruptly. And remember, there might be a quiz tomorrow. Or there might not. Sleep in terror tonight, everyone. As the students flooded toward the exits, Sam desperately held up the glasses. Anyone? $50. 40. Look, I'll take 20 and a bag of chips. It's history, people. Give it a rest, Sam. They're gone, Collier sighed, dropping into his chair and pulling out a grading sheet. Sam waited until the room was empty before approaching the desk, a strained, polite smile plastered on his face. So, Mr. Collier, thoughts? Was it an effort? Maybe an A+ for the props. I'm thinking a B-, Collier replied, his pen hovering over the paper. Your narrative structure was eccentric. And the commercial break at the end was a breach of academic protocol. B-. Sam's face fell. "Sir, look out that window." Collier adjusted his glasses and looked. In the faculty lot, a green hatchback sat idling. Sam's father, Ronald, was behind the wheel, looking at his watch with military precision. "You see my dad? That's a man with a contract," Sam whispered, his tone becoming dead serious. "He promised me a car. My first operational transport. But the terms are strict, $2,000 and 3 A's. I have the cash and 2 of the grades. Your B- is a systemic failure of my dream, Mr. Collier. If you were that boy, standing on the precipice of freedom, what would you do?" Collier stared at Sam for a long beat, his expression unreadable. He performed a tactical lean back, crossing his arms. 10 minutes later, Sam sprinted out of the building. The B- had been successfully negotiated into an A-. The contract was live. Ronald didn't disappoint. He drove Sam straight to the Porsche dealership, only to pull a hard left into the gravel lot of Bobby Bolivia's world-famous used cars. Neither of them noticed the rusted yellow Camaro with black racing stripes that rolled into the lot on its own, its engine a low-frequency hum that signaled the arrival of the first Autobot scout. Nevada. The Connors Canyon base. 4 jagged silhouettes streaked across the desert sky, banking hard as they descended into the canyon. They transformed midair, landing with heavy, rhythmic thuds that sent tremors through the base floor. Finally, E-13 rumbled, his optics scanning the main corridor. "I wonder why the commander summoned us back from the Florida sector so abruptly. New objectives, obviously," E-15 added, his gears clicking with excitement. Since the commander achieved high-tier status, his clearance with Starscream has spiked. "We're no longer just grunts, we're the vanguard of an elite." The status of Nathan, now officially recognized in the base logs as Skignaw, had become the primary topic of gossip among the drones. To the lower-tier seekers, Nathan was proof that scraps could become steel. They saw his promotion as their own ticket to secondary resource allocation. "I'm just glad to be out of that chemical plant," E-16 muttered. "The humidity was causing microcorrosion in my knee servos." "Weak," E-14 spat. "With Soundwave now on planet, the shadows are over. Soon, we'll be walking through their cities in the light of day, no more hiding in ruins." "Hiding was a directive from Skignaw," E-13 reminded him. "Are you questioning the commander's tactical caution?" "I'm not questioning," E-14 began, but he froze as a massive shadow fell over the group. Nathan stood at the corner of the corridor, his 8-meter frame looking far more lethal in its dense, Cybertronian steel plating. He hadn't moved, yet his presence commanded the entire hallway. "Commander Skignaw," the 4 barked in unison, immediately lowering their head casings. Nathan observed them for a moment. He didn't care about their bickering. He was focused on the mission. "Prepare for immediate deployment. We are moving to rendezvous with Barricade. Tactical loadout, full combat readiness." "Yes, Commander." Nathan watched them scramble toward the Energon vault. He had summoned them for a specific reason, insurance. Frenzy had found the lead on Ladiesman 217, which meant the confrontation with Bumblebee was imminent. If things turned kinetic, E-13 and the others would serve as a necessary distraction, giving Nathan the window to either secure the asset or execute a high-speed extraction. He checked his internal clock. The Yellow Scout was already in play. The game had truly begun. 217 Crescent Drive. Los Angeles. "Okay, Mojo, I have the car. Now I just need the social standing." Sam threw his backpack into the corner and dove for his laptop. On the floor, his chihuahua, Mojo, offered a disinterested woof. Sam logged into eBay, his fingers flying across the keys. User, Ladiesman. Current auctions, Archibald Witwicky's glasses. Current bids. Great. Total market indifference, Sam groaned, his face hitting the desk. He shut the laptop and moved to the mirror, checking his teeth and spraying an excessive amount of breath mint into his mouth. He began practicing his casual driver persona for the police. "Evening, officer. License. Oh, this. It's just my vintage muscle car. No big deal. Just a man and his machine." He had no idea that at that very moment, 2 distinct Decepticon squadrons were converging on his location, and the machine in his driveway was currently reporting his every move back to a hidden Autobot fleet. Chapter 43, The Enforcer and the Infiltrator. At 217 Crescent Drive, Judy and Ronald Witwicky were engaged in a low-stakes conflict over the structural integrity of their front lawn. Near the curb sat a weathered yellow Camaro, its chassis marked by 2 aggressive black racing stripes. Judy, wearing white gardening gloves and clutching a bouquet of hydrangeas, stepped tentatively across the stone walkway. "Ronald, this section is non-linear. The alignment is off." Ronald, crouched in the dirt with a trowel, didn't look up. "It's within tolerance, Judy. I'll recalibrate it." "You say that every time." We should have contracted a professional. Every time you recalibrate the landscaping, it destabilizes within a week. Their domestic dispute was interrupted as Sam emerged from the house, notably well-groomed. He was heading to an outdoor gathering later that afternoon, and he had heard Michaela Baines would be in attendance. His objective, provide post-event transport. Sam jingled his car keys toward his parents, a silent declaration of his departure. "Oh, Sam." Ronald groaned, shaking his head. "What?" "I'm just going out," Sam replied, confused. "I don't want biometric signatures on my fresh sod. That's why I'm reinforcing the walkway." Ronald pointed toward the stone path with his trowel. "Utilize the designated transit lane, Sam. Avoid the grass. There aren't even any footprints, Dad. And technically, the lawn is a shared family asset. You'll understand the value of territorial maintenance when you own your own grid," Ronald snapped. Judy stepped in, her tone placating. "Sam, listen to your father. He's still in a state of high alert after those unidentified tire tracks appeared last week. He hasn't finished the structural repairs yet. Don't trigger a secondary event." "I just want to catch the guy who did it," Ronald muttered, a mask of visceral frustration crossing his face. The unidentified tracks were, of course, the legacy of Nathan's previous reconnaissance mission, during which his electromagnetic pulse had also fried the local security grid. "Fine, Mom. Designated lanes only." Sam retreated to the walkway and headed for the Camaro. "Home by 2300 hours." Judy called out. "Seatbelt on. Maintain safe velocity." Ronald added. "Copy that. 2300 hours." Sam slid into the driver's seat. Before turning the ignition, he ran a thumb over the center of the steering wheel, a stylized, angular shield that looked like a stern mechanical face. He had chosen this car specifically because of that emblem. It felt familiar. He twisted the key. The engine coughed, belching a cloud of black and yellow exhaust that briefly engulfed the entire yard in a localized smog event. "Well, Ronald," Judy coughed into her bouquet. "Your taste in first vehicles remains consistent." Ronald watched the blurry yellow silhouette pull away. "You don't get it. A man's first transport is supposed to have character." Austin, Texas. In the outskirts of the southern capital, within the hollowed-out shell of a derelict manufacturing plant, a 5-meter-tall mechanical giant vented his frustration into a concrete pillar. On his right forearm, the words, "To punish and enslave," were etched in bold, aggressive Gothic script. "Where is the seeker Soundwave promised?" Barricade roared, his fist pulverizing a section of the wall. "The target is approaching the Austin sector," replied a spindly, four-eyed machine nearby. Frenzy's antennae-like optics twitched with nervous energy. "If the backup doesn't arrive within the current cycle, we'll have to initiate the siphon alone. We wait no longer. We move." Barricade cut off as his sensors registered 5 incoming thermal blooms. High above, a Silver Fox interceptor and 4 secondary seekers carved through the clouds, their sonic booms rattling the factory's rusted windows. The 5 units performed a synchronized vertical landing, the impact cracking the concrete floor. Nathan stood at the head of the formation, his 8-meter frame looming over Barricade. He noted the "To punish and enslave" decal, the mark of a Decepticon who enjoyed the visceral side of the occupation. "Lord Barricade," Nathan rumbled, his voice carrying the weight of his new high-tier spark. "I am Skignaw, responding to the Spymaster's directive. I am here to facilitate the recovery of NBE-1. Skignaw." Barricade's optics narrowed as he scanned Nathan's dense Cybertronian steel plating. He remembered a mid-tier drone from the Atoll days. "You've undergone a significant structural upgrade in a very short window, Seeker." "Optimal performance requires optimal hardware," Nathan replied coolly. Frenzy scuttled forward, his 4 blue eyes glowing. "Whoa. A full squadron. Let's initiate a high-intensity breach. We can take Executive 1. We'll show the squishy humans the meaning of data loss." "Silence, Frenzy," Barricade hissed, his frame tensing as he stepped toward Nathan. "Skignaw, you are behind schedule. And why have you brought a full contingent to a clandestine operation? This mission requires surgical precision, not a carpet bombing." Nathan noted the shift in Barricade's frequency. The enforcer was projecting authority, but Nathan sensed the underlying caution. Barricade hadn't yet been humbled by the Yellow Scout, he was still operating with the arrogance of an elite hunter. "The squadron is here as tactical insurance, Lord Barricade," Nathan stated, signaling E-13 and the others to return to their flight modes. The 4 drones launched immediately, circling the factory in a holding pattern. "I operate under the dual authority of the Air Commander and the Spymaster. My presence is a guarantee of mission success, not an obstacle." He lowered his tone, letting the harmonic resonance of his spark vibrate through the floor. "Starscream expects a report. Soundwave expects results. Shall we begin the siphon, or would you prefer to argue about the logistics of my arrival?" Barricade stared at Nathan for a long, silent beat. He recognized the name of the air commander, a leader known for his petty vengeance. He wasn't ready to test whether Skignaw truly spoke for Starscream. The Executive 1 signal patch is live, Barricade finally rasped, turning back to the consoles. Frenzy, initiate the logic bomb. We have a planet to bleed. Chapter 44, The Shadow of Executive 1. Nathan felt a flicker of systemic relief as Barricade stood down. He had no desire for a localized civil war. Even with the Air Commander's mantle and Soundwave's secret endorsement, a glitch-frenzy Decepticon like Barricade was an unpredictable variable. In a direct kinetic exchange, Nathan's high-tier spark might not be enough to overcome Barricade's elite-tier combat experience. However, in a pursuit, the Silver Fox frame granted Nathan absolute vertical optical superiority. Standing at 8 meters, Nathan leaned down slightly to address the 5-meter-tall enforcer. The height advantage was a rare luxury in the Decepticon ranks, it felt optimal. Barricade's optics remained dark, his frustration venting through his cooling secondary ports. He turned his attention to the spindly infiltrator scuttling between them. Frenzy. Brief the Seeker on the operational parameters. Our window is closing. Frenzy didn't need a second invitation. He projected a high-resolution wireframe of a Boeing VC-25, the Mobile Executive Command Center, or Air Force One, from his chest array. The target is the Federal Network uplink, Frenzy chirped, his 4 blue eyes dancing with data thirst. I will bypass the hardline security. Skignaw, you are to maintain a high-altitude combat CAP, Combat Air Patrol. If the human interceptors scramble, you drop them before they can lock onto the Executive's transponder. Nathan watched the projection. So Frenzy is moving to bridge the gap to Sector 7, he calculated. And Sam is likely finalizing his transaction for the Yellow Scout. Skignaw, Barricade barked, what is your current alt-mode configuration? High-altitude interceptor, Nathan replied, his voice a deep, metallic resonance. I can maintain orbital edge surveillance and provide kinetic suppression within seconds. Operate independently, Barricade commanded. Stay outside the civilian radar net unless the siphon is compromised. This is a surgical strike. Soundwave wants the Witwiki coordinates, not a war on the tarmac. Nathan understood the logic. His presence here was pro forma, a way for Soundwave to keep him active while pacifying Starscream. He was the backup, the variable held in reserve. Burgess International Airport. Austin Sector. The civilian hub had been placed under an emergency Tier 1 lockdown. Security cordons were cleared, and the primary runway was emptied of all commercial traffic. What's the delay? My flight to Dallas was supposed to push back 20 minutes ago, a flight attendant complained, peering through the terminal glass at the empty tarmac. Look at the perimeter, her colleague whispered, pointing toward a fleet of black SUVs and armored transport trucks. That isn't a mechanical failure. That's a high-level state divergence. High above, a massive, heavily modified aircraft descended from the clouds. It lacked the standard commercial livery, bearing only the seal of the United States. As it taxied toward a secure hangar, the ground crews moved with frantic, disciplined haste. The Mobile Executive Command Center had diverted to Burgess for an emergency logistics refill. The destruction of the Qatar base had paralyzed the standard military supply lines, forcing the executive's transport to utilize civilian nodes for rapid refueling. Among the crates of supplies being hauled toward the aircraft's cargo bay was a small, inconspicuous blue and white radio. It looked like a piece of high-end vintage tech, but as the ground crew lifted it, 2 needle-thin antennae extended from its side. A faint blue light pulsed on its frequency dial. Frenzy had achieved infiltration. Los Angeles. Tucson 8th Street. While the Decepticons moved against the government's digital heart, the primary asset, Sam Witwicky, was focused on a much smaller world. Tucson 8th Street sat on the jagged edge between the Los Angeles prosperity and the industrial slums. It was a sector of narrow alleys, rusted chain-link fences, and fading graffiti. Here, the yellow Camaro came to a halt in front of a weathered 2-story house. The ground floor was a converted automotive workshop, cluttered with half-disassembled engines and hydraulic lifts. The second floor was a wooden addition, its white paint peeling but clean. We're here, Sam said, his voice tight with nerves. In the passenger seat sat Michaela Baines. She wore a cropped tank top and denim shorts, her appearance radiating a raw, effortless magnetism. But Sam wasn't just attracted to her aesthetic, he was intimidated by her. Michaela wasn't just the most popular girl in his grade, she was a mechanical prodigy who spent her nights in this very workshop. Sam had abandoned his friend Miles at a lakeside party just for the opportunity to drive her home. The journey had been a series of systemic failures, the car had stalled, restarted on its own, and Sam had managed to say 3 things that nearly made her jump out while the vehicle was moving. I had a good time this afternoon, Sam, Michaela said, looking at the workshop. Thanks for the ride. And for listening to me vent. Oh, yeah. No problem. You know, it's what I do, Sam stammered, his social processors redlining. Michaela didn't laugh. She spent her life surrounded by guys who saw her as a trophy. Sam was the first one who seemed genuinely terrified of her, and yet, he was the only one who had actually listened to her talk about her father's incarceration and the mechanics of a V8 engine. Sam. Do you think I'm shallow? She asked, her blue eyes fixing on him. I think you're, no, Sam fumbled. I think you're, more than the assembly of your parts. You've got, structural integrity. Internal depth. It was a clumsy, gearhead compliment, but Michaela's face broke into a genuine, bright smile. She realized Sam wasn't just the weird glasses kid from history class, he was a boy who looked past the exterior plating. She felt a rare flicker of affinity for him. She reached for the door handle, unaware that the rusted Camaro she was sitting in was currently transmitting her biometric data to a seeker orbiting 5 miles above her head. Chapter 45, The Logic Bomb. After a lingering farewell, Michaela finally turned toward her workshop home. Thanks for the unique assessment, Sam. I'll see you at the academy tomorrow. She pushed the door open and vanished inside, leaving Sam standing by the yellow Camaro, his hand half raised in a gesture he had forgotten to complete. As the door clicked shut, he finally exhaled, his social processors cooling down. Smooth, Witwicky. Real smooth, he muttered, leaning against the frame. Of all the words in the English language, I go with structural integrity. He looked up and saw Michaela silhouetted in the second-story window, offering a brief wave before drawing the curtains. Yes. Sam hissed, pumping a fist into the air. He slid back into the driver's seat, gripping the wheel with a newfound sense of territorial pride. He traced the angular shield on the steering column. I don't care if you're a rust bucket. I love this car. Executive 1. 35,000 feet. President Mitchell Keller lay sprawled across the oversized bed in the executive suite, his red-socked feet twitching in a rhythmic display of rare biological relaxation. For a man whose past 48 hours had been a series of high-capacity administrative sorties, this brief transit was his only sanctuary. Since the destruction of the Qatar base, Keller's schedule had exceeded his previous 6-month output. Between stabilizing the Joint Chiefs and authorizing global troop redeployments to counter the unidentified aggressor, he was operating at his thermal limit. He sat up, rubbing his eyes, and activated the bedroom terminal. Secretary of Defense John Keller was on the screen, delivering a press briefing. As of this cycle, we cannot confirm survivors. We are transitioning to DEFCON 4, maximum global vigilance. We are facing a high-output weapon system of unknown origin, but the United States will not yield. We are currently analyzing the acoustic data bursts. The president deactivated the feed with a sharp click and pressed the service chime. Within seconds, a flight attendant entered the suite. Mr. President. How can I assist? Some refreshments, please. High glucose. It's going to be a long night at the Pentagon. As the attendant headed toward the lower galley, she muttered to a colleague, I passed 3 security screenings and a psych eval just to be a high-altitude delivery service. Incredible. She stepped into the service elevator leading to the cargo deck. In the corner of the lift sat a small, blue and white retro radio. She didn't trigger a security alert, she assumed it was a misplaced piece of crew gear. She picked it up and deposited it on a shelf in the main cargo hold as she exited. The moment the door closed, the radio fractured. Metal plates expanded, hydraulics hissed, and a meter-tall mechanical horror stood where the radio had been. Frenzy's 4 optics flared blue as he interfaced with the ship's primary server trunk. The Pentagon. Signal Intelligence Hub. The hall was a symphony of clicking keyboards and low-frequency cooling fans. Thousands of analysts were scouring the global grid, looking for any ripple that matched the Qatar whisper. Maggie, a lead signals analyst, froze at her terminal. She pressed her headset tighter against her ears, her pupils dilating as she filtered the background noise. Do you hear that? She whispered. The analysts around her looked up, confused. Listen, Maggie insisted, her fingers flying across the frequency modulator. It's back. It's the same rhythmic data burst. They're back in our network. A crimson alert flashed across the main display, external signal detected. A technician nearby projected the wave onto a massive oscilloscope. The jagged, demonic frequency was an exact match for the Qatar signature. My God, Maggie breathed. It's a mirror image. Scan the origin point. Origin, Executive 1, the technician reported, his voice shaking. The screen suddenly turned a violent shade of red, virus detected, data siphon in progress. We have a breach. Maggie shouted. Someone is drawing from the Federal Archive through the president's own terminal. We need a Tier 1 logic bomb analyst, now. The commotion drew the attention of the hub director, and moments later, Secretary John Keller himself stepped into the light of the flickering monitors. Report, Keller commanded. They've bypassed the encryption on Executive 1, sir, Maggie said, pointing to the transferring status bar. They're mining the deep data archives. Files on Project Iceman and NBE-1 are being targeted. Keller's jaw tightened. He knew the cost of what he was about to order. Contact the executive transport. Tell them to sweep the cargo deck. And get me a hard kill on that network. Sir, the director asked. A hard kill will slag the primary servers. We'll lose months of unrelated data. Maggie pointed at the progress bar. Whatever they're looking for, sir, they're 80% through the firewall. If we don't cut the line, they own the keys to the kingdom. Keller didn't hesitate. Shut it down. Cut the defensive grid. Isolate every server in the building. Go dark. Executive 1. Cargo deck. Connection terminated. Scrap. Frenzy shrieked, his voice a series of high-pitched digital glitched. He slammed a metallic claw against the server rack as the screen went black. The humans had chosen a systemic network blackout over data loss. He began a rapid manual crawl through the fragmented cached files he had managed to secure. File, Arctic Expedition 1897. Subject, Discovery of the Giant. Log, Archibald Witwicky. Status, terminated. The screen flickered one last time and died. Useless carbon-based vermin. Frenzy roared, his logic circuits redlining with fury. He lunged forward, his head casing slamming into the monitor and shattering the glass in a spray of sparks. He had the name. He had the history. Now, he just needed to find the boy. Chapter 46, The Breach at Trumbull. While Frenzy was venting his frustration on the server stack, the heavy hydraulic doors of the cargo bay hissed open. 2 agents from the Secret Service tactical detail, sidearms drawn, moved into the hold. Frenzy didn't have the luxury of reconfiguring into his radio disguise. With a sudden hiss of hydraulics, he lunged upward, his clawed digits digging into the overhead support struts. He hung from the ceiling like a metallic spider, his blue optics dimming to a flicker. The 2 agents moved in a disciplined back-to-back formation, their flashlights cutting through the gloom. It didn't take long for them to find the ruined server. Command, this is Cargo Lead. We have localized structural damage to the primary trunk. It looks like a physical breach. Contact. The lead agent barely had time to shout before a jagged, metallic blur dropped from the ceiling. Hostile. Open fire. Bang. 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 The agents dumped their magazines into the shadows, but Frenzy was a master of asynchronous kinetic evasion. He scurried across the ceiling, gravity seemingly irrelevant to his frame. Mid-descent, he flicked his wrists. 2 circular, high-frequency serrated discs, shuriken, whistled through the air. Thwip. Squelch. The blades achieved precision kinetic neutralization, tearing through the agents' tactical vests and into their primary organs. They collapsed without a sound, their blood pooling on the cold alloy floor. The sound of the first discharge sent Executive 1 into a state of systemic panic. Shots fired in the cargo hold. Repeat, shots fired. Emergency descent initiated. All personnel, brace for rapid depressurization and landing protocols. The aircraft's internal broadcast added a layer of mechanical dread to the chaos. Armed details were already converging on the cargo lift, safeties off, ready to engage an unknown number of hostiles. In the executive suite, President Mitchell Keller was shaken awake. Report. What is the status? He demanded, looking at the stone-faced Secret Service agents surrounding his bed. The perimeter has been breached, sir. We have an active firefight on the lower decks. Keller's first thought was an internal coup, a traitor within the detail. But there was no time for a debrief. Under the guidance of his detail, he was rushed toward the high-altitude ejection protocol, a specialized safety node designed to jettison the president from the craft if the structural integrity was compromised. Go. Get him to the bunker. The Pentagon. War room. I want Mitchell in the subterranean shelter now. Secretary John Keller shouted, his voice echoing off the tactical maps. We discuss the network breach only after the Commander-in-Chief is secure. That is our singular objective. A technician looked up from a console, a look of relief on his face. Sir. Executive 1 has touched down at Trumbull International. The president is disembarking under heavy guard. Good, Keller exhaled. Secure the perimeter. No one goes in or out of that airport without a level 5 clearance. Trumbull International Airport. 1 o'clock, the airport, the busiest military-civilian hub in the region, was under a total blackout. Thousands of soldiers and local law enforcement had created a wall of steel around the primary runway. Under the cover of darkness, the president's motorcade roared away, leaving the hulking silhouette of the Boeing VC-25 alone on the tarmac. As the primary security detail followed the president, the perimeter around the plane loosened. A small, jagged head poked out from the landing gear housing. Frenzy scanned the area, his optics registering the thermal signatures of the remaining guards. He dropped to the asphalt, scurrying between the shadows of the fuel trucks until he reached a black and white police cruiser, Unit 643. He slid into the passenger seat. The driver's seat appeared occupied by a holographic human officer, a flickering image that dissolved into static the moment Frenzy closed the door. Roar. The engine of the Celine S-281 screamed as it tore out of the airport, leaving the sirens of the pursuing units in the dust. Above, a silver Fox interceptor banked low, its afterburners painting a streak of blue fire across the night sky before it reconfigured and dropped to the earth. Nathan, now in his bipedal Skignaw form, landed with a heavy thud as the police cruiser screeched to a halt in front of him. Frenzy tumbled out of the passenger side, his vocalizer redlining with erratic data bursts. Siphoning complete. The organic vermin tried to terminate me, but I neutralized them. Their biological frames are pathetic, fragile. I could have purged the entire craft if the spymaster hadn't signaled for extraction. Nathan looked down at the twitching minicon, his expression a mask of cold alloy. Your arrogance is a logic error, Frenzy. That pathetic craft is a mobile fortress. You're lucky to be in one piece. Barricade reconfigured from the cruiser, his 5-meter frame looming over the Scout. He didn't offer a word of praise. Instead, he delivered a kinetic disciplinary strike, kicking Frenzy across the dirt. Enough of your data-purging fantasies. Barricade rasped. State the intelligence. Did you secure the Witwiki coordinates? Frenzy scrambled to his feet, his optics flickering. I found the lead. NBE-1 in the Allspark. A high-resolution projection erupted from Frenzy's chest. Data recovery, Captain Archibald Witwiki. Subject, discovery of the Iceman. A human named Archibald, Frenzy buzzed. He encountered the High Protector. He laser-etched the map onto his personal visual augmentation devices, glasses. Frenzy swiped through the data, pulling up a web browser, eBay. On the screen was a listing for an antique pair of round-framed spectacles. Item, 19th century Arctic explorer's glasses. Seller, ladiesman. Nathan stared at the photo of the seller, a gawky, wide-eyed teenager named Sam. The game is on, Nathan thought, his spark pulsing with a dangerous frequency. And I'm the only one who knows the boy is already being watched. Locate the user, Barricade commanded, his engine revving with a predatory growl. We have the scent. Chapter 47, The Signal of Ladiesman. It seems the human has proceeded exactly as predicted, Nathan rumbled, his optics reflecting the projection of the eBay listing. Listing the artifact on a public data node. It is a case of unintentional tactical exposure. He has no choice, Barricade rasped, his engine idling with a predatory growl. His lineage was flagged the moment Archibald touched the High Protector. Whether he lists the asset or buries it, the scent of the Allspark follows him. It is a biological inevitability. Frenzy, scuttling around Barricade's pedace, focused his 4 optics on the screen. He initiated a high-resolution scan of the cracked lens. The geometric fractures are verified, Frenzy chirped, his voice a frantic digital staccato. They contain the encoded navigation burst for the Allspark. We must secure the organic designated as Ladiesman 217 immediately. Nathan looked at Barricade, maintaining his role as the mission's tactical observer. He knew the sequence of events. While Frenzy and Barricade hunted the boy, the Yellow Scout would be making its move. Initiate the pursuit, Barricade commanded, his chassis shifting as he prepared to reconfigure. Let us introduce ourselves to Mr. 217. 2 o'clock, 217 Crescent Drive. The rusted yellow Camaro sitting in the Witwiki driveway suddenly hummed to life. A faint, rhythmic pulse of blue light flickered across the dashboard, and the internal diagnostics achieved a full power state. Inside the house, Sam Witwiki snapped awake. He stared at the ceiling, his biometric sensors, had he possessed any, alerting him to a shift in the local environment. He felt a profound sense of impending systemic failure. Vroom. The roar of a high-performance engine echoed from below. No. Sam vaulted from his bed. He didn't stop for footwear, sprinting to the balcony overlooking the driveway. No, no, no. That's my car. He watched the taillights of the Camaro vanish around the corner. Acting on pure adrenaline, Sam threw on a jacket and charged downstairs, his voice redlining as he shouted toward his parents' room. Dad. Mom. Someone's stealing the car. He burst into the garage, grabbed his mountain bike, and tore out into the night. He didn't care about the grass, he was focused on the thermal trail, or what he perceived as one, of his missing transport. As he pedaled, he dialed emergency services on his flip phone. I'm reporting a grand theft auto. I'm in pursuit. I need a full tactical response. Send everyone. He panted into the receiver. Why? Because my dad is the neighborhood security lead, that's why. Just get here. His legs were a blur of kinetic motion. Within minutes, he caught sight of the yellow silhouette. The thief wasn't traveling at maximum velocity, it was almost as if the car wanted to be followed. The Camaro swerved into a low-density waste processing sector, the local junkyard, crashing through the primary iron gates. Sam didn't hesitate. He ditched his bike at the perimeter and crept inside, his heart rate exceeding 160 BPM. He followed the tire tracks deep into the maze of crushed alloy and rusted steel. Oh, God. Sam froze behind a derelict white pickup truck. His pupils dilated as he witnessed a total violation of terrestrial physics. Standing atop a mound of debris was a 5-meter-tall mechanical giant. The yellow plating was unmistakable, it was his car. The machine's chest plates were open, projecting a blinding pillar of light into the clouds. Within the beam, strange, geometric symbols swirled like digital ghosts. "I'm Sam Witwicky," he whispered into his phone, activating the video log. "If anyone finds this, my car is alive. It's an autonomous mechanical entity." He held the phone up, capturing the giant. "You see that? Aha. This is my final transmission. I'm moving to investigate the anomaly. If I don't return, check under my bed, there are some specialized periodicals. They aren't mine. I was holding them for miles. Actually, Uncle Charles gave them to me. Just tell my parents I love them. And Mojo. I love you too, Mojo." Sam snapped the phone shut and stood up, ready to confront the impossible. But as he stepped out from behind the truck, the giant was gone. The junkyard was silent, as if the last 5 minutes had been a shared hallucination with the darkness. The Pentagon. Situation Room. Secretary John Keller presided over an emergency assembly of the nation's top security analysts. The atmosphere was one of profound administrative stress. "Status report," Keller commanded as he took his seat. "The breach is confirmed, sir," an official replied. "They successfully infiltrated the defensive grid. Qatar was a distraction, this was the primary objective." "What was the data loss?" The official looked down, his posture rigid. "Unknown, sir. The siphon was too rapid. We can't identify which sectors were targeted." Keller's brow furrowed. This was an unacceptable variable. He knew the president was currently in a hardened bunker in New Hampshire, likely vocalizing high-amplitude administrative dissatisfaction at the failure of his security detail. "What about the payload? The virus?" Keller asked. "It's an autonomous logic bomb," another analyst reported. "It's unlike any malware in our database. It's polymorphic, every time we attempt a hard wipe, it reconfigures. It's not just a virus, it's a systemic infection that's integrating itself into our base code. You're telling me we can't stop it? Not through standard linear transformation, no." Before Keller could respond, a young woman, Maggie, stepped into the room, bypassing the security cordon. "It's not a computer, sir. It's an organic intelligence." The room went silent. A high-ranking official looked at her with blatant skepticism. "Excuse me, miss. She's the one who flagged the initial burst," Keller interrupted. "Let her speak." "Sir," Maggie said, her voice steady. "The signal bypassed our 256-bit firewalls in less than 10 seconds. Even a quantum computer would need 20 years for that level of decryption. This isn't a state actor. It's a self-evolving entity." "Are you suggesting a foreign power has achieved a quantum leap in defense?" the official scoffed. "I'm suggesting we're dealing with a non-biological entity," Maggie countered. "A computer made of DNA. A sentient logic stream. Whatever it is, it's not using terrestrial mathematics." "Enough," Keller sighed, rubbing his temples. "The theory was too radical for the current crisis. We focus on the hard-kill protocols. If it's alive, we'll starve it of power. Get back to work." Chapter 48, The Desert Stalker. Secretary John Keller stood over Maggie, his gaze as cold and unyielding as a blast shield. "Enough, Mississippi. We have 6 floors of the finest analytical minds in the country scouring the grid for a terrestrial origin. If you can secure hard data to support your non-biological theory, I will grant you a hearing. But if you continue to broadcast unsubstantiated speculation, you will be escorted from this facility. Am I clear?" Maggie tightened her jaw, her eyes tracking the jagged signal on the main screen. "Crystal clear, Mr. Secretary. 2:30, Los Angeles outskirts. Bark. Bark. Bark." The silence of the waste processing sector was shattered by the frenzied baying of 2 massive guard dogs. A panicked silhouette tore through the maze of rusted alloy, 2 snapping Dobermans trailing long iron chains in a frantic pursuit. "No, no, no. You're good boys. High-quality canine units. Stop." Sam Witwicky screamed over his shoulder, pushing his biological limits as he scrambled over piles of scrap. He hadn't found the giant robot. Instead, he had triggered the local biological security. Unlike his Chihuahua Mojo, these were high-output apex predators. Sam swerved around a stack of crushed sedans, only to realize he had entered a structural dead-end, a narrow alley formed by the high perimeter fence and a mountain of industrial waste. No. The dogs closed the gap. Sam scrambled up a pile of tires, kicking out as the animals lunged at his ankles. Look, I'm not an intruder. I was just tracking a mechanical anomaly. Vroom. A sudden atmospheric shockwave rippled through the junkyard. The two dogs instantly tucked their tails, letting out whimpering yelps of submissive terror as they scrambled away from the alley. Sam looked up. The yellow Camaro was rolling toward him, its headlights cutting through the darkness like twin scanners. Sam didn't feel relief, he felt a surge of systemic dread. Don't terminate me. I wasn't tracking you on purpose. Sam shouted, fumbling with his pocket. Here. Take the keys. The title is in the glove box. It's yours. Just stay away. He hurled the keys toward the car and sprinted past it, his sneakers slipping on the oily grit. The car didn't pursue him. It sat idling in the center of the yard, watching him flee toward the primary gate. Sam reached the entrance just as a black and white cruiser screeched to a halt, blocking his path. Thank God. You're here. Sam gasped, leaning against the police car. My car, it's in there. It's a sentient automaton. You have to secure the perimeter before it reconfigures. The cruiser doors swung open. Two officers emerged, but they didn't reach for their handcuffs. They drew their service weapons, aiming directly at Sam's center mass. Hands in the air. Do it now. No, wait. I'm the victim. The thief is in the yard. Shut up. Face the vehicle. Hands on the hood. Sam realized the communication channel was closed. He raised his hands, walking toward the cruiser. Thud. His forehead hit the warm metal of the engine cover as the officers moved in to secure him. Qatar. The empty quarter. While Los Angeles was plunged into the dark of 3 a.m., the desert was baking under a brutal midday sun. A detachment of 12 soldiers moved across the dunes, their faces masks of sun-scorched fatigue. They were the survivors of the Qatar base, Captain William Lennox's team. For 48 hours, they had survived an endurance limit biological transit across the dunes, their communication arrays slagged by the initial Decepticon burst. Water. One of the men croaked. They hadn't seen a moisture source in 12 hours. As they crested a final dune, a miracle appeared, a small village well and a rusted cellular transmission tower. Move. To the well. Lennox commanded. The men broke into a ragged run, collapsing by the well and drinking with a desperation that ignored the grit in the water. Lennox didn't join them. He moved toward the transmission tower, pulling a satellite phone from his pack. Behind them, unseen in the shifting heat haze, a mound of sand was moving. It tracked their thermal signatures with a cold, mechanical precision, burrowing beneath the surface like a shark in the silt. Lennox fumbled with the phone. Come on, give me a hard line. He needed to report the Qatar incursion. He needed to tell the Pentagon that the enemy wasn't human. It was a machine that could kill a digital camera just by looking at it. Heads up. A sudden eruption of sand and metal pulverized the cellular tower. The steel structure collapsed, missing Lennox by mere centimeters. Scrap. Lennox coughed, waving away the dust. The tower is down. Captain. Look out. Epps shouted from the well, dropping his canteen. From the dune behind Lennox, a massive metallic scorpion erupted, Scorponok. Its twin claws snapped with the sound of hydraulic shears as it lunged forward. Hostile. Engage. Engage. The desert air filled with the roar of assault rifles. The soldiers formed a defensive line, their rounds sparking off the scorpion's armor. Scorponok hissed, its tail stinger whipping overhead as it dove back into the sand, vanishing beneath the surface. Cease fire. Where is it? It's burrowing. Watch the ground. Suddenly, the sand beneath a soldier's feet exploded. A scream was cut short as the man was impaled and dragged into the air. Kill it. Kill it now. The team unleashed a frantic barrage, but the scorpion was gone as soon as it struck, popping up in different locations like a nightmare. We can't hold this sector. Lennox shouted over the gunfire. Retreat to the village. Use the buildings for cover. Run. The survivors sprinted toward the mud brick houses of the nearby bazaar. Local villagers, seeing a group of armed, sun-blackened soldiers being pursued by a mechanical monster, fled in terror. Lennox burst into a small dwelling, his breath ragged. He looked at a local boy. I need a phone. A cellular link. Now. Chapter 49, The Scorponok Compromise. Inside the Pentagon's Strategic Operations Hub, the heavy doors hissed open. Secretary John Keller strode in, his expression a mask of reinforced titanium. Ignoring the salutes of the junior officers, he moved directly to the command-in-chief of the watch. "Report on the Qatar recovery," Keller commanded. "Mr. Secretary, we've established a persistent link with a special operations unit under fire in Qatar. They've verified their credentials as survivors of the Soxant breach. They are requesting immediate kinetic support." "Survivors from Qatar?" "Confirmed, sir. The cellular uplink originates from a localized bazaar node within the sector. Authentication protocols have cleared." Keller's skepticism vanished. "Patch the audio to the main deck." "I have never seen a weapon system with this level of morphological agility," a voice crackled through the speakers, punctuated by the roar of heavy gunfire. "We need CAS. We need gunships on station now." Keller turned to an aide. "Status of the regional assets. Predator drones are on station. We are vectoring the nearest AWACS and scrambling an orbital strike package from the regional airbase." "Excellent." Keller gripped the comm unit. "Identify your aggressor. What is the nature of the hostile?" The voice on the other end, frantic and raw with adrenaline, didn't care for Pentagon formalities. "I don't know, man. If you could see this thing, you wouldn't be asking such a redundant question. It's metal, it's giant, and it's burrowing through the damned sand." "Sir, Predator feed is live," a technician shouted. Keller looked up at the wall of monitors. High above the desert bazaar, a high-altitude drone captured the thermal signature of the engagement. The resolution was crystal clear. A massive metallic scorpion, Scorponok, was engaging the humans with terrifying efficiency. The mechanical beast, Blackout's personal hunter, had abandoned stealth. It was trading fire with the soldiers, its tail stinger spitting high-velocity kinetic rounds that pulverized the mud brick buildings of the village. "My God, what is that?" Keller stood up, his optics, human as they were, struggling to process the imagery. The zoomed-in feed showed a creature of jagged alloy and hydraulic claws, capable of launching micromissiles from its carapaces. No one in the room answered. Several analysts began reciting low-frequency prayers, their worldviews fracturing in real time. Had this been anything other than a live military feed, they would have dismissed it as a cinematic fabrication. "We must secure the asset," Keller commanded, his voice regaining its steel. "Authorize a lethal suppression strike. I want the Air Force to decommission that entity immediately. And I want the wreckage recovered and transported to a secure hangar on the mainland." The American war machine accelerated. At the nearest airbase, the hangar doors retracted, and a flight of A-10 Thunderbolts roared down the tarmac, their GAU-8 Avengers spinning up for a high-volume lead dump. Encrypted channel, IFFBM0023K. All flight units, the target is a non-biological combatant. Authorize depleted uranium rounds. The Qatar Bazaar. The engagement reached a fever pitch. Explosions leveled entire blocks of the market. Lennox's team was down to 7 combat-effective members. The local militia had long since executed a disorganized tactical retreat, leaving the professionals to hold the line. When the notification of inbound CAS arrived, Lennox felt a surge of systemic hope. He handed the local boy's phone to Sergeant Epps. "Target is on the ground." Epps shouted into the phone. "Marking our position with orange smoke. We are the 7-man element to the south." Epps deployed a smoke canister and risked a vertical scan to lock Scorponok's position. "Engage the western sector of the village. The target is high visibility." Above, the 2 A-10 Thunderbolts banked into their attack runs. Hog 01 on station. Requesting clearance for the gun run. Cleared hot, Hog 01. Hog 01 engaging. Hog 02 rolling in. Lennox, the Hogs are in the pipe. Paint the target. Lennox activated the IR laser designator on his rifle, leading his remaining team out of the cover of the ruins. They sprinted toward the perimeter, keeping the laser locked on the Scorpion's metallic carapace. Scorponok, sensing the shift in the tactical environment, reconfigured its claws into a secondary missile rack and launched a retaliatory salvo. Whoosh, boom. A soldier on the flank was caught in the blast radius, his biological frame no match for the explosive yield. Scrap. Lennox hissed, opening fire to keep the machine's sensors occupied. The A-10s roared overhead, their cannons letting out a sound like tearing silk. But as they neared the target, their HUDs began to flicker. System alert, high-intensity electronic interference. Targeting is compromised, the pilot reported. Manual release only. Dropping iron. The Thunderbolts released a spread of unguided munitions. The sand around Scorponok erupted in fire, but the machine held its ground, its Cybertronian steel armor absorbing the peripheral shock waves. Scorponok hissed, its logic circuits focusing on the humans who had dared to draw it into the open. It lunged forward, determined to finalize the purge before the aerial threat returned. "It's not dying." Epps screamed into the phone. The 30mm isn't penetrating. We need a higher yield. High above, a massive AC-130H Spectre gunship, Spooky-01, took over the orbit. Spooky-01 authorized the 105mm Sabo rounds. Saturated fire on the laser marker. Authorized. Spooky-01 engaging. The side of the massive gunship erupted in fire. For 30 seconds, a rain of 105mm armor-piercing shells pulverized Scorponok's coordinates. The bazaar was hidden behind a wall of rising dust and pulverized stone. When the fire ceased, Lennox and Epps emerged from behind a collapsed wall. As the dust settled, the Scorpion was nowhere to be seen. In its place was a blackened, glassified crater. Only a severed, twitching tail stinger lay in the pit, the last remnant of the mechanical hunter. The Pentagon. Keller stared at the silent monitors. Did we neutralize it? Spooky-01 reports the target has vanished from thermal, an analyst reported. Probability of decommission, high. Keller felt a momentary surge of disappointment that the chassis wasn't intact, but he pushed it aside. Get those men out of there. Bring the JSOC detachment home to the mainland. I want them in a debriefing room the moment they touch down. I need to know exactly what they saw at Soxant. Yes, Mr. Secretary. Keller turned and left the hub. He had been awake for over 30 hours, navigating a presidential evacuation, a global network breach, and the first confirmed engagement with an extraterrestrial weapon system. He needed a moment of low-power rest before the next sequence began. Chapter 50, The Panic of Sam Witwicky. The following morning. Los Angeles. The sun beat down on Roddy Avenue, a rare tranquil day in the City of Angels. That peace was shattered as a Celine S-281 police cruiser, light bar strobing red and blue, ignored a red light at terminal velocity. The number, 643, was stark on its rear. It moved with a predatory indifference to the pedestrians staring in its wake. No one looked up. High above, a silver interceptor banked through the clouds, a silver fox maintaining a low-velocity shadow. Nathan, operating as Skignaw, looked down at the sprawl. He had arrived in L.A. long before dawn. Barricade was restricted by the asphalt, Nathan was not. The 1,000-mile transit from Rose City had taken less than 30 minutes at full burn. In a derelict scrapyard in South L.A., Nathan shifted his airframe, the metal folding with a violent sequence of snaps until he stood in his bipedal form. He waited in the silence of the rusted graveyard. Soon, the iron gates were pulverized as the Celine slammed through. With a symphony of grinding gears and shifting plates, the cruiser surged upward into the 5-meter frame of Barricade. From his chassis, the spindly form of Frenzy tumbled out. Ugh! The stench. Frenzy shrieked, his voice a jagged edge. Skignaw. Is this the node? You've been idling in a trash heap for hours. Nathan's intake fans cycled, filtering the smell of sun-baked refuse. He had deactivated his olfactory sensors cycles ago. This is the closest secure zone to the target's residence. Planes don't exactly have the luxury of landing on residential sidewalks, Frenzy. The yard felt strangely familiar, a flicker in his databanks he couldn't quite localize. Barricade ignored the bickering. He had spent eons in war zones far more toxic than an LA dump. Skignaw. Report. Status on the asset. Confirmed, Barricade, Nathan replied, his optics glowing a sharp, steady red. He transmitted the data on Ladysman 217 directly to Barricade's HUD. Target, Sam Witwicky. 217 Crescent Drive. Nathan withheld one detail, the presence of the yellow Camaro. According to his knowledge, the Scout, Bumblebee, was an elite-class variable. If Barricade, a high-tier warrior, engaged an elite-class Scout, the probability of failure was too high to risk his own spark. The Pentagon. Signal Analysis Hub. Maggie Madsen checked the perimeter of her station. Ensuring no supervisors were watching, she slid a memory card into her terminal. There's only one person who can crack this code, she thought. Maggie copied the encrypted packets from the recent military network breaches. After the warning from Secretary Keller, her paranoia had reached a peak. She needed proof for her theories, and she knew a hacker who could provide it. The progress bar hit 100%. Maggie palmed the card and hid it inside a compact mirror, her hands trembling as she tucked it back into her bag. Just have to make it to the end of the shift, she whispered. Dusk. 217 Crescent Drive. Sam Witwicky sat on his sofa, eyes glazed. His brain was stuck in a loop. The car is alive. The car is alive. On the television, a news anchor spoke over footage of the desert. Over 40 heavy lift transports departed from the base an hour ago. The destination remains classified, and the Pentagon has issued a total informational blackout. Sam snapped out of his daze. I have to tell Miles. He grabbed his jacket and headed for the kitchen. He had been interrogated by the LAPD until dawn and was running on fumes. In the corner, Mojo, the family's bandaged chihuahua, hopped toward the sink, snarling at the backyard. Mojo, shut it. Sam hissed into the phone. I'm trying to. Vroom. A low engine thrum vibrated through the floorboards. Sam froze. A familiar clatter followed, and he dropped to the floor, peering over the sink. The yellow Camaro was back. It rolled across the lawn, its rusted grille facing the house like a predator. Miles. Miles, listen. Sam whispered frantically. The car, it's in the yard. It's stalking me. What are you talking about, man? Miles' voice crackled. You're high on sugar. Go to sleep. No. The haunted car is back. Sam hung up, realizing Miles wasn't coming. He grabbed his mother's bicycle and bolted out the back door. Vroom. He hadn't made it 10 yards before the engine roared behind him. The Camaro was pacing him, headlights cutting through the darkness. Stop chasing me. Sam screamed, pedaling with everything he had. I gave you the keys. What else do you want? He didn't notice the Celine cruiser idling at the end of the street, its lights suddenly igniting in a silent blue. Sam swerved onto Tucson 8th Street, hit a curb, and did a 90-degree flip over the handlebars. Crash. He hit the pavement hard. Sam. A girl's voice came from the sidewalk. Sam looked up to see Michaela Bain sitting on a wall with her friends. Hey, Michaela, Sam wheezed, tangled in the bike chain. Sam. You look really stylish right now, Michaela said, shaking her head. Yeah. Real style, Sam scrambled up. The embarrassment stung, but the terror was worse. Look, Michaela, everything is crazy. I'm being chased by my car. He hopped back on the bike and pedaled away. Michaela watched him go, her expression shifting to concern. I have to check on something, she told her friends. High above, Nathan watched through cloaked sensors. An elite-class scout pursuing a terrified biological was a rare data point. The confrontation is imminent, Nathan thought, banking his airframe. He recognized the yellow Camaro, Bumblebee, the god of even matches. Nathan increased his altitude to avoid the scout's localized sensor net. Below, the yellow car and the boy were heading toward an abandoned parking structure. Chapter 51, The Abandoned Parking Lot. As dusk merged into night, Sam pedaled blindly, driven by pure, adrenaline-fueled panic. He rode for what felt like an eternity before the crushing weight of terror eased slightly. He skidded to a halt, realizing the rusted yellow nightmare was no longer on his tail. Ha, ha. He slammed on the brakes, doubling over the handlebars, his lungs burning. Before he could even catch his breath, the wail of a siren shattered the silence. Woo-woo. Thank God. The police. A cruiser, its light bar strobing a frantic red and blue, rolled slowly into the abandoned lot, heading straight for him. Sam didn't stop to wonder who had called them. He dumped the bike and sprinted toward the car, never more desperate for the sight of authority. Hey. Officer, listen to me. He didn't wait for the car to stop. He threw himself onto the hood, his hands clawing at the metal. Listen. Thank God you're here. I've never had a worse day in my life. I was riding my mom's bike, and I got chased. Miles, he didn't believe me. My car. It's alive. It kept chasing me. I nearly died out there. It followed me the whole way. Sam babbled, his words a frantic smear of terror. But the figure behind the wheel didn't react. The cruiser sat perfectly still, its spotlight glaring at him. Frustrated by the silence, Sam banged his fist on the hood. Hey. Get out of the car. V-room. The engine roared. Instead of an officer stepping out, the cruiser lurched forward, slamming into Sam and knocking him flat onto the concrete. No. Stop. Sam scrambled backward on his elbows, staring in horror as the bumper pushed relentlessly against him. Please. Don't do this. Stop it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to touch your car. A sudden, earth-shaking thud echoed through the lot, followed by the sickening crunch of metal. Sam's head snapped toward the sound. The panic on his face solidified into pure, unadulterated terror. Standing among the rusted wrecks was a monstrous black entity, at least 3 stories tall. It dwarfed the yellow machine he'd seen earlier. The car beneath its massive PD crumpled with a jarring shriek. Nathan, operating as Skignaw, paid the human no mind. He surveyed the battlefield. It was a semi-open lot beneath a massive bridge, a graveyard for dead vehicles and forgotten industrial waste. A perfect hunting ground. Before Sam could process the new nightmare, the police cruiser deployed 2 massive, metallic claws from its headlight housings. Oh, no. The truth hit him like a kinetic round. The cruiser was one of them. Not far away, Nathan watched the scene in silence. He could see that Barricade was deliberately toying with the asset, using localized intimidation protocols before the interrogation. It was a classic, to punish and enslave, tactic. The driver's seat went empty. In a single, violent sequence of snapping plates and grinding gears, the Celine shifted form, rising into the brutal, menacing silhouette of Barricade. To Sam, it was the ultimate betrayal. The symbol of safety had mutated into a demon. Shit. No. Sam's adrenaline spiked. With a guttural scream, he scrambled to his feet, spun around, and bolted. Damn it. Damn it all. He panted heavily, every breath a struggle. Were it not for the throbbing ache in his back from the bike crash, he would have convinced himself this was a nightmare. Ever since he'd bought that yellow Camaro, his life had spun into madness. Barricade didn't let him get far. He took 2 thunderous strides forward and backhanded the fleeing human. Crash. Gah. Smash. Sam was thrown through the air, crashing onto the hood of a red sedan. His impact shattered the windshield and left a massive dent in the metal. This is a nightmare. Sam groaned, clutching his back. He had been pulverized twice in 1 hour. Tell me, human. Barricade stalked over to the sedan, crouching down to stare at the broken biological on the hood. Is your eBay username, Ladiesman217? What? I can't hear you. I don't know. Sam shouted, his voice cracking with terror. Is your eBay username, Ladiesman217? This time, the vocalizer was at maximum volume. Yes. Yes. That's me. Where is eBay item number 236? Where are the glasses? The glasses. What glasses? Sam asked, his processors stalling. Barricade's patience dissolved. His massive hand clenched into a fist and slammed into the sedan's hood right beside Sam's legs. Tell me. Where are the glasses? The visual threat overrode the fear. As the hood tilted violently from the impact, Sam recognized the variable. He slid down the slanted metal, scrambling between Barricade's legs and sprinting toward the far end of the lot. Damn human. Having been evaded twice, Barricade lost his logic checks. He lunged after the boy, tearing through the rows of parked cars like they were cardboard. Off to the side, Nathan watched the chase with analytical interest. He had no intention of interfering. He hadn't forgotten about Bumblebee. It was illogical for an elite-class scout to lose track of a single biological asset. But Nathan had clearly seen Bumblebee get separated from Sam on Roddy Avenue. Ruling out the probability, however infinitesimally small, that Sam had outmaneuvered a Cybertronian scout, only one conclusion remained. Bumblebee had detected the Decepticon signatures and had intentionally broken visual contact with the asset to avoid leading them to him. On the highway. A weathered yellow Camaro tore through the night like a localized whirlwind. Bumblebee's internal processors were running at maximum cycle. He had assumed the 2 Decepticons were tracking him. He had veered off, hoping to lure them away from his designated target. It was a logical error. Optimus Prime's primary directive echoed in his core, even if it requires terminal expenditure, you must protect the asset. In his desperation, Bumblebee increased his velocity, focusing only on the coordinates of the abandoned lot. The parking lot. With its rows of skeletal wrecks, the lot offered a tactical advantage to a smaller target. Sam used the terrain to his advantage, scrambling toward the entrance. A road with minimal traffic sat just outside the gates. As he burst out, he spotted a blue scooter approaching. The rider was Michaela. Back off. Don't come any closer, run. Sam screamed, waving his arms. Michaela didn't seem to process the warning. She actually accelerated, speeding directly toward him. Realizing shouting was useless, Sam lunged, tackling Michaela violently to the pavement. Thud. Clang. The driverless scooter wobbled forward before toppling over with a metallic crash. Michaela hit the concrete hard, her breath driven from her lungs. What are you doing, Sam? She gasped. What's wrong with you? There's a monster. Sam sputtered, dragging her to her feet and pointing back into the lot. It just attacked me. It's still coming. What? Michaela looked. A massive robot was sprinting through the rows of cars toward them. What is that thing? Michaela's face registered sheer astonishment. She had never encountered a machine of this magnitude, but she knew it wasn't human. Here it comes. Seeing the Decepticon drawing closer, Sam grabbed Michaela's hand and spun around. Run. Back in the lot, just as Nathan was preparing to follow Barricade, a familiar harmonic signature resonated through his sensors. Vroom. Bumblebee. Following the acoustic trail, the battered yellow Camaro appeared at the entrance of the lot, speeding furiously straight toward Nathan. What? Nathan was taken aback. Bumblebee had returned, but instead of executing a rescue directive for the asset, the scout was targeting him. Are the Autobots also deploying sanitize the smallest threat protocols? Nathan mused. Nathan locked his combat faceplate. He deployed the heavy machine gun on his right arm and leveled it. At the same moment, the armor plating on his shoulders slid open, revealing 4 launch ports. Target locked. Fire. The very next second, 4 heat-seeking rockets erupted from the ports, streaking toward the locked-on Camaro. The 3 barrels of his heavy machine gun began to spin, spewing a torrent of fire toward the enemy ahead. Chapter 52, Duel with the Scout. Whiz, boom. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The sudden transition from flight to a saturation strike caught Bumblebee off balance. He veered left and right, his velocity dropping as he navigated the wall of lead and fire. Seeing that the Autobot hadn't been pinned down, Nathan, operating as Skignaw, frowned and loosed another 4 rockets. The abandoned cars in the lot took the brunt of the impact, either shredded by the explosions or sent flying as Bumblebee smashed through them like a kinetic battering ram. The rhythmic thud of explosions caught the attention of Barricade at the perimeter. He shot a quick glance over his shoulder but didn't break his stride, continuing his predatory march toward the 2 humans. Boom. Cursed Decepticon. Despite his evasive maneuvers, the shockwaves from several rockets slammed into Bumblebee's frame. After shrugging off a flurry of machine gun rounds, a spark of irritation flared within the Scout's processors. He skidded and transformed, metal groaning and expanding as he hit the ground running in his bipedal form. Realizing there was still a significant distance between him and the aerial Decepticon, Bumblebee shifted his arm into its weapon configuration, a heavy plasma cannon. Rat-tat-tat. Nathan had just emptied a magazine and was waiting for his internal systems to cycle more rounds when he saw Bumblebee's arm level at him. Not good. A primal sense of danger flared. Nathan executed a desperate tactical roll, narrowly avoiding a searing bolt of blue plasma that scorched the air where he had stood a microsecond before. Before he could counterattack, Bumblebee fired again, forcing him into a frantic scramble. Boom. A nearby sedan was vaporized by the plasma blast. Nathan emerged from the smoke looking battered, his shoulder pods rising for another 4 tracking rockets. You've got to be kidding me. He looked down at his leg, the armor plating was warped and smoking just from the aftershock of the plasma. Seeing the sheer destructive output of the Scout, Nathan's desire for a test fight evaporated instantly. He didn't stay to repair the damage. He saturated the area with suppressive fire, forcing Bumblebee to take cover while he backed toward the open clearing. Nathan had only initiated this fight to gauge his combat effectiveness, he never intended to fight to the death. In Cybertronian warfare, raw stats often trumped skill. As a high-tier unit, Nathan was physically outclassed in speed and strength by an elite unit like Bumblebee. If the Scout closed the distance to a melee, it would be a death sentence. Strictly speaking, this was only Nathan's second real fight since his awakening, and his first as a high-tier warrior. While he appeared to be holding his own, he knew he was walking a tightrope. Bumblebee was practically ignoring the machine gun fire, whereas one direct hit from the plasma cannon would leave Nathan terminal. Time to go. As Bumblebee closed to within 50 paces, Nathan dumped his remaining dozen rockets in a single, massive salvo. Without waiting to see the result, he leaped into the air, transforming into the Silver Fox Interceptor and punching his afterburners. The rockets roared toward Bumblebee, detonating in a blinding chain reaction. Boom boom boom. Vroom. Even before the smoke cleared, the yellow Camaro burst through the screen of fire. Aside from some singed paint, the Autobot was largely unscathed. To save time, Bumblebee had dumped a significant portion of his spark energy into his shields to tank the hit. His original plan had been to neutralize the extra Decepticon quickly before rescuing Sam. He hadn't expected this unfamiliar Decepticon to be so pragmatic as to flee the moment the pressure ramped up, unlike the fanatics he'd fought back on Cybertron. While Nathan retreated to the clouds, Barricade had successfully cornered Sam and Michaela in a corner of the lot. Michaela, listen to me. Run. Just go. Sam screamed, shoving her toward an opening. It wants me. It won't follow you. Michaela didn't move. She gripped Sam's arm, her eyes wide with terror as they backed away from the towering black shadow. Look at this, a touching display of organic sentiment, Barricade sneered, his vocal processors grinding with mockery. He stepped toward them, his metallic fingers flexing. He decided to soften his prey, perhaps by snapping their legs to ensure they couldn't scurry away again. You ugly, inferior creatures, you. Screech, slam. What? Before Barricade could move, the yellow Camaro lunged from the shadows like a golden bullet, slamming into the Decepticon's side and sending him tumbling through a stack of crates. The driverless Camaro performed a sharp U-turn, skidding to a halt in front of the teenagers. The doors swung open automatically. Sam looked at the car that had been haunting him, then at the monster climbing out of the debris. He gritted his teeth and looked at Michaela. Get in. Get in the car. What is this, Sam? I don't want to. Trust me. Sam didn't wait. He grabbed her arm and pulled her into the seats. Thud. The doors slammed shut. The steering wheel spun wildly, the gear shifter snapped into drive, and the Camaro roared out of the lot, leaving a cloud of acrid exhaust for the recovering Barricade. Curse you! Who is that? Barricade stood up, his sensors immediately cross-referencing the energy signature. Bumblebee. Barricade's optics burned red. He and Bumblebee were both scouts, but their rivalry went back to the war on Cybertron. He had once been lured into an ambush by this very scout and nearly extinguished by Optimus Prime. To have his mission interfered with by the same Autobot on this new planet was intolerable. At that moment, Nathan, having circled the area from above, spotted Barricade. He transformed and landed, finding the police cruiser shaking with rage. Damn it, Skignaw. It's an Autobot. It's Bumblebee. Barricade snarled. Call in your flight squad. Get the Decepticons mobilized. We catch them now. Blinded by hate, Barricade didn't wait for a response. He shifted back into his police cruiser form and tore off after the yellow streak in the distance. Los Angeles suburbs. Twilight. Inside the Camaro, Sam was constantly looking out the rear window. Faster, faster. It's gaining on us. He didn't know what this yellow car wanted, but the police robot behind them definitely wanted them dead. Michaela was huddled in the passenger seat, her hair a mess, her breath hitching. Oh my God, we're gonna die. We're gonna die. No, we're not. Sam yelled. This car is, it's special. Trust me. Sam, look out. The wall. They had veered into an old oil refinery. The road ended abruptly at a massive brick wall. Sam braced himself, grabbing the handle on the roof. Hold on. The Camaro didn't slow down. It smashed through the masonry, bricks showering the hood as it leaped into the interior of a massive warehouse. Barricade followed suit, crashing through the same hole without losing a beat. Inside, the chase became a deadly game of cat and mouse. Bumblebee drifted around industrial distillation towers and oil tanks, weaving through narrow gaps. Sam and Michaela were tossed around the cabin like ragdolls. The police car was staying right on their tail, closing the gap inch by inch. Bumblebee knew he couldn't keep this up. The aerial Decepticon could arrive at any moment. To save his ward, he had to stop running. He had to finish this. Chapter 53, Battle at the Refinery. Reaching an open clearing surrounded by massive fuel storage tanks, Bumblebee threw the doors open and slammed on the brakes, the lateral force ejecting Sam and Michaela from the cabin. Gah. The world spun for the two teenagers. Before they could process the asphalt hitting their backs, the yellow Camaro was already unfolding. Plates shifted and gears ground as a 5-meter-tall mechanical giant rose from the pavement, assuming a low defensive stance. Bumblebee stared impassively at the black and white cruiser hurtling toward him. He shifted his weight, his optics narrowing. While he was often the team's heart, he was never soft on Decepticons. Barricade, seeing that Bumblebee was no longer running, felt a surge of ancient rage. Bumblebee. With a roar, Barricade transformed mid-drift, his kinetic energy carrying his bipedal form forward like a battering ram as he lunged. Thud. Spark, shink. The two titans collided in a spray of sparks and grinding steel, rolling across the asphalt and smashing into a cluster of oil drums. The fuel ignited instantly. Boom. The explosion terrified Sam. He grabbed Michaela's hand and scrambled toward the shadows, desperate to stay clear of the metal-on-metal violence. Bumblebee found his footing first, using the momentum of a roll to deliver a heavy hydraulic kick that sent Barricade skidding backward. Bumblebee. Barricade snarled, climbing out of the debris. He deployed his weapon, a massive, spiked flail. He had sworn to make the scout pay for the trap that had led to his death during the war on Cybertron. Streetwise, so you were resurrected, Bumblebee's radio chirped, a mix of static distorted frequencies. He recognized his old rival. Streetwise. Barricade's optics burned with hate. That name is a relic. Now, I am Barricade. Bumblebee didn't seem surprised. Decepticons frequently brought back their most effective killers. I didn't think you'd be the one to find us. Indeed. And I didn't think my vengeance would come this soon. Barricade laughed, a harsh, grinding sound. Ever since his revival, he had hunted for news of the scout. While Optimus Prime had delivered the killing blow, Bumblebee had been the one who lured him into the ambush. Since he couldn't kill a Prime yet, the scout would suffice. Bumblebee fell into a fighter's crouch, his radio scanning for a broadcast. Barricade, tell me. Why are the Decepticons on this planet? The distorted mix of radio clips drew a sneer from Barricade. Hundreds of years, and your vocoder is still a piece of junk. Pathetic. My voice doesn't matter, Bumblebee's radio buzzed. I can still rip the spark from your chest without it. Try it. Barricade lunged. The flail whistled through the air, keeping Bumblebee at bay. For Cybertronians, the 7-step rule applied, but the flail ensured that even within 7 steps, the scout couldn't close the distance to use his laser blades. As they clashed, a small form leaped from Barricade's chest, Frenzy. The Minicon hit the ground spinning, his razor claws whirring as he skittered toward the pipes where Sam and Michaela were hiding. Bumblebee saw the danger and tried to intercept, but Barricade's flail slammed into his path. It was a calculated distraction. The humans were a weakness the Decepticons intended to exploit. Wham! The flail caught Bumblebee in the shoulder, the force staggering the 5-ton machine into a storage tank. The heavy metal buckled. Bumblebee, these flails were forged specifically to counter your speed. Barricade boasted. But Bumblebee wasn't done. As he slumped, he suddenly rolled, his arm shifting into the plasma cannon. A brilliant blue pulse of energy caught Barricade square in the chest. Boom. Barricade was lifted off his feet, his armor cracking. He hit the ground hard, but his internal repair protocols were already jumping to seal the breach. He looked up to see Bumblebee lunging with a laser-edged arm blade. The two became a blur of motion, a heavyweight wrestling match that turned the storage sector into a mangled heap of scrap. Meanwhile, Sam was learning that even small robots were terrifying. He's got me. Oh God, he's gonna kill me. Sam screamed, kicking wildly at the spindly, skeletal robot that had latched onto his leg. In the struggle, Sam's jeans were shredded, leaving him in nothing but his boxers. With a desperate heave, he landed a solid kick. Thud. Frenzy was thrown back. Sam didn't stop, he scrambled up and sprinted into the darkness. Disgusting biological. Frenzy hissed, tossing the piece of denim aside. He flicked his wrists, launching 2 razor discs that whistled past Sam's ear. Shink. The discs hit a pipe, sending up a shower of sparks. Sam ran faster. He was a wreck, half naked and convinced he was about to die. He had no fight left in him. Michaela, however, did. Separated in the chaos, she had ducked into a maintenance shed. Her eyes landed on a heavy-duty industrial power drill. She tested the trigger. Whir. She sprinted back out to find Sam cornered against a chain-link fence, throwing clumsy, terrified punches at the Minicon. Come on. You want some? Sam yelled, his boxing stance shaking with fear. He'd realized the robot was only as tall as his thigh and thought he had a chance. Frenzy paused. Then, with a click, he deployed 2 jagged blades from his forearms. Oh, okay, Sam froze. Frenzy lunged. Sam flailed his arms, screaming as the robot latched onto him again. Whir. A high-pitched mechanical scream filled the air. Sam felt the weight on his chest vanish as blue fluid and sparks erupted. He looked up to see Michaela standing over the robot, the power drill screaming as she drove it into Frenzy's neck. She didn't stop. With a roar of adrenaline, she sawed through the mechanical joints. In seconds, the Minicon was in pieces. Michaela. You're amazing. Sam gasped. Michaela didn't answer. She kept drilling until the robot stopped twitching. Finally, she stopped, the drill's motor smoking. Only Frenzy's head remained, emitting a faint, distorted groan. In a final act of defiance, Sam wound up and kicked the head like a soccer ball. It flew through the air, disappearing into the shadows. Heads up, you little freak. He didn't notice that the head landed right next to Michaela's discarded backpack. Chapter 54, The Tactical Pivot. Above the volatile smog of the refinery, a Silver Fox interceptor led a tight formation of 4 Cybertronian seekers. Nathan, operating as Skignaw, had finally arrived with his detachment, but the tactical feed from the ground was grim. Even from 3,000 feet, Nathan's long-range optics captured the brutal efficiency of the Yellow Scout. Barricade was sustaining critical structural compromise. His heavy plating was fractured, his hydraulic fluid was painting the asphalt, and his primary visual sensors, the cruiser's eyes, were dark. It was a one-sided slaughter that sent a ripple of high-intensity warning through Nathan's processors. The roar of the incoming engines drew Bumblebee's attention. He looked up, his radio burst buzzing with static as he recognized the high-altitude seeker from the parking structure. His biometric sensors reported a significant increase in local threat density. Below, Barricade felt the vibration of the seeker's arrival. He was at his structural limit, kept functional only by the high-density rare alloys of his re-engineered frame. He realized that his personal vendetta had led to a total tactical failure. Skignaw. Barricade roared, his vocalizer glitching. Intervene. Neutralize the scout. Bumblebee didn't hesitate. He accelerated his output, intent on finalizing the decommissioning of the Enforcer before the aerial support could land. Nathan, however, did not initiate a dive. He circled the refinery once, scanning the hydrocarbon storage units and identifying a secure landing zone on a nearby administrative rooftop. Commander, E-13 pulsed as they touched down. Directive, shall we engage the Autobot to preserve the Enforcer? Negative, Nathan rumbled. A direct kinetic exchange with B-127 is a low-probability success vector for units of your tier. We execute a tactical diversion via asset threat. He knew Soundwave was likely monitoring the sector via orbital link. He couldn't let Barricade be extinguished, but he wasn't going to sacrifice his own frame for the Enforcer's pride. He needed a leverage point. He needed the boy. Identify the biological assets, Nathan commanded. Sector 4G, locate Ladiesman 217 and his female companion. If we threaten the asset, the scout will be forced to break the engagement. Behind a massive distillation tower, Sam Witwicky dragged Michaela into the shadows. Only hours ago, the idea of touching Michaela's arm would have caused a total social processor crash for Sam. Now, it was a matter of basic survival. Sam, where are we going? Michaela panted, her knuckles white as she gripped the industrial power saw. We need the car, Sam whispered, his eyes darting across the pipes. The yellow one is the only one not trying to kill us. He peeked around the corner, then recoiled instantly, pressing his back against the cold steel of the tower. What? Sam slammed his hand over Michaela's mouth. Quiet, he breathed. The big one. The black seeker from the garage. It's on the roof right above us. Michaela eased her head out, looking through the steam of a venting pipe. Atop the crude oil reservoir stood an 8-meter mechanical nightmare. Skignaw stood motionless, his crimson optics scanning the refinery with a cold, predatory focus. Nathan felt a faint thermal bloom near the tower. He turned his head casing, but the steam from the vents masked the biological signatures. He dismissed it as an atmospheric anomaly and focused on his drones. Delta Squad. Initiate the sweep, Nathan ordered. E-13 and the others fanned out, their rifles drawn as they navigated the labyrinth of pipes. They weren't stealth experts, their heavy footfalls echoed through the refinery like a rhythmic industrial hammer. Skignaw. Respond. Barricade's voice was a desperate shriek now. He was pinned against a storage tank, Bumblebee's laser blade humming inches from his spark chamber. The Autobot had focused his entire output on the kill, his processors blind to the secondary threats in the perimeter. Then, a high-pitched scream echoed from the western sector. Help! Get it away! Bumblebee's optics flashed. His radio burst screeched, a frantic, melodic sound. Sam. He had assumed the Seeker's hesitation was born of Decepticon cowardice, but he had underestimated the tactical cunning of the new commander. Nathan had used his drones to flush the asset. Lennox's team, no, the boy and the girl, were being pursued by E-14. The drone was closing the distance, his heavy footsteps rattling the catwalks. Abandoning engagement, Bumblebee pulsed. He delivered a final, crushing kick to Barricade's chest and transformed mid-motion. The Camaro roared toward the western sector, leaving a crippled Barricade in the dust. On the reservoir roof, Nathan saw the yellow blur approaching. Detachment Delta, extraction. Abandon the asset. He reconfigured into the Silver Fox interceptor and lanced into the air. He had achieved his objective, Barricade was alive, and he had observed Bumblebee's combat patterns without taking a single hit. E-14, seeing the yellow car screaming toward him, didn't wait to argue. He transformed and launched into the night sky, following Skignaw's trail. Sam and Michaela collapsed against a crate, watching as the airplanes vanished into the clouds. They fled, Sam gasped, looking at the yellow car skidding to a halt in front of them. They're afraid of him. Michaela didn't answer. She looked at the Camaro, dented, scorched, and smoking, and realized that the car was currently bleeding for them. Bumblebee's engine ticked, a low, metallic wheeze. He had saved the asset, but the Decepticon commander had won the tactical round. The hunt for the Allspark was no longer a secret, it was a race. Chapter 55, Evacuating the Refinery. In the crude oil storage area, Nathan descended from the sky with his 4 drones in tow. The scene below was one of absolute carnage. Massive storage tanks were buckled and leaning at impossible angles. Crude oil leaked from ruptured seams, mixing with industrial debris and fueling a roaring, crackling inferno. Nathan marveled at the localized destruction. This was the raw power of 2 elite-class Cybertronians cutting loose. Yet, despite the noise and the time that had passed, not a single human soul had come to investigate. Whether the refinery was too vast or the internal security had been neutralized, it felt eerily abandoned. Forget it. I need to find Barricade first, Nathan muttered, shaking off the stray thoughts. His priority was a clean extraction. If Bumblebee decided to pull a U-turn and return to finish the job, Nathan might be able to fly away, but a crippled Barricade would be a sitting duck. He led his drones through the maze of twisted steel until a faint, rhythmic groaning caught his sensors. Beneath the shadow of a collapsed tank, he found him. Barricade was sprawled in the dirt. Tiny, mantis-like internal repair droids were skittering across his shattered plating, trying desperately to seal his leaking fuel lines. Bumblebee hadn't delivered the killing blow. After hearing Sam scream, the scout had abandoned the fight to protect his ward, leaving the Decepticon to rot in the ruins of his own failure. As the heavy thud of Nathan's footsteps approached, Barricade used a trembling arm to prop himself up. Skignaw. Lord Barricade. I'm here. Nathan stared at the wreck of the elite warrior, a chill running through his processors. He had played it smart in the parking lot by staying at range. If he had let the scout get close, he'd be in pieces right now. Barricade's optics flickered with fury, but it was quickly replaced by a hollow, soul-deep exhaustion. He was a mess of broken pride and self-doubt. He had been resurrected by Soundwave for this hunt, only to be dismantled by his oldest rival. Even the flails he'd custom-forged for this fight were now just twisted scrap. Without a word of blame or explanation, Barricade staggered to his feet and shifted into his police cruiser form. The car was mangled, the chassis misaligned, and the engine coughed with a metallic wheeze as he limped away at a crawl. Nathan watched the coward king of the future disappear into the darkness. He understood. Only those who have stared into the abyss of total extinction truly learn to value survival over glory. Tonight, Barricade had looked into that abyss. Let's go. We're done here. Nathan took to the sky, leading E-13 and the others into the clouds. The mission was an undeniable failure. A high-tier warrior simply didn't have the output to sway a fight between two elites. On the return flight, Nathan sent a burst transmission to Soundwave, reporting the fallout. Since Barricade had essentially walked off the job to lick his wounds, the administrative cleanup fell to him. The yellow Camaro slowed to a crawl. Seeing that Sam was safe, Bumblebee let out a burst of static-relieved air from his vents. He had seen the Decepticon jets flee, and for the moment, the mission was secure. A few yards away from the humans, Bumblebee transformed back into his bipedal form. What is it doing? Michaela whispered, her throat dry. The sheer physical presence of the machine was suffocating. Sam stood his ground. He'd lived with this car for days, he'd sat in its stomach while it drove him to safety. It looks smart, Sam muttered, half to Michaela and half to himself. But it's different. Super advanced. I think it's a secret government project from another country. That has to be it. I must have some state secret, and that's why the cop robot and the planes are after me. Michaela didn't look convinced. It's coming closer. What do we do? Bumblebee stopped a respectful distance away, his hands on his hips. He stood tall, the moonlight glinting off his yellow armor. I don't think he'll hurt us, Sam said, finding a spark of courage. He's had plenty of chances. He fought that cop to save us. Can you talk to him? Michaela asked. You heard him, he was talking to the other one before they started fighting. Sam stepped forward, peering at the robot's face. It was expressive, almost boyish, with blue-green optics that lacked the predatory crimson glare of the Decepticons. Can you speak? Sam asked. Satellite radio, digital broadcast system. A series of voices, news anchors and movie clips, erupted from Bumblebee's chest in perfect English. Sam's eyes lit up. He pointed at the sky. You talk through the radio. Thank you. You got it, the radio chirped, followed by the sound of applause. Without the threat of the Decepticons, Bumblebee's playful nature returned. He did a little celebratory hop and clapped his hands. Then, what was that? Sam asked, gesturing to the ruins. And last night? At the junkyard. Message from Starfleet Command, visitors from space descend like a flock of angels. What? Visitors from space. Michaela cut in. You're an alien. Bumblebee didn't answer with words. He shifted back into the Camaro and swung the doors open. Any more questions? He wants us to get in, Sam said. To go where? Michaela asked, hesitating. Sam looked at her. 50 years from now, when you're looking back at your life, do you want to say you didn't have the guts to get in this car? They locked eyes for a long moment before stepping forward together. Near a patch of scrub brush in the refinery, a discarded backpack lay surrounded by spilled school supplies. Not far away, a severed mechanical head was dragging itself through the dirt. Frenzy had survived. Using 3 spindly tentacles that had sprouted from his neck, he hauled his head toward the backpack. He recognized it, it belonged to the girl. He found a mobile phone in the side pocket. Scanning the data, Frenzy mapped the architecture of the local electronic device. He tossed the original phone aside and reconfigured his own mass until he was a perfect, blue and white replica. He lay perfectly still, waiting. Minutes later, the headlights of a yellow Camaro swept over the grass. The car stopped, and Michaela stepped out to retrieve her bag. She scooped up the phone and tossed it inside, unaware she was carrying a Decepticon spy into the heart of the Autobot camp. Chapter 56, Soundwave's New Command. Allegheny County, Washington, D.C. Outside a modest suburban house, Maggie Madsen, still clutching her bags from work, frantically pounded on the front door. Thump, thump, thump. "Who is it?" a muffled voice called from inside. "It's me, Glenn." The door creaked open, and a slightly heavy-set man with curly black hair poked his head out. This was Glenn, a retired hacker who had assisted Maggie on technical projects in the past. To Maggie, he was her best chance at staying out of prison. "Glenn, I'm sorry to barge in like this." Maggie pushed past him into the house. She had taken a taxi straight from the Pentagon, skipping dinner to get here before the authorities caught up. "Maggie. What are you doing here?" Glenn held the doorknob, looking bewildered. "Listen, Glenn, I need your help," Maggie said, getting straight to the point. "No. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it." Glenn pointed a finger at her. "This is my private sanctuary. My retreat. You have no right to just walk in here." Glenn knew from experience that a visit from Maggie meant trouble, usually a technical puzzle that would keep him up for days or a decryption job that would put him on a federal watch list. And it never came with a paycheck. "Please, Glenn. This isn't like the other times. This is different." The Pentagon. Department of Defense. John Keller had just hung up with Secretary Mitchell when an official entered with an urgent report. "Sir, the weapon system that attacked the Soxant base was photographed by the surviving Special Ops team. The camera was damaged, but the crew on the transport plane is attempting a recovery." Keller looked up. "What's the status?" "We have a breach, sir. Records show that an analyst copied the intrusion signal this afternoon and left the building with it." "Copied it? Where did you get this?" "In his bedroom." Glenn turned the memory card over in his fingers. He had eventually given in, but only after dragging his cousin, who had been playing video games on the floor, out of the room. "It's classified." "How classified?" Maggie looked over her shoulder at the door, her voice dropping to a whisper. "The kind of classified where if I tell you, I spend the rest of my life in a federal penitentiary." "Yes." Glenn's eyes lit up. He wasn't scared, he was energized. There was nothing a hacker loved more than a secret that carried a prison sentence. Just one peek. Glenn slotted the card into his reader. A complex, pulsing frequency appeared on the monitor. "Whoa, the signal energy in this is insane." He adjusted his glasses and leaned in. "You're seriously not going to tell me where this came from?" Maggie offered a thin smile. "Glenn, it cracked the National Military Defense firewalls in less than a minute." Glenn's expression shifted from excitement to pure shock. "That's impossible." "It happened. Just like I told you." Glenn turned back to the screen, his fingers flying across the keys. "There's hidden data under the primary wave. All right, let's see what you really are." After a flurry of keystrokes, the purple signal wave resolved into strange, geometric characters. The translation software began spitting out English words. "Project Iceman. The Allspark Cube. What is Sector 7? And who is Captain Archibald Witwicky?" Maggie and Glenn stared at the translated text, baffled. But they didn't have time to process it. Crash. The front door was kicked off its hinges. A dozen SWAT officers in full tactical gear flooded the house, rifles raised. "FBI. Freeze. Get on the ground. Hands behind your head." Glenn didn't even have time to scream before a tactical light blinded him. He was shoved into the floor, his glasses skidding away. Maggie was pinned to the sofa, a gloved hand forcing her head down. High above Washington, D.C. A silver Fox interceptor glided through the clouds, silent and invisible. It didn't trigger a single alarm. The most protected airspace on Earth was as transparent as glass to Cybertronian stealth tech. As Nathan reached Allegheny County, 2 high-frequency bursts from Soundwave hit his comms. "Skignaw. Blackout is in transit to your sector. He will be taking over field operations. You are ordered to coordinate with Blackout. Capture the human boy from the Autobot scout." Blackout. Nathan paused. It made sense. Barricade was half dead, and Soundwave wasn't the type to let a mission stall. Since there were so few Decepticons currently on Earth, Soundwave couldn't act personally, and the others, Brawl and Bone Crusher, were high-tier warriors who were likely no match for Bumblebee's localized combat evolution. Soundwave's refusal to involve Starscream showed his deep-seated distrust of the Seeker leader. "Skignaw acknowledges." A second message followed immediately. "Note, Frenzy is still operational. He has infiltrated the proximity of a human female and is currently with the boy. Michaela, the phone." Nathan remembered the refinery fight. Frenzy hadn't been extinguished, he'd been reduced to a head and, just like in the original timeline, had scanned Michaela's phone. The clock is ticking, Nathan thought. If Frenzy was with Michaela, they were heading for the Black Canyon Dam. Megatron's awakening was now a matter of hours. Over the Atlantic. AC-17 Globemaster roared through the clouds. In the hold, William Lennox and a team of technicians were huddled around a metal table. On it lay the prize from the Qatar desert, a severed, twitching segment of the metallic scorpion's tail. This metal, it's like it's alive, a researcher whispered, holding a scanning device. Lennox leaned in. What have you found? Look at the impact points from the sabot rounds, the tech pointed to a small, charred hole. They punched right through. But look at the standard 5.56 mm hits, nothing but scratches. Lennox looked at Robert. What's the heat signature on a sabot round? Can it hit 6,000 degrees? Robert nodded. Enough to melt a tank's front armor. That's it. Lennox slapped the table. They aren't invulnerable. They're just made of high-density alloys that shrug off kinetic force, but they can't handle extreme thermal stress. They melt just like anything else. He stood up to head for the cockpit. I need to get this to command. We need to load every bird with high-heat sabot rounds. But before he could step away, the dead tail on the table suddenly whipped around. The Stinger lanced out with terrifying speed, aiming for Robert. Watch out. The soldiers dove for cover as the tail smashed into the metal table, the Stinger punching a hole through the thick steel. Robert sat on the floor, breathless. Lennox. You said this thing was dead. Tie it down. Double wrap it. Lennox shouted. This thing is possessed. He turned back to Robert. Call the mainland. Tell them the effective weapon is high-heat sabot. Tell them to arm every squadron. Go. Chapter 57, The Arrival of the Meteors. NASA Aerospace Division, Planetary Observation Center. Alarms blared, and the frantic chatter of intercoms filled the halls as technicians sprinted to their terminals. Even the uninitiated could tell something monumental was unfolding. 30 minutes ago, the night shift monitors had picked up 4 objects appearing out of nowhere on the edge of the atmosphere. Trajectory analysis confirmed a terrifying fact: the meteors were locked onto a collision course with the United States. Where are they now? How much time until impact? Are they targeted? The director of the observation center arrived, breathless. He had been pulled away from a candlelight dinner for this. He needed answers before the high-level officials from the Space Science Department arrived to breathe down his neck. A monitor tech, eyes glued to the screen, spoke rapidly. Sir, they're moving at impossible speeds. They've just hit the exosphere. 20 minutes until entry. Exact impact time, unknown. The size. The target zone. Based on the trajectory, the target is Los Angeles. They're medium-sized, the largest is roughly 7 meters in diameter. The director nearly collapsed. LA was a nightmare scenario. But the smaller size gave him a sliver of hope. Keep tracking. I'm reporting this. Whether we intercept or prey is above my pay grade. Across the globe, other nations monitored the cluster, their eyes fixed on the US. A group of 4 mid-sized meteors was no joke. A rock 5 meters wide exploding in the upper atmosphere could release energy equivalent to 10,000 tons of TNT. If these were high-density metallic cores that didn't disintegrate, the destruction would be catastrophic. Lately, it felt like the United States was catching every bad break possible. Now, it seemed even the heavens were turning against them. Outer space. On the dark side of the Earth, 4 streaks of orange-white light cut through the void. As they passed a massive, unflagged communication satellite, the machine's chassis flickered. 2 glowing red optics ignited within a jagged, face-like structure on the satellite's surface. Soundwave watched. He tracked the trajectories of the Autobot reinforcements with cold precision. Only once they vanished into the thick veil of the atmosphere did the red glow fade back into the silent darkness. Planetary Observation Center. The chaos in the hall reached a fever pitch. Sir. The cluster is slowing down. The technician stared in disbelief. Normally, a meteor accelerates as gravity takes hold. These objects were doing the opposite. It was as if they possessed internal counterthrusters, bleeding off speed to prevent a catastrophic impact. I'm calling the administrator, a senior official shouted. A meteor that breaks instead of burning up wasn't just research material, it was an invasion. Los Angeles, Cade Pass Tunnel. A yellow 1976 Camaro rolled slowly through the tunnel. Inside, Michaela was squeezed into the cramped back seat, her arms resting on the passenger chair. Michaela, why don't you sit up front? Sam asked. No way. I'm not sitting there while he's driving. Knowing the car was a living alien had changed everything. Yeah, fair point, Sam muttered. He hesitated, then blurted out, you could, sit on my lap. Why? Sam patted the passenger seat belt. There's only one belt back here. Safety first. It was a transparent play, especially in a car that could drive itself through a war zone. But after the night they'd had, being chased by metal monsters, Michaela felt a shift in how she saw Sam. She leaned in close, her breath warm against his cheek. That was a pretty smooth seatbelt play, Sam. Thanks. Sam turned bright red, his courage instantly evaporating under the intimacy. Michaela licked her lips, voice turning curious. Sam, I don't get it. If he's this super advanced robot, why does he want to be a piece of junk Camaro? The steering wheel jerked. The brakes slammed to the floor. Screech. The car skidded to a halt, and the doors flew open. A burst of static and an annoyed radio broadcast filled the tunnel. Get out, you jerk. Michaela. You shouldn't have said that. Sam groaned as they stepped out. Now you've hurt his feelings. My $4,000 just drove away. Michaela crossed her arms, watching the yellow taillights disappear. She hadn't expected the machine to be so sensitive. Bumblebee didn't go far. He roared down the tunnel until he spotted a pristine, high-end 2007 Camaro. An invisible scanning beam swept over the modern car. A ripple of blue light washed over his frame, and in a blur of shifting metal, he reformatted into a sleek, brand-new performance machine. Sam and Michaela stood dejected until a powerful roar echoed toward them. A gleaming, top-of-the-line 2007 Camaro drifted around the corner and stopped. No way. Sam breathed. They shared a look of pure surprise. I love this robot. Me too. The Griffith Observatory. The brand-new Camaro smashed through the gates and rolled out onto the Grand Plaza. Sam and Michaela stepped out, looking up at the night sky. Four brilliant streaks of light were descending through the clouds, glowing with a holy orange radiance. They stood side by side on the hood, watching the fireballs grow larger. Instinctively, their hands found each other, fingers interlocking. The meteors didn't hit with the force of a bomb. They shrieked over the observatory, the superheated air warping the vision of the teenagers as the fireballs arced toward different locations across the city. The Autobots had arrived. Chapter 58, The Vanishing Meteors. Inside a shop on a Los Angeles commercial street. A heavy-set teenager with blonde curls clutched a camcorder, bragging to his friends about his new gear. Boom. The front windows shattered instantly. Outside, cars were tossed like toys by a violent shockwave. Oh my God. The boy's friend dove under a table, shielding his head. But the camera kid wasn't afraid. He was energized. He hit record and sprinted out the door, sensing the scoop of a lifetime. Fire. Someone call 911. The street was a theater of chaos. Screeching brakes and panicked pedestrians filled the air as people dodged falling debris. Some tried to call for help, but cell service was dead. The meteor had seemingly vaporized the local signal. Move. Get out of the way. The kid shouted, dodging shoppers as he ran toward the impact site. This is bigger than Armageddon. I swear, things are exploding everywhere. He reached the epicenter, a shop with a gaping hole in its facade and a snapped neon sign. A deep, smoking crater sat in the middle of the floor. Whoa, look at the size of that. Did you see it? It didn't just fall, it flew in. The kid aimed his lens into the dark pit. Big news, guys. Check out this surprise, a meteor crater. It's too dark to see much, but man. I hope this shop owner has meteor insurance, or he's losing his shirt today. The 4 impacts were scattered across the city, one in the commercial district, one in the LA Stadium, one in a private mansion's pool, and the last, and most significant, behind the LA Art Museum. Hurry up, Michaela. On the hill behind the museum, Sam pulled Michaela up the steep slope. Below them, a long, scorched trench cut through the dirt, as if something had belly flopped into the earth. At the end of the furrow sat an object that looked less like a rock and more like a high-tech escape pod. It was several meters long, cast in an ancient, burnished bronze metal. Strange, geometric runes covered its surface, humming with a faint, rhythmic energy. What is that? Sam whispered, staring at the metallic pod. I don't know, Michaela replied, her voice trembling. She had a feeling it was connected to the machines. As they watched, the 2007 Camaro rolled up silently behind them. Honk. He wants us to get in. They shared a look and slid back into the leather seats. As the car pulled away, a sharp clank echoed from the bronze pod. The sound of shifting gears grew louder, like something was breaking out of its shell. By the time the Camaro cleared the hill, a 10-meter-tall silver-white robot had unfolded itself, scanning the horizon. A few minutes later, on a nearby highway, a heavy-duty Peterbilt truck with a distinctive red and blue flame paint job rumbled past. The silver robot watched it, a blue light scanning the vehicle from bumper to hitch. In a blur of shifting metal, the silver giant vanished, replaced by a twin of the heavy truck, only this one looked factory new. Similar scenes played out across the city. A gray-black robot climbed out of a mansion pool, a 3-meter-tall medic smashed through the glass of a car dealership. Only the commercial district site was proving difficult. What's in there? The camera kid was leaning over a fence, trying to spot a shape in the trees near the crater. I think there's something in that tree. You sure, dude? His friend asked, panting. Whoop whoop. A fleet of yellow pickups with flashing rescue lights roared onto the scene. The Los Angeles Emergency Management Agency, LEMA, had arrived. Firefighters began clearing the area, ending the kid's documentary. Ah, man. Why are you guys so fast tonight? What the kid didn't know was that NASA had flagged these impacts 30 minutes ago. The city's emergency teams had been on max alert before the first pod even touched the ground. Rose City Military Base, Nevada. What do you mean they're gone? A roar echoed through the base's guest quarters. President Mitchell slammed a folder onto a desk, his face a mask of fury. He had just received the report. All 4 impact sites were empty. No rocks, no debris, just holes in the ground. Mitchell felt like the world was slipping through his fingers. First the overseas bases, then the hack on Air Force One, and now meteors that could get up and walk away. It's one thing after another, he muttered, rubbing his temples. His blood pressure was spiking again. His secretary quickly pulled a bottle of pills from a drawer. Take these, sir. Deep breaths. After a moment, the president leaned back. Any word on the mole from Air Force One? Did the Secret Service find the spy? The secretary hesitated. Director Evanson hasn't reported in yet, sir. It's been 20 hours, but... I don't want buts. Mitchell snapped. Tell Evanson he has until tomorrow. I want a head on a platter. The disappearance of the meteors was only the beginning. In the high vacuum of orbit, a massive satellite, Soundwave, shifted its sensors toward Los Angeles. At the Black Canyon Dam, armed helicopters took off into the night. Over the Atlantic, a Super Stallion helicopter with the tail number 4500X, Blackout, approached the coast. And over Washington, D.C., a Silver Fox interceptor, Skignaw, continued its silent vigil. The board was set. Chapter 59, The Vanguard of the Stars. Los Angeles. Old District. The high-gloss 2007 Camaro slowed to a halt in an abandoned industrial alleyway. Before Sam and Michaela could even disembark, a set of high-intensity floodlights cut through the dark from the opposite end. A massive semi-truck roared toward them. It was a long-nosed Peterbilt with a customized chrome grille and vertical dual exhaust stacks. The chassis was painted in a deep metallic blue with contrasting crimson flame decals, a machine that radiated raw kinetic power and modern engineering. As Sam and Michaela stepped out of the Camaro, they stood paralyzed by the sheer mass of the vehicle. Even without a trailer, the Peterbilt dominated the alley. Sam. Do you think that's another one? Another robot? Michaela whispered, her voice trembling. Before Sam could reply, the ground vibrated behind them. 3 more vehicles drifted into the perimeter, a silver hardtop convertible, a black heavy-duty pickup, and a neon green emergency response vehicle with strobing searchlights. The Peterbilt hissed, its dual stacks venting a cloud of superheated steam as it stopped less than a meter from the teenagers. Whoa. Watch the perimeter. Sam scrambled back, but his eyes were drawn to the chrome insignia on the truck's grille, a stern, angular mechanical face. That mark. Sam realized. It was the same symbol he'd seen on his steering wheel, only larger and more authoritative. The semi-truck's frame fractured. Heavy armor plates shifted with the sound of grinding gears and hydraulic locks. A 10-meter-tall Titan rose from the chassis, his face a mask of disciplined wisdom and ancient strength. This was Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobot resistance. Simultaneously, the other 3 vehicles reconfigured. In seconds, the alley was filled with mechanical giants ranging from 4 to 7 meters in height, Jazz, Ironhide, and Ratchet. Including Bumblebee, this was the primary strike team. Jazz acted as the first lieutenant, Ironhide was the specialized munitions expert, Ratchet served as the chief medical officer and scientific lead. Bumblebee, the scout, stood beside Sam, his duty to maintain the safety of the asset. Optimus Prime lowered his massive head casing, his blue optics whirring as he focused on the boy. Are you Sam Witwicky? Descendant of Archibald Witwicky. He knows your designation, Sam, Michaela noted, her breath hitching. Yeah. I'm Sam Witwicky. My designation is Optimus Prime, the giant rumbled, his voice a resonant baritone that felt like a physical weight. We are autonomous robotic organisms from the planet Cybertron. Autonomous, what? You may refer to us as Autobots, Optimus explained. Or, in the translated dialect of your world, the high-performance sentients. Autobots. Sam repeated, his brain struggling to index the data. What's up, little man? Jazz executed a mid-air flip, landing with a heavy thud on a dumpster, crushing it into a flat sheet of scrap. At 4 meters, he was the smallest of the vanguard, but his frame was packed with high-density combat servos. He struck a casual, stylized pose. This sector has some serious aesthetic potential. Optimus gestured to the silver robot. My first lieutenant, Jazz. Jazz? Sam asked. Where did you acquire that linguistic profile? The World Wide Web, Optimus answered. We have indexed your planet's digital infrastructure to learn your languages and cultural protocols. He turned to the black pickup-turned-warrior. This is my weapons specialist, Ironhide. Ironhide's face was a jagged mask of combat-hardened alloy. He didn't offer a greeting. Instead, he deployed 2 massive high-output cannons from his forearms, aiming them directly at Sam's head. You feelin' lucky, punk? Ironhide, stand down, Optimus commanded. Do not threaten our terrestrial allies. Just a calibration check, Prime, Ironhide rasped, retracting the weapons with a metallic hiss. I wanted to show him my hardware. He's never seen anything this lethal. Ironhide was a veteran of the Kaon Siege, a warrior who specialized in heavy ordnance delivery. His cannons were capable of firing either superheated lead sabos or cryogenic liquid nitrogen rounds. And our medical officer, Ratchet, Optimus concluded. Ratchet stepped forward, his optics emitting a faint green scanning beam that swept over Sam. The boy's neurochemical activity is exceeding normal parameters. My analysis indicates he is experiencing elevated neurochemical activity consistent with reproductive attraction toward the female. What? Sam's face flushed a deep crimson. He looked at Michaela, who was staring at him with wide, startled eyes. The 2 teenagers looked away instantly, the silence in the alley suddenly heavy with biological awkwardness. Ratchet's clinical assessment had shredded their social defenses in a single sentence. Optimus then pointed to the yellow scout. And Sam Witwicky, you have already encountered your guardian, Bumblebee. Bumblebee performed a series of rhythmic clicks, his radio scanning through a localized music station to play a snippet of a heroic theme. His vocalizer was compromised in a high-intensity engagement, Ratchet noted, aiming a diagnostic beam at Bumblebee's neck joint. I am currently sourcing a compatible terrestrial component to restore his speech functions. Michaela looked up at Optimus, the scale of the situation finally overriding her fear. Why are you here? Why did you come to Earth? We seek the cube energy lattice, the Allspark, Optimus stated, his tone shifting to a funereal gravity. And we must secure it before Megatron does. The Allspark? Michaela asked. And who is Mega whatever? Optimus pressed a control node on his chest plate. A brilliant beam of light erupted, projecting a high-fidelity holographic display onto the alley floor. The asphalt seemed to dissolve into a landscape of metallic spires and rivers of molten energy. At the center of a jagged fortress stood a terrifying, silver figure radiating an aura of absolute systemic malice. Our world was once a high-functioning galactic empire, Optimus narrated as the hologram showed a planet being consumed by fire. Until Megatron betrayed our prime directive. He is the leader of the Decepticons, a faction driven by the conquest of the stars. We rose to resist him, but the Civil War consumed our resources. The Allspark, the source of our life cycles, was lost to the void. How does that involve us? Sam asked. The coordinates of the Allspark were encoded into your planet's history, Optimus explained. Megatron tracked the signal to your glacier centuries ago. He was discovered by Captain Archibald Witwicky. In a moment of accidental activation, Megatron's navigation burst was etched into the captain's visual augmentation devices, the glasses. Sam looked at the holographic ruins of his own history. The glasses, they're the map. Chapter 60, Belko's Joint Base. Skignaw. The Autobots have arrived. Identity confirmed, Optimus Prime and his primary strike team. When the transmission from Soundwave hit his processors, Skignaw was loitering near the perimeter of a massive military installation. He wasn't surprised by the news. The Autobots are here. Skignaw's thoughts churned. In the original timeline, Optimus Prime's squad landed on the very night Bumblebee and Barricade first clashed. This was exactly why Skignaw had put as much distance between himself and Los Angeles as possible after retreating from the refinery. He had no desire to run into a Prime while still a high-tier warrior, that would be a quick trip back to the Allspark. As for why he was here in Allegheny County, he was looking for a ride. Specifically, a way into Sector 7 at Hoover Dam. Skignaw hadn't given up on the Allspark. He had already used its energy to ascend to his current rank, but in this universe, too much power didn't exist. He remembered that when Sam and Michaela were taken to the dam, they weren't alone on that military helicopter. They were accompanied by a hacker and a female Pentagon analyst, the one arrested for copying classified files. According to those details, the man leading that convoy would be the Secretary of Defense, John Keller. While the hacker and the analyst were hard to track, Keller's movements were predictable. Belko's Joint Base was the primary hub for high-level federal transport in the D.C. area. If Keller was going to the dam tomorrow, he was leaving from here. This was Skignaw's best, and perhaps last, chance. If he missed this bus, the Allspark might be lost or destroyed in the coming battle. He narrowed his optics, focusing on the base. He had already found a hole in their security. The Pentagon. Interrogation wing. Inside a sterile room, Maggie Madsen and Glenn were being held by the authorities. A tray of donuts sat on the metal table, and Glenn was inhaling them as if it were his last meal. He ate with a ferocity that suggested he wanted to leave this world as a very full ghost. Only when half a donut remained did Glenn remember he wasn't alone. "Hey, Maggie. You want the rest of this?" Maggie, head down in deep thought, gave a silent shake. She was still processing the translated text, Project Iceman. Sector 7. Seeing her refusal, Glenn shrugged and stuffed the last half into his mouth, licking a smear of jam off his thumb. Burp. "Maggie, listen to me," Glenn said, wiping his mouth. "I know how this goes. The guys who come through that door next. Good cop, bad cop. My advice. Don't say a word. Don't fall for the trap." He pointed a powdered finger at the empty tray. "See these donuts? They put them here to see if you're nervous. If you don't eat, you're guilty. That's why I ate the whole tray. Every single one. As long as we keep our mouths shut." Bang. The door was kicked open. 2 guards entered, followed by an interrogator. The guard stepped behind the suspects, standing close enough to feel their breath. The interrogator slammed 2 thick dossiers onto the table. Before he could speak, Glenn's face crumpled into a mask of pure betrayal. He pointed a shaking finger at Maggie. "She did it. It was all her. I was just at home watching cartoons and playing video games with my brother, and then she just burst in." Maggie stared at him, speechless. "Glenn, you are a total piece of trash." "I'm just clarifying the situation, Maggie. I am not going to prison for you. I've never even had a parking ticket." Glenn stood up, gesturing wildly to the guard. "Man, can you believe this? I'm still a virgin. I have so much to live for." The guard didn't blink. He grabbed Glenn's shoulder and shoved him back into the chair with enough force to rattle his teeth. "Glenn, shut up," Maggie sighed. She turned to the interrogator. "Look, it's not his fault. Just hear me out. Whoever hacked the defense grid was looking for a man named Archibald Witwicky. And a government organization called Sector 7. She leaned forward, her voice urgent. "Please, report this to John Keller. I've spoken to him before, he'll remember me. If you don't, you're looking for the wrong enemy. You're going to start a war with the wrong people." Belco's Joint Base. A sentry stood at the edge of the runway. Suddenly, a shimmer distorted the air in front of him, a ripple like heat rising off the tarmac. The soldier rubbed his eyes and looked again. Nothing. "Must be the lack of sleep," he muttered. Perceptive soldier, Skignaw thought as he crept past the guard post. He slowed his mechanical footfalls, ensuring his weight didn't vibrate the concrete. His stealth module was proving its worth. Unlike his infiltration of the Soxant base, where he had to steal data, this was a simple ghost walk. He avoided the armed patrols and slipped into a row of semi-open hangars near the secondary runway. He chose a secluded bay and deactivated his cloak. The hangar held only a few aircraft. "You'll do," Skignaw whispered, his sensors locking onto a Cloud Hawk multi-purpose military helicopter. He initiated the scan. In seconds, his internal transformation cog mapped the hydraulics and avionics. His Silver Fox interceptor mode shifted into storage, replaced by the heavy, utilitarian frame of the Cloud Hawk. Now, the final step. Skignaw's chest plating hissed open, and a small metallic sphere dropped into the shadows. Before it hit the floor, it unfolded, limbs snapping into place. A mechanical panther, jagged, black, and predatory, stood in the dark. Black Panther had been active for only 3 days, but it was already time for its first field op. Red optics flashed as it recognized its creator. "Go," Skignaw commanded. "Find the logs for John Keller. Track the transport manifests for tomorrow." "Yes, master." The panther sniffed the air, its lithe form disappearing into the darkness between the crates. Once the pet was gone, Skignaw shifted. Metal folded, rotors sprouted, and in the place of a Decepticon warrior sat a perfect, silent Cloud Hawk helicopter. He entered a low-power, sleep state, waiting for the morning sun to bring his ride to the dam. Chapter 61, Sector 7 Protocols. Night. Los Angeles. 217 Crescent Drive. The local news feed on the living room terminal was looping a recording of the atmospheric breach from 2 hours prior. Official sources have yet to issue a technical clarification. Whatever kinetic payload descended from the exosphere, it localized in the commercial sector behind me. The perimeter is currently under Tier 1 lockdown. The broadcast was interrupted by a frantic teenager with blonde curls. It was a meteorite. I secured high-resolution footage. But now the suits are claiming zero recovery, they're sanitizing the site. Inside the Witwicky residence, Judy was indexing snacks while Ronald was executing a telephonic check with a contact at the Emergency Management Agency. What's the verdict, Ron? Judy asked, looking up from her plate. The impact site was a frequent node in her social routine, the proximity was causing a minor spike in her concern. Jack says it was a specialized military calibration that went suboptimal, Ronald replied, hanging up with a look of profound skepticism. He's disseminating a low-fidelity speculative narrative. It was an airframe failure, clearly. They always prioritize obfuscation over transparency. While the Witwickies debated the industrial accident, the actual kinetic payloads were converging on their coordinates. On the silent stretch of Crescent Drive, a statistically improbable convoy accelerated toward the house. Leading the formation was the Peterbilt heavy hauler, flanked by the yellow and silver high-performance units. Bringing up the rear were the black top kick and the neon green H2. To any terrestrial observer, the fleet lacked any logical logistical coherence. This was the Autobot vanguard. Sam had led the team back to his primary residence following the briefing in the old district. To avoid detection by the biological parental units, he had directed the 5 mechanical giants to station themselves in a narrow service alleyway 40 meters from the house. Michaela, maintain visual overwatch on the units, Sam whispered, his voice tight. I'm going to secure the visual augmentation artifacts. 5-minute window. Copy. Copy, Sam. Just hurry, Michaela replied, her mechanical curiosity fighting her biological urge to flee. Sam sprinted toward the house, but his entry was blocked by Ronald, who was standing at the threshold with a look of profound disappointment. Sam. You're navigating the lawn outside the designated transit stoneway again. Sorry, Dad. I'll perform a full restoration in the morning. Sam, listen to me, Ronald sighed, shifting into lecture mode. I secured you a high-value transport. I facilitated your extraction from a police precinct. I was prepared to handle the waste disposal duties, and you've exceeded your return curfew by exactly 8 minutes. 8 minutes. In this house, we respect the chronometer, Sam. Right. Look, I'll take the trash to the curb now. Immediate compliance. How's that? Now. Not at the 7 o'clock cycle. Right now. Maximum efficiency. Fine. I'll clear the path. I expect results, Sam. Sam successfully diverted the paternal unit, but as he turned to enter through the side maintenance door, his sympathetic nervous response spiked. 2 of the Autobots had already reconfigured into their bipedal forms and were creeping into the yard. Watch the structural alignment. Watch the fountain. Sam hissed, sprinting toward them. He rounded on Michaela, who had followed them. What happened to the Overwatch? You couldn't hold them for 5 minutes. Sam, they're 10-meter titans. Michaela panted. They're high-initiative units. They don't take directives from civilians. Scrap. Sam muttered, looking at the yard. Oh, no. Mojo. The family Chihuahua was currently lifting its leg against Ironhide's massive, armored PD. Ironhide's optics flickered as his sensors registered a localized moisture breach. He instinctively jerked his leg back, nearly crushing the animal. Commander, I've detected a biological contaminant. Sam lunged forward. Wait. Cold reset. That's Mojo. He's a domestic pet. Ironhide loomed over the boy, his forearm cannon spinning up with a lethal whine. A pestilential rodent. Permission to execute a high-heat sanitization. No. He's a dog. A Chihuahua. He is marking my chassis as his territorial asset. He's sorry. I'll make him vocalize an apology. Sam grabbed Mojo, forcing the animal into a submissive bow. Bad Mojo. Apologize to the weapons expert. Calibration accepted, Ironhide grumbled, retracting his cannons. I just hope my alloy isn't susceptible to organic corrosion. Autobots. Cloak and maintain silence. Optimus Prime rumbled, his voice a low-frequency hum. He understood the necessity of non-detection. Sam didn't wait. He charged into the house, heading for his second-story bedroom. The glasses, the bag, where is the bag? While Sam was mining his room for the map, a secondary convoy was turning onto Crescent Drive. These were 4 identical black SUVs, GMC Yukons, moving with a predatory, synchronized grace. Inside were men in charcoal suits and research personnel in clinical white coats. These were the field operatives of Sector 7, led by Agent Seymour Simmons. Simmons was a high-tier operative whose life's work was the containment and study of non-biological entities, NBEs. 2 hours ago, his SIGINT team had flagged a high-risk contact report from the LAPD regarding an autonomous vehicle at a junkyard. By mapping the police reports to the Witwicky family tree, the destination became inevitable. The SUV swerved to the curb in a perfect line, their tires crunching on the gravel. "Is this the residence of the primary asset?" Simmons asked from the passenger seat. "Confirmed, sir. 217 Crescent Drive. Initiate tactical asset seizure. Go." "Yes. Found it." In the kitchen, Sam pulled the glasses from his backpack. Michaela was standing watch, having been sent in by Optimus to assist when Sam's search exceeded the initial window. "Michaela, you distract my parents," Sam whispered. "I'll slip out the back and hand these over to the big guy. Then we can go back to being normal humans." "Normal? Sam, we just tackled a robot with a power saw. That ship has sailed." As they moved toward the door, neither noticed Michaela's handbag sitting on the counter. A pair of needle-thin blue antennae extended from the fabric. Frenzy was listening. Ding-dong. Ronald Witwicky was heading to the kitchen to check on the trash disposal when the bell rang. He looked through the peephole and saw a middle-aged man in a sharp suit. Ronald opened the door. "Can I help you?" "Ronald Witwicky?" Simmons asked, his eyes scanning the interior. "That's me. Are you with the insurance adjusters for the meteorite?" Simmons flashed a gold and silver badge. "Federal Government. Sector 7. "Never heard of it," Ronald noted. "That's because we're efficient," Simmons replied, stepping into the house without an invitation. His team poured in behind him. "Your son is Sam Witwicky, great-grandson of Archibald. We have a few questions regarding a high-value automotive theft, and some very unusual optical equipment." Chapter 62, The Brookbridge Intervention. In the Witwicky yard, Agent Simmons's field team and research personnel were operating at maximum capacity. Flashlights cut through the darkness as agents performed a systemic asset retrieval, extracting soil samples and biological specimens into hermetically sealed containment bags. Inside the living room, Judy Witwicky was in a state of high-amplitude biological distress. "Ronald. Who are these people? Why are they deconstructing our landscaping? They're taking the roses, Ron. Do something." Simmons ignored the domestic protest, scanning the room's structural layout with clinical indifference. "Your son initiated an emergency signal last night, technically this morning, reporting a grand theft auto. We have reason to believe this event is a localized threat to national security." "National security?" Ronald repeated, his skepticism reaching a peak. "Indeed. What's going on?" Sam stepped into the room, Michaela trailing behind him. Simmons's face split into a predatory grin. "Ah, the primary asset. Sam Witwicky. Descendant of the explorer." Sam stared at the black-clad agents filling his home. "Yeah. That's me. I appreciate the biometric confirmation, kid. But you're coming with us. Immediate transit. No deviations." "Negative," Ronald stepped between them, his protective instinct overriding his fear of the badges. "You aren't taking my son without a verified legal warrant." Mojo, his bandaged leg twitching, sat in front of Sam and let out a series of defiant yaps. "Resistance." Simmons sighed, gesturing to his team. "Sir, step aside. We've been remarkably accommodating thus far. I'm calling the local authorities. This is a violation of..." "Actually, sir, you're right. Something is a violation here." Simmons signaled for his agents to stand down. "You, your son, the girl, even the canine with the questionable neckwear." As Simmons began his intimidation routine, his second-in-command, Agent Ryan, sprinted in from the perimeter. "Sir. Bioscan confirms direct contact. Verification." Simmons took the handheld scanner from Ryan, his eyes widening as the readout flashed, 14 rad-equiv units. "We have a hit." Simmons barked. "Tag the assets. Initiate extraction now." Brookbridge. Los Angeles. A 4-vehicle convoy of black SUVs accelerated across the bridge, their sirens silent to avoid civilian curiosity. In the lead vehicle, Simmons held up a sealed evidence bag containing a mobile device. Sam Witwicky. Ladiesman 217. A very stylized digital handle. In the back seat, Michaela looked at Sam. "What is he talking about?" "It's my eBay username," Sam muttered, his wrist secured with high-tensile zip ties. The biological discomfort was secondary to his growing sense of dread. "Then explain the metadata on this device," Simmons said, turning the flip phone toward them. He hit play. "My car is alive, it's an autonomous mechanical entity." Simmons snapped the phone shut. "This was you, right?" Sam remained silent, his gaze fixed on the floorboards. "And last night, at the precinct, you claimed your transport reconfigured itself." Care to elaborate for the record? Listen, Sam looked up, his voice steadying. The living car thing, the video, it was a suboptimal attempt at viral marketing. A prank. It's all a misunderstanding. Is it? Simmons asked, clearly unimpressed. Our department doesn't mobilize from a high-security dam 400 miles away for pranks. I bought a used car. It drifted out of the garage. But it's back now. Systems are normal, Sam lied. It didn't drift back, Sam, Michaela interrupted, her mechanical mind refusing to accept the lie. Cars don't return to base on their own. Exactly. Sam pivoted. It's absurd. The whole idea is a logical fallacy. The two teenagers shared a brittle, nervous laugh. Simmons joined in, his smile cold and artificial. Suddenly, his expression went flat. How much do you know about non-biological entities? About the visitors. Aliens. Sam blinked. Like the Mars movies. That's fiction, right? Simmons withdrew his gold and silver badge, his omnipotence credentials. Kid, I have the authority to erase your digital and physical footprint. If you don't provide the location of the artifacts, you'll spend your remaining cycles in a subterranean cell. Hey! Michaela shouted. Stop threatening him. You're only acting like this because if you return to base with zero yield, you're getting demoted to mall security. Simmons turned his gaze on her. Watch your tone, Miss Baines. Especially since your father's parole hearing is approaching. It would be a shame if his high-value delinquent profile was updated to include father of a federal fugitive. Michaela's face went pale, her anger replaced by a cold fear for her family. Auto theft. Delinquency. You're a repeat offender, Miss Baines. And if your lack of cooperation sends Sam here to a black site, that makes you a... Simmons didn't finish. The scanner on the dashboard began to oscillate wildly, 42 rad equiv units. Crash. The roof of the SUV was shredded like parchment. A massive mechanical hand reached through the opening, lifting the 3-ton vehicle into the air as the occupants let out a high-amplitude acoustic panic. The world blurred into a nauseating centrifuge for several seconds before the vehicle slammed back onto the asphalt near the riverbank. Before Simmons could draw his sidearm, the roof was peeled back, exposing the occupants to the moonlight. Standing over them was a 10-meter-tall titan of blue and red steel. You individuals are in a state of severe tactical compromise, Sam shouted, his excitement overriding his bindings. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce my associate, Optimus Prime. Simmons stared up at the 10-meter hypertector, his worldview finally collapsing. Humans, Optimus rumbled, his voice shaking the remaining glass in the SUV's frames. You have no jurisdiction over these children. They are under my protection. Brookbridge. Upper deck. The remaining 3 SUVs screeched to a halt as they witnessed their lead vehicle being snatched by a mechanical blur. Contact. Contact. Agent Ryan roared, assuming command of the remaining detachment. Deploy the high-heat munitions. Lock and load. Ryan had spent years studying the Iceman at Hoover Dam. He knew exactly what he was looking at. Call for immediate aerial support from Belco's joint base. Tell the interceptors we have a confirmed NBE Type 1 engagement. A dozen agents in charcoal suits swarmed down the embankment, their carbines leveled at the giant. Do not move. Power down your systems. Ryan. Good initiative. Simmons called out from the wreckage. But the celebration was short-lived. From the shadows of the bridge pillars, the rest of the vanguard emerged. Bumblebee, Ironhide, and Ratchet stepped into the light, their weapons reconfiguring with a series of rhythmic, metallic clacks. The 13 agents found themselves in the center of a localized mechanical kill box. The situation had inverted. Chapter 63, The Fall of the Scout. Jazz's 3-fingered metallic claw shifted, the internal magnets humming as they spun. In a sudden blur of motion, the submachine guns were ripped from the hands of over a dozen agents, clattering together into a useless heap of scrap metal. The disarmed agents stood frozen. Even for the elite of Sector 7, who lived and breathed the reality of extraterrestrial mechanical life, the sheer power of the machines in front of them sparked a cold, primal panic. Seeing his side rendered toothless, Simmons forced a jagged, awkward smile and stood up. He raised a hand in a stiff greeting. Hello there. Human, you are their leader. Why do you not fear us? Optimus Prime's optics pulsed with curiosity. Should you not be paralyzed with shock at our presence? Simmons shook his head, his lips pulling back into a grin. Sector 7 has protocols, you know. My clearance level doesn't actually permit me to chat with you. Well, aside from the part where I tell you I'm not allowed to talk to you. Sector 7. What is that? Sorry. Classified. Seeing that the man was a dead end for information, Optimus didn't waste another second. Out of the vehicle. Ah. Oh, right. I'm moving. By the way. Simmons gestured toward Sam and Michaela. Do they need to get out too? Out. Simmons scrambled from the wreckage of the SUV. And release them. Remove their restraints. As the agent named Ryan unlocked Michaela's cuffs, she didn't wait. She snatched the keys right out of his hand. Get lost. She moved to Sam's side to unlock him, but the boy's expression was cold. You're pretty good with handcuffs, aren't you? Sam muttered, his voice thick with unsaid questions. Michaela didn't look up, her hands moving with practiced speed. Sam, you were never supposed to find out about that part of my life. Yeah, well, I did. Sam rubbed his sore wrists as the metal fell away. And it turns out everything else, all of this, is real, too. Sam, Michaela called out as he turned to walk away. She stepped in front of him, a weary but honest smile on her face. My record. I took the fall because I wouldn't rat out my dad. Sam, in all the years you've lived, have you ever had to sacrifice everything for someone else? Sam stood speechless, the weight of her words sinking in. But he had no time to ponder it. Optimus was looming over him. Sam, the glasses. Where are they? Right here, Optimus. Sam reached into his pocket and pulled out the old heirloom. He handed them over, then marched toward Simmons, who was still surrounded by the Autobots. What is Sector 7? Where is it? Sam demanded. How do you know about the aliens? Where are my parents? Answer me. Simmons's face twisted with annoyance. Kid, I don't have to tell you a thing. I'm the one who asks questions here, not you. Don't think because you have these giant metal bodyguards you can do whatever you want. I'll have you back in cuffs before the day is out. I promise you. Simmons didn't realize that his current predicament was entirely due to those glasses. Had he known, he might have ordered a more thorough search of the boy from the start. Michaela, seeing that the agent was useless for answers, decided it was time for a little payback. Take your clothes off. All of them. She pointed toward a street lamp on the riverbank. Excuse me. You threatened my father, Michaela said, her voice dropping to a dangerous, low vibrato. That's a line you don't cross. Simmons looked at the massive mechanical beings looming over him, then at Ryan, who offered a helpless shrug. With a string of curses, Simmons began to strip. You're a criminal, Simmons spat. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I'll enjoy catching you again. Ryan tried to help. Young man, you have no idea the magnitude of the crimes. Shut up. You too. Over there. Michaela forced Ryan to the other side of the pole. Using the two sets of cuffs, she locked the men together around the street lamp. Simmons was left shivering in his floral boxers and a white undershirt, literally hugging his subordinate around a cold metal pole. Let's go, Sam. As they prepared to move, the distance echoed with the scream of sirens. 3 black SUVs tore toward them, lights flashing, while attack helicopters banked sharply in the sky above. Autobots, enemies approaching. Defensive formation. Ironhide took point. His massive frame, forged from high-grade trithium alloy, was built to absorb the kind of punishment that would level a city block. Targets identified. Prepare to engage. A commander's voice crackled from a chopper, but before he could finish the order, Ironhide slammed his foot down. A concentrated shockwave rippled through the earth. Boom. The tires of the approaching SUVs shredded instantly, the vehicles skidding to a halt. Retreat, Autobots. Optimus commanded. They could have wiped out the human team in a heartbeat, but Optimus refused. To slaughter those they meant to protect would make them no better than Megatron. Sam, get on. Optimus stowed the glasses in his chest compartment and swept Sam and Michaela onto his shoulder. He leaped toward the underside of the bridge, using the massive stone pylons as cover. The helicopters were relentless, the downwash from their rotors nearly blowing the 2 humans off Optimus's shoulder. Target moving left. Locking on. Locking on. Loss of signal on other targets. Focus on the primary. Ironhide and Jazz had already vanished into the urban maze in their vehicle forms. Only Optimus remained in the sights of the hunters. The bridge groaned under his weight as he navigated the girders. Suddenly, Optimus pivoted into a blind spot. Signal lost. Where is he? All flight units, return to the bridge. Search the superstructure. Optimus wedged his massive hands into the bridge's steel truss, hanging suspended over the dark water. Searchlight swept the air just beneath his feet. The vibration of a passing chopper was too much. The gust of wind caught Michaela, and her footing slipped on the smooth metal of Optimus's shoulder. Michaela. Watch out. Sam lunged, grabbing her hand, his other arm hooked desperately around a joint in the Autobot's plating. Sam, don't let go. I'm slipping. I can't. Sam's muscles screamed. He was just a kid, not an athlete. His grip failed, and the two of them tumbled into the air, screaming as they fell toward the hard ground below. At that moment, a yellow blur streaked across the riverbank. Bumblebee roared back into the fray. He transformed in midair, a whirlwind of shifting parts, and caught both Sam and Michaela in his hands just inches from the pavement. He hit the ground hard, sparks flying as his armor scraped the concrete. The move gave him away. The searchlights converged. Target located. On the riverbank. Launch the harpoons. Do not let it escape. Bumblebee scrambled to stand, but a heavy steel cable hissed through the air, its magnetic head burying into his back. Before he could react, 3 more cables slammed into his limbs, pinning him down. No. Stop it. Sam screamed, charging toward the helicopters. The cables went taut. Bumblebee was slammed back onto the asphalt. He could have torn them loose, he could have brought those choppers down in a ball of fire, but he looked at the humans inside. He remembered Optimus's order. He lowered his head and ceased his struggle. More SUVs arrived. A now dressed Simmons stepped out, his face twisted in a cold, triumphant sneer. Down. On the ground. Agents tackled Sam and Michaela. Others rushed toward the pinned Autobot, lugging heavy liquid nitrogen tanks. Freeze it. Get the temperature down. Now. The white mist hissed, coating Bumblebee's yellow armor in a layer of jagged ice. The scout's optics flickered, his blue light fading into the frost as the world turned to white. Chapter 64, Shifting the Blame. Thud. Sam's cheek slammed into the cold asphalt. He thrashed against the weight of the agents pinning him down, his voice cracking with desperation. Look at him. Did you see? He didn't even fight back. He's friendly. You shouldn't be hurting him. Only now did Sam truly understand. Bumblebee, and these mechanical beings called Autobots, harbored no ill will toward him or humanity. Having witnessed Bumblebee's combat prowess against the police cruiser earlier that night, Sam knew that if the scout had truly wanted to resist, none of the humans present would still be standing. Beside him, Michaela's eyes were filled with the same burning indignation and heartbreak. But their pleas were hollow, falling on deaf ears. The agents hauled them up, wrenching their arms behind their backs, and marched them toward Simmons. The men looked at Sam with a mask of cold indifference. Put him and his criminal friend in the car, Simmons ordered. And get that thing frozen solid for transport. Yes, sir. Even as they secured Sam, Simmons didn't look particularly pleased. They had captured 1, but 4 more were missing in the urban sprawl. High above, hidden within the main spans of the bridge, Optimus Prime waited until the convoy and helicopters had faded into the distance before leaping down. He landed silently, his optics fixed on the direction where Bumblebee had been taken. Minutes later, 3 vehicles roared onto the bridge. Ironhide, Jazz, and Ratchet transformed, their metal shifting with heavy clunks. As soon as they settled, Jazz stepped forward, his voice sharp with frustration. Bumblebee's been taken, Optimus. Are we really just going to stand here and do nothing? Among the Autobots, the hierarchy was built on mutual respect and brotherhood, unlike the rigid, fear-based caste system of the Decepticons. They spoke to their leader as comrades. Optimus felt the sting in Jazz's tone. We have no way to rescue Bumblebee without harming the humans, he explained softly. But are we just going to leave him to die? Optimus fell silent for a long moment. Finally, he spoke, the weight of the war heavy in his voice. Let them go. He pulled the glasses from his chest compartment, holding the fragile artifact between his massive fingers. Our priority is to find the Allspark before the Decepticons do. If Bumblebee encountered a revived barricade tonight, it means the others know Megatron is on this planet. We lack the long-range arrays to contact Ultra Magnus, Optimus continued, referring to the commander he had left in charge of the resistance on Cybertron. We don't know which of the Decepticon High Command has followed us here. To some, Optimus's refusal to hurt humans seemed pedantic, even foolish. But it was the stubborn adherence to a moral code that gave him the gravity of a leader. It was a charisma born of conviction. Belcox Air Force Base, runway. A massive C-17 Globemaster descended from the night sky, its wheels shrieking as it touched down on the illuminated runway. As the aircraft slowed to a halt, a perimeter of soldiers and researchers in white lab coats immediately swarmed the plane. Before the hydraulic ramp had even fully extended, the rear cargo doors hissed open. Move it, soldiers. Out of my way. Let me in first. Where is the unknown alloy? Kathef, a senior materials scientist, pushed through the loading ramp with frantic energy. He was a specialist recently conscripted by the military to analyze a new type of metallic material. The military always had strange toys, and he hadn't hesitated to accept the invitation. Inside the hold, Captain William Lennox and Robert Epps were packing their gear. Seeing a white-haired old man charging toward the nylon-covered crate at the back, William stepped in his path. "Hey, easy there, Doc. That thing is dangerous." Since the incident where the dead metal had nearly impaled a technician, William had ordered the severed tail bolted to a heavy steel lab table. To prevent further accidents, they had kept it covered and ceased all internal testing during the flight. Cathef didn't take no for an answer. He tried to shove past William. "Step aside. I am the expert here. Let me see the specimen." But the aging scientist was no match for a ranger in his prime. Fortunately, a ranking officer stepped in to diffuse the tension. "Captain Lennox. Welcome home. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Jefferson, Belcox Joint Base." William took the offered hand with a weary, tight smile. "Thank you, sir." After 17 hours in the air, he was finally back on U.S. soil, but his heart was heavy. Of his entire Special Ops team, only he, Epps, and the severely wounded Fig were left. The rest remained in the sands of Qatar. With William distracted, Cathef reached for the nylon cover again, only to find a wall of muscle blocking him. Epps looked down at the little man, his teeth flashing white in a broad, silent grin that said, "Don't even think about it. Move it carefully. This thing might still be alive. Don't provoke it." On the runway, William and Jefferson watched as soldiers loaded the table, and the severed tail of Scorponok, onto a transport truck. "Get some rest tonight, Captain," Jefferson said. "Tomorrow, I'm taking you to see Secretary John Keller." "Secretary Keller? The big boss wants to see me personally." William was stunned. "Yes," Jefferson nodded. "And congratulations in advance. I doubt you'll be a captain by this time tomorrow." William shook his head, no joy in his eyes. "Sir, you don't know what we saw out there. If I could do it over, I'd trade the promotion to have my team back." Jefferson's expression softened into professional gravity. "Secretary Keller is mobilizing every resource to track this down. We will get justice for your squad and the Sancson base." In the tall grass near the runway, a pair of glowing red optics watched the conversation. It was a mechanical panther, sleek, cold, and metallic. Images of the meeting were being transmitted in real time. That tail. Scorponok's. Inside a darkened hangar elsewhere on the base, Skignaw watched the feed through his drone's eyes. He felt a flicker of recognition. In the original timeline, Blackout had attacked the base and Scorponok had been sent to finish the survivors. The humans had managed to blow off a segment of its tail with high explosive rounds. So, they brought the scrap here. Skignaw had initially worried the military surge was a response to his infiltration. He had sent Black Panther to scout the perimeter just in case. Forget it. A severed tail isn't worth the risk. As a high-level warrior now, Skignaw had little interest in the broken parts of a mid-tier combatant like Scorponok. He was about to cut the visual link when his internal comms module pinged with a quantum-encrypted burst. It was Soundwave. Since the Autobots had been spotted, Soundwave had switched all communications to high-level encryption. Starscream, meanwhile, had been uncharacteristically quiet, either plotting in the shadows or simply enjoying the chaos. Skignaw didn't believe for a second that Starscream hadn't been briefed on the Autobot arrival. The Decepticons were fractured, but they stood together against the Prime. "Skignaw, this is Soundwave. Optimus Prime has secured the glasses. Prepare for full-scale war with the Autobots. Blackout has arrived. Your current assignment with him is temporarily suspended. The Autobot Bumblebee has been captured by the humans. I am initiating a protocol to paralyze the human global network. We will frame the Autobots for the collapse and ignite a war between the humans and the aliens." "Hey," drawing the fire to the east, Skignaw mused. Soundwave truly was Megatron's most loyal shadow. Even in this fractured state, he wasn't giving up. If he couldn't beat the Autobots in a straight fight, he'd use the humans as a blunt instrument. It was a viable plan. The humans knew nothing of Decepticons yet, they only saw the Autobots. With their natural xenophobia and fear of the unknown, the humans would tear into the alien invaders, if pushed. And Optimus, with his do-no-harm obsession, would be trapped between a rock and a hard place. Unfortunate for them, Skignaw thought. He sent a brief, perfunctory acknowledgement back. "Lord Soundwave, Skignaw acknowledges. Standing by." Chapter 65, Network Collapse. Fairfax County, Department of Defense. Secretary John Keller stepped out of his vehicle and moved toward the Pentagon with frantic strides. He had no choice but to hurry. The department's network had been compromised again, and this time, the breach was catastrophic. Inside the Information Operations Center, the air was thick with static. Every monitor in the room had dissolved into snow, irregular black and white stripes flickering across the screens. Technicians scrambled with laptops, their faces pale as they tried to bypass the interference. "Where is my briefing officer?" Keller barked, his voice echoing over the hum of failing hardware. "Someone talk to me." What the hell am I looking at? An officer stood up immediately, sweating under the fluorescent lights. Sir, a virus was planted. It's a total shutdown. All command center operations are offline. Offline. Define that for me. Another official stepped forward. Someone used our own infrastructure to broadcast the signal. Global networks, including our hardline satellite links, are severed. The world has gone dark, sir. Keller froze. The weight of the situation finally pressed down on him. He walked to a nearby desk and lifted a handset. You're telling me I can't pick up this phone and call my wife? I'm afraid so, sir. Keller punched in a number anyway. Silence. He pulled his cell phone from his pocket. Nothing. Clatter. He slammed the phone onto the desk. Beads of sweat lined his forehead, and he didn't even bother to fix his lopsided tie. But bad news rarely traveled alone. An aide hurried over with a fresh report. Sir, shortwave radio only. We have reports of foreign task forces moving within 600 miles of our carrier groups. They've entered cruise missile range. With the global network paralyzed and the satellites blinded, other nations were looking at the United States. Only one country possessed the theoretical capability to do this, and the world was reacting accordingly. Damn it. Keller hissed. Signal the fleet commanders via shortwave. Tell them they are not to fire unless fired upon. Do not initiate an engagement. Yes, sir. As the aide rushed off, Keller turned his mind toward the satellites. Without them, communication efficiency was gutted. But before he could formulate a counter-strategy, he was told someone was demanding to see him. Secretary Keller. A middle-aged man with a thick mustache, chewing gum with a rhythmic, mechanical cadence, approached. He carried a heavy silver briefcase and looked at Keller with an unnerving lack of expression. And you are? Keller asked, finally ripping his tie off in frustration. Tom Banachek. Research Division, Sector 7. I have something you need to see. Sector 7. Keller repeated, shaking his head. Never heard of it. And as you can see, Mr. Banachek. I'm a little busy. I know, Banachek replied, unfazed by the brush-off. In fact, that's exactly why I'm here. He leaned in slightly. Director Mitchell sent me. At the mention of the president's inner circle, Keller's eyes sharpened. He studied the mysterious official for a long moment before nodding. In that case, follow me. In a private briefing room within the Pentagon, Banachek and Keller sat opposite each other. Per Banachek's request, they were alone. He placed the silver briefcase on the table and began punching in a complex security code. Mr. Secretary, I'm here to show you what's in this box. There are things you aren't cleared for, things that were kept from you. Sector 7 is a special department established 80 years ago under a secret executive order. As Banachek spoke, the briefcase hissed open, revealing a reinforced portable computer. A single, locked file sat on the screen. You might remember NASA and the JPL claiming the Beagle 2 Mars rover crashed during its landing sequence, Banachek continued. That was a lie. The rover landed perfectly. It transmitted 13 seconds of video before it was destroyed. He clicked the file. 13 seconds of the highest classified footage in human history. The video started. For the first 10 seconds, it was standard reconnaissance, dusty Martian red rock and craters. Then, at the 10-second mark, the rover began to shake violently. It was hoisted into the air as if by an invisible hand. The camera flipped 180 degrees. The final frame of the video froze on a towering, humanoid shape made of shifting metal. Despite the blur, the features were hauntingly lifelike. Keller wasn't a fool. He sat in silence, his brow furrowed as the video looped back to the beginning. For the first time since entering the room, the Secretary of Defense was speechless. He had reached the top of the chain of command, yet he had never known the shadow government existed. Banachek pulled out 2 high-resolution photos. One was a cleaned-up frame from the Mars video, the other was a thermal capture from the attack on the Sangsun base in Qatar. Our analysis shows an identical skeletal structure, Banachek said, sliding the photos across the table. To put it bluntly, they are the same thing. And clearly, this technology does not belong to any nation on Earth. Keller compared the images, his voice a low whisper. You're saying? We're being invaded. In the photo on the left, the massive silhouette of the Decepticon blackout loomed over the burning base. That surviving special ops team tried to transmit data from their transport plane. We intercepted the signal, Banachek explained. These things know we can hurt them now. That's why they've used a virus to blind our command systems. But there's one more thing, Mr. Secretary. What? Keller didn't look up from the photos. As of an hour ago, one of our field teams successfully intercepted one of them. Banachek's tone turned grave. A live one. Keller's head snapped up. Live. Yes. They're transporting it to our primary facility now. This network attack. It's likely a warning or an attempt to rescue their comrade. Banachek didn't know the difference between Autobots and Decepticons. To him, they were all the same invading force. Mr. Secretary, I'd bet my pension that the next wave of attacks is coming. With the satellites down, we can't coordinate a defense. You need to move, and you need to move now. Keller strode back into the operations center, his voice booming with a new, grim authority. Rescind my last order. Use the secret DoD pulse channels. Notify the carrier commanders to stop loitering in the mid-Atlantic. Tell them to turn those ships around and bring them home. The primary enemy wasn't a rival superpower anymore, it was an extraterrestrial threat that could strike from anywhere. After his talk with Banachek, Keller had decided to go to the Sector 7 base himself. To fix the network, he needed to find the source. Interrogation room. A glass of milk and a glass of water sat on the table. Maggie Madsen sat with her legs crossed on a chair, her fingers drumming a restless rhythm on the wood. Beside her, Glenn Whitman was sound asleep, his snoring echoing off the walls. Since the first round of questioning, they had been left alone. Mr. Secretary, she's inside, a guard's voice sounded from the hallway. The heavy door swung open. Glenn jumped awake, blinking in the harsh light. Maggie stood up, her heels clicking as she straightened her posture. Keller walked in, his eyes locking on Maggie. He pointed at her. You're coming with me. Excuse me. I need an advisor. Someone who understands the signal. What about me? Do I go too? Glenn asked, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Keller looked at the disheveled men, then back at Maggie. He was fully dressed now, tie straightened, the image of a focused commander. Who is he? Glenn, Maggie stammered. He's my technical consultant. Fine. He comes too. Wow. Glenn stood up with a grin, not forgetting to down the glass of milk in one go before following them out. Chapter 66, The Pave Hawk Helicopters. Belcox Joint Base. Captain William Lennox had barely closed his eyes in the base guest house when a sharp rapping hit the wood. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent rhythm suggested that the night was far from over. Lennox pulled the door open, squinting at the messenger standing in the hall. Captain Lennox, sir. You and Sergeant Epps are ordered to come with me immediately. Now. Yes, sir. Right now. A soldier's first duty is to follow orders. Lennox didn't waste time asking questions. He shook Epps awake, the two of them threw on their gear, and they followed the messenger to a waiting jeep. The engine roared as they sped toward the airfield. Upon arrival, Lennox found the entire tarmac bathed in floodlights, bright as high noon. Ground crews and technicians were scurrying in and out of the hangars like disturbed ants. Inside one of the main hangars, the base's ordnance colonel was in the middle of a screaming fit. God damn it. What do you people do during daily maintenance? How does a whole wing of birds just end up grounded? Give me an explanation. How am I supposed to fulfill a priority transport mission with paperweights? An hour ago, the base had received a high-level command to prep a fleet of transport helicopters. When the colonel arrived to mobilize, he discovered nearly every bird in the hangar was throwing inexplicable fault codes. They wouldn't start, and even if they could find the cause, they didn't have the time to fix it. The lead mechanic, sweating under the colonel's tirade, looked miserable. Sir, they were green across the board yesterday. Even this afternoon, there wasn't a single issue. I don't know what happened. Report. A pilot stepped into the hangar. The colonel turned to him, eyes full of desperate hope. Well. The pilot's expression was grim. He shook his head. Only 2 Pave Hawk multi-purpose helicopters are turning over. The rest, dead. The colonel and the mechanic fell into a heavy silence. Seeking to break the tension, the pilot added, the C-17 that landed tonight, however. No, the colonel snapped. Orders specifically called for helicopters. The Globemaster can't land where they're going. Likely a mountain extraction or a confined site. He turned back to the mechanic, his gaze hardening. Check those 2 Pave Hawks again. If they're clear, get them on the pad. And listen to me, the colonel's voice dropped to a lethal low. Keep this quiet. For now. Self-preservation was a powerful motivator. If the brass found out the base's flight line had been crippled under their watch during a national crisis, heads would roll. The mechanic and pilot exchanged a glance and nodded. Understood, sir. The colonel exhaled. At least they had 2 birds. He didn't realize that his cover-up was doing a massive favor for a certain hidden observer. High-level VIPs didn't like unexplained mechanical failures. If Keller had known the base was compromised by a silent tech virus, he never would have boarded those craft. Waiting in the Jeep, Lennox watched a luxury motorcade pull onto the runway. Over a dozen black-suited security details spilled out, followed by a swarm of base officers. From the lead sedan, a white-haired man with an unmistakable aura of authority stepped out. "Captain, that's our cue," the messenger said, shifting the Jeep into gear. As they drew closer, Lennox recognized the men, Secretary of Defense John Keller. "Mr. Secretary, Captain Lennox and Sergeant Epps have arrived," an aide whispered to Keller. "Attention. Salute." Lennox and Epps snapped to attention, offering a crisp salute to the men at the top of their chain of command. "At ease, Captain, Sergeant." Keller stepped forward, clapping a hand on Lennox's shoulder, then Epps's. "You've both done a hell of a job. The department won't forget what you went through out there. I've received your intel and relayed it to all regional commands." "Thank you, sir," Lennox said, dropping his arm. He didn't let the secretary's presence intimidate him. "What about the Sabo rounds, sir?" "Every combat-ready aircraft is being loaded with Sabo heat rounds as we speak," Keller replied. "If those things show up again, we're going to give them a very nasty surprise. But until we get the satellites back online, our comms are gutted. You're the only officers who faced them and lived. I need you with me." Keller checked his watch. "Questions on the way. We're burning daylight. Let's move." "Yes, sir." Lennox and Epps followed Keller and his security detail toward the two idling Pave Hawks. Wheels up. The rotors began to scream, churning the night air as the two birds lifted off, banking toward the horizon. An hour into the flight, the lead pilot turned to his co-pilot, frowning at the gauges. "Hey, check this out. Why is the fuel gauge still reading full? We've been at cruise for 60 minutes. The co-pilot adjusted his headset. "What was that?" The pilot opened his mouth to repeat himself, then blinked. The fuel icon on the primary display suddenly dropped by a single notch, settling exactly where it should have been. "Nothing," the pilot muttered, shaking his head. "Just seeing things, I guess." The next morning, the sun was high over the desert. After a 10-hour cross-country flight, the two helicopters arrived at a small army outpost 4,000 kilometers away to pick up two final passengers, Sam and Michaela. When Bumblebee had been captured, the teens had been detained under Sector 7's authority. Simmons had personally escorted the frozen scout to the primary facility, leaving the kids behind in legal limbo. The Pave Hawks touched down briefly, their rotors never stopping. Inside the cabin, Glenn looked at the two new arrivals with curiosity. He watched Sam sit down across from him, flanked by stoic men in black suits. "Hey," Glenn said, trying to break the ice. "What are you in for?" "Sam. Sam Witwicky." "Okay, Sam. Why do they want you?" "I don't know," Sam exhaled, looking exhausted. "What do you mean you don't know?" "Well, I bought a car," Sam said, leaning back. "Turned out to be an alien. Then everything just went south." "Whoa," Glenn breathed, eyes wide. The helicopter sped on. An hour later, they banked around a massive mountain range, revealing a sprawling river and a colossal wall of concrete spanning the canyon. Hoover Dam. As they hovered over the massive structure, Sam could see crowds of people gathered on the observation decks. The Pave Hawk settled onto the helipad marked with a giant H. Sam spotted a familiar face in the crowd below, Agent Simmons. The moment Sam stepped off the bird, he marched straight up to the men. "Where is my car?" "Kid, I think we started off on the wrong foot," Simmons said, his voice dripping with forced warmth. "You must be starving, right? How about some coffee for you and the lady? Or some dessert? Our mess hall makes a mean pie. You won't forget it." Simmons's sudden hospitality was jarring. He no longer called Michaela a criminal, he was practically groveling. Clearly, Banachek's briefing had reached him, these kids were the only ones who could talk to the visitors. But Sam wasn't buying it. "Where is my car? I just want to know where my car is." Michaela stepped up beside him, dropping her backpack onto the concrete ledge of the observation walkway. She stood shoulder to shoulder with Sam, a united front. In her haste, she didn't notice her phone slide out of the unzipped pocket. It skittered across the concrete, slipped through the railing, and began to tumble down the gargantuan, sloping face of the dam. Chapter 67, Inside Sector 7. As Sam and Simmons continued their heated exchange, Tom Banachek stepped forward, pulling a pair of oversized aviators from his pocket and sliding them on. "Listen to me, kid," Banachek said, his voice dropping to a gravelly serious tone. "Right now, every soul on this planet is in mortal danger. I'm not exaggerating, and I'm not trying to scare you. You need to tell us everything you know. Right now." "Fine, no problem," Sam agreed quickly, then paused, his eyes narrowing. "But first, you give me back my car and my parents. I want it in writing. Total immunity." He glanced at Michaela. And her record. Everything. Wiped clean. Permanently. Michaela flashed him a grateful, surprised smile. Banachek looked at Simmons, who gave a curt, reluctant nod. Kid, you're a regular extortionist, Simmons muttered, turning on his heel. Follow me. We'll talk about your car and your conditions. Sam beamed, grabbing Michaela's hand as they hurried after him. Michaela paused only to snag her backpack before catching up. With the passengers gone, the two Pave Hawk helicopters on the pad began their post-flight protocols. Their main rotors folded back, and the auxiliary power units hummed to life. Ground crews moved in, attaching tow bars to the nose wheels. Guided by ground handlers with laser rangefinders, electric tugs began pulling the massive birds forward. Soon, the helicopters were swallowed by a hidden hangar door at the base of Hoover Dam. Let's go get some rack time, the pilot from the lead Pave Hawk called out to his colleague. They had been in the air for over 10 hours, they wouldn't be flying again until they'd had a full rotation of sleep and the birds had been refueled and inspected. Within minutes, the ground crew cleared out. The heavy blast doors hissed shut, leaving the hangar in absolute silence. Time stretched on in the darkness. Suddenly, a sharp clack echoed through the bay, the sound of metal testing its limits. A second later, the frame of one of the Pave Hawks buckled and shifted. The rotors split and retracted as the chassis expanded, unfolding into an 8-meter-tall mechanical giant. Finally inside. Skignaw's voice carried a note of profound relief. His optics pulsed with a predatory red light as he surveyed his surroundings. He had waited at Belcock's base in vehicle form, betting that the military would need transport. The mechanical failures plaguing the rest of the fleet had been no accident. His pet, Black Panther, had seen to that. In the world of high-stakes infiltration, making yourself the only option was better than relying on luck. This was Skignaw's first time shifting to humanoid form since scanning the new Pave Hawk data. Because both his previous form and this one were flight-based, his appearance hadn't changed drastically, though he felt the shift in his center of gravity. Two wicked, straight-edged blades were holstered at his hips. They served as the main rotors in vehicle mode, and while they looked like the twin Daisho blades used by the Autobot Drift, Skignaw knew they were mostly aesthetic in this form, unlike Drift, whose transformation logic was tied to his weaponry. Skignaw's internal systems pinged, processing the electromagnetic feedback from his active scans. A 3D holographic map flickered into his mind. Only one level. Skignaw muttered, surprised. He had always assumed Sector 7's headquarters was a multi-story subterranean complex. Instead, it was a singular, massive floor, though its scale was staggering. It covered the area of a dozen football stadiums, carved directly into the mountain rock surrounding Hoover Dam. It was a sprawling, irregular quadrilateral of reinforced concrete and hollowed-out canyon. He locked onto the unique energy signature of the Allspark. A path was instantly calculated. 600 meters. Skignaw's chest plates shifted open, and Black Panther leaped silently to the floor. The mechanical beast didn't make a sound, sensing its master's need for stealth. At the rear of the hangar lay a massive transit tunnel, wide enough to accommodate the heavy semi-trucks that moved equipment through the base. Skignaw engaged his stealth module, his form shimmering and vanishing into the background radiation of the room. Black Panther took the lead, a shadow within shadows, as they slipped into the tunnel. The base architecture reminded Skignaw of Starscream's hidden outpost in the Conus Canyon, brutal, functional tunnels connecting massive nodes. He moved with practiced silence, his massive footfalls dampened by his internal stabilizers. He rounded a corner and froze, pressing his back against the rough-hewn stone wall. A group of scientists in white lab coats and masks walked past, chatting about pressure seals and nitrogen levels. They walked within 3 feet of the invisible Cybertronian, completely oblivious to the godlike machine watching them from the dark. Step by step, Skignaw closed the distance to the Allspark. The inner sanctum. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation is this. Simmons led the group, Keller, Sam, Maggie, Michaela, and Lennox, into the heart of the facility. Even the base officers following them looked uneasy, few had the clearance to enter this deep. They reached a set of massive armored doors that ground open to reveal a sprawling, chilled chamber filled with humming machinery. Step inside, everyone. Simmons called out. Several of you have already had contact with NBEs, so... Wait, Maggie interrupted. NBEs. What is that? Simmons glanced back. Non-biological extraterrestrials. Right. Maggie nodded, her expression grim but not surprised. What you are about to see, Simmons continued, his voice dropping to a whisper, is the highest level of classified material in existence. They entered a cryogenic vault. In the center, mounted on a towering platform, stood a gargantuan silver robot nearly 10 meters tall. A massive refrigeration array hung over its head, pouring out clouds of supercooled gas that turned into a thick shroud of frost. Men in environmental suits climbed the scaffolding, spraying liquid nitrogen directly onto the machine's joints. The sight was overwhelming. Even for those who knew what was coming, the sheer scale of the thing was terrifying. Secretary Keller stood paralyzed, his breath hitching. My God, what is this? Sam and Michaela were the only ones who didn't look shocked, they looked sick. Sam, Michaela whispered, tugging at his sleeve. Does he look like? Sam nodded slowly. Yeah. It's him. The giant was identical to the holographic image Optimus Prime had projected for them. Simmons, enjoying the shock he'd caused, began his rehearsed lecture. We believe that when he flew over the North Pole, our planet's gravity interfered with his navigation system. He lost his orientation, his power failed in the extreme cold, and he crashed into the ice. That was over a century ago. We moved him here in 1934. We call him NBE-1. The first ever discovered. Sir, excuse me, Sam interrupted, his voice steady. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but his name is Megatron. Not NBE-1. Megatron. Yeah. He's the leader of the Decepticons. Decepticons? What's that? Simmons asked, realizing the boy knew significantly more than the CIA's entire database. Sam shook his head, refusing to say more. He had made his deal, but until he saw Bumblebee safe and free, he wasn't handing over another scrap of intel. Chapter 68, The Allspark Isolation Hall. Tom Banachek took over the briefing from Simmons. He has been kept in a state of permanent cryostasis since the day he was recovered. We can't be certain if he would reanimate if thawed. Think of him as a hibernating bear, Banachek continued, glancing at the frozen titan. To keep him in his cave, we have to maintain the illusion that it's still winter. Forever. He turned his gaze toward Sam. He was discovered by your great-grandfather. It remains the greatest find in human history. But what you're looking at isn't just an alien life form, he is the source of our modern world. Cars, microchips, radar, even the core tech for our rockets and satellites. It was all harvested from him through decades of reverse engineering. Secretary John Keller's expression soured. If this alien had such immense research value, the military could have developed weaponry decades ahead of schedule if they hadn't been kept in the dark. Are you telling me, Keller demanded, his voice low and dangerous, that the Department of Defense wasn't deemed cleared to know you had a frozen alien robot under a dam? Banachek shrugged. Until the Sancson base was hit, we didn't view it as a threat to national security. That was then. The situation has changed. This. Megatron, Captain Lennox cut in, speaking for the first time. Why is he here? What was he after? The Allspark, Sam answered. He was tired of Simmons, but he respected the soldiers. That's what they're looking for. It's a cube. A big one. Sam gestured with his hands, miming a large shape. Megatron tracked it here. That's why he crashed. And Megatron is his name, by the way. Not NBE-1. Are you sure about that, kid? Positive. Do you guys have it? Do you know where the cube is? Banachek and Simmons exchanged a look, a silent communication passing between them. Finally, Banachek nodded. Yes. Follow me. Deep in the transit tunnels, Skignaw continued his slow, methodical advance. 600 meters. In the open air, it would have been a few strides. Inside the fortified maze of Sector 7, it was a grueling gauntlet. It took nearly 30 minutes of stopping and starting to avoid patrols before the massive doors of the Allspark Isolation Hall finally came into view. The main gate was a composite behemoth, stories high, with a smaller alloy security door at the base for personnel. It looked impenetrable. Skignaw felt a flicker of predatory satisfaction. Moments ago, Black Panther had slipped through the security door during a shift change, tailing a group of researchers into the sanctum. Good work, Panther. Skignaw engaged the visual link. A few seconds later, his optics were flooded with the image of the inner research zone. There, tilted at an angle in the center of the massive hall, was a colossal bronze-colored metallic cube. Its surface was etched with ancient Cybertronian glyphs and shifting, irregular patterns. The Allspark. The holy relic of Cybertron. In the observation gallery overlooking the hall, Banachek led the group to the reinforced glass. What you are about to see is the ultimate treasure of the cosmos. The observation room was small, with 3 walls of thick glass. On the concrete wall behind them hung 7 grayscale portraits, the 7 founders of Sector 7, the men who had first discovered the cube. Keller, Sam, and the others pressed against the glass, their breath catching. Below them lay a hollowed-out mountain peak, a space large enough to house a skyscraper. Hundreds of researchers in lab coats moved like ants around the base of a metallic cube taller than a 30-story building. Sam, this is likely what you were talking about, Banachek said softly. Carbon dating places it on Earth long before NBE-1 arrived, though the exact date is unknown. The 7 found it in 1913. The group glanced at the photos of the old men on the wall. For years, they didn't know it was extraterrestrial, Banachek continued. Not until they found Megatron. They realized the patterns on his chassis matched the engravings on the cube. By the order of the president at the time, they built Hoover Dam specifically to hide it. He pointed toward the ceiling. There is more than 2 football fields worth of reinforced concrete above our heads. The walls are lined with radiation shielding materials and advanced energy dampeners. I guarantee you, no one, not even those things out there, can detect the energy it emits. This base is. Boom. A violent explosion rocked the room, cutting Banachek off and shattering his confidence. What was that? Keller shouted, his hand instinctively going to his sidearm. Maggie Madsen swallowed hard, her question about energy signatures forgotten as the floor beneath them groaned. Banachek gripped the railing, his ears ringing. He looked toward the far end of the hall. The main isolation doors. The doors. The group turned as one. Crash. In a shower of sparks and twisted steel, the 10-meter-high isolation doors were torn from their hinges. The heavy thud of metal footsteps echoed through the chamber as a towering silhouette stepped through the settling dust. It's him. Michaela screamed. Of all the machines she had seen, this one, standing nearly 8 meters tall with a lethal, predatory grace, left the deepest impression. She remembered the refinery, the terrifying moment she thought they had been caught. This time, the robot looked even more savage. 2 massive, serrated blades were visible at its hips, catching the sterile light of the hall. They know. Keller roared, his face flushed with fury. They knew it was here the whole time. How did that thing get inside, Tom? You said it was undetectable. What the hell is your department doing? Glenn Whitman shrunk back, the pressure in the room becoming suffocating. Maybe we should retreat. Not running away. I just mean, we can't exactly punch that thing. Banachek and Simmons ignored them, grabbing their radios and screaming into the channels. All security units to the isolation hall. Deploy the tactical vehicles. Load everything. Now. Move. Below, Skignaw ignored the researchers who were fleeing like headless chickens. He had seen the interior through Black Panther's eyes and decided that subtlety was no longer an option. He had tasted the Allspark's power once before to evolve his frame. He knew how fast the reinforcement process was. With this many witnesses, a secret theft was impossible. The meat was on the table. It was time to bite. As he strode toward the cube, his optics caught a glimpse of a glass observation room protruding from the wall. Sam and the others. Skignaw recognized them instantly, he had just flown them across the country, after all. The timeline was holding, they were being shown the cube right as he made his move. He dismissed them from his processors. The humans were a distraction. The Allspark was the only thing that mattered now. Chapter 69, Ascension to Elite Class. The researchers fled in a panicked swarm. Within moments, Skignaw stood alone at the base of the Allspark. Up close, the sheer scale of the artifact was suffocating. With edges exceeding 100 meters in length, the cube made even Skignaw, towering by human standards, feel insignificant. He reached out, his metal palm meeting the cold, ancient surface. Black Panther. I am here, Master. The air shimmered, and the mechanical beast materialized from its cloak. Guard the transit tunnel. Do not let a single soul approach. By your will. A laser cannon, previously hidden within its dorsal plating, slid into position. The Panther turned and sprinted back toward the tunnel entrance. The isolation hall was now a graveyard of abandoned clipboards and equipment. Only the humans in the observation gallery remained, watching from behind their glass cage. Panther should be able to buy me a few minutes. Skignaw didn't hesitate. Strings of complex Cybertronian code flickered across his optics, converting into high-frequency energy waves. The pulse traveled down his arm, pooling at his fingertips. Clang. He struck the surface of the cube. A ripple of crimson energy, like a stone dropped into a still pond, washed across the bronze metal. The point of contact erupted in a blinding red glare. We have to do something. Inside the observation room, Secretary John Keller paced like a caged tiger. He watched the alien giant perform some unknown ritual on their greatest treasure. Where are your men, Tom? You have a base this size and the security is this porous. Where is the emergency response? Banachek didn't look at him. He tapped a sequence into his watch. 30 seconds. 20, 10, 3, 2, 1. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Sudden, frantic gunfire erupted from the tunnel outside, punctuated by the high-pitched whine of lasers and the concussive boom of grenades. What now? Keller demanded. It's the mechanical cat. Maggie Madsen shouted, pointing through the glass. Her sharp eyes had caught the Panther's sudden appearance. It was with him the whole time, it just appeared out of thin air. It's holding the tunnel. Banachek's radio crackled with a frantic voice. Sir, we're pinned down. There's a robotic leopard firing high-intensity lasers from its back. We can't get a clear shot at the hall. Damn it. There's more than one, Banachek hissed, slamming his fist against the reinforced glass. We can't stay here. They know Megatron is here, too. We need to get to the armory and then the cryovault. We cannot let them thaw NBE-1. Skignaw heard the distant symphony of war, the barks of human rifles and the hum of his drone's cannon. He remained motionless. The Allspark's energy was a torrential flood, surging into his chassis, rewriting his core systems. It was a familiar sensation, yet far more intense than his previous upgrade. A true metamorphosis. One by one, the humans fled the gallery. The hall fell into a heavy silence, broken only by the hum of the cube and the thinning gunfire from the tunnel. Suddenly, something fell from the scaffolding above. It hit the floor with a sharp, metallic clack. Tink-clink. Skignaw's sensors twitched. He turned his head toward the sound. 50 meters away, a small, blue and silver mechanical head was wobbling, struggling to stand on 6 spindly, insect-like legs. It looked like a motorized facehugger. When it finally steadied itself, 4 glowing blue optics and a twitching, mandibled mouth became visible. Frenzy. Skignaw muttered. He looked up at the ceiling, wondering how the little spy had dropped in. The room was supposed to be a sealed lead and concrete coffin. But then again, Frenzy was built for the impossible gaps. Frenzy shook his head, clearing his processors, and spotted Skignaw. Skignaw. What are you doing here? Before Skignaw could answer, Frenzy's optics locked onto the Allspark. In a blur of skittering legs, the tiny Decepticon reached the base of the cube. Is this the spark? Frenzy's voice was a frantic, high-pitched garble of excitement. As you can see, Skignaw said coolly. He pulled his hand back from the surface. The evolution was complete. His frame had shifted. He was no longer just an advanced soldier, he had ascended to the rank of elite-class warrior. In the Decepticon hierarchy, he now stood just below the commander and leader tiers. Status: Combat Decepticon. Armor: Cybertronian steel, reinforced. Weaponry: 12.6mm heavy repeater, right, shoulder-mounted rocket pod, left. Spark: 100%, overcharged. Chassis: Elite Class. Combat rating: Elite Class Warrior. The data display flickered in his mind, highlighting his new status. He felt reborn. He had more raw power, faster reflex processors, and a chassis that felt nearly indestructible. Frenzy, preoccupied with the cube, didn't notice the change. 1,000 years. Hidden by these flesh creatures. He let out a digitized cackle. Haha. That human girl actually did me a favor. What do they call it? Coming to those who wait. Skignaw's processors refocused. Don't celebrate yet, Frenzy. The humans aren't going to sit idle. Yes, those disgusting biologicals. Frenzy hissed. I'm in this state because of them. That human girl. He looked up at Skignaw. Did you transmit the coordinates to the master? The master. Skignaw paused, realizing he meant Soundwave. I just secured the site. I haven't messaged Soundwave yet. But I've confirmed that Lord Megatron is being held nearby, frozen by their primitive tech. Megatron. Frenzy began to pace frantically, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. To Frenzy, Soundwave was his direct master, but Megatron was the god of their cause. Skignaw, I need your help. I need the spark's energy to restore my chassis. Fine, Skignaw nodded. He reached down, scooped up the twitching mechanical head, and tossed it onto a ledge of the cube. Frenzy was too damaged to notice Skignaw's new power levels. As the little spy began to siphon energy, Skignaw sent a private ping to the tunnel. A moment later, a battered mechanical beast limped into the hall. It was Black Panther. The drone was a mess, its armor was scorched, and the laser cannon on its back was bent at a jagged angle. Even for a low-tier warrior, holding off a military base for 15 minutes was an agonizing feat. Skignaw's optics turned cold. He didn't like seeing his tools broken, especially one that had served him so well. He transmitted the source code for the Allspark evolution to the drone. Black Panther. Go to the spark. Heal yourself, and evolve. The drone looked up, its optics flickering with raw emotion. Thank you, Master. Go. I'll handle the humans outside. As the Panther limped toward the glowing cube, Skignaw's right hand shifted, his 12.6mm heavy repeater sliding into place with a lethal click. He turned toward the shattered doors. Time to see what Sector 7 is really made of. Chapter 70, The Energy Shield. Inside the transit tunnel, the Sector 7 reinforcement units, sent by Banachek to stem the tide, saw the mechanical Panther retreat. They began to crawl out from behind their scorched covers. The previous skirmish with Black Panther had been brutal. The tunnel was a graveyard of smoking infantry fighting vehicles and groaning soldiers. The concrete walls were honeycombed with craters from the Panther's back-mounted laser. The commanding officer waited, scanning the darkness of the isolation hall. When the beast didn't reappear, he signaled his men. Flanks covered. Armor up front. Advance on the objective. The order had barely left his lips when a new silhouette stepped out from the shattered doors 200 meters away. It was taller, broader, and far more terrifying than the beast they had just fought. Halt. All units, cease advance. New contact, 12 o'clock, 150 meters. Find cover. Establish a firing line. Open fire. The symphony of war resumed with a violent crescendo. Having received fresh ammunition and manpower during the lull, the base security force unleashed a hail of lead and high explosives far more intense than before. But to the soldiers' horror, the giant didn't flinch. He didn't even bother to take cover. Clang. Spark. Tracer rounds and heavy-caliber bullets shattered against Skignaw's chassis, doing little more than scuffing the paint. Only when a tank shell screamed toward his face did he casually lift an arm to swat the kinetic energy aside. It seems the elite-class frame can ignore most primitive ballistics. Skignaw stood in the center of the storm for 30 seconds, conducting a live stress test of his new body. The results were definitive. Though the armor was still Cybertronian steel, its structural integrity and density were leagues beyond his previous high-class frame. Even armor-piercing rockets left nothing but faint silver scratches on his chest plates. And now, with a flicker of thought, Skignaw activated a new core function. A semi-transparent, honeycomb-patterned energy barrier shimmered into existence around his frame. Orange electrical arcs pulsed across the hexagonal grid, casting a beautiful, lethal glow through the dusty tunnel. The moment the shield manifested, the incoming fire became irrelevant. Bullets struck the barrier and lost all momentum, falling to the floor like dead insects. Rockets detonated against the surface in brilliant flashes of fire, but the shockwaves never reached Skignaw's armor. This was the hallmark of an elite-class warrior. The shield worked by siphoning energy directly from the spark to neutralize external kinetic force. Theoretically, with enough energy, it could withstand a cataclysm. In practice, it turned Skignaw into an immovable object against human weaponry, though he knew a fellow elite or commander could eventually shatter it. Skignaw looked down the tunnel, his optics cold and indifferent. The farce was over. He leveled his right arm. The three massive barrels of his 12.6 mm heavy repeater began to spin with a predatory whine. Thud 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 thud. Heavy brass casings clattered to the floor in a steady rhythm. Down the tunnel, Sector 7's line collapsed instantly. Jeeps were shredded, sandbags disintegrated. The soldiers were pinned so tightly they couldn't even draw breath. 20 miles from Hoover Dam, the Autobots arrived at a cluster of abandoned, Western-style buildings. One by one, the vehicles shifted and expanded, rising into their towering humanoid forms. The coordinates from the glasses placed the Allspark exactly 20 miles from here, Optimus Prime stated. They had driven through the night from Los Angeles to Nevada. During the journey, Optimus had discovered something unexpected embedded in the data on the glasses, a string of Allspark source code. It had likely been imprinted automatically by Megatron's navigation system when he first made contact with the cube's energy signature. I can feel the Decepticons moving, Optimus said, his voice heavy. They know the location. We must act immediately. What about Bumblebee? Jazz asked, leaping down from a stone water tower. We can't just leave him. We can't let him be a lab rat for these humans. If we do not secure the Allspark, Optimus replied softly, Bumblebee's sacrifice will have been for nothing. Ironhide shrugged, his heavy cannons shifting with a metallic groan. Bumblebee is a warrior. To fall during a mission. I think he would accept that fate. Jazz flared his servos in annoyance, stepping toward Prime. Optimus, why do we continue to protect them? They are violent. They attack us without provocation. Optimus looked toward the horizon, where the heat shimmer blurred the desert floor. Humans, they are a young race. Brash, primitive, and violent. In many ways, they remind me of what we once were. They have a long way to go, but they possess qualities we lack. Freedom is the right of all sentient beings, a truth the Decepticons will never understand. They only know the pursuit of tyranny and war. Optimus's voice grew solemn, burdened by the ghosts of Cybertron. You know as well as I do, if the Allspark falls into Megatron's hands, the tragedy of our home will repeat itself here. This world will burn, and Megatron's ambition will carry that fire to the rest of the galaxy. We cannot allow it. Optimus, Ironhide said, stepping up to stand beside his leader. Whatever you decide, we are with you. What is the plan, then? Jazz asked, his frustration giving way to grim resolve. There is only one way to end this, Optimus said. He opened his chest plates, revealing his spark, a swirling nebula of brilliant blue energy. The sheer pressure of a leader-class spark made the air vibrate. If all else fails, I will merge the Allspark with my own spark. No. Ratchet cried out. That's a suicide pact. No frame can contain that much raw cosmic energy. You'll be vaporized along with the cube. As the team medic, Ratchet knew the mathematics of energy overload better than anyone. It wasn't just death, it was total molecular erasure. Optimus didn't blink. To ensure peace, sacrifice is a necessity. We cannot let the humans pay for our mistakes. We cannot let our civil war consume this world. He looked at his team. We lost the cube once. We will not lose it again. It has been an honor serving with you. Now, it's time for the final battle. Autobots, roll out. Back in the tunnel, the Sector 7 forces had reached their breaking point. He's got some kind of energy field. Nothing is getting through. Fall back. Pull back now. Keep the formation. Move, move, move. The commanding officer screamed his orders from behind the wreckage of an armored transport. The moment the translucent shield appeared and turned his tank shells into harmless sparks, he knew they had lost. Deploy smoke. Get the vehicles in the rear. Get out of here. Unlike their fight with the Panther, where they felt they had a chance to bleed the enemy, this new giant was an unstoppable force of nature. To stay was to die for nothing. They scrambled for the exit, leaving the path to the heart of the base wide open. Chapter 71, Mobilization. Thrum, thrum. The barrels of the heavy repeater spun down to a final, clicking halt. Skignaw stared down the smoke-filled tunnel, littered with the burning husks of armored vehicles. Not a single human remained in his line of sight. He retracted his weapon with a mask of cold indifference. Crushing a handful of primitive biologicals was a necessity, not a triumph. He turned and strode back into the Allspark isolation hall. Inside, Frenzy, now restored to his full 1.2-meter height thanks to the cube's energy, was skittering around the base of the artifact. Black Panther stood nearby, a silent sentinel, currently mid-evolution as the blue energy of the spark coursed through its frame. Frenzy's optics flickered with suspicion as he watched the unfamiliar mechanical beast. Frenzy. You are functional again. Skignaw's voice echoed in the vast chamber. The small spy spun around. Yes. Thanks to the spark. Otherwise, I'd have had to beg the master for a new chassis. Cybertronians were resilient, so long as the spark flickered and a technician was available, resurrection was merely a matter of spare parts. Skignaw gestured toward the Panther. This is my unit, Black Panther. Soundwave ordered Scalpel to construct it for me. I see. The suspicion in Frenzy's optics vanished. Skignaw, did you finish off the human vermin outside? No, Skignaw replied smoothly. But they've retreated. They won't be bothering us for a while. He knew better. Sector 7 wouldn't give up their prize until their base was a smoking crater. Greed was the ultimate human motivator, it pushed them to bypass their survival instincts. They had reverse-engineered their entire civilization from Megatron, they weren't about to walk away from the source. Frenzy, transmit the coordinates of the spark and the status of Lord Megatron to Soundwave, Skignaw commanded. And ask for our next directive. Skignaw intentionally deferred the transmission. Let Frenzy take the credit for the report, it made the small bot feel important and kept him from prying too deeply into how Skignaw had found the place. Frenzy nodded eagerly, his spindly fingers twitching as he accessed the long-range arrays. Don't worry, Skignaw. I'll make sure the master knows you played your part. You'll get your share of the glory. Skignaw offered a thin, mechanical smile. To a lower-tier bot, glory was everything. To an elite-class warrior, it was a useless scrap of data. He had already taken his reward from the cube. While Frenzy was occupied, Skignaw opened his own private channel. Lord Starscream, this is Skignaw. The Allspark has been located. Coordinates locked. Outer space. Geostationary orbit. A massive communication satellite suddenly began to buckle and shift. Like a cell dividing, a second, identically sized but strangely shaped satellite detached from the main body. A cold, robotic face emerged from the shifting plates. Two red optics ignited in the void. This was no machine of human make, it was Soundwave, the silent shadow of the Decepticon cause. For days, Soundwave had drifted in the vacuum, parasitizing human satellites and feeding on the planet's data stream. He had monitored the Autobots' every move since their arrival and kept tabs on his own agents below. The solar panels rotated toward the sun as Soundwave engaged his thrusters, drifting toward a high-altitude military reconnaissance bird. Master. I am with Skignaw. The Allspark and Lord Megatron have been located. The data stream Soundwave was injecting into the satellite hit a sudden, violent snag. Found him. At last. Frenzy. You and Skignaw are to initiate the extraction of Lord Megatron immediately. I am mobilizing all active units to your position. Understood, Master. Soundwave immediately broadcasted a wide-spectrum command to every Decepticon signature on Earth. I am Soundwave. All Decepticons, commencing operation. Move out. The Silver State. Kona's Canyon. A black and white police interceptor tore out of a hidden ravine, tires screaming against the dirt. Barricade moving out. The Great Basin Desert. A heavy transport helicopter with the tail number 4500X banked sharply, its rotors beating the air into a frenzy. Blackout in formation. Nashville. Buffalo Military Depot. At the graveyard of armored vehicles, a massive Buffalo mine-clearing vehicle and a heavily modified M1 Abrams tank smashed through the electrified perimeter fence. Bone Crusher on the road. Brawl reporting. Back in the isolation hall, Skignaw watched Black Panther finish its evolution. The drone had learned much through the human global network, developing a distinct, predatory personality. As it detached from the cube, it looked lethal, its claws resembled monomolecular daggers, and the spikes on its tail hummed with static. Master, the evolution is complete. The Panther's voice was filled with a new, dark resonance. It had ascended to a mid-class warrior. Good. Stay sharp. Skignaw. New orders. Frenzy skittered over, but stopped dead as he looked up at Skignaw and the drone. Elite class, and mid-class. Frenzy's four optics whirled as he processed the sudden shift in their power levels. A lucky break, Skignaw said, his voice flat. When I touched the cube to verify its signature, a surge of raw energy flooded my chassis. It seems the spark recognizes a true warrior. He had to play the fool. Soundwave's cassette minions were notorious for eavesdropping and reporting secrets back to their master. He didn't want Soundwave knowing he possessed a specific source code for evolution. Frenzy's mandibles twitched. He sensed something was off, but he couldn't argue with the results. Right, the orders, Frenzy stammered. The master says to leave the spark for now. We are to proceed to the cryovault and liberate Lord Megatron. The others are on their way. Leave the spark. Skignaw understood. Soundwave didn't have the compression code to shrink the cube. Only a leader-class Cybertronian, or someone taught by one, like Bumblebee, knew how to condense the all-spark. Moving a 100-meter cube was a logistical nightmare, waking Megatron was the faster path to victory. Then let us move, Skignaw said, taking one last look at the glowing relic. Lord Megatron has waited long enough. He wasn't about to desert the faction now. Pursuit of freedom was a death sentence in this universe. Better to be an elite-class enforcer for a winning army than a rogue target for both sides. Besides, Megatron didn't take kindly to deserters. Black Panther, take the point, Skignaw commanded. Frenzy, stay in the shadows. Let's melt some ice. Chapter 72, Releasing the Scout. Inside the Sector 7 armory, Secretary John Keller and his group remained oblivious to the fact that a full-scale Decepticon mobilization was screaming toward Hoover Dam. Their focus was entirely on the immediate threat, the silver giant currently prowling their halls. They were frantically selecting gear, desperate to neutralize the intruder, or at the very least, pin him in the all-spark isolation hall until reinforcements arrived. Near an open-top armored transport, Lennox slammed a grenade launcher into a mounting bracket on the roof. He turned and roared at Epps, Robert. Grab those 40mm sabot rounds from the table. I need them now. I'm a little busy here, Will. Get em yourself. Epps shouted back, struggling with a heavy belt of ammunition. The room was a cacophony of metal on metal, the clack of bolts, the heavy thud of crates, and the shouts of soldiers being hastily briefed by Lennox. In the corner, the contrast was sharp. Maggie and Glenn were huddled together, whispering in low, frantic tones, while Sam and Michaela stood paralyzed. They were teenagers caught in a gears and piston nightmare they weren't trained for. Keller paced the perimeter. He wasn't a frontline soldier, and at his age, grabbing a rifle would only get in the way. He was a man of policy, now watching his world dissolve into chaos. New update. Tom Banachek strode into the armory, his black suit crisp and his signature aviator still firmly in place, despite the dim subterranean lighting. My security teams have been broken, Banachek reported, his voice tight. The intruder and his mechanical unit have cleared the isolation hall. They're moving deeper into the facility. The news was a gut punch, but Banachek wasn't finished. The entity has deployed an active energy shield. Small arms are useless. Sabot rounds aren't even denting the kinetic barrier. Clang. A heavy armor-piercing shell slipped from Simmons's hand, ringing out against the concrete floor. The sound echoed through the suddenly deathly quiet armory. Banachek popped a piece of gum into his mouth, his jaw working rhythmically. There is, however, one piece of good news. I'm listening, Keller said. Our ultimate treasure, the cube, is still in the hall, Banachek said, gesturing toward Sam. The giant didn't take it. Perhaps it's too massive for him to carry. Or maybe, Maggie interjected softly, he's going for NBE-1 first. Once he thaws his leader, they take the cube together. Banachek looked at her. Why do you assume that? Megatron tracked the cube here. He's the one who knows how to use it, Maggie explained. This new guy, he's a latecomer. He might not know how to move something that size without help. Sam couldn't stay silent any longer. He burst forward, stopping inches from Simmons. Did you hear her? He's going for Megatron. You can't stop him. You have to take me to my car. Simmons looked down at the shell he'd dropped and shook his head. Your car. Forget it. It's government property now. Then unconfiscate it. Let him out. Kid, use your head. We have no idea what happens if we let that thing loose. You don't know, but I do. Right. You're the expert. Unfortunately, you don't call the shots. So you're just going to sit here and wait to die. Listen, kid. Simmons's face flushed, the veins in his neck bulging. I don't have time for this. The fate of the human race is on the line, and you're obstructing the only people who can do anything about it. The sheer arrogance of the response snapped Sam's patience. He stopped holding back. My car is the only thing that can stop that giant. Bumblebee is an Autobot. He's not with them. Megatron is a monster. If he wakes up, we're all dead. Bumblebee is strong. Trust me. Lennox, who had been watching the exchange, finally stepped in. He had seen enough to know the kids weren't lying. He grabbed Simmons by the lapels and slammed him back against the hood of a nearby Jeep. Let the boy see his car, Lennox hissed. Hey. Back off. Simmons's agents instantly raised their rifles, aiming at Lennox. Lennox didn't flinch. He drew his sidearm and pressed the cold muzzle against Simmons's forehead. Behind him, Epps hefted a rocket launcher, his expression saying he was perfectly willing to blow the whole room to hell. Whoa, whoa. Captain. Put the heat away. Banachek shouted, raising his hands to signal his men to stand down. Simmons stared into the barrel of the pistol, his eyes cold. Put the gun down, Captain. There's an alien war starting and you're aiming at me. You really want to pull that trigger? I don't want to kill you, Lennox growled. I want you to take this kid to his car. Not happening, Simmons snapped. I'm the director of S7. Put it down. A director of a department that doesn't exist. Epps countered, his grip tightening on the launcher. Lennox leaned in. We take orders from the Secretary of Defense, not a ghost agency. Simmons. Keller's voice cut through the tension. He had remained silent until now, but he saw the resolve in the soldier's eyes. Yes, Mr. Secretary. If I were you, I'd do what the captain says, Keller advised. Losing isn't in their job description. Simmons looked at the secretary, then back at Lennox. He exhaled a sharp, frustrated breath. Fine. Fine. You want to put the world's fate in the hands of a yellow hatchback. Be my guest. In the tunnels outside the isolation hall, the air was thick with the smell of ozone and burning rubber. Black Panther led the way, his claws clicking rhythmically against the stone. Skignaw followed, with frenzy skittering in his shadow. As they passed the smoldering wrecks of the base's defense fleet, Black Panther would occasionally lash out, crushing a chassis or shredding a tire with its newly evolved claws. It was a cold, vengeful display of dominance. Skignaw didn't stop him. He used the drone's scouting data to bypass the larger troop concentrations. Time was of the essence. He knew the Autobots were close. The narrative of this world was shifting under the weight of his interference, and he could no longer rely on the script. The command to rescue Megatron suited him perfectly. He hadn't forgotten that there was another prize in this base, the Yellow Scout. Stop. Stop. Let him go. Sam burst into the cryo chamber, his heart breaking at the sight. Bumblebee was pinned to a massive platform, half buried under a layer of jagged frost as technicians continuously blasted him with liquid nitrogen. The workers ignored him until Banachek arrived and shouted the order. Cease fire. Stop the cooling. The white mist dissipated. Banachek ordered the high-voltage restraints disconnected. Let him up. We need him. As the frost cracked and the cables fell away, Bumblebee's system surged back to life. He sat up instantly, his right arm shifting into a plasma cannon and aiming it directly at the crowd of humans. Whoa. Easy. Easy. Sam stepped forward, his hands raised. It's me, B. It's Sam. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? Bumblebee's optics pulsed, recognizing his ward. The cannon remained raised, but the glowing heat in the barrel dimmed slightly. Behind him, the S7 guards kept their rifles leveled at the scout. The tension was suffocating. Everyone held their breath, terrified that a single twitch would trigger a localized explosion. "B, listen to me," Sam said, his voice urgent. "The Decepticons are here. One of them is already inside the base." At the mention of his enemies, Bumblebee stood fully, his combat mask sliding over his face with a metallic SHHHK. He chirped a frantic, electronic query. "I don't know who he is," Sam said, turning to look at the nervous guards. "Put the guns down. You're scaring him. He's not going to hurt you." Banachek reached out and pushed a guard's barrel down. "Lower your weapons. All of you." "That's an order." As the rifles lowered, Bumblebee retracted his cannon. "B, the spark is here. In this base," Sam explained. "But there's a Decepticon at the vault. He's strong, B. We saw him. We need your help to stop him." Chapter 73, Megatron Awakens. Sam was borderline incoherent, his words tripping over each other in a frantic rush of adrenaline. "Last night, at the refinery. That 8-meter black robot, the one that flies, he's with the police car you beat. He's a fighter jet. Whoa, these aliens are something else. They can turn into planes too." Glenn remarked from the background, a look of genuine awe on his face. "Last night, you mean?" "Skignaw." Bumblebee pulsed an electronic query. Sam's description was vivid enough for the scout to recognize the stranger he'd briefly clashed with before the capture. "Yes. That's him. Skignaw." Sam shouted. "Yes," Bumblebee signaled with a somber whirl of his optics. "Where is he now?" Sam looked at Tom Banachek, who responded immediately. "This Skignaw is currently prowling the lower levels. We don't know his exact objective, but our analysts believe he's heading for the cryovault to liberate NBE-1. Megatron. He is here too." Bumblebee's frame shuddered, his fan spinning up in a high-pitched whine. The presence of Megatron changed everything. "Yes," Sam urged. "That's why we need you, B. No time to lose, Sam. Take me to the spark." Bumblebee knew the window of opportunity was slamming shut. If other Decepticons were on the way, the base would become a tomb. Under Sam's lead, Bumblebee transformed into the sleek yellow Camaro and roared toward the Allspark isolation hall. On the way, Sam laid out the distinction between Autobots and Decepticons for the government officials, while Bumblebee transmitted the situation directly to Optimus Prime. Under Prime's directive, the Scout officially accepted a temporary alliance with the human military. Inside the isolation hall, Epps watched the yellow car drift to a stop beneath the gargantuan cube. He nudged Lennox. "Whoa, Will. What's he doing? Look at him." Under the gaze of the soldiers and scientists, Bumblebee reached out and touched the Allspark. The massive structure responded with a rhythmic, mechanical clatter, tink-clink SHHHK, folding in on itself like a colossal puzzle box. Within seconds, the skyscraper-sized artifact had condensed into the size of a basketball. Ignoring the stunned silence of the humans, Bumblebee cradled the cube and moved toward Sam. "Sam, you must take the spark out of this base. Optimus and the others are coming. They will meet you outside." "What? Me? Alone?" Sam stammered as the heavy, humming weight of the cube was placed in his arms. "B, aren't you coming?" "No. I must intercept the Decepticon. Megatron must not wake up." Bumblebee, a veteran of the Great War, knew better than anyone that a revived Megatron meant the end of this world. Lennox saw the plan forming and barked orders. "Move. To the armory. Get the armored transports ready. We're escorting this boy out of here. The nearest city is 30 miles out, we hide the cube in the urban sprawl." He turned to Secretary Keller. "Mr. Secretary. Captain. I don't know if we can make it to the city on our own. I need Air Force cover. Every bird you can get in the air." Keller looked at Simmons. "Do we have a hardline radio?" "Sir, this is Sector 7. We have everything." "Good. Lennox, go. I'll handle the Pentagon. I'm calling in the cavalry." The cryovault. Black Panther burst through the security doors, its jagged teeth bared. The remaining researchers screamed, abandoning their stations in a frantic scramble for the exits. Following the drone, Skignaw walked calmly into the freezing mist. He didn't need a map, his internal sensors had triangulated the thermal anomaly of the massive cooling unit. Lord Megatron. Frenzy leaped from Skignaw's shoulder before he had even stopped, sprinting toward the high platform where the Silver Titan stood encased in ice. Skignaw studied the frozen leader. Even dormant and frosted over, Megatron radiated a terrifying aura of raw power. This was Megatron at his absolute zenith, the most feared warrior in the galaxy. "Skignaw, I'm initiating the thaw. Keep them off me." Frenzy shouted, his spindly fingers already flying across a nearby computer terminal. Do it, Skigna nodded. He knew that simply killing the refrigeration units would be enough to trigger the reanimation. Virus injected, override complete, commencing thermal purge. Warning, north by east, 1 cryogenic system failure. The sirens blared through the vault, red emergency lights strobing against the ice. Suddenly, a low-frequency hum echoed from the tunnel outside. Skigna's optics narrowed. He turned his head sharply. A yellow Camaro was screaming toward the vault, tires smoking. Bumblebee. Skigna didn't panic. He was an elite-class warrior now, he had the armor and the firepower to hold the line. Frenzy, how long? Skigna, is that an Autobot? Frenzy shrieked, hearing the engine. Damn it. These biologicals used liquid neon, the boiling point is too low. It's taking forever. I need 3 minutes for a full core reboot. 3 minutes. I'll give you 3 minutes. Skigna shifted his heavy repeater into place. Whoosh whoosh. For tracking rockets spiraled from his shoulder pod. The narrow tunnel offered no cover. Bumblebee was forced to transform at high speed, his tires screeching as he skidded into a humanoid stance. Boom. The rockets detonated against the concrete walls, showering the tunnel in debris. Bumblebee fired back, a blue pulse of plasma screaming past Skigna's head. Bumblebee's sensors pinged in surprise. Only yesterday, this Decepticon was a grunt. Now, Skigna moved with the weight and precision of a peer. Skigna didn't let up. His 12.6mm rounds chewed through the air, keeping the scout at a distance. Skigna was wary of a melee engagement, he had the power, but his CQC experience was thin. Better to play the long-range game. The thaw is complete. Frenzy screamed. Skigna, get back. He's waking up. Skigna fired one last volley and leaped backward, putting distance between himself and the platform. He didn't need to risk his chassis if the leader was about to take the field. Bumblebee saw the retreat and lunged forward, desperate to reach the platform. But he was too late. Crack. The ice shattered. Chains as thick as a human's waist snapped like dry twigs. A terrifying, guttural roar shook the very foundations of Hoover Dam. I.A.M. Megatron. The red glow in Megatron's optics ignited with a hellish intensity. He ignored Frenzy, his gaze locking instantly onto the yellow scout. Autobot. Bumblebee. Megatron didn't even bother to chase him yet. He stretched his massive limbs, the frost falling from his silver plating like broken glass. He turned to the 3 Decepticons in the room. Frenzy. Well done. Then, his gaze landed on Skigna. Decepticon. I do not recognize your signature. State your name. Skigna bowed his head, his voice respectful but steady. Lord Megatron. I am Skigna, under the command of Starscream. I was sparked upon this planet. Megatron looked at the elite-class frame. A warrior of this caliber born on a backwater world. He was intrigued, but only slightly. Skigna. And Starscream. He is here as well. Lord Starscream is inbound, my liege. Humph. That coward is always late. Megatron stepped off the platform, the ground trembling under his weight. Frenzy. Brief me on the spark status. Now. Chapter 74, Starscream arrives. High above Hoover Dam, a lone F-15 supersonic strike fighter shrieked through the clouds. With a violent shift of metal, it transformed into a towering, jagged Decepticon, slamming down onto the dam's observation deck. The moment his pet ace hit concrete, Starscream deployed his cluster bomb launcher. He unleashed a volley toward the dam's power station. Thump thump thump. The bombs, trailing white streaks of exhaust, blanketed the generators in a carpet of secondary explosions. The electrical heart of the facility stuttered and died. Power failure warning. Emergency systems engaging. Deep within a derelict basement level, Secretary Keller and Maggie were frantically trying to find a way to contact the Air Force. As the overhead lights flickered and dimmed, they froze, looking up at the groaning ceiling. They're here, Keller muttered. He smashed an emergency display case with his elbow and pulled out 2 tactical shotguns. He tossed one to Simmons. Catch. We have no comms. Glenn shouted from a radio console, his fingers flying across dead switches. The network is fried. How are we supposed to signal the Raptors? Maggie, digging through a pile of salvage tech, hauled a heavy laptop onto the desk. Glenn. What? Can you patch this laptop into the shortwave radio? Yeah, sure, but what's the point? The voice channels are jammed by the alien virus. We don't use voice, Maggie said, her eyes bright with a desperate plan. We use the radio to broadcast the digital signal. We send Morse code. Glenn blinked, then a grin broke across his face. Morse code. Maggie, you're a genius. I can do that in my sleep. Keller hurried over as Glenn began to wire the devices together. Write exactly what I say, kid. This is Secretary of Defense John Keller to Northern Command. Initiate emergency response. Target, armed convoy. Airstrike code, Raptor. Coordinates follow. On the road leading away from the dam, Bumblebee surged forward, catching up to the convoy escorting Sam and Michaela. Sam. B is back. Lennox shouted over the radio. He signaled the convoy to pull over. Get the boy and the girl into the Camaro. The cube is safer inside a Cybertronian than a Humvee. Got it, Will. Sam scrambled into the driver's seat of the yellow car, clutching the humming Allspark to his chest. He looked at the dashboard, feeling a bit sheepish. Hey. Lennox is a good guy, really. He stood up for me back at the base. He doesn't know about us yet. It's all right, Sam, a series of radio clips chirped back. I understand. Stress does strange things to biologicals. Michaela hopped into the passenger seat, smoothing her hair back and trying to look composed despite the madness. Good, Sam exhaled. He looked out at the passing sandstone cliffs before turning serious. B, what happened to that Decepticon in the vault? Did you take him down? No, Sam. A crisp broadcast voice came through the speakers. The Decepticon Skignaw has evolved. He is an elite-class warrior now. My equal in raw power. Evolved. What does that even mean? It means he's much more dangerous. He used the spark to reinforce his chassis. And Megatron is awake. We must link up with Optimus immediately. Only he knows how to handle the cube, or we're all in trouble. The convoy, now centered around the yellow Camaro, hammered the accelerators. They were heading for Rushville, the nearest major city 30 miles away. Lennox's plan was simple: get into the urban sprawl where the giants couldn't use their full scale, and hide the cube until the Air Force arrived. As they tore along the mountain road, Lennox failed to notice a group of vehicles approaching from the opposite lane: a Peterbilt semi, a silver Pontiac Solstice, a Hummer H2, and a GMC Topkick. The two groups passed each other in a blur of dust. Seconds later, the four vehicles executed a synchronized U-turn and began trailing the military convoy at a distance. At the base of the dam, a massive Cybertronian jet shrieked out of the primary transit tunnel, followed closely by a Pave Hawk helicopter. On the observation deck, Starscream transformed back into jet mode and banked hard to follow them. The three flyers touched down on a plateau just outside the canyon. Lord Starscream. Skignaw inclined his head toward the Seeker. For now, he was still officially part of Starscream's wing. Starscream studied Skignaw, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his cruel features as he registered the elite-class energy signature. But with Megatron standing right there, his curiosity was sidelined by his instinct for survival. Lord Megatron, Starscream said, dropping into a deep, theatrical bow. Your loyal second-in-command reports for duty. Seeing you free brings such relief to my spark. For cycles, I have scoured the galaxy, following the faint trail of your signature until it led me to this primitive world. When I found you imprisoned by these maggots, my core ached with. Skignaw kept his faceplate neutral, but internally, his processors were groaning. To the grunts, Starscream was a lethal, cunning commander. To Megatron, he was a fawning lapdog, shamelessly taking credit for the work of others. It was a pathetic display, yet Starscream's ambition and his sycophancy were two sides of the same coin. Skignaw respected Megatron for one thing: the leader's sheer tolerance. If it were Skignaw, he would have scrapped the two-faced Seeker centuries ago. But perhaps that was the confidence of a true leader. Megatron knew Starscream was a snake, but a snake that could still be pointed at an enemy. Enough, Starscream. Spare me your hollow words. Megatron snarled, clearly losing patience. Where is the Allspark? Lord Megatron, the humans have taken it. They fled the facility moments ago. You fail me again, Starscream. Megatron deployed his massive crushing claw, turning to glare at the Seeker with burning optics. Mobilize the Decepticons. Hunt down the insects. Bring me my cube. As you command, my liege. Starscream offered a cruel, thin smile. He turned toward Skignaw. Skignaw. With me? Yes, Lord Starscream. Shifting into helicopter mode, Skignaw banked after Starscream. Whether Starscream was too busy coordinating the hunt or simply didn't care yet, he hadn't asked about Skignaw's sudden promotion to elite class. They reached the outskirts of Rushville. Skignaw recognized the skyline. This was where he had pulled his first human currency heist. A heavy shadow passed overhead, blackout. The massive Pave-Low helicopter accelerated, and Starscream led them to the roof of a mid-rise building. Thud. The weight of the three machines made the building groan. Below, humans were already gathering, pointing their phones at the UFOs on the roof. Skignall realized that with Megatron free, the time for secrecy was over. Blackout landed a moment later, his 10-meter frame making Skignall the smallest of the trio. Lord Starscream, Blackout acknowledged. He wasn't Starscream's direct subordinate, but he respected the chain of command. And this is... Blackout, you've met the recruit. This is Skignall. Skignall remained silent. He noticed Blackout didn't seem to recall their brief encounter at the base. Starscream looked down at the gathering crowds with a sneer. The Autobots have allied with the biologicals. They intend to hide the spark in the city and use the humans as a shield. Typical of Prime's cowardice. Skignall wasn't surprised. He had sensed the Allspark signal was no longer in the vault when he fought Bumblebee. He knew the scout wouldn't have come for him unless the cube was already safe. Barricade and Brawl are on site, Starscream announced, looking at his internal sensors. Skignall looked down at the highway. A familiar black and white police cruiser was tearing into the city, followed by a massive tank and a mine-clearing vehicle. Barricade's paint was pristine. It seemed his repairs at the hands of Scalpel had been thorough. Go, Starscream commanded, having no intention of getting his own hands dirty yet. Join the ground units. Reclaim the spark. Skignall and Blackout exchanged a glance. By your command, Lord Starscream. Chapter 75, Return to Rushville. The road into Rushville was a river of flowing steel. A long, armored military convoy tore through the shadow of an overpass, sirens wailing. Thanks to Bumblebee's data bursts, Captain Lennox was now fully aware of the arrival of Optimus Prime and the rest of the Autobot strike team. Phew, thank God we didn't run into those Decepticons on the open road, Lennox muttered. He stood in the turret of a light armored vehicle, his hands locked onto the spade grips of a .50 cal. As the city skyline loomed ahead, he felt a momentary spark of relief. He glanced back at the red and blue Peterbilt semi trailing the convoy. It was still hard to wrap his head around. Giant mechanical aliens divided into two factions, one fighting for justice, the other for total tyranny. It was like a summer blockbuster come to life, but with real blood and twisted metal. In the yellow Camaro shielded at the center of the column, Sam looked out the window. Michaela, don't worry. We're almost there. We'll be safe in the city. Sam tried to shove the humming Allspark into the back seat, but an accidental glance at the side mirror made his blood run cold. That police car. It's the police car. What? Michaela jumped, nearly climbing over Sam to peer out the window. A few hundred yards back, weaving through the civilian traffic with its lights flashing, was a Celine S-281. On its rear quarter panel, the numbers 643 were unmistakable. It was accelerating, cutting off cars to close the gap. Sam, it's the Decepticon. Sam and Michaela weren't the only ones who noticed. A burst of Cybertronian static crackled across the Autobots' internal comms. Autobots, focus. Decepticons are moving in. Prepare for engagement. Ironhide, acknowledged. Jazz, locked and loaded. Ratchet, standing by. The Autobot team tightened their formation around the Camaro, maintaining speed while boxing out the surrounding traffic. On the highway, Barricade lunged left and right, forcing cars off the road. Right behind him, a massive, tan-colored Buffalo mine-protected vehicle, Bone Crusher, roared with mechanical fury. Less than 100 meters from the convoy, Bone Crusher suddenly surged past Barricade. He deployed his massive mine-clearing claw, using it like a giant scythe to hurl civilian cars into the air like toys. Help! My God, what is that thing? Call 911. Screaming drivers slammed on their brakes, causing a massive pile-up behind the Decepticons. Only Lennox's convoy and the Autobots kept moving forward. Bone Crusher, now unhindered, tore through the asphalt. He shifted into his humanoid form while still maintaining 80 miles per hour, his wheeled feet grinding into the road. With a guttural roar, he swiped an armored transport aside like a fly. Faster! Get us into the city! Lennox yelled into his radio. Their mission was to protect the cube, not fight a war of attrition on a highway. Bone Crusher ignored the humans, focusing his burning red optics on the Peterbilt at the rear. Die, Autobot! Optimus Prime had no choice. He shifted, his massive frame expanding and unfolding as he skidded across the highway. Before he could even settle into a defensive stance, the sheer momentum of Bone Crusher slammed into him. The two titans rolled off the elevated highway, crushing parked cars and shattering concrete barriers as they tumbled into a construction zone. Decepticon scum. Optimus surged to his feet. His right hand balled into a massive fist, glowing with the heat of his spark. He drove a punch straight into Bone Crusher's head. Crack! Bone Crusher's skull disintegrated. He didn't even have time to scream before his spark went dark and his massive frame collapsed into the dirt. Up in the sky, Skignaw watched the execution and felt a chill run through his circuits. He pulled up, increasing his flight altitude. He had to admit, Bonecrusher had courage. A high-class warrior charging a leader-class titan like Optimus. That wasn't just bravery, it was a death wish. Following Starscream's orders, Skignaw had left the dam to support Barricade, only to witness one of their own getting his head caved in. It was a brutal blow to Decepticon morale. Brawl was slowing down, and Barricade had seemingly vanished into the side streets. Tactical retreat is the better part of valor, Skignaw decided. He wasn't about to get bone-crushed. In the Camaro, Sam watched the highway through the rear window and let out a shaky cheer. Yes. Optimus took him out. Michaela breathed a sigh of relief, though her eyes remained wide with terror. Sam, the damage they're doing, if they follow us into the city. Bonecrusher's death was a warning, but the war didn't stop. The convoy, minus Prime, successfully breached the Rushville city limits. Skignaw circled above, watching the Autobots disappear into the concrete canyons. He had no intention of diving in solo. Blackout was hovering nearby, apparently sharing the same sentiment. Why isn't Megatron here yet? Skignaw wondered. When they left Hoover Dam, the leader hadn't followed. Starscream hadn't asked questions, so Skignaw had kept his intake shut. Just as he was pondering their next move, a high-priority transmission hit his comms module. I am Starscream. Lord Megatron has arrived. All Decepticons, converge on my position. A moment later, a massive Cybertronian jet shrieked across the sky, the roar of its engines shattering windows for blocks. Skignaw felt a jolt of adrenaline. The Vanguard skirmish was over. The real war for the Allspark was beginning. He watched Blackout bank hard toward the city center. Skignaw followed, keeping a safe distance behind the heavy hitter. He caught a glimpse of Optimus Prime, alone and far behind the convoy, rushing to catch up. Skignaw ignored him. He followed Blackout into the heart of the Rushville business district. High above the intersection, Megatron and Starscream were already perched on the rooftops of two opposing skyscrapers, looking down like gargoyles of cold steel. On the broad city street below, Lennox's men had set up a perimeter. There were about 40 soldiers, rifles raised, guarding every entrance to the intersection. Lennox stepped out of a pawn shop, only to see the Autobots, including Bumblebee, shifting into their robot forms. Hey! What's happening? Lennox shouted, running to Bumblebee's side. B, what's the word? Bumblebee deployed his plasma cannon, aiming it toward the rooftops. Ironhide and Jazz did the same, their weapons humming. Even Ratchet, the medic, drew a specialized ray gun. It's Megatron, a radio clip hissed through the air. They are here. Megatron. Where? Above you, Ironhide grunted. Lennox looked up. Standing atop the tallest building was a silver nightmare, the monster from the cryovault. Megatron. On the building opposite him stood a slightly smaller, gray-scaled jetformer. Before Lennox could process the threat, the rhythmic thrum of rotors echoed. A Pave Hawk and a Pave Low helicopter descended, landing on adjacent rooftops and shifting into their massive humanoid shapes. Damn it. Lennox hissed. 4 Decepticons. High ground. They were caught in a kill zone. Skignaw looked down from his rooftop, scanning the Autobot line. He knew the stats. Ratchet was a high-class warrior, but the other 3 were elites. It was a stalemate on paper, but they had Megatron. Megatron raised a massive claw, pointing it at the humans and Autobots below. His voice was a thunderous rumble that shook the street. Autobots. Surrender the spark. And you, insects, Megatron's optics landed on the soldiers. You who dared to imprison me for a century. Hand over the cube, and I may consider sparing your wretched lives. I might even offer you a chance to serve me. Is that right, Mr. Megatron? Lennox shouted back, his voice strained but defiant. Tell me, what's your health plan like for slaves? He ducked back toward Epps. Here. Take this shortwave radio. When the Air Force arrives, use it to guide them in. Epps looked at the bulky, ancient device. This looks like a relic from a yard sale, Will. Where'd you find this? It's a pawn shop special. It's the only thing that works without a network. Will, wait, Epps called out as Lennox turned back to the line. How do I use this thing? Like a radio, Epps. Just like a radio. Lennox yelled over his shoulder. The range is garbage, less than 30 miles. You wait until the planes are right on top of us. Chapter 76, Late Arrivals. Lennox, do not trust Megatron. Ratchet, seeing the captain move toward a potential negotiation, shouted a harsh warning. If Megatron secures the Allspark, he will use its energy to convert every machine on this planet. He will birth a new Decepticon army from your own technology. Humanity will have no place in his new world. Don't worry, Ratchet, Lennox muttered, retreating toward the Autobot line. I'm not handing him anything. I'm just buying us a few seconds. High above, Megatron realized the humans were stalling. Their defiance tasted like ash. Infuriated by the deception, his voice shook the skyscrapers. Decepticons. Attack. Reclaim the cube. By your command, my liege. Starscream was the first to react. He plummeted from the rooftop, shifting into his F-15 form in midair. He banked sharply over the intersection, unleashing a volley of cluster missiles. It's Starscream. Ironhide roared, seeing the incoming heat signatures. Lennox, get your men back. Take cover. Bumblebee, with me. Ironhide and Bumblebee grabbed a heavy abandoned van, heaving it upward to use as a makeshift shield against the descending ordnance. Boom. The van was vaporized the instant the cluster munitions struck. The force of the blast was cataclysmic, tearing the vehicle in two and throwing Ironhide and Bumblebee backward into the rubble. The shockwave shattered every window for 3 blocks, sending Sam and Michaela diving for the dirt. Is everyone okay? Anyone hit? Lennox scrambled out from under a pile of masonry, his ears ringing and his vision swimming. Sam and Michaela lay nearby, covered in gray dust. They weren't bleeding, but the sheer pressure of the explosion had left them gasping for air. Sam reached out, his shaking hand finding Michaela's. My God. Bumblebee. As the smoke cleared, the horror of the strike became visible. Bumblebee was prone on the asphalt, his fingers clawing at the ground as he tried to drag his torso forward. From the waist down, he was a jagged mess of sparking wires and leaking hydraulic fluid. His legs were gone. Ironhide, who had taken the brunt of the blast, rolled to his feet and growled. His heavy armor was scorched, but he remained functional, immediately raising his cannons to fire back at the circling Starscream. From his vantage point on the roof, Skignon narrowed his optics. This was his first real look at Starscream's raw power. A single pass had crippled an elite-class scout like Bumblebee. He realized that without Optimus, the Autobots were hopelessly outmatched. He also noted Ironhide's staggering durability. The veteran was tanking hits that would have scrapped a lesser machine. Starscream shrieked past for another run. Skignon shifted into his Pavehawk form, preparing to join the fray. But then, several small black dots appeared on the southeastern horizon, moving at high subsonic speeds. Skignon felt a ping in his scanners. He banked toward Megatron. Lord Megatron, human interceptors are inbound. Megatron looked at the horizon, then back at the street war below. Skignon, deal with those gnats. Do not let them interfere with Starscream and Blackout. By your will, Lord Megatron. On the street, Sam scrambled to Bumblebee's side. B. Please, get up. His voice broke as he saw the mangled state of his friend. Michaela was on the verge of tears. Bumblebee, you have to move. You're going to be okay. Ratchet. Help him. Please. Bumblebee groaned, his vocal processors emitting a static-filled hiss. He shook his head, reaching into his chest compartment to pull out the Allspark. He pressed the humming cube into Sam's hands. Sam. Don't wait for me. I can still fight. He gestured behind Sam, his optics flashing a warning. Decepticons, behind you. Decepticons. Sam spun around. At the far end of the street, a heavily modified M1 Abrams tank, Brawl, was smashing through a line of parked cars, its twin-linked cannons rotating. Behind it, the black and white cruiser, Barricade, followed in its wake. Boom. A tank shell impacted the road nearby, showering them in asphalt shards. Sam clutched the cube, grabbed Michaela's hand, and began to run for the nearest alleyway. The lost reinforcements had finally arrived. Seeing their ground support, Starscream and Blackout descended, landing at the opposite end of the street to box the Autobots in. Decepticons. Scrap these Autobots. Starscream barked, his missile launchers and Gatling guns deploying. Blackout lowered his massive frame, his back-mounted heavy cannon beginning to glow as it drew power for a high-intensity blast. At the other end, Brawl continued his relentless advance, firing as he moved. Protect the spark. Ironhide shouted. The Autobots launched their counterattack. Ironhide leveled his heavy cannons at the largest target, Blackout, and unleashed a dual-pulse blast. Thump. The impact caught Blackout mid-charge, knocking the 10-meter giant flat on his back just as his cannon finished charging. Jazz, small and lethal, shifted into his silver Pontiac form and rocketed toward Brawl. He transformed at the last second, leaping onto the tank's chassis and using his raw strength to wrench the primary barrel upward, snapping the hydraulic mounts. If Barricade hadn't lunged in to help, Brawl's head would have been Jazz's next target. Ratchet laid down suppressive fire with his ray rifle, helping Ironhide keep Starscream at bay. Even the legless Bumblebee, leaning against a wrecked truck, raised his plasma cannon to fire at anything that moved. Move. Everyone, move. Lennox shouted to his squad. Position the transports. Create a hard line. Do not let those things past us. The soldiers opened fire, their sabot rounds and grenade launchers joining the chaotic crossfire. High above, the aerial battle began. The lead pilot of an F-22 Raptor flight saw the Pave Hawk helicopter heading straight for them. Unidentified aircraft, identify yourself immediately. Repeat, unidentified aircraft, state your intent or you will be intercepted. Skignaw offered no reply. He didn't even slow down. Command, target is non-responsive. Requesting permission to engage. Copy that. Situation is critical. Intercept with missiles. Clear the path for the strike group. The pilot's thumb flipped the safety on his joystick. Click. Fox 1. A Sidewinder missile streaked from the Raptor's internal bay, spiraling toward the helicopter. Skignaw didn't dodge. Just as the pilot prepared to celebrate a kill, the helicopter underwent a violent, blur-like metamorphosis. It shifted into a humanoid giant in midair. Skignaw raised his heavy repeater, shredding the incoming missile in a burst of flak. Then, 4 white streaks of exhaust erupted from his shoulder pod. What the? The pilot gasped, nearly snapping his control stick in shock. Command. That's no heli. It's a shifter. Target is a robotic entity, we are under. Beep. Beep. The cockpit erupted in warnings. Locked. Missile lock. The pilot didn't have time to deploy flares. The 4 red dots on his radar slammed into the flight of 4 Raptors. Boom. 4 massive explosions blossomed in the sky. The Raptors, wreathed in black smoke, tumbled toward the city below. As they fell, 2 or 3 ejection seats fired, parachutes blooming against the backdrop of rising fire. Skignaw glanced down indifferently at the falling wreckage before turning his optics toward the remaining jets in the distance. He had a job to do. Chapter 77, The Battle of Rushville. 10 minutes later. Scree. With the final wing of a Raptor shredded under his weight, the last of the initial human interceptor group fell. Skignaw spiraled down, landing heavily on a rooftop to inspect his chassis. The battle had been grueling. After the initial shock of downing 4 jets, the remaining pilots had adapted, their Sidewinders and 20mm cannons leaving scorched gouges and dents in his newly evolved elite-class armor. He'd had to deploy Black Panther onto a low-flying bird just to break their formation. Skignaw felt a sudden pang of nostalgia for his old interceptor form. If he were still a sleek foxhound built for high-altitude interception, he would have finished this in 5 minutes without a scratch. He shook off the thought and banked toward the street where the main conflict raged. The roar of explosions was deafening even from half a mile away. Lord Megatron. The human aircraft have been neutralized, Skignaw reported over the comms. He looked down at the street below. The intersection was unrecognizable. It was a hellscape of burning husks and shattered concrete. To his surprise, the Autobots were still holding their line, but Brawl lay in the middle of the street, his optics flickering, near death. Barricade was locked in a brutal CQC struggle with Jazz, while a squad of human soldiers peppered the Decepticon scout with sabot rounds. Skignaw. Assist Barricade, Megatron's voice boomed. The leader still hadn't moved from his perch. Whether it was out of sheer arrogance or a belief that his subordinates should prove their worth, he remained a silent, silver gargoyle of death. By your will, Lord Megatron. Skignaw prepared to dive, but a deep, rhythmic honking echoed from the end of the boulevard. A red and blue Peterbilt semi tore through a barricade of abandoned cars. Optimus Prime had arrived. Prime. The casual indifference vanished from Megatron's face, replaced by a snarling, ancient hatred. He shifted into his Cybertronian jet form and plummeted toward the street. Megatron. Optimus transformed at high speed. As the silver jet shrieked over his head, Prime leaped, his massive hands catching Megatron's wing. Crank grind. Megatron rolled his chassis midair, the sheer centrifugal force throwing Optimus into the side of a skyscraper. The 2 Titans smashed through floors of glass and steel, tumbling through 3 separate buildings before crashing into the parallel street. Boom. Megatron was the first to rise. He drove a massive PD into Optimus's chest, pinning him to the asphalt. Old friend, Megatron hissed, his optics burning red. Still choosing to fight for the weak. Look at this world. It is beautiful, almost as beautiful as Cybertron once was. And yet, these humans do not deserve it. They do not deserve to live. Megatron. Optimus groaned, his servos whining as he fought the weight of the leader. Whether they deserve it is their choice to make, not yours. Then you can die with them. Megatron slammed his hands together in front of his chest, his internal gears shifting to form a massive, high-caliber fusion cannon. In the 7,000 years of the Great War, countless Autobots had been vaporized by this weapon. He aimed the glowing barrel directly at Optimus's face. A bloodthirsty grin twitched on Megatron's mandibles. Join them in the void. Suddenly, a silver Pontiac Solstice drifted around the corner. Stop, Megatron. Jazz didn't hesitate. He slammed his vehicle form into Megatron's leg, the impact forcing the giant to stumble. As Prime's first lieutenant, Jazz's loyalty was absolute. He would not let his leader fall. Well done, Jazz. Optimus seized the opening, rolling away and deploying his ion blaster. Zap. A high-energy ion bolt slammed into Megatron's chest. The leader didn't even flinch. He absorbed the impact, pivoted on his heel, and backhanded a fusion blast toward Prime. Boom. The invisible hammer of the shockwave sent Optimus flying 100 meters through the air. He smashed into a brick facade and vanished under a mountain of rubble. Skignaw, watching from above, felt a chill. Megatron was a monster. That casual shot carried more power than Skignaw's entire rocket pod. The power gap between a leader and an elite was a canyon he hadn't fully realized. Insolent spark, Megatron growled, turning his gaze toward the silver car attempting to flee. He shifted into jet mode and pounced. Is that all you've got, Megatron? Jazz shouted, zigzagging through the debris. But Megatron was faster. His massive claw reached down, plucking the silver car from the street like a hawk catching a mouse. Come here, little thing. Megatron hurled Jazz onto the roof of a nearby clock tower before landing and pinning the scout with his clawed PD. I admire your courage, Jazz, Megatron rumbled. A pity you share Prime's blindness. Spit on you, Megatron. You think I'll crawl? Never. Jazz shifted to humanoid form, frantically firing his shield-mounted gun into Megatron's face. Rip. Like a piece of wet parchment, Megatron gripped Jazz's torso and pulled. The scout's chassis screamed and tore in two. Megatron tossed the remains into the street below with a careless thud. No. Optimus Prime erupted from the ruins, his energy blade glowing with a blue fury as he charged. Megatron leaped down to meet him, his own crushing claw extended. The two leaders clashed in a whirlwind of sparks and steel, their duel shaking the very foundations of the city. In the distance, more white streaks appeared in the sky. Fresh raptors were closing in. Skignaw, still hovering, felt a pulse of annoyance. He banked hard, diving toward the street. He was shocked to see that Brawl, despite being riddled with sabot rounds, was struggling back to his feet. Damn. This thing just won't stay dead. Lennox swore, watching through his binoculars. But the sound of the jets gave him hope. Hold the line. Support is on top of us. Lennox turned to Epps. Robert. Signal the Air Force. Give them the green smoke. On it, Will. Epps crouched behind an armored transport, clutching the bulky shortwave radio. Calling all birds. This is ground command. Acknowledge. Raptor lead, we have you. Proceed. Yes. Epps kissed the radio. Green smoke marks the friendly line. We need fire on the hostiles now. Where are the Jolly Greens for extraction? Raptor lead, transports are inbound. Provide coordinates. A, 273 degrees, 10 miles. N, 40 north 1.6 miles. Raptor lead, roger. Inbound. Lennox sprinted toward a corner where Sam and Michaela were desperately strapping the legless bumblebee to a heavy tow truck. Michaela, get the engine started. Sam, hook the cables to his shoulders. Lennox. Where's the spark? Lennox shouted as he ran up, breathless. Right here. In the truck. Good. Lennox pulled a flare from his vest and shoved it into Sam's hand. Sam, look at me. You see that white building? The one with the statues on the roof. Yeah, I see it. Go. Get the cube to the roof and pop this flare. The helicopters will meet you there for extraction. Sam looked at the flare, then at the giants clashing in the street. He shook his head frantically. No. No. I can't do it. I'm just a kid. Lennox grabbed Sam by the collar, pulling him inches from his face. Listen to me, Sam. You're a soldier now. And soldiers follow orders. Get the cube on that plane or everyone we left behind dies for nothing. Go. Chapter 78, we'll handle this one. Ironhide and Ratchet moved to Sam's side, their massive frames shielding the boy from the crossfire. Go, Sam. Get to the roof. Ironhide roared, punctuated by two booming shots from his cannons aimed at a circling Starscream. We'll hold them here. Looking at the desperate, hopeful eyes of the soldiers and the Autobots, Sam's panic began to solidify into a hard, cold resolve. He gave a sharp, heavy nod. Okay. I'm going. Sam. Michaela called out, her voice thin over the roar of battle. She ran to him, catching his arm. Lennox had wanted her to evacuate with the boy, but she had refused to leave the injured Bumblebee's side. She gripped Sam's shoulders, her eyes locking onto his. Sam. No matter what happens, I'm glad I got in your car last night. She leaned in close, her voice a fierce whisper. If we make it out of this, I've got a surprise for you. Behind them, Ironhide's impatience flared as he monitored the encroaching red dots on his radar. Sam. Move. More Decepticons are closing in. Right. Now. Sam took one last look at Michaela, clutched the Allspark to his chest, and sprinted into the lobby of the white skyscraper. Lennox watched him disappear into the building before diving back into the fray. In the last 15 minutes, he had lost over half his squad, even with the Autobots taking the brunt of the heavy fire. He scrambled over to Epps, snatching the shortwave radio from his hands. Jolly Green Extraction, this is ground lead. Come in. We need an immediate pickup. One boy, one high-value asset. He's heading for the roof with a flare. Jolly Green 1, copy that. We see the building. ETA 2 minutes. At the other end of the block, Skignall landed near the smoking remains of Brawl. He watched as Megatron and Optimus tumbled back into the main street, their armor scorched and leaking energon. The fight between the leaders was a localized earthquake, the air screamed as energy blades met crushing claws. Skignall deployed his heavy repeater, shredding a squad of soldiers who were trying to flank the downed Brawl. Brawl, status. The tank former groaned, his internal gears grinding. He looked up to see an elite-class signature standing over him. He scanned his memory banks, finding the data Soundwave had shared earlier. Sky. Skignall. Brawl wheezed, his chassis showering sparks. Get up, Skignall said, scanning the tank's damage. Brawl was in rough shape. His primary turret was jammed, and his reaction speed was lagging. In the original timeline, this was where the humans and Bumblebee would have finished him. But with Skignall's intervention, he had a chance. Follow my lead, Brawl. Stay close. By your command, Skignall. Brawl managed to haul his massive frame into a standing position. Saving him wasn't an act of mercy, Skignall simply knew that having a high-class tank as a shield increased his own survival odds. Scree. Skignall looked up. An F-22 Raptor was diving toward his position. Brawl, move. Skignall stepped forward, snapping his energy shield into place. Boom. The missile detonated against the orange hexagonal grid, leaving Skignall untouched. Brawl watched with a flicker of envy, shields were a luxury of the elite tier. But Skignall's sensors were focused elsewhere. The human air support was tilting the scales. Starscream and Blackout were being forced back into the clouds to deal with the Raptors, and Barricade had gone quiet again, likely prowling the side streets. Starscream. Megatron roared toward the sky after kicking Optimus through a storefront. Starscream. Get these annoying flies out of my sky. Megatron was livid. He had almost driven his claw through Prime's spark chamber when a missile from a Raptor had slammed into his back. As you command, my liege. Starscream's voice shrieked from the clouds as he accelerated, his kill count climbing rapidly. Meanwhile, Sam reached the rooftop, gasping for air. Hey! Over here! He popped the flare, the brilliant green smoke trailing into the sky. A Jolly Green helicopter banked sharply, hovering just feet from the roof's edge. Jolly Green to command, we have the boy in sight. Moving in for extraction. The rotors whipped the air into a frenzy. Sam prepared to leap. Suddenly, a streak of white fire caught the helicopter's main rotor hub. Boom. The Jolly Green erupted in a fireball, spinning out of control and plummeting toward the street below. On the ground, Skignall lowered his shoulder pod, the smoke still drifting from the launch tube. The Allspark wasn't going anywhere until Megatron decided its fate. Oh no. Sam collapsed on the roof, covering his head from the heat of the blast. He checked his limbs, no blood. He was alive. But as he looked up, a Cybertronian jet shrieked over the roof, banking and transforming in a single, fluid motion. Megatron landed on the rooftop, his heavy pedace cracking the concrete. Look what I've found. Megatron recognized the boy instantly. More importantly, he recognized the humming cube in the boy's arms. Oh, crap, Sam whispered, scrambling behind a large marble statue on the roof's edge. Megatron began to walk toward him, his footsteps like thunder. Is it fear that controls you, little one? Or is it courage? Sam huddled behind the statue, his legs shaking so hard he could barely stand. He was balanced on a narrow ledge, 100-meter drop at his back. Give me the spark, boy, Megatron rumbled, extending a hand. Give it to me, and I will let you live. I might even keep you as a pet. No, never. Despite the terror, Sam's voice held. I'm not giving you anything. A pity. Megatron lunged, his metal claw swiping at the statue. The impact sent Sam flying backward. He lost his footing, clutching the Allspark as he plummeted into the abyss. "I've got you, Sam." Halfway down, Sam was caught by a massive, blue and red hand. Optimus Prime, having climbed the side of the building, caught the boy midair. "Hold on to the spark, Sam." Using his raw strength, Optimus braced himself between two buildings, sliding down the glass facades before leaping and landing safely in the street. Optimus. Megatron landed moments later, his impact cratering the asphalt. "Sam. You protected the spark with your life." "I am honored," Optimus said, gently setting the boy down. "No victory without sacrifice. If I cannot defeat him, I will merge the cube with my own spark. We will go into the dark together. Now, hide, Sam." Optimus stood tall, his energy blade igniting with a hum. "It's just you and me, Megatron. The duel we were meant to have." "Prime." Megatron hissed, rising from the crater. "The winner takes all, and the loser is scrap. You fight for the humans. Then you have already lost." As the two leaders charged each other for their final clash, Lennox and his surviving men slipped out of a side alley. "Whoa. Halt. Back up, back up." Lennox pulled his men back as a Pave-Low helicopter, Blackout, descended into the intersection, transforming into his massive, 10-meter form. The Decepticon turned his back to them, heading toward the leaders' duel. "Will, the fresh air wing is here," Epps whispered. "Both leaders are right there. I say we call in the strike and level the whole block." "Wait, Robert." Lennox held up a hand. "Just mark the big one, the helicopter. Let the jets handle the flyer. We're going to take this one down ourselves." Chapter 79, The Fall of Megatron. Lennox waited until the massive Decepticon moved a safe distance away from the alley before signaling his squad. "Move out. Keep it tight. Epps, paint his legs with the laser. We take out his mobility first, then aim for the base of the neck. Ironhide said the armor is thinnest right under the throat seal. Don't hit anything else." Lennox grabbed a discarded motorcycle from the curb, kick-starting it as he waited for the roar of the engines overhead. "Command, target is painted. Airstrike inbound in 20 seconds. Blackout, who was closing in on the duel between Megatron and Prime, suddenly felt a persistent irritation on his lower joints. He looked down to see a brilliant green laser dancing across his knee actuators. Scree. An F-22 Raptor shrieked over the intersection, the sound of its payload releasing cutting through the air. "Lennox, hit it." Epps screamed. Boom. Blackout, unable to cycle his energy shield in time, took a sabot heat round directly to his right leg. The limb buckled as the high-explosive round tore through the internal servos. Simultaneously, Lennox twisted the throttle, his motorcycle screaming forward like a shot from a railgun. Behind him, the soldiers unleashed a wall of fire, RPG-7s, grenade launchers, and heavy machine guns, all focused on the staggering giant. Vroom. As he neared Blackout's towering frame, Lennox intentionally wiped out, using the bike's momentum to slide on his back directly between the giant's legs. "Die, you bastard." Lennox raised his grenade launcher, firing point-blank into the soft mechanical wiring beneath Blackout's neck. The giant recoiled, leaking blue energon as his primary processor spasmed. But the humans weren't done. A white tow truck roared in reverse toward the intersection, carrying the legless Bumblebee on its bed. Michaela leaned out the window, her knuckles white on the steering wheel as she swung the truck into position. "Take him, B." Bumblebee's plasma cannon hummed with a lethal glow. He unleashed a rapid-fire volley into Blackout's chest. The red light in Blackout's optics flickered and finally died as his massive frame crashed into the asphalt with a world-shaking thud. Lennox lay on the ground, gasping for air as he watched the monster fall. A tired, grim smile touched his lips. For the boys at Sankson Base, paybacks are a bitch. Skignaw. Blackout is down. Brawl shouted the warning through the comms. Skignaw, currently trading fire with Ironhide and Ratchet, felt a jolt of alarm. After Starscream and Blackout had taken to the sky, Skignaw had become the de facto anchor for the Decepticon ground line. With Bumblebee crippled and Jazz dead, he had expected a clean sweep. The humans are adapting, Skignaw realized. Brawl, the tank former he had saved earlier, was still functional but heavily damaged. In the original timeline, Brawl would have been scrapped by now. Here, Skignaw's presence had kept him alive, but the tide was turning. Stay focused, Brawl. Skignaw, take me to Blackout. We cannot let the Autobots secure his memory core. Skignaw glanced at the Autobots, then retracted his repeater. He had no intention of a final stand. He understood the correction of the timeline. Blackout, who Skignaw hadn't interfered with, had died exactly as scripted. This suggested the world's narrative was trying to reset itself despite his interference. Brawl, secure the chassis. Move. Skignaw wasn't acting out of loyalty. Blackout was a veteran, his memory crystals contained centuries of Decepticon tactical data and secrets. If the Autobots read his core, the faction would be exposed. Protecting the body was a service to Megatron or whoever led next. The air over Rushville was now thick with raptors. Starscream was being swamped by superior numbers, his F-15 frame struggling to keep up with the sheer volume of missiles being hurled by the humans. Dreaded gnats. Megatron roared, his back scorched by a fresh missile strike. If he were at full power, these attacks would be trivial. But the duel with Prime had drained him. His energon levels were critical, and his self-repair systems were failing to keep up with the new wounds being added by the circling jets. Megatron collapsed to his knees after a final bombardment, his optics burning with a manic, murderous red light. The spark, it is mine. He began to crawl toward Sam, his metal fingers gouging the street. You wretched insect. I will kill you, and then I will kill everyone on this miserable rock. Nearby, Optimus Prime lay paralyzed, his systems redlining. He looked at Sam, his voice a low, distorted rasp. Sam. Get over here. Put the spark into my chest. Optimus had fought with 200% of his capacity, yet he had still fallen before Megatron's raw fury. He was ready to die to save the world. No. I'm not doing that, Optimus. Sam looked at the dying Prime, then at the approaching Megatron. He remembered Optimus saying the spark would destroy whatever heart it was shoved into. He turned and sprinted toward the Decepticon leader. No, Sam. Optimus cried out, his chest plates already opening to reveal his glowing blue spark. Sam ignored him. He reached Megatron's underside and lunged forward, thrusting the humming cube directly into the hole in Megatron's chest where his armor had been shattered. Try this on for size. Vroom. The All-Spark reacted instantly to Megatron's dark spark. Like a puzzle box exploding in reverse, the cube's cosmic energy found its outlet. It disintegrated into 1,000 brilliant shards, a torrential flood of raw power screaming into Megatron's core. Megatron's frame buckled. He was seized by a violent, electrical convulsion, his optics flashing a blinding, pained white. He was frozen in place, a conduit for an energy he couldn't contain. Then, the light went out. Thud. Megatron's massive silver body slumped to the pavement. 3 small fragments of the All-Spark spun away from the point of impact, skittering across the asphalt. Skignaw, who had been watching from the shadows of a nearby building, moved instantly. Before Sam could even process that he had won, Skignaw lunged forward, scooped up a glowing fragment, and shoved it into a secure compartment in his chest. He didn't wait for the other two. A Peterbilt and a Hummer H2 were already roaring toward the intersection. High above, a shriek echoed through the sky. I am Starscream. Megatron is dead. All Decepticons, retreat. Starscream didn't even use a title for Megatron anymore. The king was dead, the Seeker was already looking to the next cycle. Time to go, Skignaw muttered, shifting into his Pavehawk form and banking hard away from the city center. Ratchet and Ironhide reached Optimus a moment later. Ratchet immediately deployed his medical tools, his repair beams bathing Prime's battered frame. Optimus hadn't seen Skignaw's theft, he was too busy staring at the body of his brother on the ground. You left me no choice, brother, Optimus whispered. It was the first time he had called Megatron brother since the war began. Sam, however, had seen Skignaw take something. Curious, he looked down and saw one remaining fragment near his foot. He picked it up and slipped it into his pocket. As Ratchet's repairs took hold, Optimus stood, taking the remains of Jazz from Ironhide's arms. We have lost a great comrade today, Optimus said, his voice resonant with grief and pride. But we have gained new allies. Sam, on behalf of the Autobots, you have my deepest gratitude. You saved us all. Chapter 80, Blackout's Memory Crystals. Lennox and his surviving Rangers, along with Michaela, who was still steering the tow truck carrying the mangled Bumblebee, finally reached the center of the intersection. Sam, still reeling from Optimus's words of gratitude, felt a wave of relief wash over him the moment he saw Michaela. They exchanged a weary, knowing smile, the kind shared only by those who had stared into the abyss and survived. The spark is gone. Megatron is dead. The Decepticons have scattered. We won. Voices rose and fell as the group surveyed the devastation. The street was a graveyard of twisted metal and scorched asphalt, a silent testament to the brutality of the conflict. They stood around the massive, unmoving frame of Megatron, their faces etched with the hollow exhaustion of survivors. Optimus, there's something you should know. Lennox looked up at the Autobot leader, his expression grim. We took down one of the big ones, the helicopter, but his remains were recovered. That flyer, Skignaw, and another one took the body before we could secure it. Skignaw. Optimus repeated the name, his optics dimming for a moment before he shook his head. It matters not. A Decepticon force without Megatron is a leaderless swarm. They are no longer the primary threat. Prime straightened his massive frame, his gaze turning toward the stars. I am Optimus Prime. I send this message to any surviving Autobots taking refuge among the stars. We are here. We have found a new home. We are waiting. Kana's Canyon. Decepticon outpost. Skignaw, in Pave Hawk mode, cruised slowly toward the hidden ravine. Passing the Hoover Dam, he saw the aftermath of Megatron's brief, violent liberation. The facility was a charred ruin, weeping fire and smoke, a calling card of Decepticon vengeance. Megatron had clearly not taken his imprisonment lightly. Mid-flight, Skignaw's comms had been bombarded by soundwave. The master of communications was incensed, his digital monotone vibrating with a rare edge. He couldn't fathom how Megatron had fallen to a primitive biological, nor why the recovery of the leader's body had failed. Skignaw had ignored the noise. Compared to Barricade, who had virtually disappeared during the climax, Skignaw had fought at the front lines. He easily parried Soundwave's accusations with combat logs and tactical justifications. As he touched down in the hangar, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Grunts like T-19 were scurrying about, their optics wide with a panic that only the death of a god could cause. Lord Skignaw, you've returned. Status. Lord Starscream is expecting you, T-19 reported, his servos twitching. He ordered that you see him the moment you arrived. Starscream. Skignaw paused. The news of Megatron's death had clearly spread through the ranks like a virus. The hierarchy was shifting. 3 days later. The Pentagon. In a subterranean briefing room, Secretary John Keller sat at the head of a long table. The President has issued a formal executive order, Keller announced, his voice heavy. Sector 7 is to be disbanded immediately. All records are to be purged, and we are to dispose of the extraterrestrial remains. The Battle of Rushville, Mission City, had been over for 72 hours. The cleanup was a logistical nightmare. While the public was being fed a story about a massive gas main explosion and terrorist activity, the men in this room were looking at high-definition photos of a 10-meter silver monster. Based on our research, the best site for disposal is the Laurentian Abyss, an officer in a lab coat explained, sliding a folder toward Keller. It's 7 miles deep, one of the deepest points on the planet. The extreme cold and crushing pressure will act as a natural tomb. No one, not even their kind, will be able to reach him there. Over time, the pressure will collapse the internal structures. He'll be nothing but a crushed heap of scrap at the bottom of the world. Because of Optimus Prime's intervention, the military wasn't allowed to keep Megatron's body for study. Optimus knew human greed, giving them Megatron was like giving a toddler a loaded handgun. Very well. Put it to a vote. A moment later, every hand in the room went up. Notify Optimus Prime, Keller told his secretary. Tell him he can send an observer to follow our fleet to the drop site. We move in total secrecy. No other nation can know. He cleared his throat, moving to the final item. Next, the proposal for a joint task force. Project Nest. We need to decide if we are officially entering a coalition with the Autobots to hunt the remaining Decepticon holdouts on this planet. Back at the Kana's Canyon base, Skignaw strode through the main corridor. The lower tier bots he passed offered deep, fearful bows. The power dynamic had changed. Starscream had officially handed over the day-to-day management of the base to Skignaw before vanishing into the upper atmosphere. Skignaw suspected Starscream was heading for deep space to consult with the Fallen, the ancient master of the Decepticons. Since Skignaw was now the highest-rated combatant left on Earth under Starscream's direct command, he had been left with the keys to the kingdom. He entered Scalpel's laboratory. The doors hissed open to reveal Brawl lying on a repair slab, his chassis being stitched back together by the spider-like medic. Blackout's massive frame lay on a secondary platform nearby. Skignaw, the tiny, buzzing voice of Scalpel chirped. The item you requested is ready. It is on the table. And Blackout's weapon modules. Extracted. I can begin the integration whenever you wish. Later, Skignaw said. He picked up a small, translucent black crystal from the bench. He took Blackout's memory crystal to a private research sanctum. He had locked the permissions to this room the moment he took command, it was the only place in the base where he could truly be alone. Skignaw extended a port from his forearm and slotted the crystal in. Data flooded his processors. Thousands of years of history flickered past his optics in a blur of light and shadow. After 20 minutes, the stream ended. Skignaw pulled the crystal, a frown etched on his faceplate. Strange. The haul was less than he'd hoped for. Blackout's memory was vast, spanning eons, but the content was repetitive. It was a cycle of war, battles on Cybertron, skirmishes in the colonies, long hauls guarding Energon mines. The deep secrets of the Decepticon High Command were buried under layers of military conditioning. However, the crystals provided a vivid, terrifyingly detailed record of Cybertron itself, from the golden ages before the war to the hollowed-out husk it had become. It gave Skignaw a depth of understanding about his heritage that he'd never possessed. He realized the Great War wasn't just a simple conflict, it had devolved into a galaxy-spanning guerrilla campaign. The memory crystals revealed the existence of specialized units he'd only heard rumors of, the Autobot aerial bots and the Decepticon Terracons. But there was one anomaly in the data. Blackout's records showed that before the Civil War even began, Cybertron had faced an external threat. An unknown enemy from deep space that had nearly extinguished their race. The war had been so brutal that the surface of the planet was literally paved with the bodies of the fallen. Blackout had been sparked after that victory, so even his records were secondhand. All he knew was that the Cybertronians had won, but the cost had fundamentally changed their society forever. Skignaw leaned back, his processors whirring. The universe was far more crowded and dangerous than the human movies had suggested. Chapter 81, Nest. Could it be? Connecting the dots from the data in Blackout's memory, Skignaw formed a hypothesis, only to shake his head a moment later. No. Too little information. It's a mystery for another cycle. Right now, the priority was surviving the shifting political tides of Earth, not unearthing the ancient secrets of a dead Cybertron. While the Transformers were an advanced spacefaring race, most of them, like Blackout, were little more than high-functioning war machines. Even a veteran who had lived for 10,000 years couldn't escape the cycle of endless combat. It was no wonder so many Decepticons were psychologically fractured, eons of slaughter would twist any spark. Skignaw stowed Blackout's memory crystal and pulled a small, bronze metallic shard from his chest compartment. He held the all-spark fragment before his optics, engaging a deep-layer scan. He had no idea how to utilize it yet. He had already tried inputting the evolution source codes he knew, but the fragment remained inert. In the original timeline, a shard like this could resurrect Megatron, but Megatron was dead. Skignaw was very much alive, and he wasn't keen on shoving raw, volatile cosmic energy into his chest without a container to stabilize it. The movies showed the shard reacting to machinery. Skignaw moved toward a high-intensity energy collision chamber within his lab. He placed the fragment inside and began a series of controlled tests. This was too important to delegate, he trusted no one with the source. While Skignaw was buried in his research, he was unaware that he, and the rest of his faction, were about to become the most wanted fugitives on the planet. The Pentagon. Secret briefing room. The setting was familiar, but the atmosphere had changed. Secretary John Keller no longer sat at the head of the table. That seat was occupied by President Mitchell. The president cleared his throat, glancing at Keller before addressing the room. The resolution to form a joint task force has officially passed. Effective immediately, the Department of Defense will oversee the creation of a rapid response unit dedicated to joint operations with the Autobots. The previous sessions had been a quagmire of debate. Some officials feared the Autobots' true motives, others wanted to demand technology as rent for staying on Earth, a few even suggested letting the two alien factions wipe each other out so humanity could scavenge the remains. Keller had eventually bypassed the bureaucrats by bringing in the president himself. To Mitchell, Optimus Prime's proposal was a political godsend. If he couldn't stop the aliens, he could at least brand the good ones as allies and use them to suppress the bad ones. With an election year looming, he couldn't afford any more gas main explosions in major cities. By the next day, the wheels of the military-industrial complex were turning with terrifying efficiency. When it came to alien threats, the usual red tape vanished. Within 72 hours, the unit was fully staffed and branded. They were called Nest, Networked Elements, Supporters and Transformers. Their mission, to flush out every Decepticon nest on Earth. William Lennox, given his survival record and rapport with the Autobots, was appointed field commander. His rank was fast-tracked to colonel, reporting directly to Secretary Keller. Captain. Colonel. Lennox stared at his reflection in the mirror, adjusting the silver eagles on his fresh dress blues. In a single week, he had achieved a promotion that usually took 15 years. A colonel under 30. He was likely the only one in the history of the United States Army. Will, the big guy is here. Robert Epps, now a lieutenant colonel and Lennox's second-in-command, knocked on the door. Right. Let's go. Lennox straightened his cap and stepped out. Power came with a heavy price tag, and he could already feel the weight of it. In a cavernous hangar, the human soldiers of Nest met their mechanical counterparts for the first time. As a rapid response unit, Nest's numbers were lean, but their hardware was top tier. They had a dedicated armored column, a specialized transport wing, and a direct line for hammer-down airstrikes that bypassed standard command chains. Aside from the survivors of Rushville, the rest of the squad were elite picks from JSOC. Seeing Optimus Prime for the first time, most of them stood with their mouths hanging open, their training momentarily forgotten. Ahem. Lennox cleared his throat. Listen up. I'm introducing our newest battle brothers. This is Optimus Prime. The Autobot leader inclined his head with regal solemnity. This is Ironhide, and that's Ratchet. You'll get to know them soon enough. They're the best friends we've got in this fight. Bumblebee wasn't present. After the battle, he had requested to remain as Sam Witwicky's guardian. Optimus had granted it, unsure if the Decepticons would target the boy who had delivered the final blow to Megatron. Lennox opened the tactical briefing. You all know why Nest exists. No training cycles. Just live-fire missions. And our targets aren't human. Lennox swept his gaze across the men. He had seen too many good soldiers die in the sand. He needed these men hyper-focused if they were going to survive. Optimus, Lennox turned to the giant. We need a definitive list. Who are we hunting? Very well. Optimus projected a massive 3D hologram into the center of the hangar. The images of jagged, predatory machines cycled through the air. Starscream, High Commander. Air Specialist. Barricade, Scout and Infiltrator. Brawl, Heavy Assault. Member of the Combat Icons. Frenzy, Infiltrator and Master Hacker. The final image showed an 8-meter-tall machine with 2 distinct blades at its hips. Skignaw, Starscream's lieutenant. Sparked on this planet. Wait, Optimus, Lennox interrupted. What do you mean, sparked on this planet? Skignaw was constructed by the Decepticon known as Scalpel using terrestrial materials, Optimus explained. Somehow, he has already achieved the status of an elite-class warrior. Whoa. Epps let out a low whistle. You're saying they can just grow these things in a lab? Is it that easy? What did you say? Ironhide rumbled, leaning down to stare Epps in the eye. I mean, it's impressive. Creating life and all, very efficient. Epps corrected himself quickly under the veteran's heavy gaze. Lennox ignored the banter, his mind on the logistics. So if we don't wipe these guys out soon, they could turn our own resources into a localized army. Exactly, Optimus confirmed. And while these manufactured units are often less complex than those born of the well of all sparks, they remain a grave threat to your species. And these elite class levels you mentioned? Lennox asked. It is a combat rating, Optimus said, breaking down the hierarchy, mid-class, high-class, and the powerful elite class. And Megatron? He was a leader class, Optimus said solemnly. Like myself. Lennox nodded, absorbing the data. On paper, they had the advantage, but he knew better than to underestimate a Decepticon cornered in a hole. Will, when do we get our first mission? Epps asked. You know the drill, Robert, Lennox said, turning toward the comms tech. We don't go looking for them. We wait for the signal. Nest had the intelligence of the Pentagon and the sensors of the Autobots behind them. When a Decepticon poked its head out, they would be there to take it off. Understood, Optimus rumbled. Back at the Decepticon base, Skignaw continued his meticulous study of the Allspark fragment, unaware that his profile was currently being memorized by every soldier in Nest. Chapter 82, The Allspark Shard. Just as the inaugural meeting between Nest and the Autobots was winding down, a man in a sharp black suit leading a grim-faced entourage burst into the hangar. Excellent. Everyone's in one place, the man said, his voice dripping with practiced condescension. Saves me the trouble of visiting you all individually. The Nest sentries immediately stepped into his path, rifles at the low ready. Halt. This is a restricted Nest facility. State your name and provide identification. The man in the suit didn't flinch. He casually brushed past the soldier's outstretched arm as if he owned the air in the room. My name is Lawrence. Senior National Security Advisor to Secretary of State Clarice. I handle complications and defense policy. In the world of the Beltway, an advisor was a fancy term for a shark. They whispered in the ears of the powerful, and their influence was measured by how much the hand that held the pen trusted them. Lawrence was very, very trusted. All right, Mr. Lawrence, Lennox said, stepping forward to intercept him. What can we do for you? I'm busy running a war. Lawrence was tall, gaunt, and possessed the predatory features of a vulture, a hooked nose and deep-set eyes that screamed calculated malice. He looked down at Lennox, ignoring the rank on the soldier's shoulders. I'm told that during the Rushville incident, there was an additional alien body recovered, aside from the one the DoD dropped in the ocean. I'd like to know where it is. Behind Lennox, Optimus Prime's optics flared with a cold, blue anger. The idea that a human was already trying to claim Jazz's remains as property was an insult to the memory of his fallen lieutenant. There are no alien bodies here for you to take, Mr. Lawrence, Lennox said firmly. And I'd like to remind you that I report to the Department of Defense. Unless you have a signed order from Secretary Keller, you aren't taking so much as a bolt from this hangar. Splendid, Captain. Oh, wait, it's Colonel now, isn't it? Lawrence leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper that only Lennox could hear. Don't forget where your paycheck comes from, Colonel. Don't forget whose side you're on. I haven't forgotten, Lennox replied, his face a mask of stone. But I have to ask, is this your request, or the Secretary of State's? Lawrence tilted his head, a thin, crooked smile playing on his lips. Does it matter? He turned his back on Lennox and walked toward the towering frame of Optimus Prime. And this must be the famous Optimus. Greetings. Human, Optimus rumbled, my patience is not infinite. Patience is a luxury on a world that isn't yours, wouldn't you agree? Lawrence asked smoothly. He didn't seem bothered by the giant's shadow. It seems a waste to let your comrade, this Jazz, go to the scrap heap. His chassis would be far more useful in a laboratory. Human, I suggest you end this line of questioning. Ironhide's heavy cannon hissed as it retracted, the muzzle thudding against Lawrence's forehead with a metallic clack. Ah. A pity. Lawrence didn't move an inch, his expression one of bored disappointment. Since our visitors aren't feeling particularly hospitable, I believe our chat is over. He turned to leave. As he passed Lennox, he paused to pat the colonel on the shoulder. I'll remember you, Colonel. It's good to have such dedicated officers. I'll be sure to tell Secretary Clarice to give you more responsibility. You seem like a man who can handle a heavy load. Lennox watched him walk away. He didn't say a word, simply raising his hand and giving Lawrence a very specific, one-fingered military salute. Whatever you say, advisor. Once they were back in their designated secure area, Ironhide couldn't hold back. Optimus, why do we tolerate them? You saw him, he looked at Jazz like he was a piece of farm equipment. If the Decepticons weren't here, I bet they'd be aiming those puny rifles at us. That is exactly why we must cooperate, Optimus explained, shifting into his Peterbilt form. There is a human saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I do not wish to manipulate them, but we must acknowledge the truth. Humanity is the master of this world. They want our technology to defend themselves. And as long as the Decepticons intend to enslave this planet, our interests align. Optimus projected a star chart into the hangar, a blue sphere dotted with crimson pings. The Decepticons will not stop until Megatron is revived. Alone, we cannot hunt them all. But I have also detected a familiar signal from the Bardner system, perhaps we will not be alone for long. In his laboratory, Skignaw dropped a flip phone into an energy collision chamber. He adjusted the gravity calibration and triggered a focused pulse from the Allspark shard. Crack hiss. A visible wave of blue bronze energy rippled through the glass. The phone underwent a violent, jagged transformation, sprouting spindly limbs and a tiny, glowing red eye. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The Proto-Decepticon immediately deployed a microscopic Gatling gun, spraying the reinforced glass with useless lead. It was mindless, aggressive, and purely instinctual. Because modern human tech was based on Megatron's reverse-engineered biology, any electronic device exposed to the sparks radiation defaulted to a Decepticon personality. Skignaw watched it for a moment. Finding it incapable of communication or logic, he reached into the chamber and crushed the tiny machine between two fingers. Finally. Success. He felt a jolt of satisfaction. The shard wasn't a passive battery anymore, he had found the trigger to bleed its cosmic energy into other machines. He could create an army. If he funneled enough energy, he might even create soldiers of his own rank. Skignaw stowed the shard and headed toward Scalpel's Bay. He had been isolated for over a week, and the base felt strangely empty. He'd sent Brawl and the majority of the grunts on a secret mission to establish secondary outposts, leaving only the essentials behind. Lord Scalpel. The Spiderbot was crawling over Blackout's cold chassis, his many eyes whirling. Skignaw. You wish for me to repair the heavy lifter? Scalpel chirped. No. I want his weapon modules. Skignaw looked at the parts Scalpel had already salvaged, the massive space cannon, the EMP generators, and the rotor grinder. Skignaw had no interest in the rotor grinder, he didn't want a ceiling fan on his arm, but the heavy artillery was tempting. Skignaw, Scalpel said, pausing his work and skittering closer. What do you plan to do with Blackout's chassis? It is a waste to let it sit. It stays here, Skignaw replied coldly. A dead elite's body was a goldmine of parts and prestige, he wasn't giving it away for free. Scalpel's eyes whirled in a synchronized pattern. He leaned in, his voice dropping to a buzzing whisper. Give me the chassis for my experiments. And I will tell you a secret. A secret. A secret, Scalpel hissed, that will lead you to the rank of commander class. Skignaw's fan stuttered. The leap from elite to commander was the difference between a high-level enforcer and a general of the Decepticon Empire. He looked at the tiny, wicked doctor, his optics narrowing. Chapter 83, The Fallen. Skignaw's hunger for power was never something he bothered to hide. With the Allspark gone and Cybertron currently out of reach, he had been at a loss for his next move. A high-class elite chassis was valuable, but it paled in comparison to the secret of ascending to the commander tier. After a brief internal calculation, Skignaw decided to hear what the tiny medic had to say. Lord Scalpel, what exactly are you referring to? Kakik. Scalpel's faceplate twisted into a cryptic, buzzing grin. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he posed a question, just as he had in the past. Skignaw, have you never wondered why the number of leader class and commander class warriors is so infinitesimally small? You Cybertronians. Scalpel began, trailing off. Skignaw ignored the phrasing and shook his head. He had wondered. Even with the pyramid effect of any society, the ratio of 1,000,000 to 1 felt exaggerated. According to Blackout's memory crystals, the Decepticon army at its peak numbered in the millions, yet there were only a handful of top-tier elites like Megatron and Starscream. Cybertronians weren't limited by biological talent. Given enough time and raw materials, anyone should, in theory, be able to build a commander-sized frame. Scalpel didn't wait for a reply. It is because the sparks of commanders and leaders are split directly from the Allspark. In a very literal sense, their life force is a fragment of the source itself. Split. Skignaw recalled the lore of the 13 primes. They were said to have risen directly from the well of Allsparks, created out of nothing. Were their sparks truly severed pieces of the Allspark? Is that why they were so overwhelmingly powerful? Lord Scalpel, that may be true, but the Allspark is destroyed. Skignaw thought of the fragment in his chest, wondering if it was enough. Patience, Skignaw. Let me finish. Scalpel's many eyes whirled. This splitting process causes irreversible damage to the Allspark. It accelerates the depletion of its cosmic energy. Because of this, during the golden age of Cybertron, the ruling council placed the cube in Iacon and strictly forbade anyone from touching it. The method of ascending to the commander rank was intentionally suppressed, a total information blackout. As the Civil War broke out, those who held the secret died off. Now, almost no one remembers. Knowledge suppression, Skignaw thought. It explained why Blackout's memories contained nothing on the subject. The ruling elite had pulled the ladder up behind them eons ago. How do you know this, Scalpel? How? Scalpel paused, his voice turning flat. Soundwave told me, of course. I see. Skignaw exhaled, relieved that Scalpel wasn't some ancient monster from the First Age. Listen well, Skignaw. Since the Allspark is no longer a viable source, there is only one way left to ascend. You must find an existing commander-class spark and integrate it into your own chassis. Scalpel wouldn't have shared this if the cube were still intact, or if he didn't desperately want Blackout's elite-grade chassis for his own grisly experiments. Information was currency, and right now, the exchange rate was high. The solar system. Mars. A small Decepticon scout ship breached the thin, dusty atmosphere and descended toward the Olympus Mons caldera. The volcano was a gargantuan shield, 25 kilometers high and 600 kilometers wide, its surface a bruised orange pockmarked by craters. At the very center of the dead crater lay a massive, derelict starship. It was battered and ancient, its hull scored by eons of space debris. Guarding the perimeter were several Cybertronian warriors, their frames bearing no faction insignias. They were neither Autobot nor Decepticon, they were the hidden guard. The scout ship hovered near the main docking bay before its engines hissed into silence. The ramp lowered, and Starscream stepped out. As a High Commander, Starscream possessed his own interstellar-capable craft. He had used it to reach Earth originally, navigating by the faint energy signatures of the cube. It was a sophisticated vessel, capable of 70% light speed and equipped with a warp drive for star system jumping. Lord Starscream, a sentry acknowledged, bowing low. Is the Master awake? I have urgent intelligence that requires his personal attention. You are fortunate, Lord Starscream. He stirred only cycles ago. When Starscream had first entered the Sol system, he had accidentally intercepted a Cybertronian signal from Mars. After establishing himself on Earth, he had returned to investigate and discovered the ancient master, the Fallen, recovering in the shadows. Naturally, a seeker of power like Starscream had immediately pledged a secondary allegiance. Starscream navigated the decaying corridors of the ship until he reached the core sanctum. In the center of the room sat a massive, open stasis sarcophagus filled with a glowing blue nutrient fluid. Recumbent within was a tall, skeletal machine of pitch-black metal. He stood over 12 meters tall, radiating an aura of ancient, rotting power. Starscream. You have returned. Sensing the approach, the machine, entwined with dozens of mechanical feeding tubes, slowly lifted its insectoid head. His face was a nightmare of jagged mandibles and a needle-sharp chin, twisted by eons of hate. Starscream dropped to one knee, his head bowed in a knightly fashion. Master, I have failed you. The matrix of leadership remains lost, and the Allspark, it has been destroyed. Furthermore, our current leader, Megatron. Starscream stole a glance at the ancient being. Lord Megatron has been slain by the humans. He fell on the very planet you despise. Megatron, my apprentice. A flicker of reminiscence crossed the fallen's face before it was replaced by a volcanic rage. Starscream. Tell me what happened. How could mere biologicals kill a leader-class warrior like Megatron? The last time the Fallen had seen Megatron was over a century ago, when the apprentice had first tracked the cube to this system. He did not believe that weaklings of Earth possessed the strength to scrap a Titan. It is the Autobots, Master. They have arrived on Earth and formed a pact with the humans. Megatron was locked in a duel with the Prime when the humans ambushed him with their aerial weapons. Starscream recounted the Battle of Rushville with meticulous detail, finishing with a flourish. The Autobots remain on that planet. They show no sign of leaving. I came here immediately to inform you, fearing for the future of our cause. He didn't mention that he had fled out of cowardice, he framed his retreat as a tactical necessity to protect the Master's interests. The Autobots. And the humans. The Fallen's rage flared. He attempted to rise, but the movement tore at his unhealed wounds. He slumped back into the sarcophagus with a rattling cough. Kakeek. He shifted his frame with great effort, his weakness evident. He was a shadow of his former self. Millions of years ago, he had been defeated on Earth by his 6 brothers, escaping only through the sacrifice of his followers. He had slept for an eternity in the dark, his prime-class spark slowly knitting itself back together. Lord Fallen, are you all right? Seeing the Ancient One so frail, a flash of greed crossed Starscream's optics. But he quickly suppressed it, wary of the power that Master might still possess. I am fine. I have endured worse than this. The Fallen hovered slightly, waving a hand in dismissal. He was no fool, he had lived for millions of years and seen 1,000 Starscreams try to usurp power. He would not show his true hand to a seeker who had only recently entered his service. Chapter 84, The Uninvited Guest. Starscream, once I am restored, I will support you as the new leader of the Decepticons. The true leader. The Fallen dangled the ultimate prize before Starscream, his voice a dry rasp that filled the ancient hull. For now, all warriors on this vessel are under your command. I have only one requirement. Starscream's face twisted into a mask of fawning obedience. The promise was exactly what he wanted to hear. He knew the Fallen's true identity, with the blessing of a Prime, usurping the throne would be as easy as flickering an optic. He had dreamed of this cycle for eons. However, Starscream was too busy bowing to see the flicker of pure contempt in the Fallen's red gaze. While I finalize my recovery, you are to expand our ranks, the Fallen commanded. When the time comes, I will lead a grand armada back to that planet. I will extinguish the Autobots, crush the humans, and then I will unmake that world entirely. By your will, Master. As Starscream backed out of the chamber, the Fallen's head slumped back into the nutrient fluid. Soon, he hissed to the empty room. Soon, I will return to leader-class strength. And then the harvest begins. Kana's Canyon. Decepticon base. The laboratory doors hissed shut as Skignaw turned to leave. He had officially signed over Blackout's chassis to Scalpel. An elite-class frame was a fortune in raw materials, but compared to the secret of ascending to the commander tier, it was a fair trade. As he walked through the main transit corridor, Scalpel's parting words echoed in his processors. Skignaw, you should know. Earth is not a simple rock. Soundwave tells me that even in our first age, this planet was a battlefield for the Primes. A war of the Elders took place here, and their disappearance, it started on this soil. Scalpel had promised the secret of the spark split, but he had also provided a map of the real Earth. Skignaw, having watched the movies in his past life, already knew some of this, but hearing it confirmed by a Cybertronian specialist added a layer of gritty reality. In the first age, the Allspark had plenty of energy. The Primes didn't fear splitting off commander-class life force back then. The warriors who fought alongside the 6 brothers on Earth weren't just grunts, they were the elite of the elite. And when the brothers fell, their armies fell with them. Some, like Jetfire, slept in museums. Others were buried in the deep crust. I can't take on a commander-class warrior in a fair fight, Skignaw mused. But a wounded one. One whose systems have decayed for 1,000,000 years. A dangerous, opportunistic spark of an idea began to take shape. He pulled the Allspark fragment from his chest, looking at it through a protective transparent casing he'd fashioned. He'd stowed it within Black Panther's chassis for safekeeping. He was planning a trip, and he couldn't risk the fragment's radiation accidentally waking up something he wasn't ready to kill. The problem remained, he didn't have the source code to trigger a spark split, and the fragment was too small to talk to. He was like an ancient human holding a smartphone, he could poke the screen, but he didn't understand the circuitry. Just as Skignaw was finalizing his departure, a shadow fell across the hangar floor. Barricade. The black and white scout stood at the canyon floor, looking up at Skignaw with a strange, hollow expression. He had vanished during the height of the Rushville battle, and no one knew where he had spent the last 3 days. Barricade. Why are you here? Skignaw asked, his optics narrowing. Soundwave sent me. Barricade's voice was flat, devoid of its usual predatory bite. The loss to Bumblebee followed by the death of Megatron had clearly broken something inside the Scout. Soundwave. Skignaw relaxed slightly. He had already reported Starscream's disappearance and his own assumption of command to the Spymaster. If Barricade was here on Soundwave's orders, it meant the eye in the sky was still watching. What are the orders? New mission. Barricade looked at Skignaw for a long moment. The Master has ordered me to attach myself to your unit. I am to follow your lead, and obey your arrangements. Skignaw was surprised. Soundwave's trust in Barricade had clearly plummeted after the Scout's tactical withdrawal in the city. Now, Barricade was being demoted to an underling. Very well. Follow me. Skignaw turned toward the base entrance. He had recently integrated Blackout's EMP cannon into his left forearm, replacing his standard blasters. He'd passed on the heavy space cannon, too much weight, but the EMP was a surgical tool. It could paralyze a Cybertronian's nervous system in a single pulse. He led Barricade into the research wing, giving him a perfunctory tour and introducing him to the remaining grunts. Skignaw was treating the base like his own property now, selling the father's land, as the saying went. Once they were inside the secure research lab, Barricade hesitated before speaking. Skignaw, there is something I found. Something you need to see. What is it? Barricade projected a high-resolution hologram into the center of the room. While I was off the grid, I tracked a specific Decepticon signature to Peru, in South America. The hologram zoomed in. In the dead of night, a massive military convoy was emerging from a hidden mountain facility. The trucks were loaded with heavy-duty equipment, and in the center was a massive, V-shaped ship of dull reddish bronze metal. Skignaw felt his internal fans spike. Is that? Beside the Decepticon insignia on the hull was a stylized violet spider. The exact mark Scalpel had shown him. The ship Scalpel was looking for, Skignaw whispered. He had intended to start a global search after the dust settled from Rushville, but it seemed luck had a way of finding him now that he was an elite. Peru was a large country with plenty of places to hide a starship, but a convoy that size left a trail even a human satellite could see, let alone a Decepticon scout. Barricade, you did well. Skignaw headed for Scalpel's lab. It was time to collect on his investment. 30 minutes later, Skignaw left the lab with a predatory grin. Scalpel was ecstatic. He was willing to pay a king's ransom in tech and medical support to get that ship back from the Peruvians. The only catch. The tiny doctor wanted to come along for the ride. The client is always right, Skignaw thought. Pack your bags, doctor. We're going to South America. Chapter 85, Raid on the Research Institute. Marshall High School, Los Angeles. Inside the classroom, Sam's best friend, Miles, watched Michaela's retreating figure with wide eyes. He leaned over and whispered to Sam. Sam, are you two actually, for real? Of course. Sam nodded firmly. It's been almost a month. Seeing Miles's skepticism, Sam pulled out his phone and swiped to a photo. Miles, who wore his brown hair long like a garage band frontman, tossed a strand back as he took the phone. He stared at the intimate selfie of Sam and Michaela and let out a long whistle. Whoa. That's incredible, Sam. Unbelievable. The hottest girl in school, and you actually. Miles paused, his expression turning a bit concerned. But hey, Sam, I've heard her reputation isn't exactly great. I mean, she's had a few boyfriends, and until recently, she was always hanging around Trent. Trent was the school's alpha bully, 6'1", built like a linebacker, and always seen in a varsity jacket driving a modified Ford Mustang. He and Michaela had been an item for a long time. Trent. Sam shrugged, looking indifferent. He had stared down giant alien robots. He wasn't about to lose sleep over a high school jock. Don't worry about it, Miles. Michaela explained everything. She and Trent are just friends. In this day and age, friends hug and hold hands all the time, right? Sam thought with a sense of misplaced confidence. Miles shrugged, handing the phone back. I hope for your sake it's like she says. Congrats anyway, bro. Thanks, Miles. After the Battle of Rushville, Michaela had kept her promise of a surprise. She had asked Sam to be her boyfriend before he even had the chance to officially ask her. After school, Sam drove Michaela home in the yellow Camaro. Between having the most popular girl in school on his arm and a brand new muscle car, Sam had become a local legend at Marshall High. Even Trent had stopped hassling him, mostly because people who survive terrorist attacks in big cities tend to carry a certain weight. When they reached Michaela's house on Tucson 8th Street, her father was already in the garage, working on a customer's car. Thanks to the deal Sam had struck with Sector 7, her father's parole had been secured, keeping him out of prison despite his colorful history. Thanks, Sam. See you tomorrow. Michaela saw her father watching and gave Sam a quick peck on the cheek before hopping out. See you tomorrow. I'll be here on time. Sam watched her disappear upstairs before shifting the Camaro into gear. On the drive home, he leaned back and talked to the dashboard. So, B, what are Optimus and the others up to? They are tracking Decepticon energy signatures. We have several leads, a deep, resonant voice responded. It was a far cry from the static-filled radio clips of the previous month. Ratchet had finally repaired Bumblebee's vocal processors using components salvaged from Jazz's remains. It was a bittersweet upgrade, a piece of a fallen comrade allowing the scout to speak again. Well, it's taking them a while. Those Decepticons are better at hiding than sewer rats, Sam muttered. Then, he remembered something. Hey, B, can I ask you a favor? What is it, Sam? Summer break is coming up. I'm planning a picnic with Michaela. Do you think you could, give us a little space? Some me and her time. Bumblebee didn't hesitate. No, Sam. The Decepticons could retaliate at any moment. As the human who extinguished Megatron's spark, you are their primary target. Fine, fine. I figured you'd say that. They're all probably too scared to come after a high school kid anyway. Sam grumbled but didn't push it. He'd lived with the Yellow Scout for a month, he knew when an argument was lost. Northbury, Peru. Northbury, the so-called romantic capital of South America, was a sprawling metropolis established in the 16th century. Including its satellite towns, Greater Northbury held nearly 30% of Peru's population. Around this hub sat numerous military installations. 160 miles from the city center lay the Fermi Institute, a high-security military research facility. Under the cover of dusk, a massive armored convoy rolled through the gates. At its center was a transport rig carrying a starship that was clearly not of this earth. The governments of the world weren't as blind as they appeared to the public. Decades ago, during a severe drought, a receding river had revealed a buried Decepticon craft. Fearing the recent events in the US, the Peruvian government was moving the artifact to a more secure location. Unbeknownst to them, every move was being watched. Skignaw sat on a ridge overlooking the Fermi Institute. Thanks to Barricade's intel, he had tracked the convoy with ease. Scalpel sat on Skignaw's shoulder, his spindly limbs twitching with excitement. Skignaw, when do we strike? The medic buzzed. He had been waiting over a month for this. For a Cybertronian, it was a blink of an eye, but for the frantic doctor, it felt like eons. Wait until the escort soldiers leave, Lord Scalpel, Skignaw said, watching the horizon. He wasn't the type to rush into a base for the sake of a fight. Even if Peru wasn't a superpower like the US, a focused military response was an unnecessary risk. Time to move, Lord Scalpel. Once the sun had fully set and the heavy escort units had rotated out, Skignaw shifted into his Pave Hawk form and banked toward the Institute. The Fermi Institute was Peru's highest-level lab, deep in the pocket of the Ministry of Defense. They were clearly rattled by the news of the alien war. Skignaw didn't bother with stealth this time. As the base's automated sirens began to wail and radar locks pinged in his cockpit, he simply ignored them. He leveled his sights at the center of the facility and fired his EMP cannon. Vroom. A visible wave of pale blue distortion rippled out like a stone thrown into a pond. It didn't cause physical damage, but it instantly fried the Institute's communication arrays and local power grid. The sirens died mid-scream. With the communications severed, Skignaw transformed in midair, landing heavily in the central courtyard. His left arm was now dominated by the massive bore of the EMP cannon, while his right hand remained free. The base guards, recovering from the initial shock, scrambled out of their barracks, rifles blazing. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Skignaw snapped his energy shield into place. The human bullets sparked harmlessly against the orange hexagonal grid. He didn't want to waste time on the infantry. He launched a few localized EMP grenades to disable the nearby armored vehicles and strode toward the cargo landing. He found the ship almost immediately. It was still on its transport rig, the researchers having barely begun their intake procedures. Lord Scalpel, we've arrived. The reddish-bronze ship was roughly 100 meters long and just as wide. To a human, it was a massive vessel. To a Cybertronian, it was a compact scout craft. Skignaw scanned the hull. It was rusted and seemed entirely seamless, as if it had never been opened. In truth, the Peruvians had been too terrified of Pandora's box to force it. They had spent decades verifying it wasn't a biological hazard before they even touched the exterior plating. Chapter 86, Arachnid. Found her at last. Scalpel ejected from Skignaw's chest compartment, skittering across the pavement toward the rusted hull. He climbed onto the main airlock, his surgical tools whirring as he interfaced with the ancient Peruvian security bypasses. A heavy hiss of pressurized gas echoed through the courtyard as the ramp slowly ground open. Skignaw watched with interest. It was clear Scalpel hadn't insisted on coming along just for the view. Skignaw, inside. Quickly. Scalpel buzzed, disappearing into the dark maw of the craft. Skignaw glanced back at the Peruvian soldiers scrambling to regroup before following the medic. As his heavy ped ace hit the deck, the airlock hissed shut, sealing out the shouting humans. The interior was more spacious than the exterior suggested, a multifunctional scout vessel. Skignaw navigated the cramped corridors until he reached the bridge. This is. Slumped in the command chair was a Decepticon. From behind, the frame was slender and elegant, but four long, spindly mechanical legs, resembling arachnid limbs, jutted from the back plating. When Skignaw rounded the chair, he saw a feminine faceplate, cold and sharp. Skignaw, meet Arachnid, Scalpel said, already plugging himself into the ship's primary console. Arachnid. Skignaw searched his data banks. She wasn't a main player in the recent Earth movies, but her reputation in the deeper archives was legendary. A hunter, a sadist, and the sworn enemy of the Autobot RC. Unlike most Cybertronians, she had a spark of biological origin, making her temperament far more volatile than the average soldier. She showed no energy signature. Her spark was dormant, but her chassis was pristine, free of the rust that plagued the exterior. She wasn't dead, she was in a state of deep stasis, likely due to a total depletion of energon. Skignaw leaned in, his sensors pinging as he measured her frame's latent power level. His optics widened in surprise. Arachnid was a commander-class warrior. Lord Scalpel, why have I never heard of her presence in our current ranks? An elite class like Skignaw should have known of a commander active in the sector. It is only natural, Scalpel chirped. Arachnid was a Decepticon once, but she requested leave to pursue her own interests. Leave. Kakik, don't look so worried, Skignaw. It wasn't a desertion. She left with Megatron's personal blessing. Soundwave, Starscream, and even Shockwave were aware of the arrangement. Another secret of the High Command, Skignaw thought. Scalpel continued to manipulate the controls. Within minutes, the ancient ship groaned, its dormant engines coughing to life. Two pillars of blue flame erupted from the thrusters. Outside, the Peruvian soldiers watched in slack-jawed horror as the artifact they had guarded for decades lifted into the air. Sir, do we fire? A soldier asked, aiming his rifle at the hovering craft. The commanding officer hesitated. He calculated the fallout of a destroyed alien ship versus a stolen one. Open. Before he could finish the order, the ship vanished. It didn't accelerate, it jumped. One moment it was there, the next, it was gone, leaving nothing but a distorted pocket of air. The ship reached the Canas Canyon base in seconds. It was a terrifyingly efficient piece of technology, barely long enough to engage the drive before arriving. Skignaw stepped off the ramp, looking back at the vessel with envy. He needed a ship like that. Skignaw, did you secure the asset? Barricade asked, walking over to the landing pad. He stared at the V-shaped craft, trying to identify the pilot. Just a routine recovery, Skignaw said, keeping it vague. I'm leaving the base for a cycle, Barricade. I've received intel that Megatron's remains weren't destroyed. The humans have hidden them for study, much like Sector 7 did. I'm going to track the body. If we find it, we can bring the leader back. It was a perfect lie. No Decepticon would dare question a mission to resurrect Megatron. Barricade simply nodded and retreated into the tunnel. Skignaw, I must focus on restoring Arachnid's energy levels. Your payment will have to wait, Scalpel said as he scurried back into the ship. The payment was 4 high-grade information chips. Skignaw intended to use the Allspark fragment to form an elite squad of his own, using the chips to program loyal, advanced personalities. No rush, Lord Scalpel. I have business elsewhere. Skignaw ordered T-26 and a few grunts to assist the doctor with energy conduits before taking flight. Denton, Idaho. Air Force Museum. Under the cover of night, a Pave Hawk helicopter landed in the museum's yard. Minutes later, a silver streak tore into the sky, leaving a distorted wake of superheated air. Skignaw had returned to his Foxhound interceptor form. He wasn't staying on Earth to be hunted by Nest, he was going to the moon. He needed to salvage the secrets left behind on the lunar surface while the Autobots were distracted. As Skignaw breached the exosphere, far across the galaxy in the Iacon sector of Cybertron, a gargantuan Decepticon warship detached from its mooring. Inside the hold stood 15 warriors. They were all high-class veterans, with several elites among them. They were the specialized subgroups, the combat icons, Onslaught, Swindle, Blast Off, and Vortex, the construct icons, Scrapper, Mixmaster, Scavenger, Rampage, and Long Haul, and Starscream's own personal elite squadron, the Seekers, Skywarp, Thundercracker, and others. Onslaught, the commander of the combat icons, stood at the center. Together with the already on-Earth brawl, they could form the Gestalt Titan Bruticus. The construct icons, meanwhile, were ready to build Devastator. Nearly a third of the Decepticons' remaining high-tier strength was now in transit. Their leader had fallen on a primitive world, and the Decepticons were coming to collect the debt. Chapter 87, Ultra Magnus and Sideswipe. Above the Iron Citadel, the Decepticon transport reached its designated altitude and banked toward Cybertron's primary moon. As Cybertron's natural resources neared total exhaustion, the Decepticons frequently dispatched haulers to scavenge the moons and nearby asteroids. To maintain secrecy and avoid tipping off the Autobot resistance, the task force, comprising the combat icons, construct icons, and seekers, was hidden within a standard heavy-lift transport ship. Below the launch trajectory, Shockwave stood alone atop the Decagon. His singular, crimson optic tracked the receding vessel until it became a mere speck against the dark sky. The Decagon, once the seat of the Cybertronian central government, had been converted into a military fortress by the Autobots during the war, only to be reclaimed by the Decepticons after the fall of Kaon. Now, it served as the Decepticon High Command. Despite their victory in the Civil War, the Decepticons presided over a graveyard. Beyond the illuminated central district of the Iron Citadel and the Great Archives, the planet was a lightless void. Resources were so scarce that after the armistice, many low-tier clone units were recycled, their sparks extinguished so their energon could be rationed to higher-tier warriors. Shockwave's form finally faded into the shadows as the ship breached the atmosphere. The news of Megatron's death remained under a total communications blackout by his direct order. If the word spread, the fragile stability he had enforced would shatter into factional anarchy. Shockwave was a creature of logic and perfection, he would allow no variables to disrupt his tenure as regent. Once the transport reached the moon's gravity well, the automated navigation engaged the hyperspace jump. In a flash of distorted light, it was gone. However, across the rusted span of half the planet, another group had been watching. The City of the Unconquered, a sector once held by Decepticons but abandoned as the energy crisis deepened, now served as a hidden Autobot cell. Ultra Magnus, they've engaged the jump drive. We've lost the signature. Inside a subterranean bunker, a bot no larger than a human television set reported from a glowing console. This was Blaster, the Autobot communications officer. Alongside his minicassette team, Steeljaw, Ramhorn, and the others, he formed the backbone of the Autobot intelligence network, the long-standing rivals to Soundwave's spy corps. The Decepticon mobilization had not gone unnoticed. A small Autobot detachment on Cybertron's third moon had spotted the unusual activity and relayed the data back to the surface. Standing beside Blaster was the second-in-command of the Autobot cause, Ultra Magnus. Standing nearly 10 meters tall, Ultra Magnus was a titan of blue and white armor. His frame was broader and more heavily reinforced than even Optimus Prime's, particularly at the shoulders and stabilizers. He looked less like a scout and more like a walking fortress. His face was a mask of stoic, ancient gravity, older even than Ratchet's. Blaster, Ultra Magnus rumbled, his voice like grinding tectonic plates. Can you isolate the power signatures within that transport? Working on it, Magnus. Give me a nanoclick. A transport ship was little more than an unshielded metal box. It took Blaster only moments to slice through the basic encryption. 14 distinct signals. 3 elite-class signatures, 11 high-class. Blaster paused, his fans whirring in surprise. That's a heavy-hitter roster. The Decepticons are planning something big. Wait, Blaster corrected himself, his head tilting. They're using a standard hauler. If they were just going for an Energon run, they wouldn't waste 3 elites on security duty. Something is wrong. I agree, a silver-gray bot standing nearby interjected. He stepped toward the console, looking at Ultra Magnus. This was Sideswipe, a CQC specialist who preferred his twin arm blades over long-range ballistics. Trained by Ironhide, Sideswipe was currently Magnus' right hand and a frequent collaborator with the Wreckers. Magnus, let me take Impactor and the boys to the Iron Citadel. We'll kick in some doors and see what Shockwave is hiding. I guarantee I'll bring back enough high-tier heads to get the truth out of one of them. Sideswipe was a creature of impulse. He drew his alloy blades, spinning them with practiced lethality. One click. That's all I need to slice a Decepticon in half. Clean and simple. Ultra Magnus shook his head. The Citadel is not what it used to be, Sideswipe. It is the heart of the swarm now. Shockwave is there, and his pet, the Driller, has made the tunnels a death trap. It is too high a risk for a scouting mission. Shockwave was widely considered the most dangerous of the 3 Decepticon commanders, a being of pure, cold intellect. A month ago, they abandoned Kaon because Soundwave left the planet, Magnus mused. Now, this massive departure, it mirrors the first. Wait, I just remembered. Sideswipe barked, tapping his head plate. Didn't we intercept a localized transmission from Optimus a few cycles back? We did, Blaster confirmed. I've decoded the burst. It's a set of coordinates. Cybertronians lack the power for real-time intergalactic chat without a bridge, but they could broadcast black box pings across the stars. That's it. Sideswipe cheered. I have a plan. I'll take a ship, find Optimus, and tell him what's happening here. Ultra Magnus looked at him sadly. Sideswipe, we have no ships capable of interstellar flight left. The Ark is still undergoing deep system repairs. Don't worry about the Ark. Sideswipe waved a hand dismissively. What about the Wrecker's ship? The Xanthium. The Wreckers were the Autobots' Dirty Dozen, a group of elite commandos including Roadbuster, Topspin, and Leadfoot. Their shuttle, the Xanthium, was a high-speed orbital jumper built for rapid deployment. Blaster looked at Ultra Magnus. After a long moment, the commander gave a slow, deliberate nod. All right, Sideswipe. Here are the coordinates, Blaster said, transferring the data. Good luck convincing Impactor to let you borrow his baby. The Xanthium was the Wrecker's most prized possession. Sideswipe grinned and turned to leave the bunker. He didn't need to borrow it, he knew the Wreckers were just as bored as he was. While the galaxy prepared to descend on Earth, Skignaw was blissfully unaware of the approaching storm. After weeks of flight through the vacuum, the moon loomed large in his cockpit. The dark, cratered surface expanded until it filled his vision. Skignaw adjusted his trajectory, banking toward the side of the moon that never faced Earth. The dark side of the moon. Chapter 88, A Massive Harvest. On the silent, gray plains of the lunar far side, a massive impact crater broke the monotony of the landscape. Inside the crater lay a heavily damaged starship, its silver hull torn open at the stern like a jagged, gaping wound. Skignaw descended into the pit, his pet ace making no sound in the vacuum. He paused, surveying the derelict behemoth, the Arkansas. According to the records of the humans' first moon landing in the last century, they had discovered this ship. But limited by their primitive technology and oxygen reserves, the astronauts had only performed a cursory sweep before retreating, leaving the anomaly untouched for decades. The ship had lost at least a third of its mass upon impact. Another third was buried deep beneath the lunar regolith, the result of a catastrophic, braking failure during its high-speed descent. As Skignaw neared the hull, his towering elite-class frame suddenly felt small. Even broken, the Ark was leagues larger than Arachnid's scout ship. He stepped through the breach in the hull. Within a few meters, he felt something crunch beneath his PD. He looked down. It was a metallic face, so corroded by age and lunar dust that its features were nearly unrecognizable. Skignaw knelt, brushing away the grime from the shoulder plating. A familiar sigil emerged, the angular, heroic mask of the Autobots. So, Sentinel Prime didn't leave Cybertron alone. Skignaw stood, his processors whirring. It was clear that when the former Autobot leader fled the war, he had taken a loyal retinue of high-ranking disciples with him. The deeper he ventured into the ship, the more bodies he found. Many were missing limbs or had been torn apart by the internal explosions of the crash. Skignaw counted over a dozen extinguished sparks before he reached the heart of the vessel. A set of massive, sealed blast doors blocked his path. Skignaw peered through the reinforced observation port. His internal fans stuttered. He instinctively took 2 steps back. Less than 5 meters away, standing upright in a pressurized alcove, was a Cybertronian far taller and more imposing than himself. His jaw transitioned into a mechanical beard of steel struts, and his brow was etched with the complex wrinkles of an ancient prime. Sentinel Prime. Skignaw had expected a room, instead, he had found a vertical stasis pod. He approached the glass again, moving cautiously. Sentinel's optics were dark, his red and gold plating dulled by a thick layer of oxidation. Though he looked ancient, he carried an aura of regal, terrifying authority even in sleep. Skignaw stared at the former leader for a long moment before turning away. He didn't dare touch the pod. He had no desire to find out if the primacy of a leader-class warrior could override a million-year stasis if disturbed by an intruder. He spent the next few hours scouring the rest of the ship. The bad news, the Ark's primary armory and storage bays appeared to be located in the third of the ship that had disintegrated during the crash. The good news, the science and research labs were intact. Skignaw had hoped to find the legendary weapons of the Primes, but they were likely stowed within Sentinel's own frame or lost in the debris field. He turned his attention to the lab. After bypassing the security locks with a localized EMP burst, he stepped inside. Most of the equipment was dead, victims of the crash and the eons of vacuum. But after a persistent search, Skignaw found a single terminal still drawing power from an auxiliary emergency cell. He extended a data link from his chest and interfaced with the console. He closed his optics as the torrent of data began to flow. As the stream intensified, the lab echoed with a low, electric hum. Suddenly, Skignaw's optics snapped open, a flash of predatory joy crossing his faceplate. Sentinel Prime hadn't just been fleeing, he had been carrying the blueprints for a new civilization. The data was encyclopedic. It ranged from mundane Cybertronian civil engineering to the crown jewel of strategic technology, the space bridge. A harvest indeed. Skignaw retracted the link. He hadn't found physical crates of energon or weapons, but he had found the recipes. This data was worth more than 1,000 starships. With this, he wouldn't just be a commander, he could become the premier scientist of the Decepticon cause. Diego Garcia. Nest Headquarters. Since the formation of the Joint Task Force, this remote island had become the hub of the secret war. For weeks, the Autobots had been stationary, helping the humans build their infrastructure. But today, the team had requested a rare excursion to the island's airfield. Hey, Optimus. Ironhide. Anyone want to tell me what's so interesting about a runway? Colonel Lennox sat in a jeep, his radio crackling. The brass was nervous about the guests wandering around, so they had sent their most trusted liaison to monitor the situation. The red and blue Peterbilt slowed to a halt in a clearing near the edge of the base, followed by Ratchet and Ironhide. Lennox hopped out of his jeep just as a massive fireball breached the atmosphere directly above them. What the hell is that? Lennox shielded his eyes from the sun. Epps stood beside him, squinting at the descending streak. Meteor. UFO. Missile. It looks familiar, Epps muttered. I've got a bad feeling we're getting more roommates. Optimus Prime didn't move. He stood in his robot form, looking up at the sky with an expression of quiet longing and expectation. Beside him, Ironhide signaled Lennox to stay back. Shoo, don't disturb the Prime. Just watch. The fireball shrieked toward the clearing, decelerating with a series of sonic booms before slamming into the dirt with a world-shaking thud. As the dust settled, a pressurized landing pod hissed open. Out of the smoke stepped 3 slender, elegant machines. They were smaller than the average Scout, their frames sleek and feminine. Their shoulder insignias identified them clearly, Autobots. Behind them trailed 2 small, hunchbacked bots, one bright orange, one neon green, who looked like twins. Whoa. Epps punched Lennox's arm, his excitement getting the better of him. Will, look at that. 3 identical ones, just different colors. Epps shook his head with a sigh. Man, if only they weren't made of cold, hard steel. The pink one was RC, the purple Elita one, and the azure Chromia. They were the RC sisters. While their raw combat power was minimal compared to Ironhide, their status was legendary. Specifically, because Elita 1 was the sparkmate of Optimus Prime. They had been searching the stars for resources for eons, finding nothing but dead worlds. Upon receiving Optimus's global broadcast, they had abandoned their search and burned a path straight to Earth. Elita 1 walked up to Optimus, her optics locking onto his. Even for a leader who had faced the end of the world without blinking, Optimus looked visibly flustered. Lennox, Optimus said, his voice unusually soft. I would like you to meet Elita 1, my sparkmate. Sparkmate? Like, a girlfriend. Lennox stared. He had assumed these mechanical beings were all about pistons and protocols. Hearing the word mate in reference to a 10-meter-tall war machine was a culture shock he wasn't prepared for. Epps, meanwhile, was doing the math. He looked at the towering Prime and then at the much smaller Elita 1. He shivered slightly. That's a lot of metal, Will. Chapter 89, The Right Man for the Job. Optimus Prime, oblivious to the existential dread swirling in Lennox and Epps' minds regarding robotic romance, continued the introductions. These are Elita 1 and Chromia. While they share a structural template with RC, they are distinct, independent sparks. Chromia rolled forward, her optics scanning the 2 humans with a clinical curiosity. So, you are the apex predators of this world? The dominant species. Apex predators? Lennox looked at Epps. Ah, yeah. Something like that. On a good day. Before Lennox could elaborate, the 2 small, hunchbacked bots who had followed the sisters pushed their way to the front. And these, Optimus rumbled, are Skids and Mudflap. Brothers. The twins were a chaotic sight. Skids had an oversized right arm, while Mudflap's left was disproportionately large. Since their spark had been split from a single core, their personalities were nearly identical, and twice as annoying. They immediately began posturing in front of Optimus. Prime. Great job. I knew Megatron wasn't a match for you. Mudflap cheered. Yeah. If I'd been there, I would have kicked his exhaust pipe so hard his intake would rattle. Skids added, before Mudflap shoved him aside. Hey. Watch it, Mudflap. Stop crowding me. Crowding you. I was standing here first. Your ugly green paint job is giving me a processor headache. Ugly. You're looking in a mirror, genius. We're twins. The 2 began scuffling near Optimus's feet, their bickering echoing through the hangar until Ironhide let out a warning growl that sent them scurrying back. As Optimus led his reinforced team back to the Nest barracks, Lennox filed a formal report to his only superior, Secretary John Keller. Keller was pleased. More Autobots meant a stronger front against the Decepticon remnants. But in the world of high-stakes politics, one man's joy is another's bitterness. At the Duman building, the heart of the cabinet's operations, Director Lawrence clutched a fresh intelligence brief. He marched straight toward the office of Secretary of State Clarice. Clarice had just turned 60, but she carried herself with a sharp, lethal grace that defied her age. Her rose-gold bob was perfectly coiffed, and her business suit radiated a terrifying competence. She looked up as Lawrence burst in without knocking. "What is it, Lawrence?" She signaled her secretary to leave, showing no annoyance at his intrusion. Her trust in Lawrence was more than professional, it was a partnership of shared ambition. "Madam Secretary, you need to see this." Lawrence slammed the file onto her mahogany desk. "More of them have landed. They're treating our planet like a base camp. We haven't even neutralized the hostiles yet, and the refugees are doubling their numbers." Lawrence was a staunch oppositionist. It was his silver-tongued whispering that had nearly prevented the alliance with Optimus in the first place, forcing Keller to bring in the president to override the cabinet. Clarice glanced at the file but didn't open it. "How many, Lawrence?" "5. So far. And there's no guarantee more aren't screaming through the atmosphere right now." Clarice narrowed her eyes. She didn't care much for the alien war in a vacuum, but 5 more Autobots meant their footprint on Earth had doubled. This was a battle for sovereignty. "John Keller has the president's ear right now," Clarice mused. "The Air Force One incident was swept under the rug. When I tried to move that Colonel Lennox to a backwater base in a combat zone during the last meeting, they blocked me. Both of them. Lennox was a flea, but Nest was the dog. Since Sector 7 had been disbanded, all of its former authority had been transferred to Nest. In the eyes of the law, Nest could kick in a door and claim a house had a Decepticon in the basement, even if that house belonged to the Secretary of State. To a woman who lived by the rule of power and checks, such an autonomous entity was an abomination. "What does Mr. Hamanton think of Nest?" Lawrence asked. Clarice scoffed. Her husband, Hamanton, was a political titan in his own right and a frontrunner to challenge President Mitchell in the next election. Their marriage was a well-known partnership of convenience, a secret that everyone in the elite chose to ignore because the couple had a habit of making their enemies disappear. "We need to clip their wings, Lawrence," Clarice said. "Keller is riding high on the alien alliance. If we want to move against him, we need a foothold inside the unit." Lawrence smiled. He wasn't young, and he wasn't particularly handsome, but he was a master strategist. He spent the next hour outlining a series of moves to place a monitor within Nest, a role that would eventually grant him a hand on the throttle. 2 weeks later. Miami. The late July heat hung heavy over Florida. High schools, including Miami Central, were out for summer break. In a modest suburban home, Carl was bored. He sat in his darkened room, mindlessly playing a PC game. The encounter with the aliens 3 months ago felt like a fever dream, a secret that he and his 5 friends had sworn never to speak of. Life had returned to its mundane rhythm. The $10,000 check Skignaw had given him was long gone, spent until only 3 digits remained in his account. As the moon reached its zenith, Carl shut off his computer and climbed into bed. But sleep wouldn't come. He felt a familiar, prickling sensation, the feeling of being watched. He bolted upright. In the corner of his room, near the wardrobe, 2 pinpricks of crimson light ignited. Before Carl could scream, the shadow stepped forward. It was a mechanical beast with glowing red eyes. Black Panther. "Come," the drone rumbled, its voice a low vibration. "Master wishes to see you." Carl's heart hammered against his ribs. He looked at his bedroom door, just 3 meters away. He could make it. He could scream for his parents. But a primal instinct told him that if he ran now, he'd be throwing away the only interesting thing that would ever happen to him. He climbed onto the Panther's back, gripping the cold metal as it leapt out the window. The wind whipped his face as the drone blurred through the Miami streets, moving with a speed no human vehicle could match. When the wind finally stopped, Carl opened his eyes. He wasn't in the city anymore. He was standing in a familiar, rusted workshop. The abandoned factory. And there, standing in the center of the floor, was the nightmare. "Alien. Mr. Alien. We meet again." Carl held out a hand, then laughed nervously, realizing how ridiculous he looked. The robot looked almost the same, terrifying, jagged, and massive. Though it seemed a bit shorter than Carl remembered, the aura of lethal power hadn't faded. I haven't told anyone about you. I swear." Carl babbled, his face pale. "If the government knows you're here, it wasn't me. I kept the secret." Skignaw watched the boy's frantic attempt to sell out his friends to save his skin. An internal processor flickered with a cold, mechanical amusement. Yes, Skignaw thought. I definitely found the right man. Chapter 90, Carl, the partner. Hello, Carl. You can call me Skignaw. Of the 6 humans who had stumbled into that abandoned chemical plant, Skignaw knew Carl's nature best. He was the most malleable, and the most motivated by material gain. Right. Mr. Skignaw. What do you want? Knowing the name made Carl relax, if only slightly. In his mind, an alien wouldn't introduce itself unless it planned on keeping him alive for a while. Carl, I'm offering you an opportunity for both fame and fortune. Are you interested? Wealth and power, the twin sirens of the human race. No one turns them down easily. The seeds Skignaw had planted months ago were finally ready to bloom. What kind of opportunity? Carl's eyes lit up. The terror in his expression was being rapidly overtaken by a flicker of intense greed, like a man signing a pact with a demon. Simple, Skignaw rumbled with a mechanical hum that served as a smile. Collaborate with me. I can help you obtain everything you've ever desired. Even a lifespan far exceeding that of a normal human isn't out of the question. Everything. Mr. Skignaw, you're serious? Carl stammered. The bit about lifespan didn't quite land. He was young, after all, but everything else was impossible to ignore. How would we work together? And what do I have to do? Trading with a Decepticon was like playing with fire in a gas station, but Carl's hunger for the high life finally crushed his fear. Skignaw watched him with amusement. He had expected more hesitation, but Carl's quick decision proved he was the right tool for the job. I will provide you with capital and technology, Skignaw explained. You will use them to create or acquire a company. In return, I need you to procure specific Earth-based metals and materials for me. Building 4 high-class chassis required resources that would take Skignaw far too long to scavenge personally. Even Starscream struggled to fund high-class bodies for his grunts. Skignaw needed a human proxy to buy the materials on the open market. Carl swallowed hard. Mr. Skignaw, how much capital are we talking about? Not much. Exactly $100 million, minus 60,000. Carl's jaw hit the floor. He stood frozen, mouth agape, unable to process a number that large. Skignaw remained indifferent. Wealth was merely a lubricant for his gears. He chose Carl because a greedy, mediocre man is easier to control than a brilliant one with principles. With Skignaw's tech, even a pig could fly. He didn't need a genius, just someone who followed orders. Before Carl was sent back on the back of Black Panther, Skignaw handed him a drive containing technical data salvaged from Sentinel Prime's ship. It wasn't true Cybertronian tech, that would be too disruptive, but rather advancements in consumer electronics and materials science that would naturally emerge in the next 5 to 10 years. In 2007, a world without smartphones, this was a legal cheat code for a business empire. After the drone returned, Skignaw recalled it and took to the sky, heading northwest. En route back to the Kanas Canyon base, a high-frequency transmission from Soundwave pinged his systems. Skignaw. Our reinforcements are approaching Earth. I have transmitted the base coordinates to the Vanguard. Reinforcements. Skignaw's optics narrowed. He wasn't surprised. Megatron's death was a flare in the dark for the entire faction, but the base was already getting crowded. Between Arachnid's ego and a fresh wave of Decepticon warriors, his private research might get complicated. However, recalling the recent report from Brawl, Skignaw's processors smoothed out. Acknowledged, Lord Soundwave. Skignaw out. The next morning, Carl didn't sleep. The moment the sun rose, he pulled a sleek, high-limit bank card from under his pillow. Its gold and black filigree screamed luxury. He kissed the cold plastic. It's real. I'm not dreaming. He spent the first half of the day on a manic shopping spree, buying every luxury item he had ever been afraid to look at twice. By evening, the adrenaline cleared enough for him to remember his mission. In this country, money is God. Carl quickly found a premier consulting firm to handle the urgent incorporation of his new venture. When the managing director bowed nearly 90 degrees to see him out, Carl felt a surge of exhilaration. As of today, he was a success story. Back at Kanas Canyon, Skignaw landed to find Arachnid and Scalpel swarming over her V-shaped ship. They seemed remarkably familiar with one another. If Arachnid truly was a biological to Cybertronian conversion, then Scalpel might be of the same origin, Skignaw mused. It explained why the tiny doctor felt comfortable talking back to Starscream. Arachnid was fully revived now. Her purple and black chassis gleamed with a predatory sheen, and the golden circuitry at her joints pulsed with energy. Her 8 dark red compound eyes, 4 on her head, 4 on her chest, focused on him as she skittered down from the hull with an Arachnid's grace. Skignaw. That's your name. She moved with a swaying, lethal elegance that felt strangely feminine for a machine. Yes, Lady Arachnid, Skignaw replied, keeping his distance. Scalpel says you're the one who pulled me from the human's cage. You've done well. Tell me, what do you want as a reward? Skignaw felt a flicker of confusion. He had heard of her ruthlessness, but she was acting like a generous benefactor. Scalpel skittered over before he could answer. Arachnid, I've already handled Skignaw's compensation. Don't worry your pretty head about it. My reward will be much more to his liking. Scalpel turned to Skignaw. Follow me. The 4 high-class information chips are ready. The logic gates are as you requested. Thank you, Lord Scalpel. As they walked into the base, Scalpel nudged him. So, you were gone a while. Find any trace of Megatron's body? No. The humans are being careful. But with Soundwave's reinforcements arriving, we'll have enough eyes on the ground to find the scent soon enough. Reinforcements. Scalpel whirred thoughtfully. I wonder which of our dear friends is making the trip this time. Chapter 91, The Reinforcements Arrive. The Solar System. Near Neptune. A gargantuan vessel glided silently past the largest gas giant in the star system. Emblazoned on its hull was the jagged violet sigil of the Decepticons. This was the heavy transport launched from the Iron Citadel, carrying 3 specialized strike teams. Inside the hold, as the ship breached the inner system, Skywarp shot a meaningful look at his Seeker squad, the Sky Ruiners. Without using his comms to avoid detection by the other subfactions, he signaled them to follow. One by one, the 4 other Seekers made excuses to leave the main bay, reconvening in a private, shielded chamber. Once the door hissed shut, Skywarp surveyed his team. Update, I've established a link with Lord Starscream. He is currently unable to return to the planet's surface, but he has issued our standing orders. Skywarp had been instrumental in getting this team aboard. Acting on Starscream's remote instructions from the fallen ship, he had convinced Shockwave that the Seekers were essential for the Earth Vanguard. What are the commands? Asked Acid Storm, a specialist whose double-mounted Hyperion cannons could synthesize localized high-concentration corrosive rain. A former member of the Rainmakers, he had pledged his rotors to Starscream after his original unit was decimated by Autobots. We are to go into a state of dormancy upon arrival and await the Master's return. Furthermore, we are to monitor the other units, especially Soundwave sycophants. Any word on the status of Lord Megatron's remains must be reported to Starscream immediately. The Seekers nodded. They knew their leader's ambition, they weren't just soldiers, they were Starscream's personal leverage. One more thing, Skywarp added. There is a Decepticon on the surface named Skignaw. Like me, he is an elite-class warrior and one of Starscream's direct assets. The Master warned us not to engage in unnecessary conflict with him. Skignaw? Never heard of him, muttered Sunstorm. Sunstorm was a golden-clad clone of Starscream created by Shockwave, powered by a prototype stellar fusion reactor that allowed him to fire high-intensity solar lasers. I don't have details, Skywarp admitted. The Master was brief. But remember, Megatron was killed by the local biologicals, the humans. Do not underestimate them, and do not forget that Prime and his Autobots are still entrenched there. As the Seekers returned to the hold, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The combat icons and construct icons were huddled in their own circles, plotting. Onslaught, the leader of the combat icons, watched Skywarp return with a suspicious glint in his optics. He smelled the scent of a shadow play. Prepare yourselves, Skywarp. We are entering the planet's gravity well. Acknowledged, Skywarp replied smoothly. Have the landing coordinates been finalized? Soundwave selected the site, Onslaught grunted, his massive frame shifting as the ship adjusted its pitch. A hidden ravine. You have a problem with that? Not at all. The Spymaster always picks the best ground. The transport accelerated, its hull beginning to glow with the friction of the thermosphere as it plunged toward the pale blue dot. Kana's Canyon. Decepticon base. Skignaw was just leaving Scalpel's lab with his new high-class information chips when he ran into an unexpected duo. Frenzy. Skignaw looked at the tiny infiltrator, then at the silent, brooding barricade behind him. The two were as inseparable as they were in the archives. Since the disaster at Hoover Dam, Frenzy had been busy rebuilding his frame, and this was the first time Skignaw had seen him fully functional. Skignaw. Big things happening. Huge. Frenzy chirped, his 4 optics spinning. What is it? Skignaw asked. The cavalry is here, Barricade answered, his voice gravelly and serious. Skignaw didn't need further explanation. A massive shadow began to blot out the sun above the canyon. He looked up to see a transport ship even larger than the one Sentinel Prime had crashed on the moon. It was a titan of the skies, descending slowly into the hidden crevice. The base's small garrison gathered at the canyon floor. At the head of the welcoming party stood Arachnid, her 8 dark red eyes fixed on the descending craft. In this lawless interregnum, power dictated the hierarchy, and as a commander class, she was currently the apex predator of the base. The transport's massive ramp slammed into the dirt, and the reinforcements marched out. The arriving warriors scanned the crowd. Most were confused by the presence of a commander-class female they didn't recognize, but the three elite-class captains, Skywarp, Onslaught, and Long Haul, stiffened. Lady Arachnid. You've returned to the fold. Skywarp asked, leading his seekers forward. Technically, Arachnid was an exile. To rejoin, she needed the blessing of a leader. But with Megatron dead, she existed in a political gray area. If she chose to exert her authority through raw force, few here could stop her. Kakik Skywarp, Arachnid hissed, a swaying, lethal elegance in her stride. Is Starscream not here to hide behind? Perhaps I should scrap you now while the king is away. The rivalry was ancient. Arachnid and Starscream had once bled each other for the rank of Air Commander cycles ago. Skywarp chuckled nervously, backing away. You're as charming as ever, my lady. Skignaw watched the interaction with a cold, calculating gaze. 10 high-class warriors and 3 elites had just landed. The power balance on Earth had shifted overnight. The world is about to get very loud, Skignaw thought. I wonder if Nest even knows the storm has broken. Chapter 92, The Northern Reaches. Due to the presence of Arachnid, the sharp confrontation Skignaw expected between the old guard and the new reinforcements never materialized. The 14 newly arrived Decepticons were surprisingly well-behaved, displaying a level of discipline that almost made Skignaw feel like he was in an Autobot camp. Among the 3 squads, Onslaught and his combat icons were Megatron's most loyal hounds, the construct icons were under Shockwave's purview, and only the 5 seekers led by Skywarp were Starscream's direct subordinates. Decepticon hierarchy is usually simple, might makes right, but there are exceptions. When 2 warriors of similar rank meet, authority is dictated by their specific roles. For example, Starscream's status as Air Commander meant even a powerhouse like Shockwave couldn't easily commandeer the Seekers without Megatron's word. After finalizing the base transfer to Barricade, Skignaw prepared to leave, but was intercepted by Scalpel and Arachnid. Skignaw. Arachnid and I are leaving this planet for a cycle. We came to bid you farewell. Scalpel's voice buzzed with an unusual tone of finality. Leaving. Skignaw was surprised, glancing at the cold, aloof commander-class female. Safe travels, Lord Scalpel. He didn't pry. He had seen them repairing the V-shaped scout ship earlier and figured they had business elsewhere. As long as it didn't involve him, he kept his sensors to himself. One red, one black, Skignaw mused, it's no wonder she and Starscream don't get along. They're a visual contradiction. The reddish-bronze ship emblazoned with the violet spider sigil lifted silently into the atmosphere, accompanied briefly by a silver foxhound interceptor. With the arrival of 14 high-tier Decepticons, Skignaw no longer wanted to stay at the Kana's Canyon base. It was too crowded and far too likely to attract unwanted attention. Fortunately, he had contingency plans. He had previously sent Brawl and T-19 to establish secondary sites. Brawl had recently pinged him with the completion of 2 hidden outposts. Skignaw didn't care much for the fate of the other Decepticons, but he refused to be dragged down by their lack of subtlety. If that massive transport ship wasn't spotted by the humans or the Autobots upon landing, Skignaw thought, then Nest is more incompetent than I realized. Nest headquarters. Diego Garcia. Skignaw's intuition was correct. Nest had been monitoring the Kana's Canyon sector for weeks. While Optimus Prime refused to hand over Cybertronian weaponry, he had allowed Ironhide to assist Nest technicians in modifying long-range electromagnetic sensors. They had pinpointed the canyon as a Decepticon hub days ago. However, a tactical rift had formed within the command center, exacerbated by the newly appointed Director Lawrence. The terrain is a wasteland, Colonel Lennox argued, pointing to the silver-tinted map of Nevada. We can authorize a saturation strike with long-range cruise missiles and heavy bombers. We level the canyon, then Nest moves in to mop up the survivors. No, Lennox, Lawrence interrupted, his voice oily and overbearing. I don't approve. Despite Lennox being the field commander, Lawrence's political backing allowed him to interfere in active theater operations. We should let the Autobots take the vanguard, Lawrence continued, tapping the table. They're the ones the Decepticons want. If we agitate these monsters ourselves, they might retaliate against our cities. Let the aliens bleed each other. We keep the peace by staying back. It was a classic, sit and watch the tigers fight, strategy. Lawrence had successfully swayed the military's top brass with fears of urban retaliation. Lennox, outnumbered by the bureaucrats, was forced to accept the compromised plan. In the hangar, the Autobot strike team was already prepping. Bumblebee had returned from his duty with Sam, eager for a fight. When do we roll, Will? The scout chirped. Lennox suppressed his frustration. Immediately. But the plan has changed. You guys are the tip of the spear. We'll provide support from the rear. Fine by us, the twins, Skids and Mudflap, shouted, already transformed into their combined ice cream truck mode, spinning donuts on the tarmac. Time to show those cons what real warriors look like. As the massive C-17 Globemasters began their ascent toward Nevada, a high-altitude surveillance drone was already circling Kana's Canyon. The northern reaches, Alaska. Skignaw reached the Edge State in under an hour. Alaska was the perfect hideout, isolated, sparsely populated, and geologically distinct. He descended toward a frozen tundra where Brawl stood waiting with a small group of grunts. Skignaw. Onslaught has contacted me. The combat icons are assembling. I have to return to the main force, Brawl stated bluntly. As a member of the combat icons, Brawl was essential for the formation of Bruticus. Soundwave had realized that against Optimus Prime, standard foot soldiers were just fodder. He needed the raw power of a Gestalt. Understood, Skignaw nodded. Brawl wasn't his subordinate, and having him leave meant one less witness to Skignaw's private dealings. He watched the modified Abrams tank roar away before turning to T-19. Show me the base. T-19 and the low-tier drones had done the heavy lifting. The two outposts, one in the tundra and one beneath a remote abandoned village, were functional but primitive. Compared to the high-tech corridors of Starscream's base, this place was a series of reinforced burrows. Many tunnels were just carved permafrost and dirt, lacking even basic concrete lining. It's rough, Skignaw observed, his optics scanning the dark, cold tunnels. But it's silent. And right now, silence is the only thing that will keep us alive. Chapter 93, The Pretender. The facilities in the new northern outposts were functional enough for Skignaw's current needs. Since these bases were merely transitional hideouts, he didn't obsess over the rough permafrost walls. After a thorough inspection, Skignaw dismissed the 5 mid-class reinforcements, leaving only the original 4 drones led by E-13, the ones who had followed him from the start. They were tasked with the base's maintenance and basic perimeter security. There was a fundamental difference in trust between his original loyalists and the newly arrived grunts. He designated the tundra site as Base 1 and the village site as Base 2. Stepping into the laboratory of Base 1, Skignaw exported the data he had siphoned from Sentinel Prime's derelict ship. With the influx of Decepticons on Earth, Soundwave hadn't issued any new directives, effectively granting everyone a period of free movement. Skignaw knew better than to stick his head out while Optimus Prime and Nest were on high alert. He decided to use this window to digest the stolen archives. Hidden within the complex Cybertronian files was an experimental project that caught his attention, Project Pretender. Pretender. Skignaw muttered, his processors whirring. That sounds familiar. He opened the experimental logs. A specialized fusion of espionage tactics and biometric mimicry. The cloaking capability allows for... I see. A realization dawned on him. A Pretender was the ultimate evolution of a stealth unit. It consisted of a high-precision biomimetic shell and a miniature Cybertronian core. The shell could shrink to perfectly match a target lifeform, simulating body temperature, heartbeats, and even pulses. Some shells were even equipped with internal weaponry and nano-regeneration. The core unit controlled the shell via a neural link. Even if the outer, human skin was shredded, the actual transformer inside remained unharmed. Skignaw thought of Alice, the Decepticon who would later infiltrate Sam's college. It was clear Soundwave already possessed this tech. However, the manufacturing process was grueling and the resource requirements were astronomical, explaining why they were so rare. A pity, Skignaw sighed, shaking his head. The shell requires a specific spark frequency. I can't just shove my elite-class core into a human-sized suit. If he could have become a Pretender, he would have vanished into human society, watching the Autobots and Decepticons bleed each other dry from the safety of a high-rise apartment. Moving on, he focused on the heavy hitters, space bridge technology and the control pillars. These were the ultimate, get-out-of-jail-free cards. If he ever found himself cornered by a leader-class opponent, a localized bridge was his only hope for survival. Time blurred as Skignaw studied. However, his peace was interrupted by the sudden return of Brawl. The tank former arrived looking battered and brought shocking news: the Kana's Canyon base was gone. Wiped clean off the map. Nest and the Autobots had struck while the 3 Decepticon squads were mid-unloading. The sheer number of Decepticons had panicked the humans, leading to an incredibly violent escalation. Facing a combined force of Ironhide, Bumblebee, and Optimus Prime, the Decepticons had been slaughtered. Longhaul had been decapitated by Optimus before he could even signal for a combination. Skywarp and Onslaught had been forced to trigger emergency retreats after sustaining heavy damage from Ironhide's heavy cannons. The casualty list was staggering. The combat icons had lost Swindle, the Seekers had lost Jetfire, the Clone, and Thundercracker, and the Construct icons, the specialized engineering team, had been entirely wiped out. T-19 and the base's clone garrison were scrap. Skignaw mourned his former subordinates for exactly 2 seconds before a logical discrepancy hit him. If the Construct icons are gone, How does Devastator happen in the future? He pushed the thought aside and looked at Brawl. Where are Onslaught and Skywarp now? Brawl looked sullen. Onslaught took the survivors and hijacked a cargo ship. They're heading for a different continent. Skywarp took his remaining seekers and fled into high orbit. Different continents. Outer space. Skignaw felt a strange sense of irony. In all of North America, he was likely the only elite-class Decepticon left on the ground. And Barricade? Skignaw asked. Brawl's faceplate twisted with fury. Coward. Onslaught said Barricade fled before the first Autobot even breached the perimeter. If he hadn't abandoned the line, the commanders wouldn't have been hit so hard. Skignaw suppressed a smirk. Classic Barricade. Stay here for now, Brawl. You're safe in the north. While Skignaw played the scientist, his partner Carl was busy playing the CEO. In a subterranean research center in Miami, an elderly chief engineer named Jobson held a device that looked like nothing else on the market. He stared at Carl in awe. Carl was no longer the messy teenager from the chemical plant. He wore a tailored charcoal suit and a luxury watch. He looked every bit the disruptive tech mogul. Mr. Carl, this is incredible. Jobson shouted. Your technical notes changed everything. Without them, we'd still be struggling with resistive touch lag. This is a revolution. Carl smiled politely, hiding the fact that he didn't understand a single word of the engineering jargon. He didn't need to be a genius, he just needed the data Skignaw gave him. The device was a touchscreen phone. In 2007, a world of T9 texting and BlackBerry keyboards, it was a thunderbolt. Start the marketing campaign, Carl ordered. I want Aura Materials and Carl Manufacturing on every billboard in the country. Money is no object. Within a month, the ads were everywhere. A phone without buttons. A screen you could slide with your finger. The world began to buzz, unaware that the tech in their pockets was a simplified shadow of a Cybertronian legacy. Chapter 94, Alice. January 9th, New Year. Miami Convention Center. I officially announce. Jobson stood on the podium, a sleek touchscreen phone in one hand and a microphone in the other. His face was flushed with triumph. This revolutionary product, integrating telephone functions, a music player, and a mobile internet communicator, is officially on sale. Thundering applause. In the front row, Carl joined the standing ovation with a practiced, confident smile. He hadn't gone up to speak himself, not because he didn't want the spotlight, but because he didn't actually understand the complex data comparisons and technical specs. It was safer to let Jobson, the face of engineering, handle the presentation. The launch was a landslide success. After a brief window of market observation, demand skyrocketed. The touchscreen phone became an overnight sensation, making Carl Manufacturing the most talked-about name in the country. By the time the winter break ended, Carl had returned to campus life, but he was no longer just a student. He was a celebrity. Driving a $2 million supercar through the shaded college paths, wearing designer aviators, he had fully adapted to his new life. In just 6 months, he had transformed from a gawky teenager into a tech mogul. However, Carl's meteoric rise hadn't just attracted the attention of fans and journalists. It had drawn the gaze of the sharks. This is the file on the young CEO of Carl Manufacturing. Read it, and then tell me how we respond. Inside a lavishly decorated boardroom, a group of men in bespoke suits sat in silence. These were the directors of Motorola, the reigning titan of the mobile industry. They had smelled the blood in the water the moment the touchscreen phone went viral. A lucky kid, one director sneered after scanning the brief. At 20 years old, he probably doesn't realize how deep this ocean actually is, another added with a dismissive wave. At the head of the table, Watrick, the chairman and CEO, leaned forward. All right, let's hear suggestions. Buy out their lead engineer, Jobson. Double his salary, triple it if you have to. Without him, Carl Manufacturing's R&D will be paralyzed within a month. And the patents. The technology is registered to the company. We can't build a competitor without a license. Watrick flashed a cold, predatory grin. Have you forgotten how Motorola has handled rivals for nearly 100 years? We don't compete with disruptors. We consume them. Acquisition. It was the oldest game in the capitalist playbook. Motorola's sales had halved in a single month. Watrick didn't want to innovate, he wanted to own the innovation. Similar conversations were happening in boardrooms across the globe. Soon, professional negotiation teams were swarming the offices of Carl Manufacturing. Initially, Carl ignored them. He had Skignaw's technology, why would he sell his empire? But the sharks didn't like being told no. Suddenly, the touchscreen phone was plagued by negative press. Privacy leaks. Radiation hazards. One viral news clip featured a man claiming the phone's energy waves had physically altered his skin color overnight. Inside the company, key researchers began resigning for personal reasons. Strange men began loitering in the lobby. One afternoon, Carl walked into his private office to find a single, heavy .50 caliber sniper round standing upright on his desk. Its tip was pointed directly at his chair. Realizing that this was no longer a business dispute, but a threat to his life, Carl reached into his pocket and pulled out a small iron box, the emergency transmitter Skignaw had given him. Base 1, Alaska. Skignaw had just finished calibrating a pretender shell when the distress signal pinged. So, Skignaw summarized after listening to Carl's frantic explanation over the encrypted screen. They want your company. You said no. Now they're leaving bullets on your desk. Carl looked haggard on the screen, his eyes bloodshot and his hair a mess. Mr. Skignaw, these are old, powerful corporations. They have senators in their pockets. I can't fight them on my own. Old. Powerful. Skignaw felt a flicker of mechanical irony. Does he think a century of human history compares to 4 million years of Decepticon warfare? I understand. I will handle these complications for you. Mr. Skignaw. Carl hesitated, desperate for a guarantee. Calm yourself. Within 3 days, you will meet the person I am sending to assist you. When the screen went dark, Skignaw looked down at the experimental rig on his workbench. Fortunate that I finished this shell today. The pretender shell was a masterpiece of biomimetic engineering. This specific unit was equipped with internal subdermal weapons, a small caliber concealed firearm and a high-frequency alloy blade. For a human, she would be a ghost, for an assassin, she would be a nightmare. Skignaw had originally intended to use the pretender to infiltrate the US government to spy on Nest, but Carl was his primary source of rare earth minerals. If Carl fell, the production of the 4 high-class bodies would stall. He checked the memory core of the miniature Decepticon he had sparked to inhabit the shell. He had programmed her with a vast database of human psychology, corporate law, and tactical assassination. Your designation is Alice, Skignaw commanded. The machine's optics flickered with a stream of data before the biomimetic skin finished knitting over the metal. In a few seconds, a beautiful, young human woman stood in the lab. Yes, Master, Alice replied, her voice perfectly mimicking a soft, human lilt. Chapter 95, Unpretentious Business Warfare. Master, what are my orders? Once the data upload was complete, Alice looked up at Skignaw, her optics glowing with absolute submission. Put it on, Skignaw commanded, pointing to the experimental rig. Yes, Master. After a complex series of mechanical clicks and whirs, the first pretender in this era was born. Without its camouflage active, Alice resembled a skeletal, emaciated robot, a frame of raw struts and fiber optics. Scan that rabbit and mimic it, Skignaw ordered, gesturing to a cage in the corner of the lab. Clack clack clack. The biomimetic plates shifted like falling dominoes. In seconds, the metallic skeleton was replaced by a creature identical in size, for texture, and even twitching nose to the biological original. The rabbit hopped twice and looked up. Master, transformation complete. Skignaw nodded, genuinely impressed. Seeing the tech in person was a stark reminder of why the primes were feared. This was more than just shifting gears, it was a total molecular reorganization. Black Panther. Skignaw called out. The mechanical drone surged into the room, its crimson eyes scanning the rabbit with predatory curiosity. Go, Skignaw told them. Black Panther will brief you on the journey. This mission is under your joint command. Contact me only if you encounter a variable you cannot calculate. Yes, Master. Black Panther crouched low, and the Alice rabbit leaped onto its back. Skignaw watched them vanish into the transport tunnels. He had no intention of making a personal appearance in Miami. An elite-class Decepticon was a nuclear deterrent, you didn't use a nuke to swat a fly. A mid-class drone and a pretender were more than enough for a group of greedy humans. Miami. 3 days later. Carl stood outside his corporate headquarters alone. He ignored the greetings of his staff and dismissed his favorite secretary with a curt wave. He checked his watch for the 10th time. Finally, a tall, striking woman in a designer business suit approached him. She was stunning, golden waves of hair, crimson lips, and a presence that radiated lethal confidence. Hello. Miss. Carl asked tentatively. Are you the Alice who contacted me last night? I am Alice. My master sent me to resolve your complications. Her voice was smooth, yet devoid of any true human warmth. Carl didn't care, he was just relieved that cavalry looked like a supermodel rather than a 3-story war machine. Wonderful. Please, come inside. Carl led her into the building, his usual arrogance toward his subordinates completely replaced by fawning servility. Alice's stay was brief. She asked a few cold, clinical questions about the company's targeting Carl Manufacturing and ignored Carl's frantic suggestions on how to negotiate. She wasn't there to talk business. The art of the dirt truck strategy. The most effective business warfare isn't a price war or a PR campaign, it's the sudden application of mass and velocity. That night, Watrick, the CEO of Motorola, was in high spirits. He was headed to a luxury hotel to negotiate a celebrity endorsement deal for his company's newest button phone. He was halfway through a call when his car entered a quiet intersection. Vroom. A heavy construction truck, loaded to the brim with gravel and sand, ignored the red light. It slammed into Watrick's sedan at 60 miles per hour. The car flipped multiple times before the ruptured fuel tank ignited in a spectacular fireball. The truck didn't stop. It simply turned the corner and vanished into the night. The news of Watrick's tragic accident paralyzed Motorola. But it was only the beginning. Over the next week, every executive who had signed off on the hostile takeover of Carl Manufacturing, every journalist who had faked radiation stories, and every witness who claimed the phone turned them black, met with a series of inexplicable fatalities. Some were robberies gone wrong, others were freak home accidents. Carl was eventually brought in for questioning by the police. After all, his rivals were dropping like flies. But in Florida, money talks. Carl hired a dream team of attorneys, the kind who charge a year's salary per hour. Within 24 hours, he walked out of the station without a scratch. The crisis had passed, and Carl Manufacturing, now rebranded as the Aura Group, began to expand with terrifying speed. Under Alice's advice, the company stopped playing a solo game. They traded shares for political protection, binding various human conglomerates to their success. In Carl's top-floor office, Alice dropped a handwritten list on his desk. Carl. This is what the master requires, she said, her 8 hidden red eyes practically burning through her human skin. Carl looked at the list and felt a chill. Alice, half of these chemicals and rare earth isotopes are strictly controlled. This isn't just buying metal, this is international smuggling. Is that a problem? Alice stepped closer, her smile beautiful but her eyes cold as a vacuum. The master's requirements are non-negotiable. Carl looked at the list again. He thought of the sniper bullet on his desk and the fireball that consumed Watrick. He realized that while he enjoyed the caviar and the supercars, he was essentially riding a tiger. I'll find a way, Carl stammered. But moving this much material to the designated drop-off in Canada will be difficult. Can the master meet me halfway? Carl, Alice's smile vanished. Do not forget who made you. You will deliver the materials to the coordinates provided. On time. She turned and swayed toward the door with an elegance that made Carl's sweat turn cold. Once she was gone, Carl collapsed into his leather sofa, ripping off his tie. When he had nothing, he was brave. Now that he had everything, he was terrified of losing it. The partnership wasn't a business deal anymore, it was a countdown. Chapter 96, the new 4th Flight Squadron. With Carl's vast network and a liberal application of capital, every item on Skignaw's list was procured with clinical efficiency. As a rising tech mogul, Carl had the ears of the powerful. Moving mountains of rare isotopes and controlled alloys was difficult, but not impossible for a man with a 9-figure bank account. The materials were staged in a remote warehouse far from the Miami skyline. Carl wasn't foolish enough to store contraband in his corporate headquarters. Alice oversaw the logistics personally, ensuring the weights and purity levels were exact. Unaware workers loaded the heavy crates onto armored trucks, which then embarked on a pre-cleared route across the Canadian border. Inside the warehouse, as the final truck pulled away, Black Panther materialized from the shadows beside Alice. Alice, the drone rumbled, why does the master bother with a human? Why not just take what we need? Alice glanced at the panther, her human skin smooth but her eyes containing a flicker of ancient data. The master's designs are beyond your processing power. Do not presume to calculate his intent. I'm just wary. Black Panther bared a row of serrated alloy teeth. Humans change their faces faster than we shift gears. I fear this Carl will compromise the schedule. He won't, Alice replied. Months of living as a human had allowed her to master the art of biological observation. You think the master sent us here just to protect his company? If Carl wavers, well, you know what happens. Black Panther nodded. He understood the leverage. Return to his side, Alice commanded. Continue the shadow watch. I must inform the master that the final shipment is en route. The convoy successfully reached the Edge State, Alaska, delivering the cargo to the hidden village above Base 2. From there, the materials were funneled through the subterranean tunnels to the laboratory of Base 1. Skignaw stood before a mountain of processed ores and refined Cybertronian-grade alloys. Perfect. This will suffice. The efficiency of human industry had saved him months of manual mining. While Carl spent his nights in a haze of luxury and excess, Skignaw didn't care. As long as the horse kept running, he would keep providing the hay. He prepared his tools. He had considered scavenging the remains of the Decepticons fallen at Kana's Canyon, but the US military had already whisked those bodies away to secret research facilities. With the Autobots lurking, a recovery mission was too risky. He would build his own. 2 weeks later. Base 1 Laboratory. Finally, it's done. Skignaw looked upon 4 distinct, high-tier chassis. They stood nearly 7 meters tall, their armor plating unpainted and raw, awaiting the spark of life. He pulled the all-spark fragment from his chest, his optics glowing with anticipation. He paused. After a moment of thought, he put the fragment away and signaled E-13 and his original trio of drones. The 4 mid-class Decepticons soon appeared in the lab, their internal servos clicking with nervous energy. They had been loyal from the start, even if they lacked the raw power of the Vanguard units. Master Skignaw, E-13 buzzed. I am offering you a choice, Skignaw said, his voice echoing in the cold chamber. A chance to ascend. To become high-class warriors. The drones froze. Their optics widened, streams of disbelief cycling through their processors. To a mid-class grunt, a high-class upgrade was a fairy tale. Follow me. Skignaw led them to the 4 silent titans. These are your new bodies. I will transplant your memory crystals into these modules. You will wake up as the elite of this faction. They didn't hesitate. We are ready, Master. The procedure was delicate. While Skignaw wasn't Scalpel, he had mastered the theory of crystal migration. He placed the drones into stasis and began the delicate work of moving their selves, their memories and unique personalities, into the new frames. He didn't just move the crystals, though. He kept the new information chips he had programmed with Scalpel's logic. The drones would keep their memories, but their core subroutines would now be hard-coded with absolute, unyielding loyalty to Skignaw. Once the crystals were seated, he brought out the all-spark fragment. Vroom. A pulse of bronze-blue energy rippled through the first chassis. Chuck. The optics of the giant flared a brilliant, predatory red. One by one, Skignaw ignited the sparks of all 4. The new warriors stood, their frames towering over their old husks. They looked down at their powerful hands, then at Skignaw. In unison, they knelt, their heavy metal knees cracking the laboratory floor. Eternal loyalty to Lord Skignaw. Skignaw smiled, stowing the fragment. He had his squad. He had his 4 horsemen. You are no longer mere designations, Skignaw declared. Name yourselves. The 4 looked at each other, their new processors churning. I am Carnage, the first said. I am Famine, the second added. I am Pestilence, said the third. I am Catastrophe, finished the 4th. Skignaw looked at his new lieutenants. The names were grim, apocalyptic, and perfectly suited for the storm he intended to unleash. Carnage, Famine, Pestilence, and Catastrophe, Skignaw mused. Perhaps I should rename myself Judgment to complete the set. Chapter 97, Plotting the Ascension. The frames of the 4 new warriors were only a head shorter than Skignaw, standing at roughly 7.5 meters. Each was equipped with multiple weapon modules, balancing melee lethality with long-range ballistics to ensure no tactical weaknesses. Once they had acclimated to their new bodies, Skignaw issued their first directive. This is a search and identify mission. You are to scour this planet for Cybertronians who arrived during the ancient and primordial eras. They have slept for eons, but their power is not to be underestimated. Notify me the moment you find a lead. Do not engage on your own. Carnage, Famine, Pestilence, and Catastrophe saluted in unison. By your command, Lord Skignaw. The term Decepticon was a faction, but Skignaw's targets were pure Cybertronians, those who belonged to neither side or had existed before the schism. Seeking out these ancient sparks to harvest a commander-class spark was now his top priority. He hadn't sent Brawl for this task because Brawl wasn't his inner circle. Only these 4, whose logic gates were bound to his own, could be trusted with the true objective of his ascension. After the horsemen departed, Skignaw surveyed the mountains of resources Carl had funneled to him. It was enough to build 4 more high-class squads. Waste not, want not. He signaled Brawl to bring a fleet of drone workers to begin a massive expansion and reinforcement project for Base 1 and Base 2. Brawl, who had been stationed at Base 2 to manage the logistics, never saw the horsemen. This was Skignaw's insurance policy. If the humans or Autobots ever tracked the signal to Alaska, they would hit Base 2 and Brawl first, giving Skignaw ample time to relocate or react from Base 1. In return for his service, Skignaw had even crafted a custom set of heavy external plating for Brawl, making the tank former even more of a walking fortress. Nest Base. Diego Garcia. A massive Decepticon transport ship, the one captured during the Battle of Kana's Canyon, lifted slowly into the sky. Its passengers, however, were not the vanguard of Megatron, but a mixed force of Autobots and Nest operatives. Damn it. In a corner of the cargo bay, Colonel Lennox slammed his satellite phone shut, venting his frustration to Epps. Robert, that arrogant snake Lawrence is asking for our flight plan again. Does he think we need to file a report every time we take a breath? Who does he think he is? The Secretary of Defense? The President? The victory at Kana's Canyon had been a landslide. Despite a fierce Decepticon counterattack that had left several Autobots damaged and Nest teams depleted, the haul was unprecedented, a functional heavy transport and dozens of Decepticon frames for study. Director Lawrence, the man who had pushed for the aggressive tactical engagement, had leveraged the victory to skyrocket his political standing. Now, he treated Nest like his personal kingdom. While the initial agreement stated the ship belonged to the Autobots and the bodies to the humans, Lawrence was clearly angling to seize the craft as well. He's looking for a promotion, Will, Epps shrugged, remaining calm. And with the way the public is reacting to alien technology, even the president is being vague. Calling Keller won't help right now. Lennox sighed, rubbing his temples in exhaustion. He knew Epps was right. The lure of starfaring technology was a siren call that no politician could resist. Nearby, Optimus Prime observed the tension and approached. Lennox, what troubles you? Nothing, Optimus, Lennox lied quickly. Just coordinating the patrol sectors. The remaining Decepticons have gone completely dark since the canyon fell. Optimus studied the human for a moment, his blue optics dimming slightly. I am certain they are plotting something in the shadows. If you find even a trace of an anomalous electromagnetic signature, do not hide it from us. You have my word, Lennox promised, though he felt the weight of the human bureaucratic infighting threatening the alliance. In the Autobot section of the hold, two new faces stood alongside the original team and the RC sisters. One was a sleek, silver-gray warrior with twin alloy blades, Sideswipe. The other was a medium-built, blue and black medic, Jolt. They had arrived just the previous day, having followed the beacon Optimus had left near Diego Garcia. Jolt was Ratchet's former assistant, a skilled field medic. Sideswipe, on the other hand, had talked his way onto a wrecker transport to find his way to the front lines. This planet is beautiful, Master, Sideswipe said to Ironhide, tossing one of his blades into a spinning blur. But the locals seem prickly. Your lucky Bumblebee is back with the boy, Ironhide grunted. If he heard you calling his humans prickly, he'd shove your tailpipe through your intake. Where is our base of operations, Optimus? Sideswipe asked, looking around. We have no independent base, Optimus replied. The humans do not permit us our own sovereign ground yet. Nest is our home. What? We live with them. Sideswipe looked appalled. How do we even refuel without them watching? Energy is not an issue, Ratchet intervened. The Kana's raid provided enough energon cubes to last a cycle. And this ship is stocked with supplies. We are independent for now. Optimus nodded solemnly. We are in a delicate period of cooperation. A sovereign base is secondary. Our primary goal is the total eradication of the Decepticon remnants, specifically the one born here, Skignaw. As the Autobots talked, the transport crossed the ocean, moving toward a different continent. They were cloaked, invisible to human radar. Suddenly, as the ship crossed the border of the desert, a Foxhound interceptor flashed through the clouds behind them. Like a bird with a broken wing, the silver jet plummeted toward the sand. Just 100 meters above the dunes, the interceptor defied physics, snapping into a dead hover. Its nose tilted up, the blue flames of its thrusters ignited, and it vanished into the swirling heat haze of the desert. Chapter 98, The Pyramids. Phew, that was close. Skignaw let out a long, internal vent of cooling air. Good thing it's a transport ship without advanced scanning arrays, otherwise I would have been lit up on their HUDs. Skignaw had been en route to a potential lead found by Famine when he crossed paths with the massive Decepticon transport, the very one Skywarp and the others had arrived in. He had shadowed it out of curiosity, expecting his brothers, but the biological signatures and Autobot sparks radiating from within told a different story. The Battle of Kana's Canyon had been a disaster. The Decepticons hadn't just lost the fight, they had lost their only long-range interstellar asset to the combined forces of Nest and the Autobots. Skywarp and Onslaught, absolute failures, Skignaw muttered, his sparks pulsing with irritation. Without Megatron, the Decepticons were a fractured mob, and now the Autobots had a spacefaring queen on their board. With that ship's near-light-speed capabilities, the mobility of the Human Autobot Alliance had jumped by several orders of magnitude. He pushed his engines harder, keeping low. Below him, the shifting sands of Egypt began to give way to the majestic, geometric silhouettes of the pyramids. Since the legendary battle between the Fallen and the Six Primes took place near the Star Harvester, Skignaw had directed his 4 horsemen to start their search here. The Giza Plateau was the logical epicenter. Before long, he spotted Famine standing near a smaller, less frequented pyramid. Lord Skignaw, Famine greeted, his heavy armor coated in a fine layer of desert dust. Famine. Lead the way. As they moved toward a side entrance, Famine briefed him. Master, I detected a specialized electromagnetic seal at the base of this structure. It matches early-era Cybertronian shielding protocols. In this world, most pyramids were built by or influenced by ancient transformers. Entering them wasn't grave robbing, it was a home inspection. They navigated a jagged hole blasted into the side of the limestone. Subtlety was never Famine's strong suit. Deep within the lightless tunnels, they were blocked by a 20-meter-tall metal door, pitted and scarred by oxidation. Skignaw's red optics flared as he initiated a deep-layer scan. The atomic lattice of the metal was unmistakable, Cybertronian, mutually attractive, molecular bonding. Open it, Skignaw commanded. Famine gripped the edges of the door. With a screech of protesting metal, the seal broke. Hiss. A gust of stagnant, million-year-old air rushed out. As the dust settled, the light from their optics revealed a large, humanoid silhouette slumped against the far wall. Skignaw retracted his weapon, his cooling fans slowing. There was no spark signature. No energy. Only silence. He walked up to the ancient warrior, but as his metal fingers brushed against the shoulder plating to clear the sand, a soft poof echoed in the chamber. The entire frame collapsed into a pile of gray metallic dust. Skignaw froze. 1,000,000 years. Even Cybertronian metal, without the constant nourishment of energon and a pulsing spark, eventually loses its structural integrity. Temperature, humidity, and the slow creep of time had turned a legendary soldier into a pile of ash. Skignaw exited the pyramid and stared at the vast plateau. A sudden spark of intuition hit him. If the pyramids are tombs, is every single one of these a casket for a fallen Cybertronian? The thought sent a jolt through his processors. Famine, recall the others. We need a total sweep of the plateau. The excitement was short-lived. Over the next few hours, carnage, pestilence, and catastrophe systematically breached every unexcavated pyramid in the sector. They found nothing but artificial asphalt, the mummified remains of human kings. To the Decepticons, these priceless cultural treasures were just biological debris, tossed aside as they searched for their own kind. Lord Skignaw, no signatures. Nothing but humans here, Master. Skignaw looked at the desecrated plateau and sighed. It seemed his theory was wrong. While the ancient Cybertronians had built the first structures, the subsequent human dynasties had simply mimicked their gods, building their own stone boxes to house their dead. Enough, Skignaw signaled. Carnage, Famine, take your teams and resume the global search. Expand the radius. And stay clear of the human military, Nest is active. Once the horsemen departed, Skignaw opened an encrypted channel to Alice. Alice. I need Carl to mobilize his consultants and government contacts. I want a deep dive into every historical text and archaeological rumor regarding Iron Giants or Sky Gods. Searching manually was too slow. He needed the human information machine to do the legwork. If Carl hesitates, or if his loyalty wavers, replace him. Skignaw's optics were cold. He knew how humans worked. Once the cripple gets his legs back, the first thing he does is throw away his crutches. Carl, now a billionaire tech mogul, was starting to get ideas about independence. According to Alice's recent reports, Carl had been making quiet overtures to the CIA. The Central Intelligence Agency, meddlers and busybodies who didn't know when they were outmatched. Carl, don't disappoint me, Skignaw whispered to the desert wind. If you reach for my throat, I'll bite your entire arm off. The secret world of high-stakes logistics is never truly airtight. Despite Carl's efforts, the massive movement of rare earth metals and restricted chemicals to the Edge State, Alaska, had tripped a silent alarm in the basement of the CIA. 2 weeks ago, a driver for a Carl Group convoy, a man who didn't smoke, was caught having a cigarette in his motel room. That tiny discrepancy led to a surveillance operation that traced the route back to the northern wilderness. One night, Carl woke up. He wasn't in his Miami penthouse. He wasn't in his silk sheets. He was in a cold, windowless room, and the 2 models he'd gone to bed with were nowhere to be seen. He spent the night in the custody of the agency. By dawn, he was back in his office, but he was a changed man. Hey, are you going to agree to my terms or not? Carl gripped a specialized, untraceable phone, his face pale with anxiety. He's asking for more. Historical documents. Ancient artifacts. He's looking for something big. Patience, Mr. Carl, a calm, steady male voice responded. The higher-ups are still debating your request for immunity and special protection. Shit. Carl hissed. Everything is at debate with you people. The Carl Group is slipping through my fingers. You're wasting my time. He slammed the phone down and took a shaky breath. After a moment, he reached under the lip of his mahogany desk and pressed a small, concealed button. Chapter 99, The Primeval Forest. Half a minute later, the office door opened. A woman dressed as a secretary, with sweet features and a practiced feline grace, stepped inside. Without waiting for Carl's command, she moved directly behind him and began kneading his shoulders. Leaning back into the plush leather of his executive chair, Carl closed his eyes, savoring the luxury for a moment before suddenly asking, "Jelena, where is Miss Alice?" "Miss Alice went out just a moment ago," Jelena replied, her rhythmic massage never faltering. "Out? Did she say where?" It seemed. Jelena's hands hesitated for a fraction of a second, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. "Speak up." "Yes. Mr. Carl," Jelena stammered, startled by his sharp tone. According to her schedule for today, she was going to meet with the governor. Advent. Hearing the governor's name, Carl's expression turned venomous. "Damn it. Damn her." Carl roared internally. "The Carl Group is mine, Alice. Not yours. And certainly not that metal monster's. Who does he think he is? Just because he gave me some alien tech and solved a few minor problems. No one takes what's mine." Carl's thoughts were a chaotic swirl of resentment. The woman named Alice was supposed to be a temporary fixer, yet she had remained as vice president, treating him, the CEO, like a ghost. "I can't wait any longer," Carl decided, a hard glint appearing in his eyes. He hadn't yet revealed Skignaw's true identity to the CIA. He was playing both sides, demanding full immunity and physical protection before he handed over the Alien King. He considered himself an equal negotiator with the agency. Lost in his plotting, Carl didn't notice the look of intense struggle on Jelena's face as she watched the back of his head. Miami. A high-end restaurant. Sean, Arya, and the other 3 members of the original group sat around a table. They laughed and chatted, but all carefully avoided the topic of Carl. A year ago, the 6 of them had shared a terrifying encounter with an alien machine. But unlike movie protagonists, 5 of them had returned to mundane lives. Only Carl had seemingly unlocked some hidden destiny, achieving a status in 1 year that they couldn't reach in a lifetime. Carl hadn't attended today's reunion. He carried a heavy, unspoken guilt, a feeling that he had betrayed the group by monopolizing the alien partnership for himself. As they ate, a news bulletin flashed on the restaurant's TV. Urgent broadcast, Sun Post News. The female reporter on screen looked hyperstimulated, her eyes wide. Breaking news. Stephen Carl, CEO of the Carl Group, suffered a tragic fall down the stairs of his mansion early this morning. She stepped aside to show a luxury private hospital in the background. At 12:30 p.m., exactly 8 minutes ago, hospital officials formally declared that resuscitation efforts have failed. Clatter. A glass shattered on the restaurant floor. Sean and the others sat frozen, staring at the screen in disbelief. The tech genius of Miami was gone. Carl's life had been a whirlwind of cameras and bodyguards, but his funeral was remarkably sparse. Aside from his immediate family, only Sean's group came to pay their respects. Not far from the grave, a long, black luxury sedan sat idling. Through the tinted glass, Alice watched the proceedings with a face of porcelain indifference. No one defies the master's will. Since Carl had become a variable that disappointed the master, he simply ceased to be a necessity. The media went into a frenzy. Conspiracy or accident? The fall of a 22-year-old titan. For a moment, the business world looked like a Shark Tank, with rivals preparing to tear the Carl Group apart. But then Alice stepped forward. Armed with a perfectly forged succession and trust agreement signed by Carl prior to his death, she officially assumed the role of president. In just 3 months, she had woven a web tighter than Carl had managed in a year. Within 3 days, the negative press vanished. The public's gaze was moved to the next shiny object. Under Alice's hand, the Carl Group, now the Aura Corporation, dropped its solo player act. She bound major human political syndicates to the company's success through shared stakes. Within a month, Aura Corporation had monopolized the entire U.S. mobile market. No one suspected Alice, they simply assumed Carl's dirt truck tactics had finally invited a fatal retaliation. A primeval forest. On a continent where the sun dictated the laws of survival, Skignaw stood before a dense wall of ancient jungle. He looked at Alice, who was standing beside Black Panther. In the few months since he'd seen her, she had fully adopted the aura of a ruthless, power CEO, if one ignored the absolute submissiveness she showed when facing him. Using the group's vast resources, she had hired world-class historians to scan ancient texts for Iron Giants. They had narrowed the search to 5 locations. This forest was the most promising. "This is the place, Master," Alice reported. "Records indicate a primitive tribe 48 kilometers deep into this jungle. They have worshipped a great metal sword for over 1,000 years. Their last recorded answered prayer was 74 years ago. 74 years ago." Skignaw tilted his head. The same year Megatron crashed in the Arctic. Interesting coincidence. "My scouts confirmed the tribe's existence," Alice continued. "But I ordered them not to enter the sacrificial cave to avoid disturbing the site before your arrival. Well done, Alice, Skignaw said, genuinely impressed. He and the horseman had spent 2 months finding nothing. Alice had found 5 leads in one. The power of human organization. I made the right move putting you in charge. He looked at the forest, then at his loyal drones. Alice, remain with Aura Corporation. Continue the resource funnel. Black Panther will stay with you as your personal guardian. Black Panther looked slightly reluctant to leave his master, but he obeyed. Alice bowed low. Thank you, master. Skignaw turned back to the jungle. He signaled carnage, famine, pestilence, and catastrophe. They shifted into their flight modes and roared into the canopy. If a sacrifice was answered only 70-odd years ago, it meant the spark inside that cave wasn't just ash. It was waiting. Chapter 100, the Commander-class spark. Deep within the primeval forest, where towering trees blotted out the sun, a wide river cut through the landscape. On a small plain bordering the water stood a dozen simple thatched huts, a primitive village. Skignaw circled the settlement for a moment. It was exactly as Alice had described, a tribe trapped in time, draped in leaves and animal skins, armed with nothing but stone spears and wooden bows. It seems that Cybertronian didn't bother teaching them how to build real weapons. Alice's human scouts might have missed it, but Skignaw could see at a glance that the tribe's tactical threat level was exactly 0. The sacrificial cave was located on a nearby ridge. Skignaw hovered over the peak, eyeing the tribal guards at the entrance. He looked at Carnage. Carnage. Go down and neutralize them. Do it quietly. By your command, master. Carnage lived up to his name. He was a creature of refined lethality, which was precisely why Skignaw had given him that designation. Retracting a section of his forearm, he deployed a jagged, bone-like vibroblade and dropped. The guards never even heard the hum of his stabilizers before they were silenced. Skignaw descended with the other 3. He paused at the cave mouth, considering the tactical layout. Pestilence, catastrophe, stay here. Secure the perimeter. Let no one approach. Yes, master. With the rear guarded, Skignaw beckoned Carnage and Famine to follow him into the darkness. Skignaw had always been a cautious seeker. To put it bluntly, he valued his life above all else. He didn't just have one life to lose. If he were captured or extinguished, his memory crystals could be harvested by the Autobots or other Decepticons, potentially revealing secrets that would cause catastrophic damage to his plans. As they walked, Carnage and Famine suddenly stiffened, exchanging a tense look. Master, energy fluctuations. Commander class, but extremely faint. I feel it, Skignaw replied, his voice dropping to a low, metallic rasp. Being a higher combat tier than his subordinates, he had sensed the pulse first. Proceed with caution. Skignaw deployed his weapons, all of them. A lion uses its full strength even when hunting a rabbit, and he was walking into the lair of a warrior a full tier above him, status unknown. The cave sloped downward at a steady 30-degree angle. It wasn't wide, but it was unnervingly straight, the walls smoothed as if by high-intensity heat. They were deep under the mountain now. Crunch. The floor was littered with bones. Most were animal remains, but Skignaw spotted the unmistakable shape of human skulls mixed in. He glanced at the debris, his processors whirring. So the tribe didn't just offer livestock. Cybertronians had no use for biological offerings, they needed pure energy. Skignaw wondered why this commander-class hermit allowed the locals to dump trash in his sanctuary. Perhaps it was to maintain the god persona, keeping the ants from realizing their deity was bleeding out. A faint, flickering light appeared ahead. The end of the tunnel. Master, target in sight. Skignaw looked up. Even in the lightless depths, his optics clearly rendered the scene. Leaning against the far wall was a frame completely unlike the modern Decepticon aesthetic. It was skeletal, its proportions jarringly off, a long torso coupled with stunted, jagged legs. The machine didn't react to their presence. Skignaw moved past Carnage and Famine, though his internal combat subroutines remained red-lined. Up close, the stunted look made sense. Both of the ancient warrior's legs had been severed at the knee. The entire chassis was webbed with microfractures, looking like a porcelain vase that had been shattered and glued back together. The cave itself looked less like a natural formation and more like an impact crater carved into the mountain. The head hung low, seemingly lifeless, a hunk of rusting iron. Only the half-exposed spark chamber in the chest, pulsing with a dim, irregular violet light, proved that the god was still online. Forgive me, kinsman, Skignaw whispered, his voice devoid of empathy. I have need of your spark. He lunged. But the moment his fingers brushed the chest plates, the corpse snapped to life. 2 brilliant red optics ignited in the gloom. What? Before Skignaw could adjust, a massive, ancient longsword swung out of the shadows with blinding speed. Clang. Skignaw was sent reeling, his armor groaning as he hit the cave wall. Master. Are you functional? Carnage and Famine rushed to his side. I'm fine. Skignaw grunted, pushing himself up. He looked at his forearm. There was a deep score mark in the metal, not deep enough to compromise the limb, but the edges were charred. The wound was repairing at a crawl, as if something in the blade was eating away at his nanites. The ancient machine didn't follow up. It sat there, its power levels bottoming out. After a long silence, a raspy, ancient voice echoed in the chamber. Who are you? Which prime do you serve? I do not recognize your lineage. And, what cycle is this? How long has the sun burned? Skignaw didn't answer. He couldn't afford a conversation. He lunged again, his intent turning cold and lethal. Boom. This time, Skignaw's claws buried themselves deep into the warrior's chest. He felt the ancient alloys give way, but his optics widened in surprise as he felt the sheer density of the internal systems. You. The ancient's jaw moved, attempting to speak as he raised his sword one last time. Skignaw gripped the core and wrenched it outward with a violent twist. Aah! A harrowing, distorted scream filled the cave. The long sword clattered to the floor, and the ancient's arms went limp. Phew, handled. No casualties. Skignaw looked down at the violet-red sphere of energy pulsing in his hand. He quickly produced a specialized containment vessel from his storage compartment and sealed the spark inside. The light was dim, flickering like a dying bulb. Its energy reserves were dangerously low. In Skignaw's estimation, even if he hadn't intervened, this spark would have self-extinguished within a few years. Master, is he dead? Famine asked, eyeing the motionless husk. Extinguished, Skignaw nodded. He knelt and picked up the long sword. Despite being 1,000,000 years old, the edge was still sharp enough to split a molecule, and the blade possessed a natural corrosive property. A good blade, Skignaw mused. He had been lacking a dedicated melee weapon. He looked at the body. Carnage, Famine, secure the chassis. Even broken, this alloy is valuable. Yes, master. Skignaw turned and led the way back out of the cave. Outside, a few more human bodies lay in the dirt. The tribe had apparently tried to swarm pestilence and catastrophe, only to realize the difference between gods and monsters. Pestilence, Skignaw commanded, take this chassis back to Base 1 in Alaska. Ensure Brawl does not see what you are carrying. Among his 4 lieutenants, Pestilence was the most disciplined and introverted, the perfect choice for a sensitive transport mission. Carnage and Catastrophe were too focused on destruction, and Famine was too restless. Once Pestilence disappeared into the sky as a distant black speck, Skignaw turned to the others. We move out. Over the next 24 hours, Skignaw and the remaining horsemen visited the 4 other sites Alice had identified. 2 were dead ends. The other 2 held the remains of ancient seekers, but like the one in the pyramids, they had long since turned to dust. Their sparks had vanished eons ago, leaving behind nothing but oxidized husks that crumbled at a touch. It proved that the commander in the forest had been an anomaly, a miracle of survival. Skignaw was satisfied. The odds of finding one living ancient were astronomical, and he had succeeded. His goal was achieved. Chapter 101, Memories of the Wanderer. Edge State, Alaska, Northern District. Immediately upon his return, Skignaw ordered the 4 horsemen to maintain a high-alert perimeter around the 2 outposts. He then hurried into the laboratory of Base 1, his cooling fans whirring with anticipation. Since Alice had seized the reins of Aura Group, formerly the Carl Group, and systematically devoured various resource extraction firms, the flow of materials to Alaska had increased exponentially. The tiny village of Pester, situated above Base 2, had transformed into a bustling town solely due to the constant back and forth of the transport convoys, sprouting new bars and motels at a frantic pace. In return, Skignaw had funneled just enough future tech to Alice to keep the momentum going, technology sufficient to advance the world to the smartphone era of his previous life. Even if Aura Group released its products in incremental updates, they had enough patented innovations to dominate the market for years. I'm far too generous to the people of this land, Skignaw mused. In my previous life, certain companies used to drip-feed technology like a leaky faucet. Here I am, a benevolent alien, letting them experience the latest tech without prejudice. I'm practically a saint. Of course, Aura Group's phones cost at least twice as much as they would have in his past life, but such was the price of progress. I hope the data hasn't degraded. Skignaw stared at the ancient chassis on the experimental table. With surgical precision, he began to dismantle the casing of the warrior's head. Moments later, he extracted a dull, gray memory crystal. Only this much. Skignaw's optics dimmed in disappointment. For Cybertronians, the darker the memory crystal, the more data it contained. For a commander-class warrior who had lived over 1,000,000 years, Wanderer's crystal was surprisingly pale, likely because he had spent the vast majority of those eons in emergency stasis. Better than nothing, Skignaw thought. He slotted the crystal into the interface on his forearm. Cybertronians read memories like watching a film. The data stream is processed externally rather than being dumped directly into the processor, a necessary safeguard. If he had absorbed 1,000,000 years of alien data directly into his human-originated psyche, he likely would have suffered a total mental collapse by now. The frames flashed by at a staggering rate, punctuated by violent combat footage. The stranger's name was Wanderer. He was a direct descendant of the lineage of Vector Prime, the second Prime. Wanderer's memories offered a glimpse into the primordial era, when Cybertronians were known as the race of Primus and their empire as the dynasty of Primes. The direct descendants of the 13 Primes were known as the royal lineage, the most powerful and loyal warriors of that golden age. Wanderer's data revealed the hidden history behind the great betrayal. One day, the Fallen, the 12th Prime, had murdered the only female Prime, Solus Prime, the Master Forge Mistress. He followed this by slaying Liege Maximo, the 11th Prime, before openly violating the primordial covenant by bringing his royal vanguard to Earth to activate the Star Harvester. Summoned by Vector Prime, Wanderer and the royal units of 5 other Primes had arrived on Earth via space bridge to stop the sun from being extinguished. The battle was catastrophic. The Fallen was wounded by the combined strength of the 6 Primes and fled into the void aboard a warship under the cover of his loyalists. Wanderer had been pursuing a traitor from the Fallen's retinue when he was struck by a massive warhammer. He crashed into the primeval forest and fell into a coma that lasted millennia. His brief moments of consciousness over the years were misunderstood by local savages who stumbled into his cave. His lethal defense of his damaged frame led to the creation of the tribe's sword totem. To think. The Fallen murdered Solus Prime before he even turned on the sun. Skignaw shook his head as he ejected the crystal. Solus Prime had forged the legendary artifacts, the Star Saber, the Requiem Blaster, the Quill, and the Blades of Time. She was a living armory. Following his doctrine of leaving no trace, Skignaw crushed Wanderer's memory crystal into dust. He then turned his focus to the chassis. This was no ordinary frame, it was forged from Orion live metal, a rare alloy that had vanished shortly after the dynasty's fall. It was denser than Cybertronian steel, virtually indestructible, and possessed a unique ability to absorb kinetic energy and resist extreme temperatures. A daring idea ignited in Skignaw's processors: chassis migration. He would use this ancient, high-density frame as the core of his own commander-class evolution. While Scalpel had told him that the spark was the key to ascension, Skignaw wouldn't turn down a vastly superior body. Cold casting. Skignaw muttered. He beckoned Pestilence into the lab. Of all his horsemen, Pestilence was the most meticulous and composed. Master, I am here. Pestilence, take this. Skignaw tossed him a black data vault. I need you to master memory and chip migration protocols in the shortest time possible. You are going to be my lead surgeon. Skignaw intended to cultivate Pestilence into a specialized medic and scientist. He couldn't handle every technical task alone, and he needed a set of hands he could trust with his very survival during the cold casting process. Diego Garcia, Nest Headquarters. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Director Lawrence was hunched over his desk, studying a report titled, Anatomical Dissection of Decepticon Biology. Despite the digital age, the elite still preferred physical media. Paper didn't leave a digital footprint and was harder to leak. A man in military uniform entered and placed a newspaper on Lawrence's desk. Lawrence put aside his autopsy report and looked at the headline. Kane, what is this? An obituary for a businessman. Lawrence frowned. Oh, wait. A genius tech mogul's tragic accident. The death of a young billionaire like Stephen Carl had caused a stir in the public, but it was usually beneath Lawrence's notice. Sir, Kane said, his voice dropping. It's not just the death. It's the context. Our monitoring shows that over the last 6 months, the Aura Group has been moving massive amounts of restricted alloys and high-grade fuel to the Alaskan wilderness. To coordinates that don't officially exist. Lawrence's eyes sharpened. Alaska. You're telling me this kid wasn't just building phones, he was running a supply line. Exactly. And he died 3 days after the agency started asking questions. Lawrence smiled, a predatory gleam in his eyes. Finally. A lead that doesn't involve asking Optimus Prime for permission. Kane, get me a satellite sweep of the Alaskan North Slope. I want to see what's buried under that ice. Chapter 102, Lawrence comes knocking. Kane was entirely at ease in front of Lawrence. He pulled out a chair opposite the director and sat down with a smirk. Come on, boss. I had a hell of a time tracking down that newspaper. They were supposed to run a weekly edition, but they did a full redesign and reprint the very next morning. Kane, you know I don't like riddles. Lawrence put the paper aside. It was common for powerful figures to suppress embarrassing reports. That was just how the world turned. Fine. Take a look at this, and I bet you won't be this calm. Kane pulled a clearly tampered envelope from his pocket, looking mysterious. What is this? Despite his impatience, Lawrence reached for it. The envelope was thin, containing only a few photos and a technical briefing. Lawrence opened it and began to read carefully. Before Carl died, he met with a CIA team. Kane leaned forward, lowering his voice. According to Carl's testimony, those miracle technologies the Aura Group released, they came from a silent partner he was working with. The CIA hadn't identified who it was before Carl was allegedly silenced. But they have a suspicion. Ever since the Aura Group cleared their initial product launch crisis, they've been shipping massive amounts of hardware to a specific spot in Alaska. Kane had a friend working for the CIA, the very man tasked with being Carl's handler. Before Carl's death, the agency hadn't stalled on his demands because they were hard to meet, but because they were busy reverse engineering the tech in the Aura Group's phones. The result? Their analysts concluded that current human manufacturing couldn't even satisfy the evolutionary path of those designs. In other words, the tech didn't belong in this era. It's one thing for a baby to start walking, it's another for it to suddenly sprout wings and fly. Lawrence's expression turned grim as he picked up the photos. That, Kane pointed, is the current president of the Aura Group, Alice. No one knows where she came from. All we know is that the moment she arrived, all of the group's legal and technical hurdles vanished. They entered a phase of hypergrowth. The photo was a candid spy shot, but it didn't hide the subject's striking, lethal beauty. I see. Lawrence flipped through the pages, a cold realization dawning on him. Interesting. Extremely interesting. It's exactly what you're thinking, boss, Kane nodded. The CIA thinks so too. They haven't leaked this yet, and it looks like they're already moving to intercept. Humph, Lawrence scoffed. Attempting to snatch a prize from Nest. The CIA wasn't in their league. Kane, does Lennox know about this? No, Kane shook his head. Excellent. A wide, predatory grin spread across Lawrence's face, his eyes flashing with excitement. In that case, in the name of the Department of Defense's Security Bureau, book me a meeting with our brilliant female CEO. Miami. Aura Group headquarters. Jelena knocked and hurried into Alice's executive office. Since Alice had taken over, she had dissolved the old secretary pool and replaced it with a streamlined executive office of presidential assistants. Interestingly, Jelena, Carl's former personal secretary, was the only one Alice kept, promoting her to manager of the office. Miss Alice, we have a meeting request from the Security Bureau. Though she was the president, Alice preferred her original title among the staff. A meeting with the Bureau. For when? They didn't specify a time. They just said, the sooner, the better. Jelena looked nervous. They were just a tech company, why were state security agencies knocking on their door? Alice, by contrast, was perfectly composed. I see. Alice glanced at her luxury watch. Tell them 2 hours. I have a board meeting to attend first. Once Jelena left, Alice stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance. So, they finally noticed. She shook her head slightly and spoke to the seemingly empty space beside her. No need to strike. I've already informed the master. He wants us to see what they're after. At 10 a.m., 2 men in sharp suits entered the Aura Group lobby. Jelena was already waiting. Director Lawrence. Director Kane. Lawrence surveyed the massive commercial tower. I'm Lawrence. Lead the way. He had no interest in small talk with subordinates. Jelena guided them to the private elevator, heading straight for the penthouse. Good morning, beautiful, Lawrence greeted with practiced charm as they entered the office. Alice remained seated behind her desk, her eyes calm and cold. She made no move to stand. Lawrence didn't seem embarrassed, he sat on the sofa and leaned forward. Miss Alice, let's skip the pleasantries. I want a meeting with the person behind you, Lawrence stared at her, enunciating every word. That. Decepticon. There were only 2 alien factions on Earth. The Autobots were under Nest's thumb and refused to share tech. The conclusion was obvious, the Aura Group was backed by a Decepticon. Despite Lawrence exposing her biggest secret, Alice didn't blink. Lawrence felt a surge of irritation. Miss Alice, tell that Decepticon the time and place can be his choice. I just hope he shows up on. Why do you wish to see me? The voice didn't come from Alice. It came from nowhere. As Lawrence and Kane froze, the air in the center of the room distorted. In the blink of an eye, a massive mechanical panther materialized right in front of them. Whoa! Lawrence nearly leaped off the sofa in fright. Kane scrambled to pull a 9mm pistol from his holster, aiming it with trembling hands at the beast. They never expected a Decepticon to be sitting right in the middle of a corporate office. Should I call for backup? Kane hissed, his hands shaking violently. He knew a handgun wasn't going to do much to several tons of alien alloy. No, Kane. Put the gun down. Lawrence gasped, forcing himself to breathe. He had spent enough time around the Autobots to know that if the machine wanted them dead, they would already be scrap. He hadn't brought a Nest strike team because he thought this was a standard interrogation. "Sit," Alice said calmly. "He won't harm you." Lawrence stared at Alice, then turned his gaze to the machine. "You're the one who was with Skignaw. The one from the Sector 7 raid. You asked for a meeting," Black Panther rumbled. His eyes flickered with a dull, flat light, as if he were merely relaying a broadcast. "Right, yes." Lawrence pushed aside his fear. "I want to know if the technology Aura Group uses was provided by your faction." "Gentlemen, the fact that you are here suggests you already have the answer," Alice interjected. Lawrence ignored her, focusing entirely on the beast. "Is it?" "Yes," Black Panther nodded. "Yes." Lawrence exchanged a look of triumph with Kane. "Mr. Decepticon, your appearance wasn't in my plan, but since you're here, I have a proposal. A very important one. Can you make decisions for your group?" "Wait," Black Panther said. The dull light in his eyes vanished. ZZT. A holographic projector in the Panther's chest activated, casting a shimmering image into the air. A terrifying, jagged mechanical head appeared, Skignaw. Having received the alert from Alice, Skignaw had decided to see what these Nest bureaucrats wanted. He sensed a potential, unexpected harvest. Chapter 103, The Meeting in the Southeast. Scanning the office, Skignaw fixed his holographic gaze on the two human visitors. "Humans. Speak. What is it you wish to discuss with me?" The voice echoing from the projection snapped Lawrence out of his trance. Seeing the face of the operation, he recognized him instantly. You're the elite-class Decepticon known as Skignaw." "Oh." A thin, predatory smile curved on Skignaw's projected lips. "Am I that famous already?" "Well, that was a dangerous question to answer." Lawrence skipped past it immediately. "Mr. Skignaw, my name is Lawrence. I am the Inspector General of Nest." "Nest. I know of you," Skignaw feigned a rasp of mechanical hatred. "It is your organization, allied with the Autobots, that has slaughtered so many of my kin." No. Lawrence waved his hands frantically. "I think there's a misunderstanding, Mr. Skignaw. I am an inspector. I oversee resources and audits, I don't command troops in the field. The ones who killed your compatriots were the Autobots and Colonel Lennox." "Is that so?" Skignaw watched Lawrence with mock interest. The man was throwing his colleagues under the bus with zero hesitation. "But you are allies with the Autobots. You and Lennox are of the same species. Are you not an accomplice?" "Well, you have a point." Lawrence looked momentarily embarrassed before deciding to abandon that line of conversation. They were enemies by default, talking more would only make the situation uglier. "Mr. Skignaw, since you were able to reach an agreement with her," Lawrence pointed to Alice, "then why not partner with someone of significantly greater influence?" "You mean you?" Skignaw understood Lawrence's intent instantly. He let a flash of undisguised contempt cross his optics. "To be blunt, I don't believe you have the standing to be my partner." Lawrence's position in Nest was critical, but he didn't represent the entirety of the United States, nor even the heart of the military. However, the next name out of Lawrence's mouth made Skignaw recalibrate his assessment. "And Secretary Clarice?" Lawrence wore a confident smile. "I might not have the standing, but what about Madam Secretary Clarice? I believe she carries enough weight." Before coming here, Lawrence had met with Clarice. Without her backing, he wouldn't dream of negotiating with a Decepticon based purely on his own silver tongue. Skignaw went silent for a moment, then nodded. "She carries weight indeed. You've given me a surprise, Lawrence." Skignaw hadn't expected a mere inspector to have direct ties to the topmost tier of the U.S. government. The web of human power is fascinating, he thought. Follow the silk long enough, and you always find a queen. "Speak, then. How do you and this, Secretary Clarice, intend to work with me?" "My apologies, Mr. Skignaw," Lawrence said, looking genuinely apologetic. "I cannot give you a concrete terms yet because your direct appearance wasn't in our initial projections. But I promise to report your message to Madam Secretary immediately. We will decide on the terms of cooperation at top speed. If possible, she wishes to meet in person." "In person?" Skignaw studied Lawrence, confirming through his sensors that the man wasn't lying. "Very well. I grant the meeting. But the time and place will be of my choosing. When your secretary agrees, give the details to Alice." I will, Mr. Skignaw," Lawrence said, glancing at Alice with newfound wariness. He hadn't realized the female CEO was this deeply trusted by the Decepticon. Walking out of the Aura Group headquarters, the brilliant Miami sun hit Kane like a physical weight. He looked back at the skyscraper, his expression dazed. I can't believe we actually walked out of there alive. Lawrence straightened his tie, smiling. More than that, Kane. We've established a channel with an extraterrestrial, even if he is a Decepticon. Those noble Autobots occupy our land but refuse to share a single scrap of their technology. We need an alternative. Let's go. I need to get to Madam Secretary immediately. Wait, Kane. Before getting into the car, Lawrence stopped his assistant and patted his shoulder. Today's events, no one in Nest is to know. Not a soul. Especially not Lennox. Understood. Understood, boss, Kane nodded seriously. Lawrence's car sped toward the Duman building. An hour later, he left Clarice's office with a satisfied grin. Edge State, Alaska, Southeast District. Receiving Alice's confirmation, Skignaw selected a suitable neutral ground and had Alice relay the coordinates to Lawrence. He chose a location in the southeast of Alaska, near the border of the Maple Nation, Canada. Since Lawrence had already tracked Alice's shipments, there was no point in hiding the fact that he was operating in the Alaskan wilderness. Better to show his hand than play a transparent game of hide and seek. Bombaro Outpost, Alaska. Early in the morning, the troops at the border base were mobilized. Over 20 armored vehicles and tanks rolled out into the freezing mountain passes. The soldiers and even their local commander had no idea what their mission was, only that they were to hold a defensive perimeter for exactly 3 hours. 2 hours into the freezing watch, a luxury convoy arrived at the mountain's lee side. Madam Secretary, we've arrived. In the center SUV, Lawrence looked at his GPS and spoke to the woman in the back. Clarice opened her eyes, looking slightly weary. She hadn't agreed to the meeting immediately after Lawrence's report. Only after consulting with her husband, Ham Anton, did she decide to fly to Alaska under the cover of night. Lawrence helped her out of the car. Ugh, this weather, Clarice cursed, pulling her heavy coat tighter. Even in summer, the Alaskan temperature stayed in the single digits. A team of researchers carrying laptops and scanning equipment approached. Madam Secretary. Director Lawrence. Start the sweep, Lawrence ordered. 10 minutes later, Clarice checked her watch. Lawrence, it's time. As if on cue, a thunderous roar split the sky. Vroom. A foxhound interceptor screamed down from the clouds, performing a physics-defying hover just a few dozen meters away. With a series of violent, rhythmic mechanical clacks, the jet shifted. The guards, pre-briefed by Lawrence, didn't open fire. They watched in frozen awe. Thud. Skignaw landed from a height of 15 meters, a slight smirk playing on his faceplate as he walked toward them. Lawrence. You're early. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. In reality, Skignaw had arrived long before them. He had seen the hidden tanks on the other side of the ridge, but he didn't care. An elite-class warrior could dismantle a standard military base with ease. Moreover, he wasn't alone. The 4 horsemen were circling in high altitude, ready to drop at a moment's notice. Actually, we arrived early, Mr. Skignaw. Your punctuality is appreciated, Lawrence complimented smoothly. Beside him, Clarice could only stare. She had only seen these beings in blurry photos or classified Nest footage. Witnessing a living, breathing Decepticon in the flesh for the first time was a soul-shaking experience. Madam Secretary, Lawrence introduced, this is Skignaw. Clarice, a veteran of decades of political warfare, composed herself quickly. She looked up at the silver giant. Mr. Skignaw. Allow me to address you as such. Of course, madam, Skignaw nodded. Now, let's skip the small talk. Shall we begin? By all means, Skignaw tilted his head. He liked this pace. Direct and efficient. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Technology for Security. Technology. Clarice took a decisive step forward, her voice cutting through the biting wind. I need your weapons and your science. As much as you can provide. No problem, madam, Skignaw nodded, his metallic voice resonating with calculated calm. This was exactly what he expected. But what can you, or rather, your government, offer me in return? Security. A sudden gust of wind howled across the ridge. Fearing Skignaw hadn't heard her, Clarice strained her voice to a shout. I can give you sanctuary. I will authorize your continued presence in the Northern District outposts and provide official cover. I give you my word, the Autobots in Nest will not set foot in the Edge State. Not a single step. Skignaw let out a soft, mechanical chuckle. He didn't take the promise seriously for a second. If Optimus Prime actually pinpointed his location, the Autobots would drop from the sky in minutes, regardless of what some human politician promised. Technology for security. A fair trade. Skignaw reached into his chest compartment and produced a black data vault, tossing it casually at Clarice's feet. Madam, have your people verify the contents. Please wait a moment, Mr. Skignaw. Without needing Clarice's command, Lawrence scrambled to retrieve the box and hurried it back to the team of scientists in white coats. Minutes later, he returned to Clarice's side, his face flushed. "It's verified." It's all real," Lawrence whispered, his voice barely audible, yet Skignaw's sensitive audio receptors captured every syllable. Skignaw felt a flicker of amusement. It was real, of course, but it was technology designed to lead them down a series of developmental dead ends for years. Skignaw wasn't about to dig his own grave by handing over the keys to the Cybertronian kingdom. If the humans truly mastered their science, they'd use those new weapons on him the moment it was convenient. "Mr. Skignaw, I thank you for your trust." Clarice's face beamed. She hadn't expected the meeting to go this smoothly. Lawrence had always told her the Decepticons were mindless monsters, but the giant standing before her seemed remarkably reasonable. "Do not be so quick with your thanks, madam." Skignaw flashed a sharp, predatory grin. To ensure Clarice didn't flip the script the moment she got home, he needed to dangle a bigger lure. "What I gave you is merely the root of our vast technological tree. We are a stellar civilization with a history that dwarfs your entire species. Our individuals possess godlike power, our ships cross galaxies, and our homeworld holds infinite resources." "Used to," Skignaw added silently. "It is not that I cannot give you higher technology, madam, it is that your primitive scientific foundation cannot even comprehend the principles yet. But I promise, once you master these basics, I will provide the next tier." He was a master of the corporate carrot. Clarice's eyes glazed over as she imagined a future where her nation stood as the sole inheritor of alien divinity. Skignaw knew he had done enough. "I have shown my sincerity. Now, I expect to see yours." Clarice looked at Lawrence, then back to the giant. "Rest assured, Mr. Skignaw. You will see results very soon." "I believe you, madam." Skignaw nodded, eyeing the surrounding guards. "Our business here is concluded. Farewell." Only when the silver foxhound interceptor had shrunk to the size of a distant bird did Clarice pull her coat tighter. Now that the adrenaline had faded, the Alaskan cold felt twice as sharp. "Let's go, Lawrence. We have a cake to cut back in Washington. Madam Secretary, those Autobot-only proponents at Nest won't know what hit them." Clarice chuckled. "Rest assured, Lawrence. My husband and I won't forget your contribution to this new dawn. Base 1. The laboratory." Upon returning, Skignaw went straight to the secure medical bay. The deal with Clarice had effectively neutralized the immediate threat of a Nest raid, giving him the perfect window for his final evolution. "Master, the transplants for the auxiliary units are complete. Would you like to inspect them?" Pestilence approached him, sounding proud of his work. "Show me." Pestilence had become a natural with the migration protocols. Skignaw checked the neural modules of several low and mid-class drones he had constructed. The surgical precision was impressive. Pestilence had a gift for technical healing. "Excellent work," Skignaw praised. "You have a talent for this, Pestilence. Much more than I anticipated." "In that case." Skignaw's optics sharpened. "Follow me." He led Pestilence to the restricted zone of the lab. A massive object stood in the center, draped in heavy black shrouds. Skignaw gripped the fabric and tore it away. Whish. A dark, terrifying chassis was revealed. It was a brutal, primeval frame, standing at a staggering 13.3 meters, 43.6 feet. It bore no resemblance to the ancient Wanderer. The height wasn't for show. The frame was built around a centralized fusion cannon mounted in the chest, a devastating upgrade based on Blackout's space cannon logic, but refined with superior materials. To power it, Skignaw had added a fusion core reservoir on the back, necessitating the larger frame. Beyond the chest cannon, the chassis was bristling with a photon autocannon and heat-seeking missile pods calibrated specifically to track the infrared signature of a Cybertronian spark. Skignaw ran a hand over the cold Orion live metal plating. It was perfect. "Master, you're ready to migrate?" Pestilence asked, sensing the gravity of the moment. "Yes." Skignaw pulled a containment vessel from his chest. Inside, the violet-red commander-class spark pulsed with newfound vigor. Strangely, it looked much healthier than when he had first harvested it. "Is my own spark acting as a charger?" Skignaw wondered. Then, he pulled out his second treasure, the all-spark fragment. He placed the two items side by side. The spark of a commander and a shard of the creator. "Master, look." Pestilence gasped. "The all-spark fragment, it's reacting." Skignaw watched closely. The fragment began to vibrate at a high frequency, humming with a sound that resonated in his very core. It seemed to have found an outlet, a vessel through which to pour its infinite creative energy. "I'm going to see what happens," Skignaw whispered, his hand reaching for the shard. Chapter 105, Decepticons at the door. The moment the Allspark fragment touched the Commander-class spark, it was like a drop of water hitting a vat of boiling oil. Both vibrated violently, but as the resonance stabilized, the violet-red sphere deepened in color, its glow intensifying until it blazed with solar brilliance. Before Skignaw's unblinking optics, the remaining cosmic energy within the fragment surged into the spark in a single, final torrent. This energy. Skignaw raised the vessel. He could feel it. The spark was no longer just recharged, it had been fundamentally augmented. Its upper limit had effectively doubled. The Allspark fragment, meanwhile, had withered into a dull, gray husk, a common pebble with no trace of its divine origin. Pestilence. It's ready. Skignaw handed the glowing vessel to his medic. Master, rest assured. Pestilence accepted the spark with reverence. I will complete the migration at maximum efficiency. While Pestilence prepped the surgical tools, Skignaw moved to a corner of the lab to set up a fallback plan. He arranged 6 energon pillars, solid-state energy crystals, into a hexagonal array. As they hummed to life, a vertical, rectangular aperture flickered into existence between them. It was a pitch-black void, crackling with static, a ground bridge. Running a ground bridge for the duration of a surgery was a staggering waste of resources, one pillar alone was worth 1,000 energon cubes. But Skignaw didn't care about the cost. This was his escape hatch. If Nest or a rival faction breached the base during his vulnerable state, Pestilence was ordered to take his neural module through the gate to a pre-calculated safe zone. With the lifeboat ready, Skignaw climbed onto the massive 13.3-meter frame. He took one last look at his surroundings before initiating emergency stasis. Begin, Pestilence. Kana's Canyon. Simultaneously. The air shimmered with heat haze before a massive ground bridge portal tore open at the canyon floor. A squad of Decepticons stepped through. At the lead were the survivors of the Rainmakers, Sky Warp, Acid Storm, and Sunstorm. Ah, that familiar stench of ozone and failure. Acid Storm hissed, his optics scanning the scorched earth where they had once been routed. The Autobots think they won. They have no idea we've returned. After fleeing Earth, the trio had reached a hidden outpost on Mars to report to Starscream. Having repaired their chassis, they were now back on the Seekers' business, and they had brought reinforcements. Behind them stood a dozen generic Seekers, clone types grown from protoforms, identical in silhouette to the trio. Focus, Acid Storm, Sky Warp snapped. Starscream wants results. According to the data we extracted from Onslaught's logs, the drone named Skignaw is operating in the northern wilderness. Sky Warp projected a set of coordinates. It's not far. At cruising speed, we'll be on top of him in 2 hours. Move out. Inside the dream. Skignaw drifted. He saw a massive, metallic world screaming in silence. It felt like a mother calling for a lost child, a voice filled with ancient pain and terrifying warmth. A planet with a consciousness. Preposterous, Skignaw thought. But the voice persisted, shifting from a plea to a warning. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What? Speak up. Skignaw strained his internal processors. Watch your back, watch your back. Skignaw turned around in the void. A black planet, bristling with 4 massive antennae, was drifting toward him through the stars. Master. Master. Pestilence's voice was frantic. He stared at the massive new chassis. The spark was seated, the neural lines were purged, yet there was no startup sequence. It shouldn't be like this, the logic gates are green. Master. Wake up. Stop screaming. I'm online. Skignaw's voice rumbled, deeper, more resonant, vibrating the very floor of the lab. His auditory sensors had just patched into his processors, and Pestilence's panicked bleeping was giving him a digital headache. He ran a self-diagnostic, familiarizing himself with the sheer power of the Commander-class systems, before opening his optics. What's the emergency, Pestilence? Master, we're under attack. Carnage and the others are barely holding the line. Skignaw's optics flared red. Nest. Did Clarice betray me already? Is it the Autobots? No, Master, Pestilence shook his head. It's Decepticons. Seekers. Seekers. Starscream's lot. Skignaw didn't waste another second. He collapsed the ground bridge, securing the pillars, and grabbed his new longsword. Lead the way. I want to see who's bold enough to knock on my door. The tundra. Outside Base 1. Crash. Carnage was sent tumbling across the permafrost, his armor sparking from a direct hit by Sky Warp. Pathetic, Sky Warp sneered, twirling a curved vibroblade as he stalked toward the downed warrior. You still won't tell me where the coward Skignaw is hiding. Nearby, Famine and Catastrophe were pinned down under the boots of Acid Storm and Sunstorm, surrounded by a ring of Seeker clones. The horsemen had fought like demons, but as high-class warriors, they were simply outmatched by the elite-class seekers and their sheer numbers. He will melt your sparks for this. Carnage coughed, struggling to find his footing. Skywarp lost his patience. The Cybertronian race hadn't seen new sparks in eons. Seeing these unfamiliar, high-tier warriors confirmed Starscream's suspicion. Skignaw was hoarding secrets. I'm done asking. Skywarp raised his blade, the edge gleaming in the cold Alaskan sun. I'll just carve the answer out of your memory crystal. He brought the blade down. Clang. The vibroblade didn't hit Carnage. It hit a wall of black, reinforced Orion live metal. A massive hand caught Skywarp's wrist, squeezing until the servos began to pop and scream. A shadow loomed over Skywarp, blotted out the sun. A 13.3-meter titan stood there, his red optics burning like twin dying stars. You're looking for me, Skywarp. Skignaw's voice was a low-frequency growl that made the Seeker's internal sensors spike in alarm. I hope you brought more than just toothpicks. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, The Iacon Relic. The vibroblade swept toward Carnage's neck, a lethal arc of cold steel. Whish. Suddenly, a missile screamed across the tundra from the horizon. Boom. The weapon in Skywarp's hand was only inches from Carnage's throat, but those final centimeters became an unreachable dream. The explosion tore into Skywarp's flank, sent him tumbling through the snow. A massive shadow plummeted from the sky, landing with a ground-shaking impact that radiated an aura of absolute, crushing authority. Skywarp. It's been a long time. Hearing the voice, Carnage looked up, his optics flaring with frantic relief. Lord Skignaw, you finally arrived. Yes, Skignaw rumbled. I'm here. Looking at the battered states of his three horsemen, Skignaw's faceplate remained a mask of cold indifference, but internally, he had already signed Skywarp's death warrant. Skywarp rolled to a stop 15 meters away. As the smoke cleared, a jagged hole in his waist hissed with sparks and leaking hydraulic fluid. In the past, Starscream had used a single missile to blow off Bumblebee's legs. Now, Skignaw, sporting a chassis far more powerful than Starscream's, had achieved a similar feat with a single casual shot. Skywarp pushed himself up, recognizing the voice. His expression shifted from shock to a deep, venomous gloom. There was no mistake. This was Skignaw. He didn't know how the drone had ascended to the commander class, but he knew he was in deep trouble. The sudden shift in power froze every Decepticon on the field. The dozen Seeker clones looked lost. They had come to hunt a drone, not to commit mutiny against a high-tier commander. Acid Storm and Sunstorm stood paralyzed, their boots still resting on famine and catastrophe, though they hadn't even noticed their captives pulling away. You're in for it now, you scrap heaps. Catastrophe spat, a predatory grin spreading across his face as he scrambled up. If you crawl over and beg Lord Skignaw for mercy now, maybe he'll make your spark extinguishing quick. Famine added, his voice rasping. One of his legs had been half melted by Acid Storm's hypercorrosive rounds, but it didn't stop him from mocking them. Skignaw scanned the field. Every Decepticon who met his gaze immediately lowered their head, unable to withstand the pressure of his presence. Even Acid Storm and Sunstorm were trembling, their cooling systems venting frantically. So this is the power of a commander, Skignaw thought, a surge of triumph racing through his new processors. All the scheming, the resource hoarding, the cold casting, it had all been worth it. He turned his gaze back to Skywarp and began to walk. As he approached, Skignaw reached to his hip and drew a massive metal longsword. It was ancient and unadorned, lacking any flashy human-style decorations, but the Seekers flinched. That was a commander's blade, a tool designed to split heavy armor like parchment. Tell me, Skywarp, Skignaw said, stopping a few meters away and leveling the tip of the 8-meter giant sword at the Seeker's chest. How did you find me? And why are you here? Skignaw was genuinely curious. He was technically under Starscream's command, and the Seeker leader had shown no previous signs of suspicion. The timing of this raid, just hours after his migration, smelled like a leak. If you want answers, Skignaw, come and take them. Skywarp spat. He was a proud Seeker. Even facing a giant nearly twice his size, he refused to bow. Very well. Skignaw lunged. Clang. Skywarp threw up his vibroblade to parry, but the sheer weight of the strike forced him down to one knee. Skignaw's sword, gleaming with a dark, reddish-black luster, bore down on him with the weight of a falling mountain. Gah! Skywarp screamed, his servos popping as he tried to shove the massive blade away. He managed to lift it mere inches before Skignaw retracted and thrust again from a different angle. Skignaw was taking his time. He was using Skywarp to test the balance of his new body and the Wanderer's combat data. To the onlookers, it was a slaughter in slow motion. Acid Storm and Sunstorm watched, hoping for a miracle, but miracles were for Autobots. Skignaw grew bored. With a burst of speed, he drove the long sword through Skywarp's neck plating. Arg! Before Skywarp could swing his blade in a desperate counter, Skignaw twisted his wrist. Shing! A massive mechanical head spun into the air. The body collapsed into the tundra with a heavy thud, a sound that echoed in the hearts of the remaining seekers. Lord Skignaw, mercy. Acid Storm dropped to his knees. We were only following orders. We didn't know you were the target. Sunstorm blurted out. Skignaw ignored them. He took Skywarp's head from Pestilence, who had just arrived. Ignoring the head's lingering digital curses, Skignaw crushed the skull and extracted the memory crystal, beginning a direct read. The power gap was absolute. A commander-class chassis was a main battle tank, an elite-class seeker was a civilian sedan. So that's how it is. Skignaw muttered as the data streamed. He discovered that Onslaught had informed Starscream of his location, and Starscream had sent the Rainmakers to retrieve him. Bring me Brawl, Skignaw told Pestilence. Brawl was the only Decepticon in the base not directly sworn to him. Whether it was intentional or not, Brawl's presence had allowed Onslaught to track his scent. The tank former had been hiding in Base 2 while his comrades were being butchered. Yes, Master. As Pestilence departed, Skignaw pondered the second piece of intel in Skywarp's crystal. Starscream had given Skywarp a set of coordinates for an Iacon relic. These were legendary artifacts forged by ancient Cybertronian scientists in the Iacon research hubs. Every relic possessed reality warping power, but most had been lost to the stars during the war. Starscream hadn't specified what the relic was, only that Skywarp was to retrieve it from a specific planet. Interesting, Skignaw thought, sheathing his sword into the electromagnetic lock on his hip. Starscream couldn't have found these coordinates on his own. The logic pointed to the Fallen. The master of the Decepticons likely had sensors capable of tracking ancient relics across the galaxy. In the original timeline, Skywarp and his crew never appeared again, suggesting they likely died on that distant world. The coordinates led to a planet in a star system thousands of light-years away. In a galaxy with hundreds of billions of stars, the odds of encountering life were slim, but Skignaw knew better. The universe was far more crowded than the humans suspected. Chapter 107, The Plan to Lure the Snake. From Skywarp's extracted memories, Skignaw confirmed one critical fact: Starscream was indeed currently aboard the Fallen's warship. Although Skywarp hadn't personally looked upon the face of the ancient master, the interior decor of the vessel matched the descriptions from the historical archives perfectly. Skignaw now understood why Skywarp had been sent to the frozen wastes. After the Battle of Kana's Canyon, Skignaw, Nightbird, and Scalpel had vanished just as the Autobots arrived. This had planted a seed of suspicion in Starscream's spark. He believed Skignaw might have defected to Nightbird's rogue faction. This raid was a test of loyalty, one Skywarp failed to survive. Master, Brawl has arrived. Skignaw looked up as Pestilence led the tank former into the lab. Lord Skignaw, you. Upon seeing the Titan standing before him, Brawl's optics widened in sheer shock. The excuses he had spent the journey preparing evaporated instantly. In a single Earth year, Skignaw had evolved from a mid-class grunt to a commander-class juggernaut. In any era of Cybertronian history, this would be deemed a tactical anomaly. Brawl felt a primal urge to lower his servos. If high class was the rank of an officer, commander class was the rank of a general. And one did not question a general. Brawl. You know why I called for you, Skignaw rumbled. I do, Lord Skignaw, Brawl replied, his voice lacking its usual gruff defiance. When I arrived, I did report my location to Onslaught. But I swear, I never revealed your specific projects or your... Where is Onslaught now? Skignaw interrupted. Brawl hesitated but answered quickly. He is currently in a nation called Japan. Japan. Skignaw's mouthplate quirked. Interesting. Contact him. Tell him I require a formal explanation for the Seeker raid, or he can consider his position in this faction, and his spark, forfeited. Yes, Lord Skignaw. Brawl retreated as quickly as his heavy treads allowed. Skignaw then turned his gaze toward Acid Storm and Sunstorm, who were standing like statues in the corner. You two will report to Carnage for the time being. You are now part of my vanguard. The two Seekers looked at each other, stunned. They were alive. They had transitioned from executioners to subordinates in the blink of an optic. With the immediate threats handled, Skignaw pulled up his new status HUD. Type, Combat Heavy Decepticon. Armor, Orion Live Metal, High Density. Weapons, Photon Autocannon, L, EMP Cannon, R, Black Hell Blade, Hip, Heat-Seeking Missiles, Shoulder, Fusion Cannon, Chest. Spark, 100%, Augmented. Class, Commander Class Warrior. He had named his new sword the Black Hell Blade, for its edge shimmered with a dark, necrotic red light. His chassis was now a masterpiece of engineering, balancing kinetic energy weapons with high-output energy modules. As he calibrated his new servos, a priority signal flashed on his HUD. It was Soundwave. The spymaster in orbit had witnessed the battle on the Alaskan tundra. In the transmission, Soundwave expressed a rare mix of clinical astonishment and strategic satisfaction. A new commander on Earth strengthened the Decepticon hand significantly. However, Soundwave's follow-up order was borderline delusional. Soundwave demanded that Skignaw immediately lead his forces to wipe out the Nest headquarters and the Autobot contingent to shatter the human-alien alliance. Skignaw stared at the message. Does he think I'm a miracle worker? He didn't even bother coming up with a formal excuse. Reply, Lord Soundwave. I cannot execute this command at this time. My forces are consolidating. Forceful engagement with the Prime is currently a 98% probability of failure. Power brought leverage. As one of the few active commanders in the galaxy, Skignaw could now say no to the High Command without fear of immediate summary execution. Soundwave didn't reply, likely recalculating his own data. Skignaw waited for the news of his ascension to ripple through the cosmos. He wanted Starscream and the Fallen to know that the hierarchy on Earth had shifted. Eventually, Onslaught arrived. Pestilence led the tactical leader of the combat icons into Base 1. Onslaught was visibly sweating hydraulic fluid. He knew he had made a catastrophic error in sending the Seekers after a man who had now surpassed him in rank. Lord Skignaw, Onslaught reporting for duty, he said, bowing low. You made a wise choice coming here, Onslaught, Skignaw said, his voice deceptively warm. He knew Onslaught was a brilliant tactician, a specialist he could use. I have a task for you. Command me, my lord. You lost the Decepticon transport to the Autobots at the canyon, Skignaw stated flatly. Onslaught lowered his head in shame. A tactical failure I regret deeply. Don't regret it. Fix it. I intend to take that ship back. Skignaw had his eyes on the stars. To reach the Iacon relic coordinates he'd stolen from Skywarp, located over 200,000 light-years away, he needed a transwarp-capable vessel. Building one from scratch would take decades. Stealing the one parked at Diego Garcia was the only logical path. But Lord, the Autobots and the human military are guarding it with everything they have, Onslaught noted. I know, Skignaw replied, his optics glowing with a cold, strategic light. That's why we aren't going to break in. We're going to lure the snake out of its hole. As Onslaught began refining the tactical details of the ambush, Secretary Clarice was already fulfilling her side of the bargain. The Northern District was officially declared a military exclusion zone. U.S. Army units were stationed along the borders, supposedly to protect the area, but Skignaw knew they were also there to monitor him. He didn't care. With his horsemen and the new Seeker recruits, nothing in Alaska moved without his permission. He was no longer a hidden drone. He was a warlord in his own kingdom, and the pieces were finally moving toward the endgame. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Two Fronts. The plan involved two battlefields. Skignaw had placed one of them in Japan. The reasoning was simple, if a location had to be chosen to bait the trap, why not there? Onslaught, take Brawl, and the others. Do not forget your objective. By your command, Lord Skignaw. Under Skignaw's orders, Onslaught led Brawl, Acid Storm, Sunstorm, and a dozen low-level Seeker clones out of the Alaskan wilderness, heading toward the eastern seaboard of the United States. Meanwhile, the four horsemen, Carnage, Famine, Pestilence, and Catastrophe, deployed to Japan. Once his pieces were in position, Skignaw contacted the most critical link in the chain, Secretary Clarice. Come, Madam Secretary. Rest assured, my target is solely the Autobots. There will be no collateral damage to your assets. You want advanced weapons technology? I guarantee you, after this, it is yours. Kindred spirits? Far from it. To Skignaw, Clarice was a tool. To Clarice, the Decepticon was a dangerous but profitable necessity. Los Angeles. Tucson 8th Street. A pristine, yellow Camaro with black racing stripes rolled slowly to a stop in front of a two-story white house. In the garage on the first floor, a middle-aged man wiped grease from his hands and lit a cigarette as he watched the car. Dad, Sam's here. I'm going out for a bit. Michaela Baines hurried down the stairs, the rusted iron steps groaning under her weight. The second floor was a wooden addition to the original concrete structure, a humble home for a girl whose life had been anything but ordinary for the past year. I'll be back before dark, she called out, heading for the Camaro. Michaela was nearing graduation. In less than 2 weeks, her high school days would be over. Due to their tight finances, she hadn't planned on college. Instead, she intended to stay and help her father in the shop. Inside the car, Sam Witwicky scrambled to grab a bouquet of roses from the back seat. As Michaela opened the door, he thrust them forward. For you, Michaela. Thank you, Sam. Michaela beamed, her eyes softening. Her sometimes clueless boyfriend had actually remembered the occasion. Hop in. Your dad is giving me the look again. Even after a year, Sam still felt a phantom itch of fear whenever Michaela's father looked at him, especially when those tattooed arms were crossed. He shifted the Camaro into gear and pulled away. Today was their one-year anniversary. They planned to spend the entire day celebrating their survival and their love. Over the past year, they had faced joy, trauma, and plenty of arguments, but they had endured. Sam knew they were an odd match. Michaela was passionate, fire-natured, and stunning, a magnet for attention. He was. Sam. Awkward, average, and prone to panic. His only real pro was that he had once saved the world. He was heading to a university in LA soon, a prestigious school with a $40,000 a year tuition. A silent benefactor, the US government, was picking up the tab. Under the watchful eye of Michaela's father, the Camaro roared off. Bumblebee ferried the couple through their planned itinerary. However, halfway through the afternoon, the radio began to crackle with a specific frequency. Bumblebee. What is it? You mean, you have to go fight Decepticons? Michaela asked, leaning forward as the car pulled to the curb. Affirmative, Bumblebee responded through his radio clips, his tone devoid of its usual playful warmth. The loss of Jazz still weighed heavily on his processors, his hatred for Megatron had transitioned into a tireless crusade against all remaining Decepticons. All right. Be safe, B, Sam said, sounding disappointed but understanding. And tell Optimus I said hi. Since the battle at Mission City, Sam hadn't seen the Autobot leader. Will do, Sam. As the kid stepped out, Bumblebee floored the accelerator, pulling a sharp U-turn and screaming toward the nearest military pickup point. Sam. Do you think he'll be okay? Michaela asked quietly. B. Please, Sam said with forced confidence. He was part of the sweep last year. They took down dozens of those things. He's a pro. Nest base. Diego Garcia. Screech. Bumblebee drifted into the staging area and transformed in one fluid motion. Optimus, am I late? Optimus Prime stood near the massive Decepticon transport ship, watching Lennox oversee the loading of heavy munitions. You are just in time, Bumblebee. B. Long time no see. Sideswipe skated down the ramp of the ship. He had scanned a new silver Corvette Stingray mode, giving his robot form a sleeker, more aggressive silhouette. He was busy twirling his signature blades. Doing this keeps the spark bond tight, he claimed. Sideswipe. I heard you borrowed a shuttle from the wreckers to get here. Bumblebee buzzed. Borrowed. It was a loan. Who said anything about stealing? Sideswipe snapped, though he looked away quickly. While they caught up, a figure approached from the command center. It was Director Lawrence, and he looked urgent. He pulled Lennox aside. Lennox. We have a situation. What is it, Lawrence? Lennox asked. He didn't like the director, but he respected the chain of command. Fresh intel, Lawrence whispered, though his eyes darted toward the Autobots. Command in Japan just reported Decepticon activity at the foot of Mount Fuji. They even caught high-res imagery. They're tracking a potential hive right now. Decepticons in Japan. Now. Lennox frowned. After months of silence, two leads had appeared almost simultaneously. Just 30 minutes ago, they had confirmed a hive near the eastern seaboard of the U.S. You're the tactical commander, Lennox. You decide how to play this, Lawrence said, strangely stepping back and allowing Lennox full control, an uncharacteristic move that Lennox was too distracted to notice. Lennox immediately approached Optimus Prime. Optimus, we have a complication. What has happened, William? Optimus asked, pausing the boarding process. We've located a second Decepticon hive. It's in Japan. If we hit one, the other will surely go into hiding. I'm thinking. 2 hives. Optimus's optics flashed with calculation. Then we must divide our forces. We cannot allow them to escape back into the shadows. Optimus was confident. Based on their intelligence, there were no Commander-class Decepticons left on Earth. Starscream and Soundwave were missing, and the rest were leaderless grunts. Through the ship's long-range comms, he had even reached Ultra Magnus on Cybertron to confirm that no new reinforcements had been dispatched. We split, Optimus declared. We end this today. Chapter 109, Long Time No See. Lennox had already intended to divide the forces, and with Optimus Prime's backing, the decision was finalized. Optimus, you and I will take the transport to Japan. Ironhide and Epps can handle the eastern seaboard. No, William, Optimus interrupted, shaking his head. I will go with you to the eastern seaboard. Send Ironhide, Bumblebee, and Sideswipe to Japan. They are all elite-class warriors. Combined with Jolt's medical support, they are more than a match for any stragglers left on this planet. The Decepticons have historically focused their aggression within your borders. The hive reported in the US is likely the primary threat, possibly a hidden factory. I must deal with it personally. Understood, Optimus. We'll take the ship to the coast. While crates of ammunition were loaded onto the C-17 transport planes bound for Japan, Skignaw received a high-priority transmission in his Alaskan lab. Come, Mr. Skignaw, the Autobots have mobilized. Optimus Prime is heading for the eastern seaboard aboard the transport ship. The strike team for Japan is led by Sergeant Epps. Reply, my thanks, Madam Secretary. Skignaw grabbed several newly forged devices from his workbench and stepped out into the biting Alaskan wind. He opened a channel to Onslaught. Come, Onslaught. Execute Plan B. Japan. Mount Fuji. As the largest active volcano in Japan and a world-renowned landmark, Mount Fuji usually saw its daily cap of 5,000 tourists reached by noon. Today, however, the trails were closed. A perimeter spanning dozens of kilometers was enforced by the sudden arrival of JSDF troops. What is this? I flew halfway across the world to see the cherry blossoms, a tourist shouted at a guide. The guide simply bowed lower, repeating apologies while masking her own confusion. Inside a cavern at the foot of the mountain, Carnage and the other 3 horsemen sat in the darkness. A shadow much taller than theirs stepped into the cave. Master, you've arrived, Carnage said, standing at attention. The Autobots and human special forces are inbound, Skignaw rumbled, his optics glowing a menacing red. The team consists of Bumblebee, Ironhide, Sideswipe, and Jolt. 3 elites. You cannot win a head-on engagement against them. Stick to the protocol. By your command. High above the clouds, a massive transport plane roared. The cargo doors hissed open, and Sideswipe, strapped into a specialized drop harness, twirled his blades. Who? Maximum velocity, he cheered, diving into the void. Epps, falling nearby, adjusted his HUD. Sideswipe. Stick to the LZ. You're drifting. Epps was nervous, this was his first solo command, but he kept his voice steady, mimicking Lennox's authority. All units, deploy chutes. Dozens of mushrooms bloomed in the sky. Below, hidden within a building's shadow, Skignaw watched the descent. He engaged his stealth module and vanished. Eastern Seaboard, USA. An abandoned town. The massive Decepticon transport ship, now under Autobot control, descended over the ruins. Optimus Prime leaped from the hold before it even touched the ground. He immediately spotted a familiar face among the 20-odd Decepticons waiting below. Onslaught. It is you. Optimus loomed over the small hive, the sheer size of the ship behind him adding to his godlike presence. Facing the Prime, Onslaught felt his internal servos twitch with fear. But remembering Skignaw's warning, he bared his teeth. Decepticons. Attack. Sunstorm and Acid Storm hesitated, but the fear of Skignaw outweighed their fear of Prime. They roared, leading the Seeker clones in a desperate charge. Arrogant, Optimus huffed, meeting the charge with his bare fists. Back in Japan. The battle erupted. The 4 horsemen opened fire on Epps' unit and immediately began a fighting retreat toward a nearby village. They stayed on the ground, deliberately avoiding their flight modes to keep the Autobots in a chase. Ironhide. Don't let them reach the town. Epps shouted into his comms. Don't worry, Robert. They're already scrapped. Ironhide barked. He loaded a specialized liquid nitrogen shell into his cannon and fired. Thud. The round hit Famine squarely in the back. The extreme cold seized his servos, sending him crashing to the dirt. The other 3 horsemen glanced back but, per orders, didn't stop. Target immobilized. Ironhide cheered, sliding to a halt in front of Famine. He leveled his heavy cannons. Dirty Khan, say goodbye to this world. Boom. A massive shockwave slammed into Ironhide's side, throwing the veteran Autobot several meters back. His lead shot went wide, screaming into the empty sky. Famine scrambled up, limping toward his teammates. Ack! Who fired that? Ironhide roared, pushing himself up. Inside a village building, Skignaw's form shimmered into view. He's durable, he noted. Ironhide had taken a direct hit from a high-output cannon and was already back on his feet. If one shot isn't enough, let's try the fusion core, Skignaw muttered. The fusion cannon in his chest whirred. A beam of blinding energy erupted, the recoil making even Skignaw's massive 13.3-meter frame tilt back. Ironhide only had time to cross his arms and flare his energy shield. Kaboom. The shield shattered like glass. Ironhide was blasted through 2 walls, sliding into a pile of rubble. Ironhide. Report. Bumblebee and Sideswipe skated to his side, weapons hot. I'm functional, Ironhide rasped, his chest plates cracked and smoking. Watch it, there's a heavy hitter in that town. Epps arrived, panting, his face pale. Another Decepticon. Who? The silence of the deserted village was broken by a cold, metallic chuckle that resonated through the streets. A massive silver giant stepped out of the shadows, towering over the Autobots. Ironhide. Bumblebee, Skigno rumbled, his optics burning like dying stars. Long time no see. Chapter 110, A Fierce Battle. A massive 13-meter figure stepped out from the shadows of a village building. The dark, predatory chassis and the overwhelming pressure radiating from it caused the soldiers behind Epps to raise their rifles instinctively, their fingers trembling against the triggers. Bumblebee's optics flickered in shock. Skigna, it's you. He could hardly believe it. When he first encountered Skigna, the Decepticon was merely a high-class warrior. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended to the rank of commander. It's me, Bumblebee. Skigna's chest plates shifted outward, revealing a thick, flared cannon muzzle at the center, glowing with the ominous dark red light of built-up energy, like the mouth of a miniature volcano. As he walked, he retracted the fusion cannon, allowing the reinforced armor to slide back into place. Bumblebee was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Skigna, you've jammed the communications in this entire sector. Haha, noticed that, did you? Skigna chuckled. He had deliberately let the horsemen lure them here and waited until the last possible second to intervene precisely to ensure the Autobots were isolated from reinforcement. We're in for a hell of a fight, Sideswipe muttered, crossing his twin alloy blades in front of his chest. This time, he didn't twirl them. What do we do? Epps asked, his voice tight. He realized they had walked straight into a trap. Epps, take your men and retreat. Bumblebee deployed his wrist-mounted laser blades. Get out of this interference zone and call for help immediately. We can't beat a commander on our own. You're our only hope. Go. We'll hold him off. Hearing the words, Commander Class, Epps' pupils shrank. He understood the situation was now a matter of life or death. I got it, B. Good luck. He turned and waved to his team. Fall back. Move, move. Skigna's optics turned cold as he watched the humans flee. Carnage, go. Intercept the humans. Don't let a single one escape. With pleasure, Master, Carnage hissed, shifting into his seeker flight mode and screaming over the heads of the Autobots toward the retreating soldiers. Ironhide and Bumblebee couldn't afford to worry about the humans, their primary focus was the silver giant looming over them. Skigna slowly drew the black hell blade from his hip. He had hoped to take one of them out with a surprise shot, but Ironhide's durability had thwarted that. Fine, he would use them to test the limits of his new power. Bumblebee, watch that sword. Ironhide warned. His own chassis wasn't equipped with melee weapons, and having taken a heavy hit earlier, he retreated a few steps to provide cover fire with his heavy cannons. I see it, Ironhide. Bumblebee lowered his battle mask, his optics burning with unprecedented focus. Sideswipe, we hit him head-on. Jolt, keep your distance and look for an opening. Understood. Jolt snapped his electric whips, the blue arcs of lightning crackling against the pavement. Despite facing a commander, the three Autobots launched a proactive strike. Skigna dragged his massive sword behind him, walking calmly to meet them. 100 meters vanished in seconds. Shing. Bumblebee ducked under a diagonal upward swing of the giant blade and lunged forward, thrusting his stinger blade with full force at Skigna's knee joint. Spark. The strike, which usually would have crippled a foe, merely left a shallow gouge in the Orion live metal. Bumblebee froze for a microsecond in shock, only to see the black hell blade swinging down toward his head. Clang. Sideswipe slid in, parrying the blow with both his blades, but the sheer kinetic force sent him skidding back several meters. Bumblebee used the distraction to land a kick and retreat. Annoying. Skigna muttered, shifting to a two-handed grip on his sword. While his victory was mathematically certain, he didn't want to lose a limb to a lucky shot. He moved to crush the slightly weaker Sideswipe, but his chest plate suddenly took a heavy hit. Boom. A high-temperature lead slug scorched his left breastplate red. Ironhide was firing from the perimeter. Bumblebee and Sideswipe seized the opening, swarming him from both sides with coordinated strikes. Even Jolt lashed out with his whips from a distance. The four became a blur of clashing metal. Truthfully, Skigna's melee skills were average, nothing close to the thousands of years of combat experience the Autobots possessed. But his Orion live metal chassis gave him a margin for error that was practically infinite. Clank. Sideswipe's short blade struck his back. Skigna ignored it, swinging his giant sword in a wide arc that sent Bumblebee flying. The scout hit the ground hard, a deep score mark carved into his shoulder plating. Hey, Skigna. You want B? You gotta go through me. Jolt rushed in, snapping his whips to bind Skigna's arms. Get lost. Skigna roared, swinging his sword with savage power. Crash! Jolt barely dodged. The sword slammed into the ground, carving a trench through the concrete and sending stone shards flying like shrapnel. Before Skignaw could recover his swing, his chest was hit again. Boom. A liquid nitrogen shell. If not for the extreme environmental adaptation of his armor, the rapid shift from searing heat to freezing cold would have shattered his chest plates like glass. Ironhide. Skignaw growled. The veteran was a pest, constantly disrupting his killing blows. He needed to break their formation. During the next exchange, Skignaw intentionally tripped after a cannon blast from Ironhide. He fell to one knee, letting the black hell blade clatter away from his grip. Seeing the opening, the hot-headed Sideswipe charged forward, his tires screaming against the asphalt. Sideswipe, wait. It's a trap. Bumblebee shouted, but it was too late. Sideswipe's blades lunged forward, only to be caught in Skignaw's massive mechanical hands. Skignaw gripped both of the Autobot's wrists with crushing force and slowly looked up, a cruel, metallic grin spreading across his faceplate. You took the bait, Sideswipe. What? Sideswipe looked down in horror. Skignaw's chest plates retracted. The fusion cannon muzzle was glowing white-hot. Goodbye. Kaboom. Sideswipe was blasted backward like a ragdoll. The two arms Skignaw had been holding were ripped clean off his torso, leaking neon green energon as they fell to the dirt. Arg. Sideswipe hit a building and slumped to the ground, unconscious and smoking. Skignaw, you coward. Bumblebee roared, charging in a blind fury. Coward. Skignaw scoffed, tossing the severed arms aside like trash. Is that meant to be a compliment, Scout? Bumblebee lunged, but Skignaw performed a side roll, retrieved his sword, and fired a localized EMP pulse from his right hand. The blue wave hit Bumblebee, paralyzing his servos for 2 crucial seconds. In those 2 seconds, the black hell blade drove through Bumblebee's chest. Crunch. Skignaw kicked the Scout off the blade, sending him tumbling away. 2 elites down. Ironhide, seeing his friends fall, went into a frenzy. His heavy cannons roared in a continuous barrage. Skignaw took the hits, his chassis barely shuddering as he marched forward. Jolt tried to block his path, but with a few brutal swings, Skignaw caught a whip, yanked Jolt into range, and severed his arm in one clean stroke. Ag. Skignaw. Optimus he'll melt you for this. Jolt collapsed. He can try. Skignaw drove the black hell blade through Jolt's torso, pinning him to the ground like an insect on a board. Then, he turned his gaze to Ironhide.